I am clearly of average talent, yet I was chosen as the first holy son in the sect's history. Not only is my status second only to the sect master, even the beautiful senior sister has to listen to me. Just as the sect master was about to pass the holy sun seal to me, a sudden voice rang out, "I object." I turned to the voice. The next moment, I recognized the speaker as Yi Chen, the disciple of the beautiful senior sister. He caught my attention from the first day he started. Because the celestial sword that came with me allows me to see others' auras. Most people have ordinary white auras. Only Yi Chen's is a dazzling purple. And considering his name, could this guy be the protagonist of this world? Fortunately, we have always been at peace. But I never expected. Yi Chen suddenly challenged me at this moment. The disciples angrily rebuked, "What right do you have to oppose senior brother who worries about the sect? No one is more suited for the position of holy son than him." However, Yi Chen calmly said, "Senior brother Feng, you haven't reached the golden core stage in 30 years. Is such talent worthy of the position of holy son?" Then, Yi Chen smiled confidently, "Junior brother may not be talented. But in 5 years since entering the sect, I've reached the innate stage. In another year, I will reach the golden core stage. I wonder if such aptitude can compete with senior brother for the position of saint child." At this moment, the guests were all very curious. How would the sect leader choose? One is a great contributor who has helped the sect rise through years of effort. The other is a genius who reached the golden core stage in 6 years of cultivation. I couldn't help but look at the sect leader. But the next scene surprised me. I actually saw hesitation flash in the master's eyes. Just when the disciples thought the master would side with me, he suggested that I spar with Yi Chen. It was just to silence the critics. Then a bizarre scene unfolded. I noticed the master's blue aura gradually upgraded to orange, and Yi Chen's purple aura also started to show hints of gold. Now Taiwei sect seems to be on the verge of becoming a top-tier sect. Compared to me, who has average talent, the genius Yi Chen seems more suitable to hold the imperial edict. My gaze immediately darkened, and a bold guess emerged in my mind. It seems the sect leader intends to support Yi Chen, and with his support, Yi Chen will become the chosen one with golden destiny. But Uncle Du Yuanshi thought of a more serious problem. He couldn't help but transmit his voice to the sect leader, saying, "Sect leader, senior brother, the position of the holy son cannot be easily given up. Have you forgotten the little princess of the Yunjian pavilion?" But the sect leader confidently replied, "Don't worry. If Yi Chen truly surpasses Feng Shao in talent, I'm sure Yunjian pavilion would be happy to have a compassionate person instead." But Du Yuanshi felt things weren't that simple. The Ming soldiers are one of the top forces. Yet, 3 years ago, they took the initiative to propose a marriage alliance. Yunjian Pavilion truly saw potential in Taiwei sect. At this moment, Yi Shen could no longer hold back. Wang Huan drew a long sword emitting a red glow. Seeing this, my eyes gleamed with a hint of wonder. A good sword. Yi Chen is fully confident in this battle, thinking about the impending power and resources, as well as the favor of the beautiful master and senior sister. A smile almost couldn't be hidden on his face. But just as he was about to make a move, I looked at him playfully. "Wait, senior brother." I suddenly remembered. "If I lose, you'll lose the position of the holy son. But if you lose, you have nothing to lose. That's a bit unfair." Yi Chen couldn't help but think. This kind of gambler with nothing to lose. Many people have been tricked by him before. But I know the key to this very well, especially after seeing the sect master's attitude just now. I decided to think more about myself. So I had Yi Chen bet his longsword. Although Yi Chen was confident, he felt it was a loss to put up his own bet. That's his characteristic. If he doesn't gain, he considers it a loss. Seeing his hesitation, I asked with a smile. Junior brother Yi arrived aggressively, but was speechless when it came to betting. "I'm not here to make a deal without capital." Yi Chen sneered and said, "Bet." Just as the words fell, he directly used the flowing fire sword technique and thrust it toward my chest. He used his full strength from the start, facing his fierce attack like a storm. I was at a disadvantage in an instant, but no one could have imagined. I was just probing Yi Chen's legs, to see if he had the ability to fight beyond the boundary. As we exchanged dozens of moves, I gradually noticed something was off. Whenever Yi Chen swung his long sword, there was always a scream. I also felt my mind waver. I immediately activated the celestial step and looked at the long sword. The scene before my eyes instantly stunned me. It was actually the legendary divine weapon. With this sword, wouldn't one be able to kill enemies across realms? At this moment, Yi Chen also boldly leaped. I thought I wouldn't be able to withstand his fierce attack at all. Unexpectedly, he couldn't take me down no matter what. I couldn't help but taunt him, "Are you only capable of defending like a coward?" But as soon as he finished speaking, the next scene stunned him. He saw the corners of my mouth curl up into a sharp grin. Suddenly, waves of sword energy surged towards him like a tide. He hurriedly tried to parry, but was completely overwhelmed. The attacker instantly reversed. Everyone was unexpectedly bold. At this moment, no one noticed. A pretty girl in the crowd looking at me. Her eyes were full of brilliance. A slight smile unconsciously appeared on her lips. Little brother, who would have thought in just 3 years, you could master the title sword art so profoundly. Mother was right after all. You are indeed my great treasure. Thinking of this, a touch of tenderness flashed in the girl's eyes. Brother, I must leave now. When I return from the free and easy hall in a year, you must come to marry me. After speaking, the girl gave me one more reluctant glance, just turned away. I also seemed to sense something and looked in the direction the girl left. But the next second, an accident suddenly happened. Yichen took advantage of my distraction, immediately pulled out a red gourd and struck my chest. Caught off guard, my chest was suddenly hit hard. A mouthful of blood surged up my throat. My eyes started to turn cold. Junior brother Yi, what is the meaning of this? Yichen looked smug. All's fair in war. You can only blame your own analysis just now. Saying this, he swung his sword again to kill. Every move aimed at my vital points. Seeing this, I coldly said, did you forget why you despised him? Of course, it's because of Yichen. Halfway through the sentence, I couldn't continue. He wanted to prove that his talent was better than mine. But he used captives instead. How could that prove he's better than me? Yichen knew he was in the wrong. But he still stubbornly said, if you claim to be unwavering, you can surrender now. Why waste your breath here? I squint my eyes slightly. It seems in these 5 years since joining, you've only learned the techniques, but not how to be a person. Then I suddenly raise my voice. Third uncle, junior brother Yi is disrespectful to his elder. The case injured someone. Today, let your martial uncle discipline you properly. Du Yuanshi was also somewhat displeased. What nephew Feng said is very true. Then I'll trouble you. But as soon as he finished speaking, I saw a strange scene. The golden lines in Yichen's aura instantly dissipated. At the same time, the celestial scissors within me conveyed a sense of satisfaction. I suddenly realized that I had absorbed the diminishing aura of Yichen. From now on, the advancement of the celestial scissors would depend on him. I couldn't help but laugh out loud. So what if he's the child of destiny? What does it matter? The next moment, my sword aura suddenly amplified. The vast sword light crashed down like a river of stars. Yichen's face instantly changed dramatically. He defended with all his might. At this moment, someone among the guests suddenly exclaimed, this is an extremely rare technique. A secret of the Xiaoyao Hall. He actually mastered it. At this moment, a wave of despair surged in Yichen's heart. He couldn't help but shout that this was unfair. You're not even using the Tai Weizong sword technique. I sneered. It seems you weren't using it either just now. A captive of our sect. Yichen was instantly speechless. He considers himself supremely talented, believing no one else is worthy of the position of the Holy Sun. But unexpectedly, the sect's senior brother he always looked down on, was able to use such a brilliant sword technique. Moreover, the abundance of his true energy is far beyond the innate sword. It turns out my strength has actually reached the golden core stage, because I practiced the ancient techniques from the Tianhua manual, the Heaven and Earth Codex, which can defy the heavens and change fate. Changing qualifications. Just as my myriad sword lights were about to slash toward Yichen, the voice of the sect master suddenly rang out. Enough. In the next second, a sword light intercepted my vast sword light, and Yichen, who narrowly escaped death, stared at the sky, with a blank expression. The purple aura also dimmed. At this moment, a strange light flashed in the master's eyes. He didn't expect that his first disciple was so outstanding. He even learned the secret sword technique of Xiaoyao Hall. Xiaoyao Hall ranks first among the 13 halls of Yunjian Pavilion. This shows how much Yunjian Pavilion values me. Thinking of this, the master gave me a complex look. In the end, he decided that I would become the Holy Sun. Meanwhile, Yichen finally regained his senses. Clenching his teeth, he said in a low voice, Brother Feng, you are indeed formidable. I admit defeat. Just as he was about to limp off the stage, I suddenly spoke up, Junior brother, have you forgotten our wager? Hearing this, Yichen immediately became embarrassed. That scarlet dragon sword has helped him defeat countless opponents. He really couldn't bear to. So, with a twinkle in his eye, he suddenly smiled at me and said, the disdain just now was just a joke from your junior brother. Senior brother, you didn't take it seriously, did you? As the chosen one, Yichen always had a thick skin. After all, the main character usually doesn't lose a bet. Therefore, from the moment they made the bet, they never intended to keep it. However, realizing this, gave me quite a shock. If Yi Chen is the protagonist, then wouldn't I, being targeted by him, become the villain? And seeing Yi Chen's unreasonable behavior, Du Yuanxi and his disciples just smiled faintly. To others, Yi Chen's actions seemed quite roguish. They find it very cute instead. But at this moment, I suddenly said coldly, Junior brother Yi, the bet has been set. Do you still want to renege after losing? Just as Yi Chen was about to angrily retort, a pleasant female voice suddenly sounded, Senior brother Feng. Junior brother Yi is young and immature. He's just joking. Why take it seriously? I looked at Lu Qingyuan, and calmly said, Junior sister Lu, did third uncle master also tell you, that if you lose a bet, you can renege? And my next words made Lu Qingyuan and the others' faces change drastically. Junior brother Yi, cultivate your mind before cultivating immortality. If one does not keep their word, how can they talk about cultivating immortality? I've made myself very clear. If Yi Chen does not leave the Chiron sword, then he should no longer stay in the Taiwei sect. Fortunately, this time the sect leader was sensible, and nodded at my words. Seeing the sect leader's approval, Yi Chen's face suddenly became very ugly. After hesitating for a moment, he threw the red dragon sword on the ground, and then glared fiercely at senior brother Feng. This time, junior brother admits defeat. But don't get cocky. The river flows east for 30 years, and west for 30 years. Don't underestimate the youth. With that, he flung his sleeves and left. Hearing his familiar harsh words, I smiled helplessly. This confirms Yi Chen as the child of destiny, and basically confirms my role as the villain. But how did I become the villain? When everyone dispersed, Du Yuanxi called Lu Qingyuan over, to apologize to me. After all, I have become the holy son of the sect. I don't need to curry favor, but I must not be offended. Although Lu Qingyuan was unhappy with me for reprimanding Yi Chen, seeing his master's attitude, he reluctantly agreed. He turned around and flew with his sword to the scripture library I often visited. But when he arrived at the scripture library where I was alone, he vaguely sensed that something was wrong. As soon as he stepped into the scripture library, I immediately asked him to help find the book that recorded Bifang's origin. Confused, he picked up an ancient book and was about to open it, when Lu Qingyuan suddenly looked spirited. Wasn't I here to apologize to my senior brother? In this situation, should I still apologize? He thought for a moment, and whispered to me, Brother Feng, I was wrong just now. I apologize to you, whether you heard it or not. I've already apologized. You can't hold a grudge anymore. After saying that, he quickly covered his face with the ancient book, and observed me with his peripheral vision. Seeing that I had no reaction, he let out a long sigh of relief. But what he didn't know was that I had heard every word he just said. I smiled, and couldn't help but mutter in my heart, Sundra. As time passed, Lu Qingyuan, who helped me find books, suddenly encountered something strange. He used to respect me greatly, but for some reason, he gradually distanced himself from me. Instead, he showed more favor to the newly inducted junior apprentice. What is going on with him? While he was lost in thought, I suddenly let out a cry of surprise. Finally found it. Lu Qinyan couldn't help but ask out of curiosity, I wonder why Brother Feng is looking for information on Bai Fangyuan. I smiled mysteriously, Brother Long. I'll keep it a secret for now, but I can tell you, that it's important for the sect. Seeing how happy I was, Lu Qingyuan hesitated and asked, can I return the red dragon sword to Yi Chen? Just as he was about to say something nice for Yi Chen, I waved my hand and refused. He said he was doing it for Yi Chen's own good. Lu Qingyuan frowned. Taking someone's weapon is for their own good? What kind of logic is that? What I said next made him widen his eyes. This sword's true name is the blood refining sword. It is a demonic weapon. It can captivate the soul, and absorb one's essence and blood. If junior brother Yi continues like this, I'm afraid he will eventually fall into the demonic path. Seeing Lu Qingyuan's grave expression, I thought of something else. Yi Chen's purple aura seems to have a bewitching effect. These past few years, Lu Qingyuan's coldness towards me might have been influenced by it. But just today, I repeatedly weakened Yi Chen's aura. Lu Qingyuan also started to feel something was off. But thinking about Qin Yangzi's attitude towards Yi Chen today, I suddenly have a bad feeling. It seems I should consider myself more. Not long after, I actually pawned the blood refining sword at Linglong Pavilion in Liang City, just to get materials for refining the fire avoidance pill. All of this was in preparation for going to Bifang Garden. But unexpectedly, just as I left, Yi Chen also came to Liang City to relax. While he was aimlessly wandering around, a sudden commotion arose in the distance. He looked towards the sound. The next moment, his eyes widened. A beautiful young girl was surrounded by a group of men. There seemed to be some conflict. The girl nervously said, how was I supposed to know your jade pendant can't be run with? How about I compensate you with one? Just as she was about to take out money, Yi Chen's voice suddenly rang out. Miss, don't believe their lies. After speaking, he coldly glanced around at everyone. Since I'm here today, I won't allow you to bully this young lady. Then, relying on his status as a disciple of Tai Wei sect, he calmly led the girl away. Yi Chen initially wanted to befriend the girl because she was beautiful, but I didn't expect that after a few words, I would discover that the girl is actually a rich beauty. She turned out to be Dang Ying, the daughter of the owner of Linglong Pavilion, and as the son of the exiled Yun, Yi Chen only needed a few words to immediately win Dang Ying's favor. Right then, Dang Ying considered Yi Chen a friend, and invited him to her home. After arriving at Linglong Pavilion, Yi Chen, though calm on the surface, was inwardly bubbling with joy. If he could win Dang Ying over, he could gain many benefits through Linglong Pavilion in the future. But as the two arrived at the Armory Pavilion, Yi Chen's gaze instantly sharpened, because he saw his own Dragon Slayer sword. So, I calmly asked what to do with these divine weapons. Dang Ying smiled and said they were custom-made from the Divine Weapon Workshop, or someone else pawned them. Yi Chen's eyes almost flared up. No wonder he couldn't get the Red Dragon sword back from his master. Turns out it was sold by me for money. Thinking of this, he suddenly spoke to another knife. Miss Deng, what's the origin of that knife? Taking advantage of Dang Ying's distraction while explaining, Yi Chen immediately put the Red Dragon sword into his storage ring. At this moment, he was extremely excited. It really was an effortless gain. He soon found an excuse to leave hastily. Dang Ying watched Yi Chen's departing figure, and inexplicably felt a strong affection. Even he couldn't explain why. But as soon as he entered the inner hall, he saw his father walking towards him anxiously. Ah Ying, did you see anyone enter the Armory Pavilion just now? Hearing this, Dang Ying's heart skipped a beat. When he learned that the sword was missing, a thought suddenly crossed his mind, but he was unwilling to believe it. He quickly bid farewell to his father. He ran back to his room, and sat down on the bed, feeling extremely upset, thinking about how much he trusted, and yet things were stolen when he wasn't looking, made him furious. He gritted his teeth and cursed that damned thief. Don't let me catch you again. Otherwise, I'll make sure you regret it. Returning to the sect, Yi Chen was extremely excited. Although he felt sorry for Dang Ning, Yi Chen didn't feel guilty at all. After all, he had helped him once. Stealing this sword was just settling the score. But after returning to the mountain, Yi Chen noticed something was wrong. The senior sisters are no longer on the mountain. Many disciples from other branches have also disappeared. When they learned I was the one who led them down the mountain, they remembered how I always found many treasures whenever I went down the mountain. Yi Chen suddenly smirked coldly. Then, in a flash, he flew away on his sword. I never expected this. A huge conspiracy is unfolding against me. After 3 days, I finally led the group to Bifang Garden. Seeing the scorching heat ahead, I immediately ordered everyone to take Bihua pills, then form the formation, with me at the front, and Lu Qingyuan, also in the innate realm, at the back. Through cross-referencing ancient texts and Tianhua Yujing, I quickly determined that the source of the Bifang rock is hidden under the Bifang wood. With the Bifang stone, our sect can have its own alchemy pavilion. Just as we were about to approach the local tomb, a flash of light suddenly appeared on the dark trunk. My heart suddenly skipped a beat. Danger alert. 1 second ahead, a sharp screech suddenly rang out. A fierce wind, like a scorching flame, swept towards us with a roar. The ground shook for a moment. I immediately realized, it wasn't a giant wooden object at all, but the shadow of an adult Feng Huang. However, even just a shadow was far beyond what we cultivators below the golden core stage could handle. I made a decision immediately, handed a crimson gourd to my junior brother, and personally led this big guy away. Facing such a violent and powerful spirit beast, even with the secret movement technique at its peak, I was still extremely dangerous. Just as my junior brothers used the crimson gourd to absorb the words of Baifang, the shadow of Baifang suddenly seemed to sense something, and swiftly turned its head towards everyone. Then, without hesitation, it flew towards them. I was instantly shocked, and hurriedly chased after it. Fortunately, with my Tianhua Imperial Scissors, I had collected many treasures, which were now coming in handy. Finally, I threw out a golden flying hook. A nail was driven into Bifang's wing. He screamed in agony. He flailed his wings wildly. For a moment, the man and the bird were locked in a standoff. After an excruciatingly long period, finally, someone shouted, "It's done." Bifang's words were finally captured in the crimson gourd. Compared to everyone's joy, the Bifang's shadow was furious to the extreme. Flapping its wings, it wanted to kill me. Everyone was about to rush up to help, but I shouted angrily for them to leave me alone. "Hurry and get out. although very reluctant. Everyone retreated quickly under my urging. Due to the absence of the high temperature influence from the place's words, their retreat speed increased again. However, unexpectedly, just as they finally broke through, a black shadow suddenly flashed by. With one strike, it sent the leading disciple flying, snatching the crimson gourd. Lu Qingyuan reacted at this moment, angrily drawing his sword to strike back. But strangely enough, the shadow seemed unwilling to fight Lu Qingyuan. With a flash, it retreated out of his attack range. Without thinking, Lu Qingyuan chased after the shadow with his sword. But no one expected that the shadow was actually Yi Chen. Prepared against the unprepared, he succeeded very easily. Just now, when facing Lu Qingyuan, Yi Chen was reluctant to fight him. The main reason was that Lu Qingyuan was exceptionally handsome. From the beginning, Yi Chen had a different perspective on this world. To injure Lu Qingyuan, he couldn't bear it, but he didn't know that this idea would bring him great trouble. Watching Lu Qingyuan catching up, Yi Chen boldly threw himself at him, clearly possessing the powerful red dragon sword, but he dared not use it. He flew on his sword. Because the sword was too recognizable, Lu Qingyuan swung his sword without a word. Yi Chen was flustered, and struggled to defend. Several times, he was nearly struck down by Lu Qingyuan, but looking at the beautiful face before him, Yi Chen couldn't bring himself to attack. Lu Qingyuan didn't care about that. Angrily, she launched attack after attack. The sword was about to strike a vital spot, but in the next second, an unexpected event occurred suddenly. A flash of red light appeared, followed by the crisp sound of clashing blades. Lu Qingyuan's expression changed drastically. The crimson dragon sword, you are. But before he could finish speaking, Yi Chen launched a fierce attack, while letting out a cackling laugh. What's this scarlet dragon sword? This is my bloodthirsty sword. Little girl, since you insist on seeking death, I'll grant you your wish. Lu Qingyuan was forced to retreat continuously. I was about to be killed by the opponent. But just at that moment, the opponent suddenly withdrew, pretending to be unwilling. Damn, I have to leave now. Little girl, you're lucky this time. As soon as he finished speaking, then rose into the sky with his sword, and disappeared without a trace in an instant. But Lu Qingyuan was gazing at his back from afar, with an expression of disbelief on his face. Meanwhile, in the Bifang garden, after losing Bifang's words, Bifang's shadow gradually dissipated soon after. Though I was in a wretched state, but I was very excited inside. However, just as I joined the group, I heard the news that Bifang's words were stolen, especially knowing that Lu Qingyuan had not returned for a long time. I was shocked. I immediately sent out my long sword, soaring into the sky. Fortunately, it didn't fly for long. I discovered Lu Qingyuan's trail, and was about to ask him about the thief's whereabouts, when I saw he looked lost and dejected. After hearing my question, a trace of hesitation flashed across Lu Qingyuan's face. Then he casually pointed me in the direction the thief had gone, but he could never have imagined. I noticed something unusual in his expression. Then I recalled the thief's words about seizing the secret place. A bold guess suddenly came to my mind. Could this thief be someone Lu Qingyuan knows? With this in mind, I subtly asked about the thief's characteristics. Lu Qingyuan responded promptly this time. The person was dressed in black. He covered his face and called himself Old Man. He uses a weapon called the Bloodthirsty Sword. He might be a renowned monk. My face immediately darkened. What nonsense. Since he's wearing black and covering his face, obviously, he doesn't want others to know his identity. So how could he reveal the name of his weapon? Connecting the word blood in the Bloodthirsty Sword, the features of this sword are practically screaming. Look at Lu Qingyuan's hesitant and struggling expression. Can I still not guess the identity of that thief? At this moment, for the first time, a strong murderous intent surged in my heart. Not long after, upon hearing the news that the thief had fled far away, all the disciples cursed loudly. Only Lu Qingyuan sat quietly in a secluded corner, mind in turmoil. While everyone was resting, a disciple suddenly came and said, "Junior sister, senior brother Feng is looking for you." Lu Qingyuan's heart skipped a beat, feeling uneasy, but he just walked out of the camp silently, and looked at me standing outside the camp. He was just about to speak, but heard me say calmly, "Junior sister Lu, is there nothing you want to say to me?" Lu Qingyuan's heart suddenly started pounding violently. He forcefully suppressed his unease, and said in as calm a tone as possible, "Junior sister, I don't understand what senior brother Feng means." After a long silence, I finally spoke slowly. "You have been a disciple for 7 years now. If someone does something harmful to the sect, what will you do?" Lu Qingyuan was about to answer, but I coldly said, "Perhaps to junior sister Lu, someone holds a place in your heart more important than the sect." Lu Qingyuan's heart instantly sank halfway. But at this moment she could only force herself to stay calm and said, "Junior sister, I don't understand what brother phone means." And my next words instantly chilled Lu Qingyuan to the core. "I think you're pretending not to understand. Who exactly is that thief? Does junior sister Lu really not know?" "No, I really don't know who he is at all," Lu Qingyuan shouted in disbelief. "Lying," I calmly said. "At this point, are you still unwilling to tell the truth? Do I really have to explain the situation to the sect leader and expel you from the sect?" Hearing this, Lu Qingyuan was dumbfounded. Ever since he joined the sect, I had taken good care of him, to the point where he once suspected that I had certain intentions towards him. But now I said words to expel him from the sect. How could he not be utterly terrified? I continued, "You have excellent aptitude. I have always been earnest in teaching you. But if you can't distinguish between public and private matters, then am I not nurturing a great disaster for the sect?" At this moment, Lu Qingyuan felt his heart turn to ashes. He never expected. I've always been tolerant and magnanimous. But I actually used a word like scourge to describe him, which made him feel both sad and ashamed. Yet there was also a faint sense of defiance in his heart. I coldly said, "I'll ask you one more time. Who exactly is that thief?" At this moment, there was a hint of murderous intent in my tone. Lu Qingyuan looked at me, stern and severe, gritting his teeth. After hesitating for a long time, he finally shook his head slowly. Seeing this, I suddenly smiled wryly in disappointment. "Do you think that if you don't say it, I won't know who that person is? All I want is your attitude." Lu Qingyuan's heart skipped a beat. Suddenly, he had a bad feeling. Right after, I heard my indifferent voice. "But after returning to the mountain, I will report everything to the sect leader." Disciple Yi Chen brazenly seized sect property, and you, Lu Qingyuan, covered for him. After saying this, I left with a flick of my sleeve, leaving only the helpless Lu Qingyuan. 3 days passed quickly. Seeing Taiwei Mountain getting closer and closer, Lu Qingyuan's fear grew bigger and bigger. Just as he was about to be overwhelmed by this fear, a fierce roar suddenly came from in front of me. "Who dares to come out?" Amid everyone's surprised gazes, a cloud of black mist appeared before them, and after a moment, it condensed into a human form. I looked at the other person coldly. "Where did this demon cultivator come from? How dare you block my way?" The demon cultivators laughed and said that under your leadership, Taiwei sect's power has grown in recent years. It's a pity that your Taiwei sect lacks foundation. To us demon cultivators, you are just a big meal. I'll try something first, then shout to the disciples, "Everyone, return to the sect. I'll cover you here." The demonic cultivators' attack was indeed fierce. "Sorry, none of you can leave. It's clear they want to annihilate us all here." In an instant, I made up my mind. In the next second, I swung my sword fiercely. Waves of sword energy surged towards the demon cultivators like a tide. It was truly the super ocean sword stance. The leading demon cultivator, even though he was one level higher than me, faced with the onslaught of the super ocean sword stance, could only temporarily retreat. Just as he dodged, I immediately shouted for everyone to charge forward. So under my full cover, all the disciples managed to rush through safely. But among the fleeing crowd, Lu Qingyuan looked at me with a complex expression. Seeing me being besieged by 3 golden core stage demon cultivators, he wasn't sure if he wanted me to escape. After all, if I escape successfully, and return to the mountain, he will likely be expelled from the sect. At this moment, one of the demon cultivators broke free from my attack, and suddenly chased after the other disciples. At this moment, Lu Qingyuan made a firm decision. He gritted his teeth and shouted, "Hurry back to the mountain. Call master. I'll hold him off here." At this moment, he had only one thought in his mind. That was to prove to me that he was not the scourge of the sect. So this punch of his carried an unstoppable momentum. The demon cultivator didn't expect this beautiful woman to be so fierce. For a moment, he was thrown into a flurry. But after all, he is at the golden core stage. He quickly regained his footing, and repeatedly put Lu Qingyuan in danger. As soon as the demonic cultivator gained the upper hand, his mouth immediately turned foul. Vile words kept pouring into Lu Qingyuan's ears, making him blush and retreat, saying, "If you want to fight, then fight. Why so much nonsense?" I watched Lu Qingyuan, who voluntarily stayed behind, and felt a mix of emotions, and a hint of comfort in my heart, at least in his heart. There was still room for fellow disciples, but in the next second, an unexpected event occurred. Lu Qingyuan suddenly let out a scream. There was a distinct pain in the voice. I quickly thought of a countermeasure. Then my gaze hardened. At this moment, I couldn't think of any better solution. I intensified my attack, forcing the demonic cultivator back, then quickly threw out a token, shouted, "Junior sister Lu, Lu Qingyuan heard this, and instinctively reached out. The demonic cultivator he was fighting quickly moved to stop him, but it was too late. He watched helplessly as he grabbed the token. The next moment, a white light flashed. When the light faded, Lu Qingyuan actually disappeared on the spot. The demonic cultivator immediately realized that the token had a teleportation function. Good for you, Tai Wei sect saint. The demonic cultivator became furious. To him, Lu Qingyuan was a perfect target. He was just about to capture him, but unexpectedly, I used a token to send him away. All the other disciples of the Tai Wei sect have already fled. 3 demonic cultivators instantly flew into a rage. They all vented their anger on me. I could only barely hold on. That token is my last resort to stay alive. It can only send one person at a time, and the direction is random. Now, even I don't know where Lu Qingyuan is. Moreover, it's unclear whether the destination is safe. Meanwhile, in a silent forest, a white light suddenly flashed. Then Lu Qingyuan's figure fell heavily to the ground. He never expected that what I threw over was actually a teleportation treasure. He knew teleportation artifacts are extremely rare. They are life-saving tools for many people, but I used it on him. So how can I escape now? Thinking back on how I've taken care of him over the years, and this time going down the mountain, my goal of obtaining the words of avoidance wasn't for myself. It was for the sect. Thinking and thinking, Lu Qingyuan couldn't help but squat down, hugging his legs and sobbing. Until this moment, he suddenly realized, actually, all these years, he had never truly understood his senior brother. He knew that the one who snatched the Bifang Yen was Yi Chen. Regarding Yi Chen's actions, he was utterly confused. But after all, Yi Chen was his only junior disciple. Out of personal bias, he chose to protect Yi Chen, ignoring the damage Yi Chen's actions caused to the sect, and ignoring my contributions to the sect, as well as the high hopes he placed on me. At this moment he finally realized he was wrong, and it was a big mistake. But does he still have a chance to get the senior brother's forgiveness? Meanwhile, Yi Chen, who successfully seized the treasure, was almost indescribably joyful. His happiness flew for hundreds of miles, and he also stopped in the mountain forest. Just as he eagerly opened the crimson gourd to see what was inside, he suddenly noticed something unusual in the distance. What a reckless little kid, actually set such a big fire. You little rascal, if you want to self-immolate, then go ahead. Why run into the woods to do it? Yi Chen instinctively looked up, and saw an old man in tattered clothes sitting on a branch, holding a wine gourd in one hand, leisurely drinking. Facing the raging flames not far away, the old man seemed completely unconcerned. Instead, he observed with great interest. This fire was not ordinary. It's almost as powerful as the Six Sun Spirit fire. Kid, where did you get this fire? The old man asked Yi Chen with a cheerful smile. Yi Chen looked embarrassed. He stammered and said, This gourd, I bought it from Linglong Pavilion. I don't know what's inside this gourd. I don't know the origin of this fire. Actually, the moment the flames burst out, Yi Chen had already guessed the origin of this fire. It was taken from Bifang. If it's not Bifang Rock, then what is it? But he couldn't reveal the origin of Bifang Rock, so he simply pretended not to know. The old man looked at Yi Chen with interest. Smiling, he said, You are quite lucky, kid. Casually buying a gourd, and it turns out to contain such a rare treasure, is truly unusual. Speaking of this, the old man suddenly made a sound of surprise. He jumped down from the tree, and started to examine Yi Chen closely. Yi Chen felt a chill run down his spine under his gaze, but he didn't dare move, because he had already realized. This old man was actually at the Golden Core stage, and about to enter the nascent soul stage. Such a high-level expert was not someone Yi Chen could provoke. After the old man sized up Yi Chen, he clicked his tongue and said, Kid, you have quite an unusual luck. Kid, let me ask you, do you often find good things when you're out and about? Yi Chen was shocked. How did you know? The old man laughed. Since I can see your luck, isn't it easy to predict such things? You're quite something. I really like you, kid. Speaking of this, the old man sighed with emotion. I never thought that in my old age, I would encounter a child of destiny. It shows that heaven hasn't treated me badly. Yi Chen was puzzled by the old man's words. He had a lot of questions he wanted to ask, but upon seeing the growing flames, Yi Chen couldn't help but remind, Senior, do you have a way to put out this fire? If we don't extinguish it soon, I'm afraid the whole forest will burn down. The old man smiled and said, You have a good heart, kid. You even think about putting out the fire. Don't worry, with me here, this little forest fire can be extinguished with a snap. But before that, we need to retrieve the gourd first. The old man let out a long whistle, and dashed into the blazing flames in a flash. It seemed as if he was covered by a shield. The raging flames couldn't harm him at all. He swiftly moved through the flames, and quickly reached the location of the crimson gourd. He grabbed the crimson gourd, and capped it. In an instant, he flashed out of the flames again, with the old man's advance and retreat. His speed was so fast that Yi Chen could barely see it. The old man flicked his hand, and tossed the crimson gourd to Yi Chen, smiling and said, "Now let me show you how an old man puts out a fire." With that, he turned around, his arms swirling like a Tai Chi leopard. It's unknown what technique the old man used. As his gestures continuously changed, the raging flames in the dense forest slowly receded. The once towering flames seemed to become a toy in the old man's hands. In just a moment, the towering flames turned into small sparks. With a final hiss, the small flame quietly extinguished. Yi Chen was stunned. Although he guessed that the other party was a senior expert, he didn't expect him to extinguish the fire in such a manner. The old man said proudly, "How was that? This trick of mine covers everything. Isn't it quite impressive? All-encompassing." Yi Chen was shocked. All-encompassing is our Taiwei sect secret technique. "Senior, how do you know this move?" "Oh, you're from the Taiwei sect too?" the old man asked in surprise. Hearing this from the old man, Yi Chen immediately understood what he meant, so he quickly asked, "Could it be that you are a senior of our sect?" The old man smiled faintly, and said, "Yes, that's right. I am also from the Taiwei sect. Nowadays, the current leader of Taiwei sect still has to call me Uncle Master." At this moment, Yi Chen felt uneasy. This avoidance technique was snatched from Feng Xiao and his people. It was like seizing something that belonged to the Taiwei sect. Now it's been seen by the seniors of our sect. Isn't this like catching a thief red-handed? So we absolutely can't let the other party know the true origin of this artifact. Yi Chen was thinking about how to fool this old man. Then he heard the old man say, "You are naturally aligned with fire. Your limbs are so nimble. I have to say, you're really lucky, kid. Since you're a junior of our sect, I'll give you a hand." Yi Chen was stunned. He was just about to speak, when the old man snatched the crimson gourd from his hand. Then he shouted, "Kid, what are you waiting for? Hurry up and open your mouth." Without waiting for Yi Chen to express his opinion, the old man directly shoved the gourd into Yi Chen's mouth. The next moment, Yi Chen felt a scorching hot stream like molten lava rush down his throat and into his organs. Yi Chen flailed about, trying to remove the gourd, but the old man pressed down on the gourd with one hand, and held Yi Chen's head with the other, not allowing Yi Chen to break free. At this moment, Yi Chen only felt bitter, and beyond words. Although the medicinal decoction was good, the temperature was very real. Drinking it directly like this, an ordinary person would have their intestines burned through. As someone with a body that thrives on fire, Yi Chen didn't fear flames burning inside, but the pain was truly painful. Yi Chen even felt that his internal organs might have been cooked. Yi Chen even had a bit of regret in his heart, thinking, why did I bother to provoke him? Yi Chen didn't know how he endured it. In any case, when it was all over, he could only lie on the ground, completely exhausted. His face was filled with a look of utter despair, as if he had been completely defeated, even though he possessed the body of fire. This avoidance salt is not so easy to swallow, and right after Yi Chen swallowed the avoidance salt, his whole body felt like it was on fire, turning completely red, burning hot. If you placed an egg on him, it would cook in no time. To prevent this admired child of fortune from dying just like that, the old man helped him channel his internal energy, and finally succeeded in merging the special salt into his bloodstream. When the old man finished everything, a whole day had passed. The old man was exhausted, drenched in sweat. All his energy spent. He had to lean against a big tree to recover slowly. Yi Chen, after going through a baptism of fire, he finally began to wake up from the coma. Upon waking up, Yi Chen first stared blankly at the sky for a while. Then he jumped up, instinctively trying to escape. But before he could take a step, he heard the old man slowly say, "Kid, where do you think you're going?" Yi Chen's mouth twisted. His expression was hard to tell if it was crying or laughing. He had a mournful face, and said to the old man, "Martial uncle, I have no grievances with you. Why are you treating me this way?" The old man snorted coldly, "You brat. You truly don't know what's good for you. If it weren't for your exceptional bone structure, I wouldn't have gone to such lengths to help you fuse the spirit fire. You're something else, kid. You don't even realize how lucky you are. All my efforts have been in vain." Yi Chen quickly started circulating his true energy, observing the situation within his body. This circulation was crucial. He immediately discovered that there was a ball of blazing fire in his dantian. This fire was extremely intense, giving the feeling that it could burn all the vegetation in the world. But in his dantian, it was well behaved, as if it had been tamed. Yi Chen struck a nearby tree with his palm, the wind from his palm carrying an incredibly hot volcanic wind. A single palm strike actually left a charred handprint on the tree trunk. Yi Chen was both surprised and delighted. He said, I actually fused with the words of Baifang. The words of Baifang. The old man thoughtfully said, it seems you know the origin of this spiritual fire, kid. But aren't the words of Baifang on Baifang Yuan? How did you obtain them? Hearing the old man's question, Yi Chen didn't know how to respond for a moment. Fortunately, the old man didn't want to press for an answer. He just said calmly, although I haven't been back to Taiwei sect for a long time, I am still a member of Taiwei sect. Since you are a disciple of Taiwei sect, as your senior in Taiwei sect, I naturally have to look after you. I just hope that after you, kid, integrate this by Fang's words, you can contribute more to the sect. Then, this old man would be content. But Yi Chen looked a bit embarrassed. He had snatched this by Fang's words from a fellow disciple. It was really hard to present it. If others found out, being expelled from the sect would be a light punishment. But now the words of Bifang have already fused into his body. It's no longer something he can hide just because he wants to. Thinking of this, Yi Chen suddenly had a flash of inspiration. He thought of an idea. Yi Chen tentatively asked the old man, Shishuzu, why haven't you returned to the sect all these years? The old man sighed. His face showed a look of reminiscence. I don't know what the situation of Taiwei sect is now. When I left Taiwei sect back then, Taiwei sect was already in extreme decline. At that time, I felt that Taiwei sect wouldn't last much longer before being delisted, and I was powerless to do anything about it. The only thing I could do was to leave Taiwei sect. Do my best to leave a legacy for the Taiwei sect. As long as I have this legacy, then even if the Taiwei sect is removed, it will rise again sooner or later. Yi Chen hurriedly flattered, Master Uncle, you have great foresight. It's admirable. The old man looked at him approvingly, feeling a sense of understanding. I didn't expect that after so many years, only you could understand my thoughts back then. But back then, my senior brother, who is also your grandmaster, couldn't agree with my ideas. He even said I was avoiding responsibility. But he didn't avoid responsibility. Yet did Taiwei sect rise again under his leadership? I'm doing this, just to leave a seed for Taiwei sect. Yi Chen agreed, Master Ancestor. He doesn't have your foresight. It's normal that he doesn't understand you. The old man shook his head and said, you can't say that. As the leader, he naturally has to consider more things. At that time, to be honest, there weren't many people left in Taiwei sect. My senior brother went through a lot of trouble and only accepted disciples with slightly better aptitude. There were no highly gifted disciples. Taiwei sect could only decline step by step. Speaking of this, the old man suddenly asked Yi Chen, by the way, how are my senior brother's 3 disciples doing now? Yi Chen replied, sect leader Shibua. He is now in the nascent soul stage. It said he's just 1 step away from the river crossing. The second senior uncle and master are slightly behind, but they've also reached the nascent soul stage. How is this possible? The old man couldn't help but exclaim. He was shocked and devastated. At most, he could only cultivate to the golden core stage. I've been pondering deeply all these years. I could only deduce up to the peak of the golden core stage. I still haven't entered the nascent soul stage. How did Master and the others advance to the nascent soul stage? Seeing the astonished look on the old man's face, Yi Chen felt a bit envious. The original Taiwei Heart Sutra is indeed very damaged. At most, it can only be cultivated to the golden core stage. But the decline of the Taiwei sect for hundreds of years is fundamentally due to this reason. If this continues, the Taiwei sect is bound to be completely erased. Even if they accept highly talented disciples, it won't help. But who could have imagined that the Taiwei sect suddenly produced Feng Shao, this guy, not long after Feng Shao joined the Taiwei sect, then gathered a group of people to start deducing the Taiwei Heart Sutra. After years of continuous research and deductions, they finally perfected 80% of it. It is said that the Taiwei Heart Sutra deduced by young Master Feng can now be cultivated to the Riverway realm. This is 2 realms higher than the previously broken Taiwei Heart Sutra. In other words, the 3 siblings of senior brother Qinjiangzi can now cultivate to the divine transformation realm, thanks entirely to young Master Feng's efforts. But Yi Chen is proud and arrogant, and has always coveted the position of the sect's holy son. How would he be willing to acknowledge Feng Shao's great achievement? So he rolled his eyes, and said to the elder, Master Uncle, speaking of this, there is something I must tell you. The elder asked curiously, what is it? Yi Chen sighed and said, Master Uncle, you may not be aware. Our sect's Taiwei Heart Sutra was originally in a very incomplete state. Fortunately, our sect leader, along with many disciples, worked together to deduce the damaged Taiwei Heart Sutra. Only then was it almost perfected. In this matter, many senior brothers and sisters put in a lot of effort. But in the end, all the credit was stolen by the senior disciple under the sect master's tutelage. He even claimed that without him, the Taiwei sect would have fallen into decline long ago. Upon hearing this, the old man couldn't help but get furious. How outrageous! How can there be such a shameless person in this world? Yi Chen nodded repeatedly. Isn't that so? Our grand uncle master is, after all, the head disciple of the sect leader. Everyone in the entire Taiwei sect looks up to him. What's more, outside the Taiwei sect, people only know his name as the head disciple, but not the name of the sect leader. It's truly a case of the guest outshining the host. Reckless behavior. The old man's fury. He slaps his thigh forcefully, angrily says, how can he act so recklessly? Doesn't the headmaster care? Yi Chen sighs helplessly, Granduncle Master. Do you think the headmaster doesn't want to? He simply can't. Now, almost everyone in the entire sect only listens to his senior disciple, who still considers him the head. If it weren't for the gratitude of teaching and guiding, I'm afraid his senior disciple would have taken over as head long ago. The old man believed it to be true, and couldn't help but repeatedly slap his thigh, in sorrow and indignation. What a misfortune for the sect. It's a disgrace to the sect. I've been struggling in poverty, yet I've taught a commoner to fame. Heaven is blind. The old man shouted, venting his frustration to the ground. After a moment, he suddenly looked up, eyes filled with menace. Since your sect master uncle can't decide for the sect, I, an old man, will have to come out of retirement. Get your things ready. I'll go back to the mountain with you. I want to see what kind of person dares to betray their master and ancestors. Yi Chen was overjoyed, but his face showed hesitation. But Uncle Master, he is, after all, the head disciple. Head disciple, my foot. The old man cursed. Even your sect master has to respectfully call me Uncle Master. His identity as the master's senior disciple. Others may buy it, but I don't. Yi Chen immediately beamed with joy, and quickly said, in that case, I'll accompany Uncle Master on this trip. At this moment, Yi Chen was bubbling with happiness. This old man, I don't know if he's been in the forest too long, to be so easy to fool. A few words and he's already been swayed to our side. It took almost no effort. And with such a powerful figure backing us, even if people find out I seized the secret knowledge, no one will dare challenge me. More importantly, he's always had a problem with Feng Xiao. Now, he's going to be in big trouble. The thought of Feng Xiao being scolded by this not-so-bright granduncle almost made Yi Chen laugh out loud. At this moment, the old man suddenly asked, by the way, kid, you still haven't told me the name of the head disciple. Yi Chen quickly replied, reporting to granduncle, his name is Feng Xiao. When Feng Xiao returned to the Taiwei clan, everyone was stunned at the sight of him. Feng Xiao was covered with wounds of all sizes. Many of the wounds were emitting black qi, clearly caused by demonic qi. It couldn't be dispelled immediately. His once pristine robe was stained with blood, and it was unclear whether it was his own or the enemy's. No one knows how Feng Xiao managed to escape when facing 3 enemies, but it's clear that Feng Xiao went through a life and death struggle. However, fortunately, Feng Xiao returned alive in the end. The first thing Feng Xiao did when he returned to the mountain was to count the people. After confirming that no one was missing except Lu Qingyuan, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. When Han Biyun asked about Lu Qingyuan, Feng Xiao replied that he was fine, but it might take a few days to return. Hearing this, Han Biyun finally felt relieved. Upon learning that Feng Xiao had returned to the mountain, Elder Song, the steward of the forging room, and Elder Zhu, the steward of the alchemy pavilion, immediately went to find Feng Xiao. Before setting out, Feng Xiao had promised them that he would bring back the spiritual fire. So now their biggest concern was whether Feng Xiao had brought the spiritual fire back. It was after meeting Feng Xiao. Even the grumpiest elder pig couldn't help but fall silent. He looked at the various wounds on Feng Xiao, and couldn't help saying, you kid, do you really think you're some kind of celestial soldier? When danger comes, you don't know how to run. You insist on covering others' retreat. Do you think others only have 1 life? You're the only one who seems to have 9 lives. Feng Xiao smiled wryly and said, Old Zhu, stop mocking me. As the holy son of the sect, and the head disciple, if I don't face danger, who will? I can't let these disciples, who haven't even reached the innate realm, go to their deaths. Besides, I have confidence in my own strength. Even if we can't win, we can still run. Elder Song patted Feng Xiao on the shoulder and said, Feng Xiao, this Taiwei sect doesn't only have you who can manage things. Why do you always have to step up? Aren't your 2 uncles just for show? Feng Xiao replied, it's not that I don't trust my 2 uncles. Some things are just better done by oneself. It gives a greater sense of security. What about your security? Elder Zhu said angrily. I heard that the secret formula you painstakingly obtained was snatched away before it even warmed your hands. If your two uncles had been there, would it have ended up like this? Feng looked ashamed. It's my fault for being overconfident. I didn't expect it to be like the mantis stalking the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. But I already know the identity of the person who seized it. When he comes back, I will make him pay. Speaking of which, Feng Xiao couldn't help but show a murderous look in his eyes. Elder Zhu asked in confusion, you said bring him back. Could it be that the one who seized it is actually a disciple of the Taiwei sect? Feng Xiao sneered and said, you can never truly know someone's heart. Unexpectedly, after 5 years in our sect, he has been not only useless, but also a traitor. Since he insists on committing such heartless and unjust acts, I can only teach him a lesson. Elder Song heard this, and seemed to ponder. Since this person dared to snatch it from you, and even succeeded with Baifang's words, then this person must be quite powerful. As far as I know, among all the disciples of Taiwei sect, except for you, only 2 have reached the innate realm, and they are both from the 3rd branch. Could it be that the one who betrayed us this time is actually a disciple of the 3rd branch? Feng Xiao didn't speak directly. Instead, he said, Elders, on this trip, although you couldn't bring back the information we needed, I unexpectedly obtained another useful piece of information. Please stay for a few more days. I promise to bring back the useful information you need. Elder Song comforted. Xiaofeng, there's no need to worry about this matter. Although the forest fire is serious, it doesn't need to be resolved immediately. Rest for a few days first. We'll discuss the forest fire after you've recovered. Elder Zhu nodded and said, you nearly lost your life on this trip. You should take a good rest first. I don't want the news of your death to come before the wildfire does. Elder Zhu's words may sound harsh, but his concern is evident. Feng Xiao smiled and said, don't worry, elders. My life is very valuable. I won't let it be wasted. After sending off the 2 elders, Feng sat cross-legged on the bed, deep in thought. This trip out was fraught with danger, but the greatest danger wasn't fighting the shadow of Bifang on Bifang Yuan, but battling those 3 golden core stage demon cultivators. In this confrontation, he nearly exhausted all his means. Only then did they successfully kill 3 people. This time, it can be said that it was young Master Feng's first time killing enemies at the golden core stage, and he killed 3 at once. This gave young Master Feng a rough understanding of his own strength. The Qian Kun manual that young Master Feng practices progresses very slowly, but it has immense potential. Moreover, before reaching the golden core stage, there is a chance to reshape his foundation. But he needs to go to a special place to complete this step. After Qing Xiao dealt with those 3 demon cultivators, he felt his own realm was slightly loosening. If nothing goes wrong, he can enter the golden core stage in at most 3 months, so he must visit that place within 3 months. However, that place is in Central State, 10,000 miles away from Taiwei Mountain, so this trip is quite far. It won't be possible to come back in a short time. Before setting off, he needs to resolve the flexible matters first. Since the local words have been stolen by Yi Chen, it's basically impossible to get them back. Yi Chen's whereabouts are unknown, but he probably won't return in the short term. Although young Master Feng said he would expel Yi Chen from the sect, Yi Chen is, after all, the child of destiny, and the experiences of a child of destiny are often irrational. What is a disaster for others may be a great opportunity for the child of destiny. Therefore, to prevent any accidents, young Master Feng decided to act alone this time, and to obtain the spiritual fire before Yi Chen returns. I will never give him a second chance to snatch it. On the way back to the mountain, Feng Xiao unexpectedly noticed that the luck condensed by the heavenly flower sword had increased again. Not only that, he also discovered faint signs of transformation in the heavenly flower sword. This made Feng Xiao both surprised and delighted. Although he didn't know why he had the heavenly flower sword, over the years, Feng Xiao had already gained many benefits from it. He already treats the heavenly sword as his greatest cheat. Although he traveled here without a system, this heavenly sword is no worse than a system. It's just that the heavenly sword often gives only ambiguous descriptions of treasures. More details often need to be found by himself through ancient ruins. But this time, the heavenly sword's transformation gave Feng Xiao more detailed information. Like now, Feng Xiao learned about the location of the 6 yang spiritual fire from the celestial warning. In terms of rank, the 6 yang spiritual fire is even above the Bifang flame. With such a spiritual fire to bolster the mountain, it would enhance not only alchemy and forging, but even add a new function to the mountain's protective array. Thinking of this, a trace of excitement flashed in Feng Xiao's eyes. Feng Xiao temporarily put aside his hatred for Yi Chen, But right now, the most important thing is to get his body back in shape. He then began to meditate and regulate his breathing. The universe manual, though extremely slow and quiet, is almost an all-purpose method. There are no flaws to be found. After circulating the yin and yang energies, the wounds on Feng Xiao's body healed quickly. Even the true qi in his dantian filled up quickly. In just a few hours, young Master Feng had almost recovered to full strength. When he finished meditating, it was already dark outside. He walked out of the room, and found that it was already the hour of the ox. Normally, the other disciples would be asleep by this time. At this moment, Taiwei Mountain fell into complete silence. Only the faint sounds of insects and birds could be heard. Feng Xiao summoned his sword with a celestial flower. After determining the location of the 6-sheep spirit tiger, he flew away. In an instant, he disappeared without a trace. At this time, everyone in the Taiwei sect was still asleep. Lu Qingyuan didn't know how long he had been wandering in this forest. He wasn't even sure if he wanted to leave, because of shielding Yi Chen, which led to Feng Xiao, who always had high expectations of him. Even considering expelling him from the sect, Lu Qingyuan felt extremely distressed. And at the moment he was teleported by Feng Xiao, he suddenly realized that Feng Xiao had already sacrificed too much for this sect, and had given too much for disciples like them. He is merely their senior brother, but he takes care of almost everything in the sect. Even the skills they practice were personally taught by Feng Xiao. Feng Xiao has truly done everything he could for them, so no one has the right to ask Feng Xiao to do more. Originally, Lu Qingyuan had some resentment towards Feng Xiao. But now he feels only deep guilt in his heart. He feels guilty for letting down Feng Xiao's expectations of him. He felt guilty for placing the sect's interests above his junior brother. Even more, he felt guilty for not distinguishing right from wrong. In his heart, he even felt a bit of resentment. Resentment towards Yi Chen for seizing the hard-earned Bijifang words from them. Resentment towards Yi Chen for placing him in such a difficult situation. He wandered in the forest for an unknown amount of time, until the night quietly passed. Until the sky gradually brightened, he finally made up his mind. Whether or not Feng Xiao forgives him, he must return to the sect, and admit his mistakes to Feng Xiao. No matter the punishment, he will willingly accept it. So he took to his sword, and flew into the sky. After seeing clearly that there was a city 100 miles away, he immediately flew towards that place. He needed to first determine his location, in order to find a way back to the Taiwei sect. And a large city was obviously the best place to get his bearings. However, he didn't know that not long ago, Feng Xiao had just arrived in this city. According to the smallpox pre-screening, the Xixiang Spirit Fire is located about 1,800 li west of the Taiwei sect. Since there's no need to bring others this time, Feng Xiao can fly at full speed. In just a few hours, he arrives at a large city 500 li away. Now that dawn has broken, Feng Xiao decides to rest for a while. By the way, let's have some breakfast. In fact, for cultivators who have reached Feng Xiao's level, it's not a problem to go without food for 10 days to half a month. But since he hasn't reached the innate realm, completely absorbing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth can only supplement part of it. The body's consumption cannot be fully replenished. Therefore, occasionally eating a meal is beneficial to the body. Moreover, eating itself is one of life's great pleasures. Without fasting or abstaining from food, why give up this pleasure? And when Feng Xiao was walking in the city streets, Lu Qingyuan also arrived in the city. Feng Xiao's teleportation token can send him up to 500 miles away, but the location is random. Even Feng Xiao did not expect that Lu Qingyuan would happen to teleport near this city. After Lu Qingyuan entered the city, he was about to ask someone for directions, when he saw a familiar figure in the distance. It was none other than Brother Feng. Why would he be here? Encountering a fellow disciple from his sect hundreds of miles away should have made Lu Qingyuan happy. But it happened to be Feng Xiao. Facing Feng Xiao, Lu Qingyuan inevitably felt a bit guilty. After thinking it over, Lu Qingyuan decided not to meet Feng Xiao for now. He decided to follow him to see what he was up to. If Feng Xiao needed anything, maybe he could lend a hand. To make up for his mistake, he watched Feng Xiao walk into an inn. Lu Qingyuan looked around, and found a nearby tea house to sit down. He casually ordered a cup of tea and started drinking. Not long after, Feng Xiao came out of the inn, and then headed straight for the west gate of the city. Lu Qingyuan quickly paid his bill and followed him. After leaving the city gate, Feng casually found an empty place and took off. Seeing this, Lu Qingyuan became even more confused about what Brother Feng was going to do. He also took off and followed him. At this time, Feng's flying speed was extremely fast. Lu Qingyuan almost used all his strength to barely keep up with him. When he landed that night, Lu Qingyuan felt a sudden emptiness in his body, and almost fell to the ground. He quickly sat down to catch his breath. Meanwhile, a few miles ahead, Feng Xiao looked back. Lu Qingyuan's cultivation was ultimately a bit inferior to Yi Chen's, and he had almost exhausted all his strength to catch up with Feng Xiao. Lu Qingyuan's presence was easily detected by Feng Xiao. Feng Xiao didn't want to cause any trouble, so he deliberately increased his speed, but it was unclear what Lu Qingyuan was thinking. Even when Feng Xiao was almost out of sight, he still followed closely behind. Feng Xiao couldn't help but hesitate. Lu Qingyuan was still injured. If he keeps depleting his qi like this, it will inevitably affect his recovery. But if we let him continue following us, unexpected situations are bound to happen. He's afraid of these children of fate. They can hardly do anything right, and just cause trouble all day. However, thinking of how Lu Qingyuan fought bravely yesterday to cover his fellow disciples' retreat, Feng Xiao sighed slightly. Forget it, let him be. If he tries to stir up trouble again, I can handle it myself. The night passed quietly. The next day, Feng Xiao continued heading west. This time, he deliberately slowed his pace, so that Lu Qingyuan could catch up. Although Lu Qingyuan was curious why Feng Xiao slowed down, he didn't think much about it. He just assumed Feng Xiao wanted to conserve energy, because Feng Xiao deliberately held back. This time Lu Qingyuan easily caught up. He even had the energy to conceal his aura. They flew for half a day again. Feng Xiao finally landed in front of a mountain peak. After teasing and playing, and sitting for a while, Feng Xiao raised his state to the peak. Only then did he stand up, and began to observe the mountain peak in front of him. This mountain looked very ordinary, among the many famous mountains and rivers in the upper region. At most, it can only be considered a small hill, but who would have thought that the famous six-sheep spiritual flame was hidden within this peak? The six-sheep spiritual flame is the fire of the sheep, though it can't compare to the nine heavens fiery flame, also a sheep fire. Among the many spiritual flames, it is considered one of the best. If one were to use the six-sheep spiritual flame to refine elixirs, it can easily neutralize the individual components, and enhance the quality of the elixir by at least one level. If the ice blade is forged with 6-yang spirit fire, it can also gain the effect of dispelling evil and breaking barriers. Thus, it will be twice as effective against Dimashio. Moreover, the 6-yang spirit fire can be used to reinforce the mountain guardian formation, adding a burning attribute to it. The power can more than double such a spiritual flame. It's imaginable, if the world knew its whereabouts, what kind of commotion would it cause? But now, the six-sheep spiritual flame quietly hides in this unremarkable hill. Besides young Master Feng, no one knows of its existence. Feng Xiao passed through the heavenly flower inspection. After a thorough investigation, he finally found a small cave entrance at the foot of the mountain. This cave entrance was extremely hidden. If not deliberately looking for it, it would be almost impossible to find. And when Feng Xiao saw this cave entrance, an inexplicable strange thought arose in his mind. This well-hidden entrance feels like it was specially arranged for someone. Feng Xiao can even imagine a protagonist of destiny being chased by enemies, accidentally discovering this hidden entrance while escaping, then entering it and obtaining the 6-yang spiritual flame, gaining immense power, and coming out to wipe out the entire enemy clan. Thinking of this, Feng Xiao couldn't help but shake his head, and laugh at himself. These past few days, the child of destiny has made him so paranoid, that even such a cliched scenario came to mind. After clearing his mind of distractions, Feng Xiao no longer hesitated. He dove into the cave. As Feng Xiao entered the cave, Lu Qingyuan watched this scene from a distance, and grew increasingly puzzled. He knew that Feng Xiao often took people down the mountain to travel, and that Feng Xiao always found opportunities. Honestly, Feng Xiao's numerous opportunities would make anyone jealous and curious, but fortunately, Feng Xiao never kept them to himself. The good things obtained by chance were mostly handed over to the sect. The rest were mostly given by Feng Xiao to other fellow disciples. For example, the accessory in Lu Qingyuan's hand was forged from materials Feng Xiao found outside. It seems this time, Feng Xiao got some news from somewhere again, and came over to search for opportunities. But why this time? Is Feng Xiao coming out alone? With doubts in his heart, Lu Qingyuan quietly followed him. Beyond the cave entrance was an extremely narrow passage. Only one person could walk through it. After walking for about a few hundred meters, the passage gradually widened. After walking for dozens of meters, Lu Qingyuan suddenly felt a sense of relief. Before his eyes appeared a vast, expansive dark cavern. Lu Qingyuan gazed into the distance. After searching for a while, he quickly found Feng Xiao's figure. he saw Feng Shao walking slowly in the cavern. He seemed to have already had a target in mind, and walked straight ahead, without a moment of hesitation. When he reached the stone wall of the cave on the other side, Feng Shao finally stopped. Then Lu Qingyuan saw Feng Shao squat down, and take out some things from his storage ring, starting to set them up. Before long, a simple formation appeared under Feng Shao's feet. After Lu Qingyuan observed carefully, he was astonished to discover that he had never seen this formation before. This formation didn't seem to belong to the sect. So where did Feng Shao learn it from? It seems that the secrets this senior brother Xingzi carries are far more than he imagined. He even started to become curious about Feng Shao's identity, having so many opportunities, and knowing so many secrets. What is the background of this senior brother Saint Sun? Was he really just randomly picked up from the snow by the sect master uncle? At this moment, Feng Shao had no idea about the thoughts lingering in Lu Qingyuan's mind. While he was setting up the formation, he also diverted some attention to secretly observe Lu Qingyuan. He was unclear about Lu Qingyuan's purpose for following. Although the other party likely had no ill intentions, Feng Shao still made some preparations. After the formation was completed, Feng Shao stood up. Facing the stone wall, he drew his long sword. At the same time, faint crimson runes appeared on the stone wall, emitting an intense, scorching heat. Lu Qingyuan saw this, and couldn't help but widen his eyes. Such an aura, could it be that the matter sealed in the stone wall? Before he could finish his thought, he saw Feng Shao suddenly shout, and strike the stone wall with his sword. Feng Shao unleashed a full-force strike. A matchless sword energy shot out of his hand. It crashed into the stone wall with a boom. However, at the moment the sword energy hit the wall, fiery runes instantly flared brightly. Then, a strange wailing sound came from within. Feng Shao's face turned serious. Immediately, he unleashed another sword energy strike. The sword still couldn't split the stone wall, but the runes grew even brighter. A strange wail sounded again, and this time, there was a hint of anger in the wail. The next moment, the cave suddenly shook. The mountain trembled. Stones and sand fell in a rush. At the same time, the crimson rune also shone to the extreme. Then a colossal figure flashed by, unexpectedly jumped out of the rune. When Feng Shao and Lu Qingyuan saw it clearly, they were shocked to find it was a giant python, at least 100 meters long. No one knew how many years the giant python had rested. Its body was immensely huge. On the crimson skin, faintly visible are densely packed patterns. The giant python opened its pair of fiery red eyes, and stared intently at Feng Shao. But Feng Shao fearlessly stared back at it. The sword in his hand was ready to strike. What a fire-swallowing giant python! It must have been cultivating here for 1,000 years. But sorry, this time I have to take the 6 Sun Forest fire, Feng Shao said calmly. The fourth fire-swallowing python understood Feng Shao's words. An endless murderous intent shone in its eyes. It opened its bloody mouth wide. A surge of fiery flames roared down. The scorching flames not only lit up the entire cave, but also illuminated Lu Qingyuan's shocked face. Brother Feng came here this time. It turns out to be here for the 6 Sun spiritual flame. Every spiritual object has a guardian. According to Bai Feng's words, the 6 Sun spiritual flame is no exception. As for this battle, Feng Shao had anticipated it long ago. He immediately started to tangle with the fire-swallowing giant python. Who knows how many thousands of years this fire-swallowing python has been cultivating. In terms of strength, it is enough to rival the Golden Core stage. It can even barely contend with the nascent Soul stage. With his near Golden Core stage strength, young Master Feng naturally struggles to deal with it. You can see young Master Feng constantly using sword techniques, alternating between Taiwei sect and Xiaoyao Hall. Countless sword auras continuously strike towards the fire-swallowing python. Under Feng Shao's relentless attacks, the fire-swallowing python was continuously hit. Layers of scales were slashed open, revealing the crimson flesh beneath. The fire-swallowing python winced in pain, constantly letting out deafening roars. The roars of the fire-swallowing python were quite eerie, sounding almost human. It sounded like a dragon's roar, sharp and piercing, carrying a howl akin to a scorching curse. With each sound, Feng Shao and Lu Qingyuan felt as if their souls were being shaken apart. Amidst the battle, Feng Shao couldn't help but marvel. He remembered that snakes shouldn't have vocal cords. How could this fire-swallowing python make such a roar? Is it going to mutate? Or is it going to transform? Thinking of the word transformation, Feng Shao had a realization. He realized he might have been a bit overconfident. For a demon beast to transform, it usually needs to cultivate to a state similar to the Taoist transforming spirit stage. But before reaching the close combat state of transformation, Some parts of the demonic beasts start to transform towards human form. Among these, the vocal cords are one of the first to change, and this flame-swallowing python can produce a sound similar to a human roar, proving it is very close to transforming. Such strength far surpasses that of an ordinary golden core cultivator. Thinking of this, Feng Xiao frowned. Taking advantage of the attack's aftermath, Yu quickly took out a pill and swallowed it. After swallowing the pill, Feng Xiao immediately felt his soul power elevate to a higher level. No matter how the giant python roared, it couldn't affect him anymore. Lurking in the shadows, Lu Qingyuan didn't have such a pill. He could only rely on his own strength to resist. But after resisting for a while, he began to feel dazed. My chest feels tight and nauseous. At this moment, Feng Xiao suddenly thrust his sword. A sword energy about 10 feet long shot out from his hand. It headed straight for the giant python's weak spot. The giant python couldn't dodge in time. It was hit directly by the sword energy. Instantly, it was slashed into a bloody mess. The giant python roared angrily, but the roar became hoarse due to the heavy blow. Lu Qingyuan, who was hiding in the dark, finally breathed a sigh of relief. This strike from Feng Xiao had obviously injured the giant python's vocal cords. For a moment, the fire-swallowing python could no longer let out the terrifying roars it did before. But this strike also completely enraged the fire-swallowing python. The fire-swallowing python kept opening its bloody mouth, continuously spewing out hot flames towards Feng Xiao. Feng Xiao kept dodging with his footwork and body movements. Just as it melted at the shoulder, it dodged the flames spewed by the fire-swallowing giant python. Up to this point in the battle, Feng Xiao's expression became more serious. For the fire-swallowing giant python to live up to its name, shows that it feeds on flames. This type of spirit beast usually doesn't breathe fire, because flames are like vital blood to them. Each breath consumes 1% of its strength. It's reasonable for the fire-swallowing python to breathe fire once or twice, but if it keeps breathing fire, it's not hunting anymore. It's a fight to the death. Obviously, the sword strike from Wind just now didn't just enrage the fire-swallowing python. It even drove the fire-swallowing python crazy. As the saying goes, the weak fear the strong fear the reckless fear those who are fearless. Now, the fire-swallowing python is in a fearless state. Under the fearless attack of the fire-swallowing python, Feng Xiao is in grave danger. Several times, he was almost hit by the flames. Watching this made Lu Qingyuan's heart pound with fear. He also had no idea where Feng Xiao learned these movements. But somehow, the fire-swallowing python couldn't hurt him. Until this moment, Lu Qingyuan suddenly realized that Feng Xiao's strength was far greater than he had imagined. Watching Feng Xiao face the frenzied attacks of the fire-swallowing python, he could only fend off the attacks for a while. Lu Qingyuan couldn't help but hesitate in his heart. Should he go up and help? If he helps, would Feng Xiao overthink it? Fortunately, Feng Xiao was well prepared. After tangling with the fire-swallowing giant python for a while, he began moving towards the prearranged formation. Although the fire-swallowing giant python had been cultivating for a long time, but the fierce aura was not diminished, and the spirituality naturally lacked a lot. Under the deliberate temptation of Feng Xiao, he did not generate much suspicion. Step by step approaching the trap set by Feng Xiao. Closer. Closer, Feng Xiao remained calm, stepping on the 7 stars. With a quick dodge, he retreated 2 or 3 meters. The fire-breathing giant python didn't suspect much, and followed closely. When the fire-breathing giant python stepped into the center of the formation, Feng Xiao made a decisive decision, immediately activated the formation. The next moment, the formation's light shone brightly. Golden chains appeared from the ground out of nowhere, and then tightly wrapped around the fire-swallowing giant snake. The fire-swallowing giant snake roared angrily. Its massive tail kept striking the ground, making the entire cave tremble. Rocks and sand fell rapidly again. Wind Whistle's face was dark as water. His swinging sword almost became a blur. The sword auras almost formed a straight line, continuously attacking the vital spot of the giant python. In the blink of an eye, the giant python's vital spot was a bloody mess. Foul blood splattered everywhere. Seeing this, Lu Qingyuan couldn't help but secretly breathe a sigh of relief. Luckily, it seems that senior brother Feng can handle this giant python on his own. The fire-breathing python's weak spot was attacked. It twisted in pain incessantly. Under his intense struggle, 2 golden iron chains were shockingly broken. The light of the formation dimmed slightly. Feng Xiao's expression changed. Without thinking, he flew backward. The next moment, there was a bang. Several cracking sounds followed in succession. The fire-devouring python forcefully broke free from the formation's restraints, rushed madly towards Wind Whistle. The fire-swallowing python was obviously completely insane. It actually charged straight at Wind Whistle. Despite the fire-swallowing python's huge body, its speed was like lightning. If Wind Whistle hadn't anticipated it, he would have been hit directly by the fire-swallowing python. The fire-swallowing python missed its strike. Once again raising its head high, it aimed at the Wind Whistle's position, and opened its mouth to spray. Hot flames spewed out several meters away, and the Wind Whistle had to dodge to the side. But the fire-swallowing giant snake went all out this time, the flames relentlessly chasing the Wind Whistle. Before long, a large fire has already ignited on the ground. This place is rich in vegetation. Its natural flames can ignite all the vegetation, but the Six Suns forest fire is different. Even without vegetation, it can ignite spontaneously without roots. As the fire-breathing serpent spews more flames, the temperature in the cave has also risen significantly. Originally a cool winter cave, has now almost turned into a fiery pit. This time, Feng Xiao is truly on the verge of losing. Just as Feng Xiao was contemplating how to deal with the fire-swallowing giant serpent, a sword energy suddenly flew in from afar, striking the bloody and battered weak spot of the giant serpent. The fire-swallowing giant serpent roared again, its massive head turning towards the direction from which the sword energy came. He saw a graceful girl who looked no more than 17 or 18. She was holding a long sword, glaring at him fiercely. The fire-swallowing giant snake hissed, and lunged at the girl. Seeing this, the girl immediately shouted to Feng Xixiang, "I'll take care of this beast for you." Saying this, the girl began to use her body techniques, doing her best to engage with the fire-swallowing giant serpent. Feng Xiao glanced at Lu Qingyuan with a complex expression, but said nothing. Without hesitation, he flew towards the crimson rune. He took out a red gourd, channeling his true qi, and uttering an incantation. The gourd's mouth is facing the red rune. As the incantation sounds, the rune suddenly lights up. In the next moment, an extremely hot flame rushes down from the rune, heading straight for the red gourd in Feng Xiao's mouth. At the same time, the fire-swallowing giant python seems to sense something, turning its head to look at Feng Xiao. Seeing Feng Xiao collecting the six yang spiritual fire again, he couldn't help but get furious. Twisting his body, he charged at Feng Xiao. Lu Qingyuan was shocked upon seeing this. He quickly turned around and launched a swift attack at the fire-swallowing giant python. Lu Qingyuan didn't know how to attract the attention of the fire-swallowing giant python. He just kept aiming at the vital spots of the fire-swallowing giant python. But at this moment, the fire-swallowing python was single-mindedly focused on reclaiming the six yang spirit fire. It paid no attention to Lu Qingyuan's actions. Seeing the distance between the fire-swallowing python and the wind whistle getting shorter and shorter, with no other options, Lu Qingyuan decided to go directly in front of the fire-swallowing python. He shouted at the fire-swallowing python that if it wanted to pass, it had to go through him first. The fire-swallowing python suddenly opened its huge, bloody mouth. A searing flame surged up to his throat. Lu Qingyuan couldn't help but open his eyes wide. At this moment, he had no idea how to fend off such scorching flames. But if he tried to dodge, there was Feng Xiao behind him. If he dodged, then the fire from the fire-swallowing python would undoubtedly hit Feng Xiao. Just as Lu Qingyuan was at a loss about what to do, Feng Xiao suddenly shouted, "Sister Lu." Instinctively, Lu Qingyuan turned her head and reached out her hand. She felt something small land in her hand. She opened her palm and looked down. It was a small triangular token. Before Lu Qingyuan could react, a surge of fierce flames rushed towards her. Facing such intense flames, the only thing Lu Qingyuan could do was close his eyes. Even if he were burned to ashes, it didn't matter. After all, he had repaid his sect for their nurturing. But at this moment, Lu Qingyuan still had a slight regret in his heart. If possible, he wanted to do more. However, after waiting for a while, Lu Qingyuan still didn't feel any burning sensation on his body. He opened his eyes in confusion, only to find himself under a dark red shield. The flames of the giant fire serpent surged down, but were completely blocked by the thin shield. He looked down in confusion, and saw the triangular prisoner slowly burning. Although he didn't know the origin of this triangular prisoner, it was undoubtedly a treasure that could resist flames. It goes without saying how precious such treasures are. Yet during the battle with the flame-swallowing python, young Master Feng never used it. In the end, he used it on him without hesitation. Lu Qingyuan felt very conflicted. His eyes were already misted with tears. "Sorry, Brother Feng, I was wrong," Lu Qingyuan muttered, lowering his head, then suddenly lifted his head, staring at the fire-swallowing python, a murderous intent in his eyes. "With me here, don't think you can harm Senior Brother Feng." Lu Qingyuan let out a long roar, raised his long sword. A massive sword energy surged against the flames, straight to the giant python's chin. Lu Qingyuan's heavy blow made the giant python roar in pain. Its massive tail lashed the ground wildly in agony. Seizing the moment when the fire-swallowing python was disoriented by the pain, Lu Qingyuan merged with his sword, and charged at the python like a meteor, plunging straight into its vital point. The giant python's hissing abruptly stopped. The next moment, Lu Qingyuan emerged from behind the python, tearing through its skin. The foul snake blood almost dyed her into a bloodied figure. It was impossible to see her former stunning beauty. No one in the Taiwei sect would have expected that this woman, the most beautiful in the sect, would have such a disheveled side. But Lu Qingyuan felt. She had never felt as joyful as she did at this moment. She felt so exhilarated that she couldn't help but let out a scornful howl. When the giant python's body fell heavily to the ground, Feng Xiao was looking at Lu Qingyuan, with a gratified look in his eyes. He had actually broken through at this moment. It seems that breaking through in the midst of battle is truly the privilege of the chosen one, Feng Xiao thought silently. On this day, Taiwei sect welcomed an unexpected guest. Unexpected guest. At that time, Qin Yangzi was meditating and practicing in his training room. Since accepting Feng Xiao as his first disciple, almost all matters in the sect have been handled by Feng Xiao. Even the teaching of skills and knowledge is led by Feng Xiao, while Qin Yangzi and others meditate and practice in their rooms at ease, resting on the ancestral techniques handed down. So for Qin Yangzi, it was truly an uneventful day, until a disciple came to his door, and reported to Qin Yangzi that someone claiming to be the sect leader's martial uncle was requesting to enter the mountain gate to meet the sect leader. Upon hearing this, Qin Yangzi was completely baffled. After thinking for a while, he finally remembered that he did have such a martial uncle. However, in Qin Jiangzi's impression, this martial uncle left the sect a long time ago. It's been about 70 or 80 years now. After all these years, this martial uncle never returned to the sect, and there has been no news from him. It was as if he had disappeared from the world long ago. It wasn't until a disciple reminded him today that he remembered he had a martial uncle. But why did the martial uncle suddenly return to the sect? Qin Yangzi didn't think much of it. He directly instructed a disciple to receive the martial uncle in the main hall. After tidying himself up, Qin Yangzi went to the main hall, only to see an old man with a scruffy beard and tattered clothes sitting in a most undignified manner on a chair, leisurely drinking alcohol. Qin Yangzi at first glance didn't recognize the other person. He wouldn't call someone martial uncle just because they claimed to be. He'd at least confirm their identity first. But before he could see the other's face clearly, the old man suddenly slammed the table, shouted, Qin Yangzi, do you admit your guilt? Which Qin Yangzi are you talking about? Just ask if I admit my guilt. Qin Yangzi was furious inside, but outwardly, he calmly said, I am Qin Yangzi. May I ask your esteemed name, senior? The old man looked at Qin Yangzi for a while. Suddenly, with a cold laugh, Qin Jiangzi said, you've become quite capable. You don't even recognize your uncle anymore. Well, my senior brother has really taken a good disciple. Qin Jiangzi, neither humble nor arrogant, replied, I did have an uncle once, but he has been missing for many years. Since you claim to be my uncle, do you have any proof? The old man said grimly, proof? This face of mine is the proof. You, Qin Yangzi, do you think just because you became the head now, you can disregard your martial uncle? Qin Yangzi almost wanted to curse. What is with this old man? You say you are my martial uncle, but you need to provide evidence. When Uncle Master left the Taiwei sect back then, Qin Jiangzi had just joined the sect for a few years. Moreover, he was focused on his cultivation. He had no interaction with this Uncle Master. They only met a few times during holidays. Since they rarely saw each other, meeting again after 70 or 80 years, how could he recognize the other person at a glance? This old man is being completely unreasonable. But considering that the other person might really be his martial uncle, Qin Yangzi could only suppress his dissatisfaction. He calmly said, Senior, you may not know, when my martial uncle left the sect, I was still very young, and didn't have much of an impression of him. You naturally claim to be my martial uncle, then please show your proof. Otherwise, I'll have to ask you to leave our sect. The old man laughed angrily. Just as he was about to speak, a voice said, Martial granduncle, don't worry, the sect leader hasn't seen you for many years. It's normal that he doesn't recognize you. Until this moment, Qin Yangzi realized that Yi Chen was sitting next to the old man. At this time, Yi Chen had a look of a loving father and son. He was very respectful to the old man, and his tone was very polite. However, he called the old man Grandmaster Uncle right away. This made Qin Yangzi a little unhappy. You need to know your place, kid. Admit it if you want, but don't drag others into it. Before Qin Jiangzi could speak, Yi Chen said to Qin Jiangzi, Master Sect Leader, this elder is indeed our sect's grand uncle master. He once used our sect's secret technique in front of me. If he wasn't one of us, it would have been impossible for him to use it. Upon hearing this, Qin Jiangzi, he cast a somewhat displeased glance at Yi Chen. This time, it wasn't because he was annoyed at Yi Chen for falsely claiming kinship, but because he was dissatisfied with Yi Chen's attitude. When Qin Jiangzi walked into the hall, Yi Chen did not stand up to salute, but sat in a chair with the old man. Not only that, when he started to speak, he also had no intention of saluting. It was as if I was not the headmaster in front of him, but rather an equal. Qin Jiangzi couldn't help but secretly think, perhaps the etiquette and upbringing of the three disciples needed more attention. While thinking this, the old man suddenly slammed the table again, and shouted at Qin Jiangzi, I ask you, do you know your crime? Why don't you answer? Qin Jiangzi slightly furrowed his brows, and asked somewhat displeased, what crime have I committed? The old man sneered, and said, you have 3 offenses, failing to distinguish loyalty from treachery, not discerning right from wrong, misusing public resources for personal gain, and appointing people based on favoritism. The first crime is negligence, and dereliction of duty, laziness, sloth, and lack of ambition. The second crime is poor judgment of character, and inability to discern people, allowing the illegitimate son to take power. The third crime is, in addition, add disrespect to elders. You said you committed these 4 sins. Why don't you admit your guilt? Is this old man Qin Jiangzi crazy? He comes in listing 4 sins, except for the last one, which barely makes sense. The other 3 are just absurd. I don't even know where to start. Qin Jiangzi was pondering where exactly the problem lay, when he caught a glimpse of the pride in Yi Chen's eyes, and immediately understood that this old man might have been fooled by Yi Chen. To be honest, although Yi Chen lost to Feng Xiao at the Holy Sun conferment ceremony, Qin Jiangzi still valued this disciple greatly. After all, it is indeed impressive that Yi Chen reached the innate realm in just 5 years. He even thought privately, if Yi Chen could openly and honestly surpass Feng Xiao in the future, then the position of Holy Sun could be considered for him. Even the marriage alliance with Yunjian Pavilion could be transferred to him. But now, unexpectedly, Yi Chen somehow found an unidentified old man, who aggressively came to question him. So in this matter, what role did Yi Chen actually play, and what effect did he have? Could it be that this boy coveted the position of the Holy Sun, but couldn't get it, so he turned to covet the position of headmaster instead? Thinking of this, Qin Jiangzi's eyes shifted, and he said to the old man, please forgive my poor eyesight. I really don't recognize you, senior. Since you claim to be a disciple of Taiwei's sect, you must have the sect's disciple token. Please show your disciple token, so I can confirm your identity. Qin Jiangzi keeps calling him a disciple, hinting that no matter if you're the uncle master, I'm the current leader of Taiwei's sect, and at most, you are just a disciple. What elder? Please, Taiwei's sect hasn't had an elder position for hundreds of years. The 2 elders of the alchemy pavilion and the forging room were brought in by Feng Xiao from outside, and that uncle was indeed an ordinary disciple when he left the Taiwei sect. The token he held was also a disciple token, but if he really took out the disciple token, so even if he proved his identity, the situation still favored Qin Jiangzi. It must be said, Qin Jiangzi's words cornered the old man. The old man, upon hearing this, looked extremely embarrassed. Sure Wudao, after all these years, it's just a token, who would always carry it with them? I have no idea where I hid it a long time ago. Qin Jiangzi felt a surge of joy. With a smile on his face, he said, since that's the case, I can't confirm your identity as a senior. Although Taiwei's sect isn't a major sect, we still can't randomly recognize someone as a senior of our sect. I hope you understand. The old man, upon hearing this, became furious out of shame. How dare you, Qin Jiangzi, with your uncle master present, you still refuse to acknowledge it? What did your master teach you back then? Have you forgotten the order of seniority in our sect? Qin Jiangzi calmly replied, I haven't forgotten the order of seniority in our sect. I always keep it in mind. But your identity is unclear, and there's no evidence to prove who you are, so I can only address you as senior. I was careless. I shouldn't have pawned the token for wine back then. When Qin Jiangzi and the old man's conversation reached an impasse, it was ultimately Yi Chen who broke the deadlock. Yi Chen spoke loudly, Master Uncle, Great Uncle is a bit straightforward, so some things he says may not sound pleasant, but what he says is for the good of the Taiwei sect. Master Uncle, have you noticed that when people of Eastern Zhou mention the Taiwei sect now, they only know the Taiwei sect's holy son, but unbeknownst to the head of the Taiwei sect. After the Grand Master heard about this, he was heartbroken. That's why he rushed back to Taiwei sect. I implore the sect leader, considering the Grand Master's sincere intentions, not to be too obsessed with formalities. Qin Jiangzi heard this. He furrowed his brows slightly. Actually, whether this old man is really the Grand Uncle Master or not, Qin Yangzi had some doubts in his heart, but he didn't think anyone would be bored enough to impersonate a senior of a small sect. However, to say that this person cares deeply about the Taiwei sect, that's not necessarily true either. If he truly cared about the future and fate of the Taiwei sect, he wouldn't have left the sect when it was under threat. Run away to live a carefree life. Now that the Taiwei sect has escaped from the almost disbanded forbidden area, it is thanks to the efforts of the current disciples of the Taiwei sect. It has nothing to do with this Uncle Master who has been away for many years, suddenly returning at this time. Naturally, Qin Yangzi feels uncomfortable. However, Yi Chen did make a good point. When people of the Eastern Zhou now mention the Taiwei sect, they only know the holy son of Taiwei sect, but they don't know the leader of Taiwei sect. His title as leader sounds impressive, but in reality, whether outside or within, his reputation is not as great as Feng Shao. Some even said that if it weren't for Taiwei sect's good luck in finding Feng Shao, this treasure, Taiwei sect might have disappeared long ago. Although these words are not without reason, Qin Yangzi still felt uncomfortable hearing them. When Taiwei sect was demonstrating its might, he wholeheartedly wanted to challenge their sect, but unfortunately, his abilities were limited. Under his leadership, Taiwei sect's situation did not improve compared to before. Instead, it got worse day by day, until Feng Shao joined the sect. Taiwei sect finally began to revive, and became a somewhat famous second-rate sect in Eastern Zhou. However, after Taiwei sect gradually rose, Qin Jiangzi's thoughts became active. He started to want to use Taiwei sect's fame and strength to establish his own image as a respected elder in Eastern Zhou, rather than being like a puppet. I can only hide behind young Master Feng, but unfortunately, there are far more people in the sect who obey young Master Feng than those who look up to him as the sect leader. Even his junior brother, Qin Zhao, and junior sister Du Yuanxi respect young Master Feng more, rather than him, their senior sect leader. He even suspects that one day he might wake up. Someone asked him to abdicate and pass on his position, directly handing over the leadership to Feng Shao. His concern was not groundless. There were already signs. Once, he went into the treasure pavilion, wanting to take a magical artifact. Unexpectedly, the disciple guarding the treasure pavilion said the matter must be decided by Feng Shao. Only if young Master Feng nods in agreement can he take the magical treasure. That's the matter. That makes Qin Yangzi feel very uncomfortable. He suspects that perhaps young Master Feng has gradually sidelined him as the sect leader, and that one day, the sect will be completely controlled by young Master Feng. Actually, you can't blame young Master Feng for this. Young Master Feng set this rule, mainly to prevent the treasures in the treasury from mismatching with the tree's spiritual energy, and having nothing to use when needed. Although the disciple guarding the treasury is a bit stubborn, you can't blame that disciple, because Feng said early on that everyone in the entire sect must follow the rules. No matter who they are, no one is an exception. As for the headmaster being sidelined, that was entirely Qin Jiangzi's own doing. Feng Shao himself is someone who respects his teachers and values their teachings. He holds Qin Jiangzi's prestige in the Taiwei sect in high regard. So, in the early days of developing the sect, Feng Shao would deliberately involve his master. Even if Qin Jiangzi did nothing at all, at least he would make his presence felt. But many of Feng Shao's decisions puzzled Qin Jiangzi, but often ends up having surprising effects. At the beginning, Qin Yangzi would still show up to make his presence known, but when he realized he was basically useless, and couldn't make any decisions, he just became a hands-off manager. He handed everything over to Feng Shao to handle. Feng Shao initially opposed this, and hoped that master can participate more in the sect's construction. He almost said to the master, not to ask him to do anything, just to show his presence. However, Qin Yangzi's idea is both simple and naive. He thinks that since many things don't require him to decide, he might as well leave it to Feng Shao to handle. Why should he bother to show up himself? So this is the fundamental reason why Qin Jiangzi was marginalized. It wasn't Feng Shao who marginalized him on purpose. He marginalized himself willingly. At the beginning, some disciples still consulted Qin Jiangzi, but Qin Jiangzi pushed everything onto Feng Shao. Every time, he would just say, go ask your head senior brother, or discuss it with your head senior brother. Over time, naturally, no disciples came to ask him for guidance. They all went to Feng Shao instead. Poor Feng Shao, to develop the sect. even delayed his own cultivation time. Everything in the Dongmen sect, big or small, was handled by him alone. He really doesn't want to bear so much responsibility, but there's no one to share his burden, so he can only grit his teeth and endure. Fortunately, now the Taiwei sect is gradually getting on track. Except for major issues, there's nothing that needs his attention. But precisely because of this, Qin Jiangzi is dissatisfied with being marginalized. At this moment, when Yi Chen mentioned this matter, it hit Qin Yangzi's soft spot. Now, Taiwei sect has clearly become Feng Xiao's one-man show. Even Qin Zhao and Du Yuanqi unconditionally support Feng Xiao. As the head, he can no longer manage the sect's affairs. Even if he gives orders to the disciples will first go to Feng Xiao. They will only act after consulting and getting permission from him. So now Qin Yangzi urgently needs someone in the sect to support him, at least enough to counterbalance Qin Zhao and Du Yuanqi. And the sudden appearance of this Shishu might be an opportunity. Although this Shishu hasn't made any contributions to the sect, his seniority is still there. In any sect, seniority is highly regarded. So even though this Shishu has no presence in the sect, but just by sitting there, no one could ignore him. And Qin Yangzi thought, if he could ally with this uncle master, perhaps he could resolve his current predicament. During this short moment, Qin Yangzi thought a lot, and understood many things. After considering his goals carefully, his expression suddenly became amiable. He smiled warmly at the old man and said, although uncle hasn't been in the sect for a long time, he is still a member of our Taiwei sect. Today, uncle's return to Taiwei sect brings me, as the sect leader, great joy. I was a bit disrespectful to uncle just now. I hope uncle doesn't mind. The old man didn't expect Yi Chen's casual remark would immediately change Qin Yangzi's attitude. He couldn't help but admire Yi Chen a bit more. At this moment, after getting Qin Yangzi's acknowledgement, the old man snorted coldly. He muttered, now you don't suspect I'm an imposter. Qin Yangzi smiled and said, Uncle Master, what are you saying? After all, Uncle Master, you haven't returned to the sect for many years. It's understandable that I didn't recognize you at first, Uncle. But in my heart, I've always been thinking about you all these years, Uncle. The elder wanted to say something more, but seeing Yi Chen give him a look, he had to swallow his words. He said lightly, forget it. As the head of the sect, after all, things need to be considered more thoroughly. I won't hold this against you. This time I return to the sect. For one thing only. Qin Jiangzi pretended not to understand and asked, Uncle Master, what brings you here? The old man patted Yi Chen's shoulder and said, this kid suits my taste. His aptitude is also good. If he could take on the position of Holy Son of the Taiwei sect, I believe he could lead the Taiwei sect to greater heights. Heal your senior disciple. I've heard about it too. This person is very ambitious. If he were to lead the Taiwei sect, I'm afraid the Taiwei sect will go downhill sooner or later. Qin Jiangzi glanced at Yi Chen. His eyes narrowed slightly. Good grief. This kid is still thinking about becoming the Holy Son. Actually, if we don't talk about being sidelined, Qin Jiangzi still very much recognizes Feng Xiao's abilities. After all, Taiwei sect is flourishing now. It's all thanks to Feng Xiao's efforts over the years. But the master uncle says Feng Xiao is boastful, wanting to make someone who has never contributed to the sect the Holy Son. What is the reason for this? Qin Yangzi calmly said, Uncle Master, there are things you don't know. Feng Xiao has made considerable contributions to the sect over the years. His position as Holy Son is well deserved. If we change the Holy Son, based solely on your word, I'm afraid many in the sect will object. The old man slammed the table angrily, saying this is outrageous. You, as the head, whoever you want to be the Holy Son, isn't it just a matter of your word? As for other people's opinions, why should you care? Yi Chen then spoke up, Master Head. Actually, this disciple has no desire for the position of Holy Son. It was just that when I was traveling down the mountain, I often heard others mention how revered the Holy Sons of other sects are. Compared to them, the Holy Son of our Taiwei sect is far inferior. Senior brother Feng has undoubtedly contributed greatly to the sect. But when outsiders talk about our sect's Holy Son, they often mention not senior brother Feng's contributions, but rather his cultivation level. Speaking of this, Yi Chen showed a look of guilt, as if Feng Xiao's low realm was a loss of his face. Qin Yangzi looked at Yi Chen's pretentious act, and sneered inwardly. He clearly wanted the position of Holy Son multiple times, yet he could still shamelessly claim he had no desire for it. This is simply the greatest taboo in the world. Thinking of this, Qin Yangzi smiled at Yi Chen and asked, Master Yi, what is your opinion on this matter? Yi Chen replied unhurriedly, in my humble opinion, the position of the Holy Son must be held by the most qualified member of the sect. Only in this way can we greatly enhance the prestige of our Taiwei sect. As for the disciples who have contributed to the sect, a position of elder or deacon would be necessary. Only then would it be truly fitting. After Yi Chen finished speaking, before Qin Yangzi could respond, the old man was already stroking his beard, laughing, "Excellent, excellent. No wonder I chose him. His considerations are indeed thorough." Qin Yangzi's mouth twitched slightly. These two people are really something else. Yi Chen keeps insisting he has no desire for the position of the Holy Son. Qin Yangzi definitely won't believe that. As for this martial uncle, perhaps he can be considered an ally, but with such limited insight, Qin Yangzi will have to think twice. In the end, Qin Yangzi deemed this matter of great importance. I stalled them temporarily, using the excuse of not making hasty decisions. Fortunately, the elder knew this couldn't be accomplished overnight, so he didn't say much more. But before leaving the hall, he asked Qin Yangzi for a complete Taiwei Heart Sutra from Feng Shao, to compensate for his lack in technique, seeking the possibility of breaking through to the nascent soul stage. The news of the great uncle master's return to the sect quickly spread throughout Taiwei sect that day. While discussing this news, the disciples were most interested in where this great uncle master came from. Why had they never heard of him before? However, when Qin Zhao and Du Yuanxi heard about it, they scoffed. Back when Taiwei sect was demonstrating its power, he had left the sect. Now that Taiwei sect has risen again, you know he's back. No doubt about it. This kind of person can only share wealth, not hardship. If Taiwei sect declines again one day, he will definitely leave without hesitation. No second thoughts at all. However, although this martial uncle's character is questionable, after all, his seniority is there. They can't say much. They just instructed their disciples to be respectful when they see this martial granduncle. That's all. At this time, the old man, led by Yi Chen, was touring around Taiwei Mountain. I remember when we just left Taiwei sect. Taiwei sect was troubled internally and externally. Most of the buildings on the mountain were already in ruins. There were only a few small courtyards that were livable, plus a kitchen for cooking. There was nothing else. But now on Taiwei Mountain, not only have the main hall and practice rooms been rebuilt, even buildings like the Hidden Gold Pavilion, the Treasure House, the Alchemy Pavilion, and the Foundry have been established. Compared to decades ago, they are completely different. After wandering around for a while, the old man couldn't help but sigh and say, "If only we had these good things when I was in the sect. You all have really come at a good time." Yi Chen smiled and said, "Since great uncle master likes it, why not take a few more turns? After all, you are a senior in our sect." At this moment, neither of them thought about who was in charge of constructing these buildings. The old man shook his head and said, "Forget it. There will be plenty of opportunities to visit in the future. I have more important things to do right now." The important thing the old man referred to was the new edition of Taiwei in his hand. Xinjing has been stuck at the golden core stage for too long. Every day, he ponders how to break through his current realm. Now the opportunity to break through is right in front of him. He has been itching with impatience. How could he have the mind to wander around, following Yi Chen around the mountain? Is just to familiarize himself with the environment. Then Yi Chen found someone to arrange temporary accommodation for the old man. After the old man entered the house, he eagerly shut the door, and started to carefully study the Taiwei Heart Sutra. After arranging things for the old man, Yi Chen returned to Sanji. But before he could get back to his place, he met senior sister Han Biyun halfway. Han Biyun stopped Yi Chen, and asked, "Little junior brother, where have you been these days?" Yi Chen felt uneasy because he had once fought with Han Biyun at Bifang Garden, so he couldn't help but feel a bit guilty facing Han Biyun. At this moment, being stopped and questioned by Han Biyun, Yi Chen's expression became somewhat unnatural. He let out a dry laugh and said, "Nothing much. Just wandered around the foot of the mountain these days, to relax a bit." Han Biyun frowned and said, "Little junior brother, recently, 3 Foundation establishment demonic cultivators tried to attack our Taiwei sect disciples. Although these 3 demonic cultivators were repelled by senior brother Xingzi, you should still avoid going out these days, to avoid being targeted by the demonic path." Hearing this, Yi Chen couldn't help but ask curiously, "Senior sister, why do these demonic cultivators want to attack our Taiwei sect disciples?" Han Biyun shook her head and said, "I don't know. But it's better to be cautious these days. You shouldn't go out either. Focus on your training in the sect. Your 3rd senior sister hasn't returned because of this." Yi Chen was shocked. He quickly asked, "What happened?" Han Biyun told Yi Chen what had happened at that time, then said that senior brother Feng, after returning to the mountain, said that the 3rd junior sister was teleported to another place by his secret method, so it will take some time for her to return to the mountain. You don't need to worry too much about her. The 3rd junior sister is blessed. She will definitely return unharmed. When Yi Chen heard this, he felt a bit frustrated. Feng Xiao again, it's Feng Xiao. Yi Chen didn't know what method Feng Xiao used to send Lu Qingyuan away, but undoubtedly, this would make Lu Qingyuan have some favorable impression of him. This is something Yi Chen absolutely couldn't accept. He had long regarded Lu Qingyuan as his own, absolutely not allowing anyone to touch, even if that person was the sect's holy son. Yi Chen squinted his eyes slightly. His eyes reveal a murderous intent. This time, with the support of the great martial uncle, he will definitely secure the position of holy son, and once he gets the position of holy son, Feng Xiao's good days in the sect will be over. Lu Qingyuan never thought he could break through at the last moment, or that he could kill such a dangerous and ferocious monster as the fire-swallowing giant python. Looking at the huge snake body on the ground, Lu Qingyuan fell into a daze. At this moment, Feng Xiao's steady voice came through, "Congratulations, junior sister Lu, on advancing to the golden core stage. However, your advancement was too hasty. Your state is unstable. You should sit down and meditate immediately, to stabilize your state. I can guard you." Lu Qingyuan looked towards Feng Xiao. His expression was very complicated. He opened and closed his mouth, then closed and opened it again, looking like he wanted to say something but held back. Young Master Feng the fourth guessed Lu Qingyuan's thoughts. He waved his hand and said, "Junior sister Lu, if there's anything to say, we'll talk later. The most urgent task now is to consolidate our cultivation. You must know that the golden core stage is extremely important. It is crucial for your future cultivation path. You cannot be careless in the slightest." Lu Qingyuan could only nod. He softly said, "Thank you, senior brother Feng." Then, Lu Qingyuan sat cross-legged on the spot. He formed a hand seal and began to circulate his cultivation method. While Lu Qingyuan was consolidating his stage, Feng Xiaoze casually found a place to sit down. He looked at the crimson gourd in his hand. A look of relief appeared on his face. Although this journey was perilous, fortunately, in the end, he successfully obtained the 6 Lamb's Spirit Fire, and with the 6 Lamb's Spirit Fire, the strength of the sect can be improved again, and he finally had a moment of hesitation. You should consider your own matters. Feng Xiao entered the innate realm 15 years ago. The reason he hasn't reached the golden core realm in all this time, is that he has never found the time to improve his aptitude. Rand has embarked on the path of cultivation. He doesn't want to compromise. So, refining his aptitude is a must. But this trip away, the shortest will be 2 to 3 months. If it takes longer, it's hard to say how long it will be. Being away from the sect for so long, he really couldn't rest easy. Because of this, it has been delayed in forming. But this time, after obtaining the 6 Yang Spirit Fire, and arranging the subsequent matters, he'll have time to make this long trip. He closed his eyes. A map of the eastern Zhou appeared in his mind. At the westernmost edge of the eastern Zhou, near the central Zhou, a small red dot flickered in and out. Surrounding the dot were several towering peaks, vaguely protecting the red dot within. If a well-traveled cultivator saw this map, they would immediately recognize the location of the red dot. This is the location of the most mysterious of the 10 Forbidden Lands, the Tower of 3 Lives. Legend has it that the Tower of 3 Lives originally belonged to the immortal realm. For some unknown reason, it fell into this realm. Within it are the Pillar of Destiny, the Pool of Heart Cleansing, and the Platform of Fate, 3 divine miracles. The Pillar of Destiny governs the fate of marriages. The Pool of Heart Cleansing can wash away the troubles of this life. The Platform of Fate can reflect past and present lives. However, these legends are exceedingly mysterious. No one can verify it. Therefore, no one knows its authenticity. But Feng Xiao knows the legend is true, and if he wants to reshape his aptitude, he must go to the Tower of 3 Lives, drink the water from the heart-cleansing pool, then trace back his past lives at the life-guarding platform, and finally move from the 1,000 Yuan pillar to this life. Afterward, he used the techniques recorded in the 6 Paths chapter of the Qiankuan tome, to reshape his own physique. But the 3 sacred towers are one of the 10 forbidden places. The dangers within are unimaginable. Although Feng Xiao knows the way to enter the 3 sacred towers, he cannot guarantee safety on this journey. However, the path of cultivation is inherently against the natural order. As the saying goes, fortune favors the bold. If there's no sense of adventure, then there's no point in cultivating this path. Thinking of this, he glanced at Lu Qingyuan, who was meditating. A slight smile appeared on his lips. The sect already had its first golden core disciple. As the senior brother, he needed to step up his game. After Lu Qingyuan successfully advanced to the golden core stage and stabilized his cultivation, Feng Xiao and Lu Qingyuan returned to the Taiwei sect together. On the way back, Feng Xiao carefully explained the things to be aware of in the golden core stage to Lu Qingyuan. under Feng Xiao's guidance. Lu Qingyuan greatly benefited. However, while listening to Feng Xiao's teachings, he also had a slight doubt in his heart. Why hasn't Feng Xiao advanced to the Golden Core stage yet? He knows so much about the Golden Core stage. Little did they know, Feng Xiao had already gained considerable understanding of every stage through the Universe Compendium. The Universe Compendium encompasses all things. Although it's just a cultivation method, it touches upon nearly all the cultivation techniques under heaven. It is truly an encyclopedia of cultivation methods. Back then, Feng Xiao was able to help complete most of the Tai Wei Heart Sutra, thanks to his insights from the Universe Compendium. Replaced with someone else, he would find it hard to make up for the missing 1% content even in his lifetime. 3 days later, Feng Xiao and Lu Qingyuan returned to Tai Wei Mountain. As soon as they returned to Tai Wei Mountain, Feng Xiao immediately went to the alchemy pavilion, and handed the crimson gourd to Elder Zhu. Elder Zhu looked at the crimson gourd. His face showed surprise. Boy, where did you find this spirit again? Hua Feng chuckled and said, don't worry about where I got it from. Inside it contains the 6 yang spirit fire. It should be much stronger than Bifang's words, right? Elder Zhu couldn't help but widen his eyes. Much stronger? It's unbelievably stronger. But as far as I know, except for the 3 great sanctuaries in this world, nowhere else has the 6 sheep spirit fire. Where did you get the 6 sheep spirit fire, kid? Speaking of which, Elder Zhu looked incredulous. You didn't go to the 3 holy lands to steal the fire seed, did you? Feng Xiao rolled his eyes. Give me a break. Go to the holy lands to steal fire seeds? Even if I had the guts, I don't have that ability. Alright, you don't need to worry about this. Anyway, the 6 yang spiritual fire is now in your hands. Later, go find Old Song and place the 6 yang spiritual fire together. From now on, the alchemy pavilion and the forging room can use the 6 yang spiritual fire for alchemy and forging. Additionally, I plan to use the 6 yang spiritual fire to enhance the power of the mountain protecting array. But this is my weak point. You and Old Song help me study it. Elder Zhu caressed the crimson gourd, with an expression of deep affection. Rest assured, this 6 yang spiritual flame will be properly handled by me and Old Song. Although Elder Zhu knew that young Master Feng went out to obtain the spiritual flame, he didn't expect he would actually get the 6 yang spiritual flame. The 6 yang spiritual flame is extremely rare, used for alchemy and forging. The effects are also outstanding, and according to him, only the 3 great sanctuaries in the entire Eastern Zhou have the 6 yang spiritual fire. The fact that the 3 great sanctuaries have achieved their current scale is also due to the 6 yang spiritual fire. It can be said that after obtaining the 6 yang spiritual fire, the Tai Wei sect can barely compare with top sects. What's left is just the foundation. After bidding farewell to Elder Zhu, young Master Feng went straight to the inner hall. The last time he left, it was quite hurried. There were many things he didn't have time to explain. But this time, after resolving the spirit fire issue, some things must be resolved. For example, the issue with Yi Chen. Young Master Feng used to disapprove of Yi Chen's selfish behavior, but Yi Chen hadn't done anything too outrageous before. So young Master Feng turned a blind eye to him. But when Yi Chen acted to seize the Baifeng's words, it meant he had completely lost his moral baseline. Keeping such a person in the sect would only bring harm. However, on the way to the inner hall, Feng Xiao learned from other disciples that another unexpected news, the granduncle who hadn't shown up for decades had returned. Upon hearing this news, Feng Xiao couldn't help but have a strange expression. Feng Xiao was the first to join the sect among this generation of disciples, but in his memory, there had never been any granduncle in the sect. Neither his master nor the 2 uncles ever mentioned him. Feng Xiao originally thought that there might be only one person in the previous generation of his master. Unexpectedly, there was actually a grandmaster uncle. However, this grandmaster uncle neither appeared early nor late. Why did he appear at this particular moment? So Feng Xiao began to inquire carefully from the disciple. Facing the inquiry of the Holy Son senior brother, the disciple naturally told everything he knew, and spared no details. He said, I don't know how that martial uncle suddenly appeared either. I only heard that senior brother Yi Chen brought him up the mountain, and as soon as he came, he started shouting to see the sect leader. Senior brother Saint Sun, do you think this martial uncle is real or fake? Feng Xiao gave no definite answer. He said indifferently, it's hard to say, but you should just discuss this matter privately. Don't discuss this in public. Whether this uncle master is real or not, since the sect leader hasn't expelled him from Tai Wei sect, then it's likely he has the sect leader's approval. In other words, at least the sect leader acknowledges his identity. Since the sect leader has acknowledged it, then no matter how much the other disciples doubt, then I have to admit, Originally, this had nothing to do with Feng Xiao. It was only when he heard that this person was brought up the mountain by Yi Chen that Feng Xiao couldn't help but think more about it. Feng Xiao remembered those fantasy novels he read in his past life. There seemed to be many similar plots. When the protagonist had no backing in the sect, suddenly, an elder from the sect would often appear to back him up. So the protagonist would go from being an unknown nobody to becoming a superstar in the sect overnight. Even the sect leader had to show him some respect. The current situation does seem like he has some backing. Feng Xiao's intention on this trip is to report to the sect leader about Yi Chen's sneak attack on fellow disciples and his theft of Bai Fang's words. At the same time, it was demanded that Yi Chen be immediately expelled from the sect. But just at this request, Yi Chen somehow found an elder uncle. Suddenly, he had someone to rely on. What's worse is, this backing actually got the master's approval. Some information revealed in this made Feng Xiao have to think a bit deeper. But after thinking for a while, Feng Xiao helplessly shook his head. He still didn't understand the situation. He could only inform his master first. But when Feng Xiao entered the inner hall and saw his master, before Feng Xiao could say much, a loud and boisterous voice came from outside. Qingyang, let's discuss our sex techniques. Qin Yangzi recognized that the speaker was the martial uncle who had suddenly appeared a few days ago. His brows couldn't help but furrow slightly, but he quickly recovered. He said indifferently to Feng Xiao, the visitor is your grandmaster uncle. He's been away for years, and hasn't returned to the mountain in a long time. I know you've never met this grandmaster uncle, but in front of the martial uncle, don't forget your manners. Feng lowered his head and said, yes. Before long, an old man with disheveled hair and white beard walked into the inner hall, and said to Qinjiangzi, Qingyang, after perfecting this sex techniques, they are indeed extraordinary, but there might be some issues with certain details. I'm here to discuss it with you. In these 3 days, after the old man received this improved technique, he was thrilled. He has been studying it over and over for the past 3 days. This technique, improved by Feng Xiao using the Heaven and Earth Manual as a reference, is indeed much more reliable than the cultivation methods the old man has developed on his own over the years. Some things he had been pondering for a long time without understanding became clear to him after a detailed explanation of the techniques. He immediately grasped them. In recent days, his own realm has shown signs of loosening. It might not be long before he can attempt to break through to the nascent soul stage. However, some aspects of the techniques contradict his previous beliefs. He thought about it for a long time. I couldn't tell whether my own thoughts were right or if the cultivation method was correct. So I decided to come over and discuss it with Qin Yangzi. But shortly after entering the inner hall, I saw him, along with Feng Xiao. I couldn't help but ask Qin Yangzi, Qin Yang, who is this kid? Qin Yangzi smiled faintly and said, Shishu hasn't introduced you yet. This is my eldest disciple Feng Xiao. Feng Xiao greeted the elder and said, Feng Xiao, greetings, Grandmaster Uncle. Feng Xiao, you are Feng Xiao. Upon hearing this name, the elder's eyes slightly squinted. He carefully examined Feng Xiao. After a long while, he just snorted lightly and said, Feng Xiao, Feng Xiao. I heard that the current Taiwei sect is now under your control. Is that true? Feng Xiao responded neither humbly nor arrogantly. Great Uncle Master, you overestimate me. Thanks to my master's trust, I've been entrusted with the management of the sect's affairs. I have been cautious over the years, walking on thin ice, fearful of making a mistake, betraying the trust of my master. So over the years, I have not dared to forget my master's earnest teachings. The junior brothers and sisters of Taiwei sect also trust me because of my master. They have faith in me. Although my management of Taiwei sect is partly due to Qinjiangzi's delegation, in front of outsiders like my granduncle, we still need to show respect to our master. The old man sneered and said, your words sound better than a song. My sister asked you, why do people outside the sect, when mentioning the Taiwei sect, only know you, the holy son of the sect, but not the sect leader? Feng replied calmly, there are many misunderstandings about this matter in the outside world. Actually, that's a big mistake. On the contrary, the master is deeply focused on studying the sect's techniques. It's really hard for him to spare the energy to manage the sect's affairs. As the head disciple, I must shoulder the responsibility of management, to ease the master's worries and solve problems. I often represent the sect in interactions with other sects. That's why outsiders are more familiar with me. As for what the martial uncle mentioned, I don't know where to begin. Young Master Feng already figured out that this so-called martial uncle came to find fault. As for the reason, young Master Feng doesn't need to think hard to guess it's likely, definitely instigated by that guy Yi Chen. But after all, young Master Feng has been managing the sect for nearly 30 years. Everything inside and out is arranged in perfect order. He has his own way of dealing with people and things. Although facing unreasonable criticism from the elder master, Feng Xiao still doesn't confront him. At most, he just agrees. How could he be afraid of that old man? The elder didn't expect Feng Xiao's response to be so flawless. And for a moment, he was speechless. But then he became enraged. And pointed at Feng Xiao's nose, scolding, "You brat. Facing criticism from your elders. Not only do you not repent, but you also talk back. If you treat your grandmaster like this, how much more disrespectful would you be to other elders?" At this point, the old man even lamented to the sky, calling it ridiculous. The heavens have no eyes. How could they let a concubine's son hold power? Truly lamentable and sad. As soon as these words were spoken, Feng Xiao hadn't reacted yet, but Qin Yangzi's face had already darkened. The old man said that the heavens have no eyes. In fact, he was scolding him, the sect leader, for being blind. Although Qin Yangzi respected him as his uncle, he didn't care about him at all, to say the least. He hasn't even remembered his uncle's name until now. Nor did he think to ask, because he simply didn't care. He doesn't respect you. I call you Uncle Master, but I don't think much of you, no matter who you are. Feng's self-restraint is excellent. Wen Yan just smiled, and said, "Granduncle, these words make me somewhat puzzled. This is the first time I've met you, Granduncle. Why does Grandmaster have such a big opinion of me right from the start? Could it be that you listen to the slander of a petty person?" The elder angrily said that someone has an opinion about you, and you casually call them a petty person. This is simply turning right and wrong upside down. It's truly unfortunate for this sect to have someone like you. Truly a great misfortune. If it weren't for considering that the other party is an elder. Feng Xiao had already rolled his eyes at the other party. Who is really confusing right and wrong here? It's truly unfortunate for this sect to have an old fool like you. That's a big misfortune, isn't it? But considering the other party's age, they might be a bit senile. Feng Xiao didn't argue with him. Instead, he turned to Qin Yangzi and said, "Master, disciple has come this time, for another important matter, to report to Master." Qin Yangzi nodded. "Speak," Feng said in a loud voice. Disciple took some junior brothers and sisters down the mountain to Bifang Plain a few days ago. We were seeking Bifang's words for the sect. We have obtained Bifang's words, but a masked man in black appeared to steal it. Not only did he steal the words of Bifang, he also injured 3 of Han Shimi. After the disciples investigated, they discovered that the masked man was our own disciple Yi Chen. The disciples really don't understand why Yi Chen would disregard the sect's interests, and brazenly steal from the sect, and even injure fellow disciples. This matter is of great importance. I dare not make decisions on my own. I have come to report to you, Master. Please make a decision, Master." Hearing this, Qin Yangzi was also greatly surprised. In his view, Yi Chen was just a bit too ambitious. At most, he's just ambitious but untalented. Aiming high but achieving little. But he wouldn't go so far as to steal from the sect, right? And even injure a fellow disciple. You should know that Han Biyun from the 3rd Division is a senior sister from the same sect as him. But Qin Jiangzi always had a gentle demeanor, and never spoke rashly. Since it was said to be Yi Chen, then it must be with absolute certainty. If this is indeed the case, then Yi Chen must not remain in the sect. However, before Qin Jiangzi could speak, the old man started cursing. "You shameless brat. Others merely have an opinion about you. You actually want to expel him from the sect. How malicious your intentions are. The Grand Marshal's sect has people like you. It's truly the sect's misfortune. Today, I will enforce the sect's rules on behalf of our ancestors, to discipline someone as deceitful and cunning as you." With that, the old man waved his hand and was about to strike Feng Xiao. But Feng Xiao stepped back. Feigning confusion, he asked, "Great Uncle Master, what do you mean by this?" Great Uncle Master keeps saying he wants to enforce the law. But what law is he enforcing? Which sect rule have I violated? Please enlighten me, Great Uncle Master. The old man's arm suddenly froze in midair. Though he was unreasonable, he still had his pride. Even a move requires a well-known master. But young Master Feng's words stumped him. Yes, what sect rule did young Master Feng break? He couldn't find a reasonable excuse, even after searching for thousands of years online. But once people get older, they tend to become stubborn. They think they're always right. What others say is always wrong. Even if he realizes he's wrong, he often argues irrationally, forcing others to admit their mistakes. And this old man obviously has this problem. He argued stubbornly, saying you disrespect your elders, and are extremely jealous of your junior brother's talent. Why can't I take action against you? Feng Xiao sighed. and said, "Master Uncle, your words leave me at a loss. I have solid evidence to prove that junior brother Yi Chen did this." Yet Master Uncle won't even listen, and hastily concluded that I, Ji Xiandu, can be trusted. This is truly chilling. Could it be that in Master Uncle's eyes, junior brother Yi Chen can do no wrong? Whatever others do is wrong. Feng Xiao spoke calmly and firmly, with reason and evidence, leaving the elder speechless. But to get the elder to admit his mistake was absolutely impossible. Just when the elder was pondering what excuse to use to rebut Feng Xiao, Qin Yangzi, who had been silent, finally spoke. "Alright, we'll see who's right and who's wrong when we confront each other. Young Master Feng, have someone bring Yi Chen here, and see what he has to say." The old man was surprised when he heard this. Actually, when young Master Feng mentioned avoiding confrontation, he already understood. How did Yi Chen get the words of the evasion spell? But he didn't think Yi Chen was wrong. Instead, he felt Yi Chen acted when necessary. He wasn't bound by worldly customs. It suited his taste. Besides, Yi Chen had an extraordinary aura. He would definitely achieve something great in the future. As long as he continued to support Yi Chen, one person's success can elevate everyone around them. But doing something like this is definitely wrong. No matter how you justify it to your peers, taking action against them is wrong. It violates our sect's rules, especially when you steal the sect's treasure. Such behavior deserves expulsion at the very least. Other sects would strip such disciples of their cultivation and then expel them from the sect. But since the old man has taken a liking to Yi Chen, naturally, he is a treasure. This abandoned child of fate. The old man rolled his eyes, and thought of a way. He waved his hand grandly, and said this matter should not be pursued urgently. There is another matter of utmost importance. Qin Yangzi asked, "Uncle Master, what do you mean?" The old man smiled faintly, and did not answer Qin Yangzi. Instead, he turned to Feng Xiao and said, "Feng Xiao, I heard you have been in the sect for 30 years, and have yet to break through to the golden core stage. However, our Taiwei sect is a prestigious sect in Dongzhou. How can someone with such qualifications become the Holy Son?" That Yi Chen reached the innate realm within 5 years of joining. The golden core realm is within his grasp. His talent is the best I've seen in my life. In my opinion, he is more than qualified to be the Holy Son of our sect. As soon as these words were spoken, Qin Yangzi and Feng Xiao fell silent. You just said Yi Chen's character was questionable. Now you're saying he should be appointed as the Holy Son. How can you say such a thing? Feng Xiao is also at a loss. Be reasonable, be reasonable. Only if there's reason can there be fairness. But this old man came straight out with unreasonable behavior. Truly, people who are shameless are invincible in the world. Qin Yangzi remained silent for a moment before saying, "Uncle Master, let's discuss this matter later." But the old man became anxious. How can that be? The position of the Holy Son concerns the reputation of the Taiwei sect. This matter is of utmost importance. There can be no delay. Feng Xiao suddenly said, "Martial Uncle, you think junior brother Yi Chen should be the Holy Son, but there are over 100 disciples in the Taiwei sect who need to be convinced. The position of the Holy Son indeed concerns the sect's reputation, but the premise is that it can unite the sect. If an unfaithful, unfilial, and unrighteous person takes the position of the Holy Son, not only is it improper, but it also fails to convince people." The elder angrily said, "How is Yi Chen disloyal, unfilial, unkind, or unrighteous?" Feng Xiao coldly replied, "Seizing the sect's belongings is being disloyal. The sect nurtured him, yet he has no obligation to repay the sect. It is considered unfilial. While fellow disciples strive for the sect, he stands by and does nothing. It is considered unkind. Not only does he stand by, he even attacks and injures fellow disciples. It is considered unjust. Such an unfaithful, unfilial, inhumane, and unrighteous person. Yet the granduncle speaks in his defense. It's truly puzzling." Feng Xiao finally realized. This old man has shamelessly made up his mind. Since that's the case, there's no need to show him any respect. The old man flew into a rage. Unable to hold back, he wanted to attack young Master Feng. Although young Master Feng appeared calm on the surface, he was actually on guard. As long as the old man dared to make a move, he would make him regret it. Just as the tension between the two was escalating, they heard Qin Jiangzi shout angrily, "Insolent!" Young Master Feng took a step back, with hands at his sides, showing his power. The old man was furious, his hair standing on end. His gaze towards Qin Jiangzi was filled with anger. That aggressive posture, as if saying, "If you dare to defy me, I'll make you pay." Qin Jiangzi was extremely furious with this uncle. Ever since the first day this uncle entered the door, he noticed that this uncle seemed to have a problem with his mind. But considering that the other party might have had a mishap while practicing, which led to his mental issues, he didn't think much about it. However, now he genuinely feels that this old man is simply a troublemaker. No matter how much you admire Yi Chen, at the very least, you have to respect the facts. Now he's even started attacking his fellow disciples. You still insist on protecting Yi Chen. Isn't this just being unreasonable? If it weren't for the fact that this old man is still useful to him, he really would want to kick him out right now. Qin Yangzi took a deep breath before speaking calmly. Yi Chen is exceptionally talented. I've seen it myself. But Feng Xiao questions Yi Chen's character. This matter is understandable. The position of the sect's holy son is of great importance. It cannot be decided hastily. I have decided that in 3 days, the two of them will compete at the sect's martial arts field. The winner will take the position of holy son. After receiving Qin Yangzi's promise, the old man left satisfied, leaving Qin Jiangzi and Feng Xiao, master and disciple. After a long silence, Feng Xiao finally spoke. Master, I don't understand. Qin Jiangzi smiled faintly and said, Feng Xiao, I know you are discontent, but true gold fears no fire. As long as you have enough strength, why fear others' challenges? Feng Xiao said calmly, then we can ignore one's character. Qin Yangzi frowned, to err is human. Who can be without fault? Although Yi Chen has moral shortcomings, if given a chance, he might not be unable to reform and become good. Feng Xiao retorted. Master, you also said, might not. Is Master's expectation for Yi Chen just pinned on this, maybe? When Feng Xiao said this, Qin Yangzi was instantly speechless. Feng Xiao continued speaking to himself, since I joined the sect, I have been worried, exhausting myself, thinking day and night about how to strengthen the sect. I ask myself, have I not contributed much to the sect? I have not failed the sect. But why, as a disciple, after just becoming the holy son? In just a few days, I have to face 2 challenges in a row. And every time, it's with the position of holy son at stake. Is it in Master's eyes, that whoever fights the best is the one qualified to be holy son? Feng Xiao's doubts. This instantly made Qin Jiangzi very irritable. He flung his sleeve, and said unhappily, I am your master. Furthermore, I am the head of the Taiwei sect. This matter shall be handled according to my decision. Feng Xiao, remember this. No matter how high your status is in the sect, you are ultimately just my disciple. Feng Xiao remained silent for a moment, then suddenly gave a self-deprecating smile. So in the master's eyes, this disciple has long been too accomplished and overshadowing the master. Could it be that the master thinks, this disciple has been working so tirelessly, just for power within the sect? I waited for a long time. Feng Xiao didn't wait for Qin Jiangzi's reply. He just sighed lightly, and turned to leave. Watching Feng Xiao's back, Qin Jiangzi's face darkened. After leaving the inner hall, Feng Xiao didn't return directly to his residence. Instead, he went straight to where Sanji was. After arriving at the place, young Master Feng asked around, but learned that Yi Chen was not on the mountain. As for where he had gone, no one knew. Young Master Feng frowned slightly. An inexplicable sense of foreboding rose in his heart. He didn't know where this foreboding came from, but his intuition told him that the chosen one coming down the mountain was probably not a good thing. But where could Yi Chen go? Mo Diffin thought of the gang he encountered a few days ago in Liang City. Thinking of those fantasy novels he read in his previous life, Feng Xiao suddenly felt that the most likely place Yi Chen would go, perhaps it is Liang City. Thinking of this, Feng Xiao no longer hesitated, immediately took flight on his sword, heading straight to Liang City. Yi Chen arrived in Liang City that afternoon. It's unclear whether Feng Xiao really understood the behavior pattern of the son of Qi Yun, or if Yi Chen had nowhere else he wanted to go besides Liang City. In short, after spending 2 days on Mount Taiwu, Yi Chen's heart became restless again, so he ran to Liang City. Walking on the streets of Liang City, Yi Chen glanced around, quite enjoying himself. As he was happily strolling, an angry voice suddenly shouted, "It's you. You're the one who stole from my house." Yi Chen didn't react immediately, until someone grabbed his clothes. Then he realized, looking at the person grabbing his clothes, it turned out to be Deng Ying, whom he had just met a few days ago. Because Deng Ying was beautiful, therefore, Yi Chen was quite interested in this young girl. At this moment, seeing the other party actually grabbing him, with a face full of anger, he couldn't help but ask in confusion, "Miss Deng, I haven't offended you, have I?" Deng Ying shouted angrily, "It's you. I kindly invited you to my house as a guest, but you stole something from my home. Hurry up and return the things, or I'll report to the authorities." Since the day he shot Xiao Yanjian in Linglong Pavilion, Deng Ying has been uneasy every day. He knew very well that it was Yi Chen who stole the things, but he didn't dare to tell his father. After all, if he hadn't brought him home, the things wouldn't have been stolen. His father is the manager of Linglong Pavilion, but not the owner of Linglong Pavilion. The real owners of Linglong Pavilion are the couple Lin Fengtian and Xiao Ruoyao of Yunjian Pavilion. So if anything is lost from Linglong Pavilion, the manager cannot shirk the responsibility. If Yunjian Pavilion finds out about this, his father probably won't be able to continue as manager. Worried about his father's future, Dang Ying hasn't been able to eat these days, or sleep well. Today, feeling restless, he went out to wander the streets. Unexpectedly, he ran into Yi Chen. At first, Dang Ying was startled, then he couldn't help but feel happy, but immediately, he was angry again. You little thief. You still have the nerve to show up in Liang City. Did you really think I'd forget about you? Thinking of this, Dang Ying rushed forward without hesitation, and grabbed Yi Chen. If Yi Chen dared to fight back, he would make him understand that people from Yunjian Pavilion are not to be trifled with. With Dang Ying's reminder, Yi Chen remembered what he did a few days ago, but he didn't feel guilty at all. Instead, he felt a bit annoyed. In his mind, the Scarlet Dragon sword belonged to him. No matter the reason it ended up in Linglong Pavilion, he had the right to take it back. As for stealing, it seems like the deed of someone with a noble aura. Can that be called stealing? So Yi Chen wasn't worried at all. Not only unworried, he even argued with Dang Ying a bit. Thus, in a kind and polite manner, he said to Dang Ying, Miss Dang, I think there might be some misunderstanding between us. Have you forgotten how much I helped you last time? I don't expect you to repay me, but you don't have to falsely accuse me. Speaking of this, Yi Chen actually felt a bit dissatisfied. He admitted that stealing the sword was indeed not very proper, but he had his reasons. After all, it was his sword. But you can't just call me a thief in front of everyone because of this. I still need my dignity. Moreover, I helped you last time. How can you repay kindness with ingratitude? Yi Chen immediately felt justified, and his tone became somewhat tough. Dang Ying was almost amused by Yi Chen's anger. Help me? Do I need your help? No matter how much that jade pendant is worth, I, Miss Dang, can certainly afford it. You clearly showed up out of nowhere and caused trouble, and now you say you did me a big favor. Yet you still act so self-important. Do you have any shame? Dang Ying more or less understood now. This Yi Chen is really a weirdo, even if he has only helped others. With the smallest things, he will remember it clearly. But the harm he has done to others doesn't concern him at all. Dang Ying simply ignored whatever Yi Chen was saying, and kept insisting, return what you stole immediately, or I will report you to the authorities. It seems that Dang Ying's intelligence has reached its limit this time. Regardless of how Yi Chen argues, he keeps insisting on calling the police. As the two keep pulling and arguing, more and more bystanders gather around. After a few moments of defending himself, Yi Chen realizes that Dang Ying is unyielding, and he can't help but get angry. He flung Dang Ying's hand away. Coldly, he said, you say I stole from your house. Then where's the evidence? Just as Yi Chen finished speaking, before Dang Ying could respond, a bystander sneered, Yi Chen, who in Liang City doesn't know? You're always up to no good. Do you think that by joining the Taiwei sect, you can erase all the things you've done in the past? Yi Chen became furious. He glared angrily at the speaker, and shouted, try saying that again. I'll tear your filthy mouth apart. As soon as he finished speaking, the onlookers immediately started clamoring. It's clearly you who are dishonest, and afraid of being called out. You're the most shameless person in Liang City. Yi Chen, I'm warning you, don't be arrogant. The Holy Son of Taiwei sect has said, anyone who dares to commit crimes under Taiwei sect's name, will face severe consequences. Yi Chen, your brothers are done for. Your good days are also coming to an end. Hearing so many people criticize Yi Chen, Dang Ying finally understood that Yi Chen's character was always lacking. Who knows how many shady things he's done. But instead of feeling remorse, he became even worse. He couldn't help but despise Yi Chen even more in his heart. He reached out again and grabbed Yi Chen's clothes, coldly said, Yi Chen, so many people say you're dishonest. What more do you have to argue about? Yi Chen, enraged, shouted back. With a wave of his hand, he flung Dang Ying several meters away, coldly said, I, Yi Chen, have always acted. No need to explain to others. Whether you say I stole it, or say I robbed it. If you have the guts, take me to the authorities. After saying this, Yi Chen ignored everyone, and flew away on his sword. Seeing Yi Chen using the blood-refined sword, Dang Ying couldn't help but angrily say, and you still say I wronged you? This sword was stolen from my house. You thief, give back my sword. But Yi Chen ignored her completely. In a flash, he disappeared without a trace. Although Yi Chen had left, he was extremely angry inside. It was just a sword from Linglong Pavilion. Yet that woman was so ungrateful. To accuse her of being a thief in front of so many people, it's simply outrageous. And those onlookers, what do they think they are? He only took some worthless trinkets from them before. And yet they still hold a grudge to this day. Such petty people deserve to stay as commoners in Liang City forever. At this moment, Yi Chen felt a surge of murderous intent. Dragons have a reverse scale. Touch it and you die. Since these guys are so ungrateful, he didn't need to show mercy to them anymore. That night, in the dead of night, nights in the fantasy world are often very peaceful. After all, there are no entertainment facilities at night. And lighting lamps also costs money. Most ordinary families actually can't afford the cost of lamp oil, so they avoid lighting lamps whenever possible. As a result, the city of Liang is almost pitch black at night. But in the dark and quiet city of Liang, there are still a few places with lights on. One such place is Linglong Pavilion, a guild affiliated with the Yunjian Pavilion. Linglong Pavilion is not short of money. Moreover, Linglong Pavilion doesn't rely on oil lamps for lighting. Instead, they use some magical treasures that can provide illumination. These magical treasures are very low-end. They have no other use besides providing light, so even if they're placed outside, no one would steal them. As for those households that can't even afford oil lamps, wouldn't they be tempted when they see it? They're tempted but don't have the guts to steal it. Even if they have the guts to steal it, they wouldn't dare to use it. As for those who do have the guts to steal, they generally aren't interested in such little gadgets used only for lighting. Because of the guidance from the lights, Yi Chen effortlessly found the Linglong Pavilion. Looking at the lofty signboard of Linglong Pavilion, Yi Chen felt indignant. Why can these people possess so many good things, while he has to obtain them through his own efforts? Why are there things that some people can never achieve in a lifetime, yet others are born with? The good things in this world belong to the capable. You have no right to possess these things. It would be better if I took control. At least I can make better use of those magical weapons. Thinking of this, Yi Chen hesitated no more. With a leap, he jumped into the courtyard of the Linglong Pavilion. At this moment, the shopkeeper of the Linglong Pavilion was sitting at the desk, immersed in writing something. The blood-refining sword had been ineffective for several days. These days, he has searched the Linglong Pavilion inside and out, but still couldn't find any trace of the blood-refined sword. He once suspected that the siblings might have taken it, but immediately dismissed that possibility. A weapon like the blood-refined sword is hard for even untrained adults to handle. How could two children possibly manage it? So he suspects more that there might be an insider in the Linglong Pavilion. But just today, he heard from others about what happened on the streets of Liang City, and finally understood how the blood-refining sword was stolen. It turned out to be his daughter's fault. Although it wasn't his daughter who stole it, she was the one who brought the person in, so she couldn't escape the blame. And as her father, the shopkeeper, naturally, she bears responsibility for oversight. Therefore, she must apologize to the Yunjian Pavilion. If she apologizes proactively, she can still seek leniency. If she conceals the matter, and it is exposed, the punishment from Yunjian Pavilion will be severe. So, with no other choice, the shopkeeper had to write an apology letter proactively, then hand it over to Deng Ying. Let Deng Ying take the letter to the Yunjian Pavilion on Jiutian Peak. Erda then began to arrange the aftermath. After this matter, the manager of Linglong Pavilion in Liang City will inevitably change. Before the new manager arrives, he must first settle the accounts and other related matters properly. Just as he was writing diligently, there was a faint sound in the courtyard. The shopkeeper furrowed his brow. He had a vague sense of foreboding. He stopped writing. With a wave of his hand, a ruler over a foot long appeared in his hand. He opened the door, and looked out into the courtyard. He saw someone wearing the attire of a Taiwei sect disciple standing in the courtyard. The shopkeeper, upon seeing the attire, initially thought it was young Master Feng visiting suddenly, but he soon realized the visitor was not young Master Feng. The shopkeeper squinted his eyes, staring at the unexpected guest before him, and coldly asked, "Friend, visiting so late at night, what is your purpose?" Yi Chen glanced at the shopkeeper, and said calmly, "To collect a debt." The shopkeeper said, "It's all here. It's always others who owe Linglong Pavilion a debt. When did Linglong Pavilion ever owe anyone a debt?" Yi Chen sneered coldly, and said, "To collect a debt of insult." The shopkeeper's eyes narrowed slightly, and said, "Friend, if you have something to say, just say it plainly. Judging by your attire, you should be from the Taiwei sect, right? Your sect's holy son, Feng Shao, has a deep relationship with our Linglong Pavilion. If there is any misunderstanding, for the sake of your sect's holy son, We can talk about it. Unexpectedly, when Yi Chen heard the name Feng Shao, his eyes immediately filled with killing intent. He gritted his teeth and said, Feng Shao again and again. Why do all of you keep talking about him? Feng Shao, what does he have that I, Yi Chen, don't? He's just been around longer, that's all. One day, I will personally kill this damn hypocrite. Upon hearing this, the shopkeeper instantly understood that the person in front of him came tonight to kill. Otherwise, the other party wouldn't have revealed his name. So the shopkeeper steeled himself, and calmly said, Linglong Pavilion Steward from Yun Pavilion, Mr. Deng Su, please make your move. Yi Chen's face showed a slight smile. When I make a move, it's hard to stop without killing someone. The shopkeeper said coldly, it's not certain who will die. You're boasting too early. Yi Chen drew his blood-refined sword and pointed it at the shopkeeper. Remember, it is I who will kill you. When Yi Chen and the others meet King Yama, make sure not to say the wrong name. Before the words finished, he swung his sword at the shopkeeper, but the shopkeeper stood with an iron ruler in hand. As they started fighting, the little girl fostered by Feng Shao was sitting cross-legged on the bed, trying to cultivate her energy. Although Feng Shao's introductory qi cultivation booklet has already been simplified as much as possible, so that most ordinary people can understand it, the little girl hasn't gone to school, so her literacy is limited. Her understanding of the phrases is also very superficial. Over the past few days, with the help of the shopkeeper and her daughter, the little girl has finally begun to grasp the basics. But even now, she still can't circulate her true qi through a full cycle. But the little girl is quite diligent. She meditates and practices whenever she has time. Over the past few days, he can clearly feel the qi in his body growing stronger. He feels increasingly happy, especially when he thinks about Feng Shao's next visit, and the surprised expression on his face when he sees his progress. The little girl can't contain her excitement. Master will definitely praise me. But in stark contrast to the little girl is her younger brother. Her younger brother, perhaps because he is too young and playful, or maybe just not interested in cultivation, has been neglecting his training these days. Neither the persuasion of Deng Ying's women, nor his sister's forceful demands, can make this boy practice. Even if he is forced to meditate, he can only last for the duration of an incense stick at most. After that, he becomes impatient. Out of helplessness, the little girl has to temporarily give up persuading her brother to practice. However, she thinks, maybe when her brother grows up a bit more, he will understand the benefits of practicing. He will start cultivating voluntarily. At this moment, while he is meditating and regulating his breath, his younger brother is sleeping soundly on another bed. But in the middle of his sleep, the little boy couldn't help but rub his eyes and sit up. He pouted and said, Sister, it's so noisy outside. I can't sleep. The little girl has not yet started, so she enters a meditative state. At this moment, her brother kicked her. He couldn't help but frown, just about to scold. But then heard the sound of fighting outside. When the little girl is meditating, she is fully focused. He had a weak perception of the outside world, but after coming out of meditation, the noises outside clearly reached his ears. He was curious. He whispered to his younger brother, Stay in the room for now. I'll go outside and take a look. The little boy nodded blankly, watching his sister tiptoe out of the room. Their room was located in a more secluded part of the courtyard. You had to turn a corner to get to the courtyard. The little girl came to the corner, peering cautiously towards the courtyard. She saw two figures fiercely fighting. One was using a sword, the other a ruler. The fight was extremely intense. Many innocent plants in the courtyard were damaged as a result, but the two of them seemed unaware. They fought with increasing intensity, using all their best moves. The shopkeeper looked serious. Although his moves were precise and lacked lethal attacks, his defense was impenetrable. Occasionally, his moves had surprising effects, forced Yi Chen to defend himself. Look at Yi Chen again, filled with killing intent, strikes with extreme ferocity, but clearly lacks combat experience, only knows how to attack, not defend. Moreover, his level is a tier below the shopkeeper. Yi Chen's relentless assault. The shopkeeper resolved everything. The battle became a stalemate. Yi Chen grew anxious. His moves became increasingly chaotic, and lacked technique. The shopkeeper remained steady. Seeing this, he did not take risks. He just executed each move steadily and methodically. Yi Chen knew very well, if the fight continued like this, he might end up defeated here. This person is an acquaintance of Feng Shao. Afterwards, he would surely inform Feng Shao. Once Feng Shao got hold of this leverage, he wouldn't let him off. He might cripple his cultivation. Being expelled from the sect is the least of it. Just thinking about it, Yi Chen felt even more restless. He began to regret his hasty revenge. He should have waited until he advanced to the golden core stage. then he could have secured victory. Unfortunately, everything had been going smoothly for him, leading to his overconfidence. He thought he could easily take down Linglong Pavilion with his current level, but he didn't expect that this mere shopkeeper could fight so well. Yi Chen now thinks that maybe he should consider running away first. Revenge can only come later. He just hopes that the old master uncle can protect him, and won't let Feng Xiao expel him from the sect. Thinking of this, Yi Chen began glancing around, searching for a chance to escape. At that moment, a childish voice suddenly rang out, "Uncle Deng, what are you doing? Why aren't you sleeping so late at night?" With these words, everyone was shocked. The little girl hurriedly turned around, only to see her younger brother rubbing his eyes, looking dazedly towards the courtyard, where the two people were fighting. At the moment the shopkeeper and Yi Chen saw the little boy and girl, their expressions changed simultaneously, but the difference was, Yi Chen felt a surge of joy, but the shopkeeper secretly thought this was bad. Sure enough, fate hasn't abandoned me, Yi Chen thought to himself. Without thinking twice, Yi Chen dashed towards the little girl and boy. The shopkeeper quickly chased after him. The iron teeth struck Yi Chen's back hard. If Yi Chen wanted to take the little girl hostage, then this iron ruler could take half his life the moment he tries. However, Yi Chen seemed to have anticipated this move. When he rushed to the little girl, he grabbed her, and without looking back, he forcefully threw her at the shopkeeper. Yi Chen used great strength. The shopkeeper knew it from one strike. If he didn't catch the little girl, then she would have been smashed to death. The shopkeeper had no choice but to put away the iron ruler and catch the little girl. Being interrupted by Yi Chen, the shopkeeper couldn't catch up to Yi Chen, and Yi Chen took this opportunity. In one swift motion, he dashed to the boy. The boy only saw a blur before his eyes. His body tilted forward. He was unceremoniously grabbed by Yi Chen. The shopkeeper angrily said, "As a disciple of Taiwei's sect, using such despicable means, aren't you ashamed?" Yi Chen sneered, "Victory justifies the means. What do you care about my methods?" Before he finished speaking, Yi Chen flicked his hand, and threw the little boy at the shopkeeper again. The shopkeeper quickly reached out to catch him, but at the moment he caught the boy, he felt a sharp pain in his chest. He looked down in disbelief. A blood-red sword tip pierced through the little boy's body, and went straight into his chest. The despicable shopkeeper cursed through clenched teeth. Yi Chen laughed heartily. "All's fair in war. If you want to blame someone, blame yourself for being too soft-hearted." Yi Chen has always believed that great achievements justify any means. He uses the two children as tools. To him, it was nothing at all. It didn't matter. Instead, he thought that people like the shopkeeper, who risked their own safety to save others, were extremely foolish. He felt utterly contemptuous of him. At this moment, the shopkeeper felt all his vital energy flowing out along the blood-red sword. Clearly, the sword was diluting his vital energy. Yi Chen absorbed the shopkeeper's vital energy through the blood-refining sword. He felt a profound sense of ease throughout his entire body. Even his cultivation improved slightly as a result. He savored the pleasure brought by absorbing the blood essence. A strange blush appeared on his face. He smiled sinisterly at the shopkeeper, and said, "Old man, is there nothing you want to say before you die?" The shopkeeper panted heavily, whispering, "These two children are innocent. Please spare them." Yi Chen glanced at the little boy, who was barely breathing, then looked at the little girl, standing there dumbfounded, staring blankly at the scene before her, unable to process what was happening. He shook his head and said, "That's not possible. They both know who I am, so we must not let them live." The shopkeeper angrily said, "They are just children. They pose no threat to you. Why do you insist on eradicating them?" Yi Chen smiled and said, "Because you must remove the roots to get rid of the weeds." With that, Yi Chen suddenly increased the speed of diluting the blood-refining sword with blood essence. The shopkeeper screamed in agony. His whole body suddenly went limp like a deflated balloon, instantly shriveled. Seeing that he was not long for this world, he stubbornly extended a finger, staring at Yi Chen with hatred-filled eyes. He hissed, you will meet a bad end." As soon as he finished speaking, the shopkeeper collapsed powerlessly to the ground, like a withered branch, fell silent, and the little boy held in his arms, was also silent at this moment. The blood-refining sword's ability to dilute essence blood, even a cultivator of his nascent soul stage couldn't resist. The little boy, even more so, couldn't hold on. The little girl watched this scene in disbelief. Her eyes filled with incredulity. She muttered, "Little Bao, shopkeeper uncle." Yi Chen drew out his long sword, letting the shopkeeper and the little boy fall to the ground. He slowly walked towards the little girl, with a hint of regret in his eyes. "What a pity. You little girl actually look quite pretty. You might grow into a great beauty someday. But now, I have to send you on your way. Don't blame me. In the afterlife, I was forced to do this. With that, Yi Chen raised his blood-refining sword high, and slashed at the little girl. Seeing that the little girl was about to be killed by Yi Chen, suddenly, a roar echoed from the sky. Assistant Yi Chen was taken aback. Without thinking, he flew backward. In the next moment, a sword aura descended from the sky, striking fiercely where Yi Chen had just been. Yi Chen looked at the sky with a grim expression, only to see Feng Xiao staring at him murderously. Feng Xiao knew Yi Chen was unpredictable, always seeking revenge, but he didn't expect him to attack civilians. He glanced at the lifeless shopkeeper and the little boy, then at the dumbfounded little girl. Still in shock from the recent events, Feng Xiao squinted his eyes slightly, his grip tightening. He looked coldly at Yi Chen, and said coldly, Yi Chen, not only did you attack your fellow disciples, you also slaughtered the innocent, violating our sect's rules. Your crimes are heinous. Today, as the holy son of the sect, I will execute you justly. Yi Chen looked at Feng Xiao, gritting his teeth. Feng Xiao, stop pretending to be a good person here. This world is originally survival of the fittest. I just killed a few insignificant ants. Why do you have to go against me, ants? Feng Xiao was extremely furious. You call others ants, but have you ever thought that in others' eyes, you are also an ant? Since you think killing a few civilians is nothing, then should I not be justified in killing you now? Yi Chen couldn't help but widen his eyes. You really intend to kill me? For someone as reckless with life as you, should I not kill you and save the world from your chaos? Feng Xiao roared in anger, and transformed into a meteor, slashing fiercely at Yi Chen with his sword. In a fit of rage, Feng Xiao was using all his strength. Yi Chen only saw a flash before his eyes, and a gleaming long sword appeared in the air. Yi Chen was terrified, and hurriedly swung his sword to block. The next moment, there was a loud clang. Yi Chen felt a heavy blow to his chest. His entire body was sent flying by Feng Xiao's sword. Before Yi Chen, who was still in mid-air, could recover, Feng Xiao charged forward again. With a swing of his long sword, a fierce sword energy flew straight at Yi Chen. Yi Chen swung his sword with all his might. It only blocked a bit more than half. The remaining bit of sword energy struck him solidly. As Yi Chen let out a miserable cry, sword energy swept past Yi Chen's side, bringing with it blood from the flying swords. In just a moment, Yi Chen was brutally beaten by Feng Xiao. He never expected. It turns out that when the usually amiable and kind Feng Xiao gets angry, he is truly terrifying. This involuntarily brought a bit of pleasure to the usually arrogant and confident Yi Chen. But in the next moment, he was gritting his teeth, a surge of determination rising in his heart. Why is Feng Xiao so strong? I, Yi Chen, am not inferior to him at all. He's been cultivating for 30 years, not yet reached the golden core stage. Am I not even better than this kind of trash? Watching Feng Xiao approach slowly like a judge from hell, Yi Chen struggled to stand up, and angrily roared at Feng Xiao. Why are you forcing me like this? I just killed a person, that's all, and you want to kill me for that? People like you can't stand to see me do well. I'm doing this because you forced me to. Feng Xiao's gaze is cold. He sinisterly says that it's his own fault, but shifts the blame onto others. Yi Chen, oh Yi Chen, people like you, no matter how much you practice, you won't achieve true enlightenment. Yi Chen angrily retorted, my fate is not for someone like you to decide. My fate is determined by me, not by heaven. With that, Yi Chen suddenly spat a mouthful of blood onto the blood-refining sword. The originally dim blood-refining sword abruptly emitted a dazzling red light. The light made Yi Chen's twisted, ferocious face look even more sinister and eerie. Yi Chen sinisterly said, Feng Xiao, don't you think you're better than me? Let's see how you can fight me now. Before the words were finished, Yi Chen swung his sword. The dazzling red blade cut a bright scarlet streak through the air. It slashed diagonally towards Feng Xiao. Feng Xiao looked at Yi Chen, and said calmly, Yi Chen, you've become possessed. That was forced by you. Amid Yi Chen's roar, the dazzling red sword light spiraled toward him. Feng Xiao, however, held his sword at his side. Just as the sword light was about to strike, he suddenly swung his sword. The Xiaoyao 36 sword technique, the ascending sword technique, is different from other sword techniques. Other sword techniques have dozens of moves, at least 3 to 5 moves, but this Fuyao sword technique has only one move. Whether this move is a slash or a chop, a stab or a cut. In short, it's a move that concentrates true essence, gathered into this one strike. It can exert power far beyond one's own level. The rock rises with the wind in a single day, soaring straight up for 90,000 miles. A flash of unparalleled silver sword light shot out, clashing violently with the red sword light. After a loud bang, the red sword light was actually shattered by a single strike, while the silver sword light did not lose momentum. After breaking the red sword light, it flew straight towards Yi Chen's neck, seeing that Yi Chen was about to be killed with a sword. However, at this moment, a figure suddenly blocked in front of Yi Chen, with a horizontal sword blocking the sword light. Only a loud bang was heard. The figure along with Yi Chen was sent flying dozens of meters away, showing the power of this sword light. But this deadly blow was also blocked. Feng Xiao looked at the sword crossed over his chest. The old man stood ready, and coldly asked, "Uncle Master, what is the meaning of this?" The old man originally intended to question Feng Xiao first, but was caught off guard when Feng Xiao spoke first. He was momentarily stunned, but then he recovered, and angrily said, "You little brat, how dare you? Since you took action against your fellow disciple without permission, today, I must clean up the sect." Feng narrowed his eyes at the old man, and sneered, "Do you have something you don't understand?" The old man couldn't help but ask, "What do you mean by that?" Feng mocked, "In the past, the Taiwei sect showed off its power, and many disciples left. Weren't you just one of them, old man? You, a traitor who left the sect years ago. What right do you have to act all high and mighty here? I only tolerate you because you're old. I don't want to argue with you. I respect elders, that's why I call you Grandmaster Uncle. But in my eyes, what are you?" This old man is so biased and gullible. Feng Xiao has completely given up on communicating with this old man. He might as well tear the pretense here and now. The old man's face turned blue and red from Feng Xiao's scolding. In a fit of shame and anger, he couldn't help but shout, "You disrespectful brat. Today, I must teach you a good lesson on behalf of your master." Feng Xiao sneered, "Teach me a lesson? Do you have the ability, or the right? Do you think I can't teach you a lesson? Why don't you give it a try?" Feng Xiao reached into his storage ring and took out a long sword. He held two swords, assuming a rider's stance. In a cold voice, he said, "Today, in the name of the holy son of the Taiwei sect, I will cleanse our sect. I'll deal with you two disgraceful scoundrels. How dare you lay a hand on Uncle Master?" The old man also drew a long sword, and stared intently at Feng Xiao. The style of the soaring sword chi that Feng Xiao used, made the old man finally realize that Feng Xiao's strength was far greater than he imagined. He had no idea where Feng Xiao obtained this opportunity, to be able to use such a powerful sword technique. So, facing Feng Xiao, though the old man was stubborn, he had to take it seriously. However, just as the two were about to clash, a sudden shout came from the sky. Feng Xiao looked up at the sky. He saw Qin Jiangzi floating in the air, gazing at everyone with a serious expression. He first stopped Feng Xiao and the old man from fighting. Then he began to observe the courtyard situation. Upon seeing the disfigured bodies of the shopkeeper and the little boy lying on the ground, Qin Yangzi's face suddenly turned grim. Yi Chen saw Qin Yangzi suddenly appear, and felt a chill in his heart. He knew very well that this time he had violated the sect rules, and it was a serious offense. If nothing goes wrong, expulsion from the sect is inevitable. He might even be stripped of his cultivation. But then, Yi Chen suddenly had a flash of inspiration. He thought of a possibility, so he quickly shouted to Qin Jiangzi in the sky, "Sect Master Uncle, Senior Brother Saint is wantonly killing the innocent. I tried to stop him from committing murder, but he turned his sword on me instead. Fortunately, the Grandmaster arrived in time, and I was able to escape unscathed. Please, Master, seek justice for me." Feng glanced at him, and said coldly, "Yi Chen, you certainly have a thick skin. Anyone facing you would surely have to bow down." Yi Chen understood what young Master Feng meant, but he felt no shame at all. Instead, he felt fortunate for his own cleverness. He simply pinned all the things he did directly onto young Master Feng, saying that young Master Feng was publicly accused of stealing items from the Linglong Pavilion, causing him to become furious out of humiliation. He made a deadly move at night, and Yi Chen became the hero who stopped Feng Xiao from committing murder. But unfortunately, in the end, he still couldn't save the lives of the two people. Yi Chen spoke eloquently, his words flowing more smoothly. By the end of his speech, even he was almost convinced. Feng Xiao stood aside, quietly watching his performance. As for the old man and Qin Yangzi, their faces darkened. Yi Chen was completely unaware of this, only feeling that his plan with Tao Zhang's strategy was brilliant. He couldn't help but feel a bit proud. But after finishing speaking, however, he didn't hear Qin Jiangzi scolding Feng Xiao. He was a bit puzzled. At this moment, the old man tugged his sleeve, and whispered, "Feng Xiao, this kid just returned to the sect this afternoon." Yi Chen was stunned, but he quickly realized, and the next moment his face turned pale. Damn it, now he's caught red-handed. Originally, if Yi Chen-mei had made up the rest of the story, there might still have been a chance to salvage the situation, but after making up this story full of loopholes, anyone can tell that Yi Chen is lying, so Yi Chen's intention to lie is obvious. That's why Feng Xiao didn't say anything. He doesn't need to say anything. He just quietly watched Qin Jiangzi. He wanted to see what Qin Jiangzi's attitude was. Qin Jiangzi looked at Yi Chen. He cursed inwardly, thinking Yi Chen was hopeless. Initially, he had a good impression of Yi Chen, because although the kid held grudges, and was selfish, he was still highly talented, and without any scheming. Such an arrogant person could never become the leader of the sect's disciples. If he were to be the Holy Son, then Qin Yangzi as the sect master would truly be the foremost person in the sect. But now Yi Chen has killed someone. If he killed an ordinary person, that would be one thing. For cultivators like them, ordinary people are just ants. As long as no one sees it, then they weren't killed. But the problem is, he also killed the owner of Linglong Pavilion. Everyone in Dongzhou knows, Linglong Pavilion is a subordinate of Yunjian Pavilion. So the owner of Linglong Pavilion is a person of Yunjian Pavilion. You've killed someone from the Yunjian Pavilion. How dare you not give an explanation? Even though Tai Wei sect and Yunjian Pavilion have good relations, that's not a reason for Tai Wei sect to kill Yunjian Pavilion's people at will. Qin Yangzi looked grim. After glaring fiercely at Yi Chen, he then said, let's return to the sect first. We'll discuss the remaining matters later. Feng Xiao's face was as dark as water. Without saying a word, he turned around and picked up the little girl who was standing there like a wooden stake. Then he flew away with her in his arms. Seeing that Feng Xiao didn't greet him from start to finish, Qin Yangzi understood that Feng Xiao was even angry with him, his master. But it was no surprise, as the master had just set him up earlier that afternoon. Even here, he didn't directly stand on his side. Anyone would be angry if they were in his shoes. But Qin Yangzi didn't take this matter to heart, because Feng Xiao's greatest virtue is his broad-mindedness, and he is respectful enough to his master. Qin Yangzi believes that even if he says nothing, Feng Xiao won't hold a grudge against his master. Qin Yangzi pondered. He took out a sound transmission talisman. He contacted junior brother Qin Zhao. He instructed Qin Zhao to send a few disciples to guard Linglong Pavilion in Liang City. Before Yunjian Pavilion sends someone over, Tai Wei sect must ensure that Linglong Pavilion is well guarded. Linjian Pavilion is quite renowned in eastern Zhou, and its subordinate, Linglong Pavilion, also has some repute. Therefore, most sects dare not make a move against Linglong Pavilion. Every city's Linglong Pavilion is usually managed by one shopkeeper, with a few local hires to help out. As for guards, there are basically none. Because of this, Yi Chen had the opportunity to kill the shopkeeper. But without guards, it doesn't mean that Linglong Pavilion is weak and easy to bully. With Yunjian Pavilions, methods, as long as the person isn't a practitioner who has entered the Taiqing realm or Zhenru mirror, they can find out who made the move. If it's beyond this realm, then sending guards over to protect is basically useless. After Qin Jiangzi finished giving orders, he turned around, and looked at Yi Chen with bright eyes. Yi Chen felt uneasy under Qin Yangzi's gaze, but dared not say a word. He stood silently in place. After a long time, Qin Yangzi gave a cold snort, and turned his head away. The scene fell into silence. After a while, unable to stand the silence any longer, Yi Chen couldn't help but whisper to the old man, Master Uncle, there are quite a few good things hidden in this Linglong Pavilion. Right now, it's just the two of us here. Why don't we just... Before Yi Chen could finish his sentence, the old man smacked him on the back of the head, looking exasperated. How could you be so foolish, boy? This is the Linglong Pavilion. It's the property of the Yunjian Pavilion. How dare you take something from the Yunjian Pavilion? Aren't you afraid of losing your life? Yi Chen, looking aggrieved, said, isn't this for the sake of our sect? Think about it. If we had the treasures from the Linglong Pavilion, wouldn't the strength of our Tai Wei sect increase significantly? Then who would dare to bully our Tai Wei sect? The old man glared at him. He said angrily, the things from Linglong Pavilion are easy to get now. But what then? Do you dare use them in public? As long as you dare to use them, I guarantee that the people from Yunjiang will come looking for you the next day. Yi Chen had to shut his mouth, but he was indifferent in his heart. Though Yunjian Pavilion has a great reputation, so what? Sooner or later, I will make the entire Yunjian Pavilion submit to me. Meanwhile, Feng Xiao was flying with the little girl on his sword through the night sky. He carefully shielded her from the cold wind in the night, not letting the cold wind invade her embrace. The little girl in his arms. After an unknown amount of time, Feng Xiao felt the little girl in his arms move slightly. He looked down, and saw the little girl staring at him with bright eyes. dazedly looking at him. Feng Xiao gently patted the little girl's head, and softly said, "Little girl, don't be afraid. Master is here." "Master, where is my brother?" the little girl asked softly. Feng Xiao was silent for a moment, then said, "Your brother went to another world." "Master, you're lying. I just saw him. It was that person who killed my brother." The little girl suddenly screamed, her eyes filled with tears. "I will kill that person, to avenge my brother, and also to avenge Uncle Manager." Feng gently patted the little girl's back, and softly asked, "So do you want your master to avenge you, or do you want to take revenge yourself?" The little girl stared blankly at Feng Xiao. She sure didn't understand what Feng Xiao meant. Feng Xiao said, "If your master avenges you, then I guarantee that the culprit won't live past 3 days. But if you take action yourself, then your master can teach you everything he knows. When you have trained enough to kill the enemy, you can personally avenge your brother and the shopkeeper." Actually, for young Master Feng, killing Yi Chen, although a bit troublesome, might have some twists and turns, but he could still be killed in the end. However, now he has encountered another problem. That is, Yi Chen has become the little girl's mortal enemy. The little girl witnessed Yi Chen killing her brother with her own eyes, and it has left a shadow in her heart. In the future, during cultivation, it is inevitable that inner demons will arise. If Feng Xiao kills Yi Chen now, then when the little girl encounters inner demons in the future, there will be no way to resolve them. Therefore, Feng Xiao left the choice in the little girl's hands. The look in the little girl's eyes changed. After a while, she said in a sharp tone, "Disciple said, I want to personally avenge my brother." Feng Xiao nodded. He said, "If that's the case, then I will help you take revenge with all my power." The next day, the bell on Mount Taiwei rang 6 times. 6 rings indicate that something important will be announced in the sect today. All inner sect and true disciples must attend. Many disciples were confused when they heard the bell. They all speculated about what important announcement was to be made. The 6 bells had only rung once before, and that was for Feng Xiao's Holy Son conferment ceremony. Unexpectedly, just a few days later, the bell rang 6 times again. After hearing the bell, inner sect disciples and true disciples immediately put down what they were doing. They arrived at the sect square. When they got here, they found that sect master Qin Yangzi and elders Qin Zhao and Du Yuanxi were already seated. After a while, even elders Zhu and Song from the alchemy pavilion and the forging room arrived. Elder Zhu's name is Zhu Yu. Elder Song's name is Song Lian. The two were not originally from the Taiwei sect. They were recruited by Feng Xiao from the mountains. One is skilled in alchemy, the other in forging, though their skills are not the best. They are among the top in their respective fields in the Eastern Zhou. Feng Xiao recruited them to enhance the sect's abilities in alchemy and forging. After all, for cultivators, elixirs and magical artifacts are always indispensable, and besides these 5 people, there is also an elderly man with white hair and beard sitting at the head seat. To most disciples, this elder is a new face. Few people know his background. Seeing his calm demeanor, many are speculating in their hearts that perhaps this elder is a newly recruited elder by the Holy Son. Before long, the inner disciples and personal disciples had all gathered in the square. At this moment, Feng Xiao walked to the front and said loudly to the disciples, "Dear brothers and sisters, I have gathered you all here today to announce something important. This matter concerns the reputation of our sect. Therefore, I need all my junior brothers and sisters to bear witness." After a pause, Feng Xiao continued, 3 direct disciples under my sect, including Yi Chen, during their recent mission in Bifang Garden, viciously attacked their senior sister, and stole sect property. According to Bifang, it didn't stop there. Yesterday, they sneaked into Linglong Pavilion in Liang City, killing the pavilion master Deng Su and an innocent child. His methods are malicious. His actions are cruel. He has violated the 2nd, 4th, 5th, and 7th rules of our sect. The sect leader has decided to abolish his cultivation, expel him from the sect, and announce this to the world. Upon hearing this, the audience was in an uproar. Although the 7 major rules of Taiwei sect are few in words, they have been the foundation of our sect for many years. Everyone in the sect must adhere to them. If there is any violation, severe punishment will be administered. However, that being said, in fact, there have been few violations in Taiwei sect over the years. Even if there were violations, they were mostly minor. At most, a month of confinement should be enough. So far, I've never heard of anyone violating more than 2 rules at once, and being punished with expulsion and having their cultivation crippled. But this time, a direct disciple from the 3rd division went all out. He violated 4 rules at once. You know, there are only 7 rules in total. This guy single-handedly trampled on the dignity of the sect's rules. and even stomped on them hard. After hearing about this, all the disciples couldn't help but give Yi Chen a thumbs up in their hearts, thinking he is a tough guy. However, after Feng Xiao announced the punishment, someone suddenly shouted, "Wait a minute, I disagree." The one who shouted was the old man with white hair and beard. The old man stood up and angrily pointed at Feng Xiao. "This is clearly a personal vendetta, a display of jealousy. You are envious of Yi Chen's talent, his faster progress in cultivation. You fear he threatens your position as the saint's son, so you can't wait to expel him from the sect. How kind-hearted yet ruthless. Anyway, I'm telling you, as long as I'm here, no one can destroy Yi Chen's cultivation." Feng Xiao looked at the elder coldly. He asked in return, "Who might you be?" The elder's face immediately turned red with anger. He shouted, "I am the uncle master of Qinjiangzi, the sect leader. Ling Shuzi is your grandmaster uncle." Feng Xiao calmly asked, "Do you have any proof?" Ling Shuzi was instantly speechless. At this moment, Qin Yangzi suddenly spoke. He said indifferently, "Senior Ling Shuzi is the junior brother of my late master Yu Jizi. This matter need not be concerned with." Feng Xiao replied calmly, "Master, there are many swindlers and frauds in this world, impossible to guard against. Master should discern truth from falsehood. Do not be deceived by villains." Qin Yangzi frowned. Before he could speak, Ling Shuzi angrily said, "You brat, who are you calling a liar?" Feng Xiao ignored him. Then he continued speaking to Qin Yangzi, "Master, please consider the case of Yi Chen, a direct disciple of the third branch. The evidence is conclusive. The proof is undeniable. To uphold the sect's dignity, he must be severely punished." Ling Shuzi angrily said, "You claim the evidence is conclusive, but where is the evidence?" Feng Xiaochong nodded beside him. He calmly said, "Please, 3 direct disciples of the sect, junior sister Lu Qingyuan." Lu Qingyuan stepped forward from the crowd. First, he respectfully saluted Qinjiangzi and the others. Then he said, "A few days ago, I, along with my senior brothers and sisters, under the leadership of senior brother Xingzi, went to Bifang Garden to seek the words of Bifang. Fortunately, due to senior brother Xingzi's strategic planning, we ultimately succeeded in obtaining the words of Bifang. But shortly after obtaining the words of Bifang, a masked man dressed in black suddenly appeared. First, he injured senior sister Han Biyun. Then he stole the words of Bifang. I chased after him. After a brief fight, he used a blood-red longsword. I recognized it clearly. That blood-red long sword belongs to Master Yi Chen. Yi Chen's sword is at home. All the moves he used were from our sect's swordsmanship. Therefore, I dare to conclude that the man in black is Yi Chen. Please, elders, see clearly." On the way back with Feng Xiao, Lu Qingyuan had already figured it out. Feng Xiao has given too much for this sect, and we, the disciples, have all benefited directly or indirectly from Feng Xiao's contributions. Compared to Feng Xiao, how much has an ordinary disciple like Lu Qingyuan contributed to the sect? Thinking of this, Lu Qingyuan felt ashamed. He became even more unwilling to shield Yi Chen. After Lu Qingyuan finished speaking, the whole audience was once again in an uproar. As a disciple under the third branch, Lu Qingyuan publicly accused Yi Chen, who was also under the third branch. The meaning behind this is quite extraordinary, and those who understand the relationship between Lu Qingyuan and Yi Chen are even more shocked by Lu Qingyuan's accusation. Shi Nan believes that the senior sister who usually takes the most care of Yi Chen showed no mercy in accusing her junior brother. And among everyone, the most shocked is Du Yuanqi, the host of the third team. When Du Yuanqi arrived at the square, he was completely confused, having no idea what was going on. It wasn't until Feng Xiao spoke that he learned that it was his own young disciple Jingyu who caused the trouble. And what Jingyu did shocked Du Yuanqi. He couldn't believe Yi Chen would do such a thing. But before he could recover from the shock, another shocking event happened. The one accusing Yi Chen of violating the sect rules was his third disciple, Lu Qingyuan. At this moment, Du Yuanqi felt like he was in a dream. He couldn't help but mutter to himself, "What is going on today?" Originally, Du Yuanqi wanted to say something for his youngest disciple, but now he found it inappropriate to speak. After all, his third disciple was publicly accusing his fourth disciple. As their master, no matter who you speak for, it inevitably raises suspicions of bias, so it's better to remain silent. After Du Yuanqi chose to stay silent, the only one defending Yi Chen was Ling Shuzi. Ling Shuzi angrily shouted, "You little girl, how can you conclude he took the Bifang Eye, just based on a sword and its moves? Could it be that someone else is impersonating?" Lu Qingyuan raised his head, and looked directly into Ling Shuzi's eyes, and said neither arrogantly nor humbly, "What this disciple says is all that this disciple has seen. There is not a single lie. If there is even one falsehood, This disciple is willing to endure the suffering of being burned by lightning. Before a Taoist practitioner becomes a true immortal, they must first overcome the lightning tribulation. Lu Qingyuan's oath is essentially using his own cultivation path to testify the vow, which cannot be taken lightly. Therefore, after Lu Qingyuan said these words, most of the disciples in the square believed him. But Lin Shuzi snorted coldly, and said, "Who can't make an oath? Even an ordinary person who hasn't practiced qi, can easily swear dozens of oaths. Aren't you daring to swear? Let me ask you this. Do you dare to swear on your Tao heart, that you personally saw the true face of the one who stole?" Lu Qingyuan hesitated for a moment, then shook his head and said, "Disciple did not see it." Ling Shuzi's face showed a smug expression. "I told you, you're talking nonsense." At this moment, Feng Shao suddenly spoke, "Then how would you explain this? Why does Yi Chen's bloodline have the aura of Baifeng's words?" Ling Shuzi was momentarily speechless. During yesterday's fierce battle, Feng Shao clearly felt that Yi Chen's bloodline concealed the aura of Baifeng's words. After examining him through the preliminary test of the Tianhua, Feng Shao surprisingly discovered that Yi Chen possesses the devouring fire physique. The devouring flame body can strengthen its bloodline by devouring spiritual flames. This corroborates, without a doubt, that Baifeng's statement was indeed taken by Yi Chen, and then devoured by Yi Chen. Ling Shuzi is also very aware of this, but he doesn't think Yi Chen did anything wrong. In his view, the world's spiritual beings belong to those with fate. Since Yi Chen obtained the words of avoiding disaster, no matter the means, it is Yi Chen's opportunity. No one has the right to question it. But these words must not be spoken. Otherwise, it would confirm the crime of Yi Chen harming his fellow disciples. So he rolled his eyes, and sneered, "What about the aura of the forbidden words in his bloodline? Yi Chen's talent is exceptional. The aura of the forbidden words in his bloodline is a gift from heaven. You can't accuse him of stealing the forbidden words out of jealousy for his talent." Feng also sneered at these words. "Since that's the case, so, would you dare to make a pledge in the name of a thief, that Yi Chen did not steal Baifeng's words, and did not hurt his fellow disciple?" Lin Shuzi's mouth twitched. He opened his mouth, then closed it, then opened it again. Finally, he reluctantly managed to say a few words. "Swearing is for kids. I won't play such childish games with you." General Feng retracted his gaze, and continued, "Besides, Yi Chen also infiltrated Linglong Pavilion in Liang City yesterday, killing the owner Deng Su and a young boy. This violates the 4th and 5th decrees." Before General Feng could finish, Ling Shuzi spoke again. "What evidence do you have to prove that Yi Chen killed those two people?" Feng Shao looked at him with an expression as if looking at an idiot. He said coldly, "Are your eyes not working? You clearly saw it with your own eyes. Yet now you ask me for evidence." Ling Shuzi argued forcefully, "When I arrived at the Linglong Pavilion, I only saw you trying to kill Yi Chen. I didn't see Yi Chen kill those two people. You said Yi Chen killed someone. Please provide the evidence." "Evidence?" Feng Shao sneered. He waved to someone nearby. Soon, a 12 or 13-year-old, delicate little girl walked over. Feng Shao gently patted her head, and softly said, "What did you see last night? Say it all." For the little girl, facing such a situation, it was the first time in her life. She couldn't help but feel a bit nervous. She stammered and said that last night, "I was meditating and cultivating in my room. Then Xiaobao suddenly stopped making noise. I don't know what happened outside, so I went out to take a look." The little girl spoke more and more fluently, and quickly recounted everything that happened last night. When she talked about her brother being innocently killed by Yi Chen as a hostage, she couldn't help but sob. Many of the disciples present were deeply moved, and couldn't help but feel angry. The little girl finally sobbed and said that if it weren't for the master's timely arrival, I also died at the hands of that villain. He could even harm such a little girl. He's worse than a beast. That Yi Chen seemed to have good aptitude. How could he be so despicable? Humph, I told you all long ago, that Yi Chen was no good. The sect took in such a vile person. What bad luck. The disciples below were all talking. Sitting above them, Du Yuanxi's face alternated between pale and flushed. His feelings were indescribably complex. He had held Yi Chen in high regard. He even considered passing on his mantle to Yi Chen. But in the path of cultivation, one must first cultivate the heart before cultivating the Tao. With an improper mindset, the road ahead is bound to be difficult. At worst, one faces punishment from the 9 heavens. At best, one is plagued by inner demons with no escape. If Yi Chen can still cultivate smoothly after committing evil, it only proves that he is inherently evil. For him, doing evil is as normal as eating or drinking. However, the deeper such a person cultivates, the greater the harm they cause. But Taiwei's sect prides itself on being upright and orthodox. How can they tolerate someone with such a mindset? So if Yi Chen is proven guilty of this, then whether or not his cultivation is abolished, Taiwei's sect will no longer accept him. While everyone was discussing this matter, Ling Shuzi spoke up again and asked, "You little girl, you just mentioned your master. Who is your master?" The little girl glanced at Feng Xiao. She clutched Feng Xiao's clothes and shouted, "He is my master." Feng Xiao also nodded. He said, "I met this little girl in Liang City. Seeing her potential, I accepted her as my disciple. She is temporarily staying at Linglong Pavilion. I wonder what you mean by this." Feng Xiao keeps addressing him as Your Excellency, and refuses to call him Uncle Master. This has long driven Ling Shuzi mad with anger. He looks at the little girl with a grim gaze, and coldly says, "He is your disciple. Speaking is a symbol. Besides, you can't take a child's words seriously." Lin Shizi has repeatedly turned black into white, which has long made many disciples dissatisfied. Now seeing him make trouble again, many people protested immediately. "You're the old man making trouble. Your words can't be taken seriously. No one knows where this old geezer came from, running here and pretending to be wise with age. Do you really think Taiwei Zone belongs to you? Even the sect leader hasn't spoken. What nonsense are you spouting, old man? Humph, you're speaking up for Yi Chen like this. Could it be that Yi Chen is your real father?" The disciples' protest made Ling Shuzi furious. Even Qin Yangzi couldn't help but frown. Although Ling Suzi's identity is questionable, since Qin Jiangzi has acknowledged his identity, then secretly, Ling Suzi is the granduncle master of all the disciples. But because Feng Xiao refuses to acknowledge Ling Suzi, the disciples are also unwilling to acknowledge him. From this alone, it can be seen that Feng Xiao's prestige among the disciples surpasses that of the sect leader. This makes Qin Jiangzi feel somewhat irritated. Ling Shuzi was furious, jumping with rage. He shouted angrily, "You disrespectful brats. Do you really think I won't dare to touch you?" But as soon as Ling Shuzi finished speaking, Feng Xiao coldly replied, "I advise you to be careful. This is Taiwei sect, not a place for you to act recklessly." Ling Shuzi was so angry that he could hardly speak. Young Master Feng's words made it clear that he didn't regard Ling Shuzi as part of the Taiwei sect at all. He didn't even consider him a guest. Ling Shuzi was about to get angry, when suddenly a low shout interrupted, "Enough." The voice was low, but because it carried true energy, it traveled a great distance, and everyone felt a numbness in their heads. In an instant, they snapped out of their furious state. Feng Xiao rushed forward, cupped his hands and said, "Second Martial Uncle, thank you for your effort." Qin Zhao nodded, and said no more. Ling Shuzi was secretly shocked under Qin Zhao's puzzled gaze. Since arriving at Mount Taiwei, Ling Shuzi relied on his seniority, always relying on seniority, acting like he's the ancestor of the entire sect, just short of setting up a memorial tablet for himself, and having everyone worship him. But Qin Zhao's low shout made his head buzz. He believed he could never achieve this level. Qin Zhao's cultivation had some recognition. It is obvious that Qin Zhao's cultivation is far superior to Ling Shuzi's, and the timing of Qin Zhao's low voice is quite interesting. He didn't speak when the disciples were clamoring, but he chose to speak when Ling Shuzi got angry. The choice of timing is very intriguing. Ling Shuzi is no fool either. Naturally, he noticed Qin Zhao's attitude. He was extremely furious inside, yet he dared not act rashly again. He just let out a heavy snort, and said that relying solely on this little girl's words, to convict Yi Chen, "I think it's inappropriate." Feng Xiao sneered in his heart. Lin Shuzi's tone was obviously softer than it was before. This was influenced by Qin Zhao's low shout. This old geezer is really just a bully. Now he's finally admitting defeat. Feng Xiao asked back, "What do you think would be appropriate?" Ling Shuzi's eyes shifted. He said, "Yi Chen, this boy has good potential. With proper training, he will soar to great heights sooner or later. Grand Marshal Zong has this son, truly a blessing to the family name. But you, Feng Xiao, have been in the sect for 30 years, and still haven't reached the golden core stage. Your aptitude is mediocre, unfit to hold the position of Holy Son. All your accusations against Yi Chen are obviously out of jealousy. You're jealous of Yi Chen's superior talent, afraid he'll take your place as the Holy Son. That's why you fabricated these baseless charges against him. You're extremely envious and capable, but what crime should you bear?" Before Feng could speak, the disciples off the stage started to clamor again. Who does Yi Chen think he is? How could he make senior brother Sage jealous? Is this old man out of his mind? Does Yi Chen deserve to make senior brother Sage jealous? Who is he to make senior brother Sage jealous? I think this old man is the one who's jealous of senior brother Sage. Where did this crazy old man come from? And he calls himself Grand Marshal Uncle. Lin Shuzi was furious. Moreover, Qin Zhao didn't stop the disciples' ancient stove. This made Lin Shuzi even angrier. He gave Qin Zhao a hateful look. Then he said to Feng Xiao, you are incompetent and unworthy. You don't deserve the position of the Holy Sun. It would be better if you stepped down early and gave way to someone more capable. Feng Xiao sneered. Rang Xian, I'm not sure which Xian you are referring to. Could it be that person who harmed fellow disciples internally, seized sect items, bullied others externally, and killed the innocent indiscriminately, Yi Chen? Ling Suzi snorted coldly, those accusations are merely the one-sided words of some rogues you gathered. It's simply not worth mentioning. Feng Xiao ignored him. Instead, he saluted Qin Jiangzi and asked the master to uphold justice. Everyone simultaneously turned their gaze towards Qin Jiangzi, who had been mostly silent. After a long while, Qin Jiangzi finally spoke calmly. There are many doubts about Yi Chen's offenses. Although there are accusations, but it's still not enough to convict him. Considering Yi Chen has contributed greatly to the sect, he is punished to meditate in confinement for a year, during which he is not allowed to leave the mountain. Qin Jiangzi's words left almost everyone stunned. The matter was almost a foregone conclusion, and the one accusing Yi Chen was none other than, it is indeed the holy son of the sect. Feng Xiao is the chief disciple under the sect leader, but he ultimately chose to stand by Yi Chen's side, especially when thinking of Lady Qing actually acknowledging the identity of that mysterious old man Ling Shuzi. It caused a huge uproar among the disciples. Even Du Yuanxi looked at Lady Qing with disbelief. Among everyone present, perhaps the only one happy was Ling Shuzi. He was overjoyed at the words, and cupped his hands toward Qin Yangzi. He smiled and said, the sect leader is indeed perceptive. I truly admire you. Qin Yangzi, however, gave him a cold look, stood up, and said loudly, enough. This matter ends here. Everyone disperse. As he said this, Qin Jiangzi prepared to turn back to the inner hall, but before he could take a step, he heard Feng Xiao say softly. At this, Qin Jiangzi turned around, frowning at Feng Xiao, and said unhappily, Feng Xiao, I know you are dissatisfied with lanes. Feng Xiao rudely interrupted Qin Yangzi. He coldly asked about what happened yesterday. Master clearly saw it with his own eyes, yet he still protected Yi Chen in front of so many people. May I ask which rule of the sect master is enforcing? As soon as these words were spoken, the whole place fell silent. No one expected this. This time, Feng Xiao is directly targeting the sect master. But that's his master. Qin Jiangzi looked at Feng Xiao in disbelief. He found Feng Xiao's eyes to be chillingly cold. Qin Jiangzi realized indifferently that perhaps he had always underestimated this senior disciple. In Qin Jiangzi's impression, Feng Xiao had never looked this way before. Obviously, Qin Jiangzi Huashini's actions have already crossed Feng Xiao's bottom line. But Qin Jiangzi is not at all flustered. By nature, Feng Xiao is someone who respects his teachers and their teachings. Usually, he is very respectful towards his master. For someone who holds his master in such high regard, even if I make a decision that displeases Feng Xiao, so what? After all, Feng Xiao wouldn't turn against me. Qin Yangzi then said indifferently, Feng Xiao, this is my decision. You don't need to pursue it further. After saying that, Qin Yangzi intended to turn and leave. However, Feng Xiao sneered and said, among those killed by Yi Chen yesterday, besides my disciple's brother, there was also a manager from Linglong Pavilion. Does master also plan to use these words to dismiss Linglong Pavilion? Qin Yangzi impatiently said, our sect has a marriage alliance with Yunjian Pavilion. A mere manager of Linglong Pavilion is not enough to make Yunjian Pavilion turn against us. As long as we offer some compensation, this matter can be easily resolved. At this point, Qin Yangzi even wondered why Feng Xiao, his first disciple, was so dim-witted today. Such a simple matter. Does he still need his master to tell him what to do? Feng Xiao's anger meant filial piety towards Zhao Shizuan. Yunjian Pavilion can be bribed with a little favor. But where will the compensation for Yunjian Pavilion come from? Should the sects pay for it? Hearing this from Feng Xiao, Qin Yangzi's expression showed some hesitation. Compensation must be given. But if the sect pays this compensation, Qin Yangzi will feel some heartache. Although the treasures in the treasure pavilion were collected by Feng Xiao and his team, they now belong to the sect, and are part of the Taiwei sect's strength. If some of these items were compensated, it would be quite hard to part with them. But before Qin Yangzi could speak, Ling Shuzi quickly said, of course, it will be covered by the sect. Yi Chen has only been here for 5 years. He doesn't have any savings at all. How could he have anything to compensate Yunjiang with? Feng Shao sneered again. Why? Yi Chen made the mistake himself, but the whole sect has to bear the consequences. Which items in the treasure pavilion were turned in by Yi Chen? Yi Chen has been in the sect for 5 years. He has made no contributions to the sect. Instead, he has injured fellow disciples, seized sect property, and even made enemies for the sect. With such obvious misconduct, what use is there in keeping him? Ling Suzi was furious. He couldn't help but want to attack Feng Shao again, but Qin Jiangzi reached out to stop him. Qin Jiangzi looked at Feng Shao, and said calmly, "So, in your opinion, what should be done?" Feng Shao said firmly, "Abolish his cultivation. Expelled from the sect." Qin Jiangzi said unhappily, "If we really do this, in the eyes of outsiders, wouldn't it seem like we're afraid of Yunjian Pavilion?" Feng Shao sneered inwardly, although Taiwei's sect has been thriving these years, and its strength has gradually increased. Where do you get the confidence to think you can compete with Yunjian Pavilion? Not to mention Yunjian Pavilion. Any one of the 13 halls under Lord Yun's command is enough to crush the entire Taiwei sect. Besides, it was originally the Taiwei sect's fault. Instead of thinking about apologizing, you're concerned about saving face. I've already told you the method. Just abolish Yi Chen's cultivation, expel him from the sect, and emphasize that it's because he violated sect rules. This way, you can save face. But on one hand, you don't want to offend Yunjian Pavilion, and on the other hand, you don't want to show weakness to Yunjian Pavilion. In the end, you still want to protect Yi Chen. You even used this muddling tactic. Do you think Yunjian Pavilion is easy to fool, or do you think Yunjian Pavilion is easy to bully? Seeing Qin Yangzi's unyielding attitude, Feng Shao really couldn't understand why the master would make such an irrational decision for someone as selfish as Yi Chen. Is this the influence of the Son of Destiny? Is this the legendary halo of auspiciousness? It's truly terrifying. After Feng Shao took a deep breath, he said solemnly, "I am the holy son of the sect. We have the responsibility to instruct and guide our fellow disciples, as well as the duty to enforce the sect's rules. Since Yi Chen has violated the rules, he must accept the punishment. If crimes go unpunished, where will that leave the sect? Who will take the rules seriously? I humbly ask the master to reconsider his decision." The disciples in the square also shouted in unison for the sect leader to rescind his order. Qin Yangzi looked extremely distressed. In his view, Feng Shao's words were simply forcing him into a dead end. As the sect leader, doesn't he even have the right to protect a sect disciple? By doing this, isn't Feng Shao rubbing his dignity as sect leader into the ground? This is simply outrageous. Qin Jiangzi is now most concerned not about how to deal with Yi Chen, but about his own status. Obviously, in this Taiwei sect, his prestige as the sect leader is not as high as Feng Shao, a mere senior disciple. Originally, Qin Jiangzi was only somewhat wary of Feng Shao, but now he feels that Feng Shao is already provoking him. Thinking of this, Qin Yangzi's face was frosty. He coldly said, "Feng Shao, do you really want to take Wu and I as your master?" Feng Shao replied solemnly, "Disciple does not dare to contradict master. But master's decision is truly hard to accept. I beg master to reconsider and revoke the order." Qin Yangzi responded, "What if I refuse?" Now Feng Shao remained silent for a while, then shook his head and sighed, "If that's the case, I have nothing more to say." Qin Yangzi couldn't help but smirk, In the end, the leader of this sect is still me, and not you. Even if you are the holy son, Feng Shao, you still have to listen to me." However, before Qin Jiangzi could feel proud for long, Feng Shao calmly said, "Disciple has been under your tutelage for 30 years now. Master has bestowed 3 great favors upon me, so I have worked diligently over the years, only wishing to ease your burdens and solve your problems." Hearing Feng Shao's words, Qin Jiangzi couldn't help but recall Feng Shao's hard work for the sect over the years. Indeed, without Feng Shao's dedicated efforts over the years, the Taiwei sect wouldn't be in its current state. Even their Taiwei Heart Sutra practice wouldn't have advanced without Feng Shao's guidance, and could only be cultivated to the golden core stage. Reaching the transformation stage would be out of the question. Thinking of this, Qin Yangzi couldn't help but soften his heart. He was just about to say a few comforting words, when Feng Shao continued, saying the master and disciple have a life-saving grace. The disciple perfected the sect's mental cultivation method, and helped the master to improve his realm, which is considered repaying the master's life-saving grace. Qin Yangzi couldn't help but frown. His recently softened heart felt uneasy again. What does Feng Shao mean by these words? Evil one, show some respect. Feng Shao continued, saying that the master had the grace of adopting his disciple. The disciple has developed and expanded the sect over the years, recruiting many disciples, thus repaying the master's grace of adoption. Hearing this, Everyone present felt something was off. They looked at Feng Xiao in fear. There's a vague suspicion in my heart that I can't express, but I only hope this suspicion is false. The master has the grace of imparting knowledge to the disciple. The disciple rebuilt the alchemy pavilion and the forging room for the sect, enriched the scripture library and the treasure house, arranged the grand protective formation for the sect. This can be considered as repaying the master's grace of imparting knowledge. Speaking of this, Feng Xiao raised his head proudly. Every word he said was forceful and clear. He questioned himself. He had done his utmost for the sect and his master. He owed nothing more to the sect or his master. Qin Yangzi stared at Feng Xiao with a piercing gaze. His tone was icy. Feng Xiao, what do you mean by that? Are you trying to leave the sect? Feng Xiao didn't directly answer Qin Yang's question. Instead, he first looked down at the anxious little girl. He gently patted her on the head. Then he said, I took Xiaoya as my disciple, and vowed to seek justice for her. Now, master is being biased, ignoring the sect's principles, ignoring Yi Chen's crimes. If I continue to stay in Taiwei sect, then there is no reason to punish Yi Chen. But if I disregard my oath, I truly cannot be Xiaoya's master, and it would harm my own Dao heart. Since this is the case, then I have no choice but to leave the sect. As an outsider of the sect, I will demand repayment of this blood debt from Yi Chen. Young Master Feng's words actually only revealed half of his true feelings. He has decided to let the little girl personally avenge her brother. But the problem is, if the Taiwei sect does not expel Yi Chen, then Yi Chen is the little girl's martial uncle. In terms of seniority, the little girl is not qualified to take revenge on Yi Chen. So the first thing young Master Feng must do is to sever this relationship. Either expel Yi Chen from the sect, or young Master Feng leaves the sect himself. In short, in this Taiwei sect, only one of them can stay. Therefore, when Qin Yangzi decided to protect Yi Chen, this outcome was destined. Feng Xiao's words left almost everyone present in shock. Qin Zhao was the first to stand up, and scolded, Feng Xiao, what are you saying? You have dedicated 30 years of hard work to the Taiwei sect. Are you really going to abandon your sect so easily today? Du Yuanxi also hurriedly advised, saying that senior brother Feng Xiao, the sect master, might have said something inappropriate. But after all, he is your master. Can't you talk things out between master and disciple? Why must you leave the sect? Lu Qingyuan also exclaimed, senior brother Xingzi, we, your junior brothers and sisters, were all taught by you. Are you just going to abandon us like this? Other disciples also urged, please, senior brother Xingzi, reconsider. Why leave the sect for Yi Chen? Feng Xiao's mind is made up. He just waved his hand. He said, a man without trust cannot stand. Since I promised the little girl to seek justice for him, I must keep my word. He cupped his hands and said to everyone, over the years, thanks to everyone's support, for establishing the sect with young Master Feng. Young Master Feng thanks you all. The road in the martial world is long. We shall meet again if fate permits. With that, young Master Feng carried the little girl and flew away on his sword, without looking at Qin Yangzi even once. In the blink of an eye, he disappeared without a trace. Flying on a sword above the sky, the cold wind blew fiercely, but Feng Xiao felt very calm inside. The little girl who had been nestled in Feng Xiao's arms suddenly looked up, and timidly asked, Master, have I caused you trouble? Feng Xiao couldn't help but laugh. Why do you say that? The little girl lowered her head, whispering I heard. Master seems to have a high status in the sect. Many people listen to Master. There should be many who can't bear to part with Master in the sect. But Master left the sect because of a disciple. Disciple. At this point, the little girl couldn't continue. Feng Xiao gently patted the little girl's head, and smiled. It's true that Master left the Taiwei sect, partly because of you, but not entirely. But if Master hadn't stood up for me, there wouldn't have been any need to leave the sect, right? The little girl asked. Feng Xiao sighed. They say in one's life, there are things one shouldn't do, and things one must do. Yi Chen's actions have crossed my bottom line, so in the Taiwei sect, it's either him or me. Since the sect has already decided to protect Yi Chen, then naturally, I wouldn't stay. I am your master. Do you think I wouldn't feel reluctant? Indeed, I do feel a bit reluctant. But I don't want to abandon my principles even more. Feng Xiaojing said, this is the first lesson I am teaching you, little girl. I hope that no matter how much you cultivate in the future, we must always remember, before cultivating, prioritize practice. I cultivate, not to be combative, nor to disdain others, but so that when things we want and need to do arise, we have the ability to do them, free and unrestrained, not doing whatever one wants. that Yi Chen has already entered the demonic path. He will inevitably follow that path in the future. I hope you won't end up like him one day. The little girl nodded somewhat understandingly. Seeing the little girl still feeling a bit guilty, Feng Xiao laughed. Xiaoye, do you think that it's pitiful for me to be expelled from Tai Wei's sect? Xiaoye scratched his head, and didn't know how to respond to Feng Xiao's question. He indeed felt that his master's situation was a bit pitiful. After all, the sect leader abandoned his chief disciple for the sake of a disciple from the third branch. Not to mention that this chief disciple had made so many contributions to the sect. But he really couldn't say these words out loud. After all, saying it would be quite hurtful. Feng Xiao was smiling brilliantly. Little girl, this is the second lesson I'm teaching you. Sometimes, accumulation is a kind of wealth. But sometimes, accumulation is also a burden. Especially when the accumulation isn't under your control. The Tai Wei sect's current situation is indeed the result of my 30 years of hard work. But that doesn't mean I want to cling to this legacy. All along, I've worked so hard, mainly to repay a debt of gratitude. Now that I've repaid it, the remaining time belongs to me. The little girl looks puzzled. Master, what do you mean by that? Feng Xiao patted his head. He laughed and said, Master, I am free now. I can do whatever I want. I no longer need to consider the sect's interests. The little girl was stunned. Is this what Master always thought? The Tai Wei sect isn't actually as important to him as he imagined it to be. In fact, Feng Xiao doesn't think the Tai Wei sect is unimportant, but he feels he has wasted too much time on it. He has always hoped that someone would take over his responsibilities, so he can do his own things. This is the fundamental reason he has been dedicated to cultivating the sect's disciples. The position of the Holy Sun is really not important to Feng Xiao. He doesn't care at all. To him, the position of the Holy Sun is more like a shackle, rather than a throne. Only someone as greedy and selfish as Yi Chen would covet this position. But this position of the Holy Sun, Feng Xiao can refuse it. But he can't let Yi Chen take it. This is a matter of dignity. His plan is to cultivate fellow disciples who can truly shoulder great responsibilities. Then, he will openly transfer the position of Holy Sun. As for himself, he can choose to stay in the sect, or travel outside. After all, this world is so vast, and he should see more of it. Wouldn't it be a waste of this life I travel to? So Feng Xiao didn't feel depressed about leaving the sect. He just felt a bit regretful. Regretful that the Tai Wei sect didn't turn out the way he wanted. Regretful that a perfectly good Tai Wei sect was ruined by Yi Chen and Ling Shuzi, like two rat droppings spoiling a pot of soup. Regretful that the once just and wise master ended up becoming what he is today. But this outcome was his choice. As for what will happen in the future, that has nothing to do with him. But as for Yi Chen, Feng Xiao will not let him go. Yi Chen is a child of destiny, with extraordinary luck. Such a person progresses rapidly in cultivation. But the little girl wants to personally kill this scoundrel, to avenge her brother's death. So Feng Xiao plans to go beat Yi Chen up every once in a while. Beat him until he can't take care of himself. Beat him until his skills regress. If there's a chance, he'd even take his opportunities, and rob him of all his possessions, to prevent his strength from growing too fast, and the little girl being unable to take revenge. Not long after, Feng Xiao flew to Liang City with the little girl. Seeing this familiar city, the little girl had a very complex expression. Although she had only been gone for one night, the most important person to her in this city was already gone. This made the little girl very sad, and deepened her hatred for Yi Chen. Feng Xiao patted his shoulder and said, let's go to Linglong Pavilion first. At this time, Linglong Pavilion was being guarded by 3 second-generation disciples of the Tai Wei sect. These 3 disciples didn't know that Feng Xiao had already left the Tai Wei sect. When they saw Feng Xiao, their eyes lit up. They all saluted and said, Senior Brother Shengzi. No matter when, Feng Xiao is the most respected person in their hearts. This respect even surpasses that for the sect leader. After all, for them, the sect leader is often a distant and unattainable figure. But Feng Xiao is the real guide who led them on the path of cultivation. Facing the 3 salutes, Feng Xiao waved his hand, and said, Everyone, I am here to bury the 2 people who were tragically killed by Yi Chen yesterday. I request that you hand over their bodies to me. At that moment, a disciple nodded and said, Okay, Senior Brother Saint's son, please follow me. Although he had left the sect, Feng Xiao did not want to say it here. After all, explaining would be, it's troublesome and these disciples will surely try to persuade him to return to the mountain. He doesn't like trouble, so he simply skipped this matter. Anyway, once they return to the mountain, they will naturally understand the whole story. After a short while, Feng Xiao and the little girl came to an empty room on one side of the courtyard. Inside the room were two coffins, one large and one small. Upon seeing the two coffins, the little girl couldn't hold back, and threw herself on the small coffin, weeping uncontrollably. Young Master Feng watched this scene, and couldn't help but sigh. From today onwards, the little girl would only have him as her family. After the little girl's crying paused, Feng Shao gently said, "Little ya, let's bury the shopkeeper and your brother together." The little girl bit her teeth and nodded firmly. Under Feng Shao's arrangement, they quickly found a good burial place for the two. After burying the two, the little girl knelt before the tombstone and said, "Shopkeeper uncle, Xiao Bao, I swear I will avenge you with my own hands. I'll slice the murderer of you all into pieces, to honor your spirits in heaven." After saying this, the little girl kowtowed heavily 4 times. Then she kowtowed 3 times to Feng Shao, and said, "Master, I kowtow to you as a disciple." Feng Shao couldn't help but laugh. "Is this how you pay your respects?" But considering the little girl's current mood, Feng Shao didn't mind, and instead nodded, saying that from today onwards, you will become my official disciple. I am no longer a member of Taiwei sect, so you are not considered a disciple of Taiwei sect either. Also, your name is not suitable. How about I give you a name? Do you remember your father's surname? The little girl shook her head. So Feng Shao said, "In that case, you can take my surname." After thinking for a while, Feng Shao said, "In the corner, a few plum branches bloom alone against the frost. From afar, I know it is not snow, because it brings a subtle fragrance. As your teacher, I hope you can be like the plum blossom, brave the frost and snow, and not bow to the cold wind." The little girl asked, "So, master named me Feng Mei?" Feng shook his head. "No, it is Feng Lingxue." The little girl is joking. "How could I give my own disciple such a vulgar name? It's not that tacky. Feng Lingxue sounds much better." Little girl, oh no, now she should be called Feng Lingxue, bowed deeply to young Master Feng, and said, "Thank you, master, for the name." After Feng Lingxue stood up, Feng Shao said, "Shuer, I have other important matters to attend to during this time, so I will send you to live with a friend for a while. I'll be back in a month or 2 at the shortest, or 3 to 5 months at the longest. Before I come back, you must behave yourself and listen. Don't cause trouble." Feng Lingxue didn't expect, right after the apprenticeship ceremony, her master would be leaving, and would be gone for several months. Just thinking about not seeing her for so long, Feng Lingxue pouted, looking quite unhappy. Feng Shao smiled and patted his head, and said that place is a dream destination for many cultivators. There is a very beautiful lady there, who will teach you profound swordsmanship. Before I return, you must learn well from her. Don't embarrass your master. Feng Lingxue asked curiously, "What place did the master mention?" Feng Shao smiled slightly. "Misty Wind, Free and Unfettered Hall." After bidding farewell to several second-branch disciples guarding the Linglong Pavilion, Feng Shao took Feng Lingxue and flew on his sword towards the Misty Wind. Those second-branch disciples could never have imagined that Feng Shao was no longer their holy son senior brother. Misty Peak is over 1,000 li away from Liang City. Because Feng Shao had to bring someone along, he needed to use his inner strength to protect Feng Lingxue. Therefore, his speed decreased significantly, so the two of them flew for a full 3 days. During these 3 days, Feng Lingxue gradually recovered from the pain of losing her family. There were many more smiles in her interactions with Feng Shao. This made Feng Shao feel much more at ease. Although hatred can be a driving force for someone, if one immerses too deeply in hatred, it hinders their cultivation. These days, Feng Shao has been trying to counsel the little girl. Seeing her gradually break free from hatred and pain, he feels very happy. 3 days later at the Xiaoyao Hall of Piaomiao Peak, the Xiaoyao Hall is the foremost of the 13 halls under the Yunjian Pavilion, though there is another on par with it. Among the 13 chiefs is Langyu Hall's master, Leng Lingyue. Xiaoyao Hall's master, Xiao Ruoyao, specializes in swordsmanship. She is known as the Carefree Fairy, while Langyu Hall's master, Leng Lingyue, specializes in blade techniques. She is known as the Cold Moon Fairy. These two are known as the twin beauties of Yunjian Pavilion, and are also the right-hand women of Yunjian Pavilion's master, Lin Fengtian. Cold Moon Fairy Leng Lingyue is Lin Fengtian's top aide. Xiaoyao Fairy, Xiao Ruoyao, is Lin Fengtian's first wife. Xiao Ruoyao and Lin Fengtian have a daughter, named Lin Xiaoran. She is also Feng Shao's fiancée. Feng Shao came this time to pay his respects to the head of Xiaoyao Hall, Xiao Ruoyao, who is his future mother-in-law. Xiao Ruoyao's daughter is already 15 years old, but Xiao Ruoyao herself looks like a girl of 15 or 16. You'd never guess she was the mother of a 15-year-old girl. Upon hearing that young Master Feng was visiting, He immediately met his future son-in-law in the parlor. Looking at Xiao Ruoyao's youthful face, seemingly untouched by time, young Master Feng couldn't help but marvel at the power of cultivation. With such effects of eternal youth, it's no wonder so many people strive to cultivate immortality. Xiao Ruoyao's beautiful eyes first scrutinized young Master Feng. Then, with a smile, she said, "Feng Xiao, I remember the last time you came to my Xiaoyao hall, was 7 years ago. 7 years have passed. I didn't expect you to look exactly the same." Feng Xiao gave a dry laugh, and said, "Aunt Xiao, please don't make fun of me, just talking about not aging in appearance. Who in this world can compare to you? Just from the looks of it, people might think you're Ranner's sister." Xiao Rua smiles slightly. "You little guy, you sure know how to flatter. By the way, why did you come to see me today? You didn't come here just to flatter me, right?" Feng Xiao heard this, and seriously said, "Aunt Xiao, I have something I need to ask you." Xiao Ruoyao nodded. "Go ahead." Feng Xiao patted the somewhat uneasy Feng Lingxue sitting beside him, and said, "This little girl is my new apprentice. She has no family anymore. There's nowhere to go except by my side, but I need to go on a trip soon, so I hope Aunt Xiao can take care of me." Xiao Ruoyao looked at Feng Lingxue. The next moment her eyes lit up. She quickly stepped forward. First, she looked Feng Lingxue up and down. Then she squeezed Feng Lingxue's arm and shoulder. Although he tried to hold back, Feng Lingxue still felt the pain of being squeezed. But before coming here, Feng Xiao had repeatedly reminded him not to lose his manners in front of Xiao Ruoyao. So Feng Lingxue gritted his teeth and endured it. However, after being squeezed by Xiao Ruoyao, Feng Lingxue's eyes were filled with tears from the pain, looking like he was about to cry at any moment. It took a lot of effort to wait for Xiao Ruoyao to stop. But before Feng Lingxue could catch her breath, Xiao Ruoyao grabbed her wrist again. She placed 2 fingers on her pulse. Soon after, Feng Lingxue felt a stream of true qi enter her body along her meridians. After a short while, it circulated through her entire body. Xiao Ruoyao's true qi was many times more powerful than Feng Lingxue's own. Feng Lingxue only felt a swelling pain inside her body. It seemed that even her meridians were about to be burst by Xiao Ruoyao's true energy. After a while, Xiao Ruoyao finally withdrew her hand. Looking at Feng Xiao with a face full of astonishment, she asked, "Where did you pick up this little girl? With such bone structure. She's truly a natural cultivation material. If properly guided, given time, he might achieve no less than me." Feng Xiao already knew Feng Lingxue was exceptionally talented. After all, that outstanding aura was no joke. But even so, he didn't expect Xiao Ruoyao to give such a high evaluation. He was quite surprised. After the initial shock, Feng Xiao is also sincerely happy for Feng Lingxue. He smiled and said, "I met this little girl by chance in Liang City, because I felt a connection, and also at her own request. I took her as my disciple. But Aunt Xiao, you know, after all, I'm a man, and there are some aspects I shouldn't personally teach her, so I have to ask Aunt Xiao for help." Xiao Ruoyao nodded in understanding. "Indeed, as a mentor, you're quite considerate. Usually, male cultivators only take male disciples, and females take females. This isn't an old-fashioned rule, but rather, some teachings are indeed inappropriate to share between different genders. For example, memorizing meridian points requires pointing them out on the body to truly remember them. If it's points like Higu or Baihui on the hands or head, that's fine. But if it's sensitive points like Tanzhong or Qihai, it can seem inappropriate. Not to mention points like Huimen or Qimen, which are unspeakable. Those are only touched between spouses. Feng Lingxue is just a little girl who's just started developing, but she's also a girl. Back then, Feng Xiao wanted to recommend her to Sanji. It was for this reason. Xiao Ruoya once again looked at Feng Lingxue. She sighed deeply, and murmured, "What a pity." Feng Xiao asked puzzledly, "Pity what?" Xiao Ruoya said with feigned regret, "It's a pity that such a good prospect was snatched away by you. If only I had discovered him earlier, you wouldn't have had a chance." Feng Lingxue hugged Feng Xiao's arm tightly, and said softly but firmly, "I only want master to be my master." Feng Lingxue's words were a bit awkward, making Xiao Ruoyao burst out laughing. He gently patted Feng Lingxue on the head, and asked, "Little girl, do you want to learn swordsmanship from me?" Feng Lingxue instinctively glanced at Feng Xiao, and saw Feng Xiao nod, before she said, "I do." But then Feng Lingxue timidly asked, "Do I need to formally acknowledge you as my master?" Xiao Ruoyao glanced at Feng Xiao. He shook his head and said, "No need. Your master is my future son-in-law. Of course, I won't compete with my own family for a disciple. Besides, I taught more than half of your master's swordsmanship. I'm just passing on your master's teachings to you. Feng Lingxue nodded in semi-understanding. Then she asked, you taught my master's swordsmanship. Then you are my grandmaster. I am not your master's master, so you don't need to call me grandmaster. Speaking of which, Xiao Ruoyao couldn't help but murmur, what should my son-in-law's disciple call me? After thinking for a long time, Xiao Ruoyao still couldn't come up with a suitable title, so she just waved her hand. She said, anyway, you are not much younger than you honor. From now on, just call me Aunt Xiao. Feng Lingxue nodded. She softly called, Aunt Xiao. After talking about Feng Lingxue, Xiao Ruoyao sat back down on the chair, and looked at Feng Xiao. With a serious expression, she said, Feng Xiao, there are still some important things you haven't told me, right? Feng Xiao nodded. Then he smiled wryly, as expected, I can't hide anything from Aunt Xiao. Xiao Ruoyao snorted coldly, though I'm obsessed with studying swordsmanship. It doesn't mean I'm ignorant of the facts. You accepted a disciple, but instead of keeping him at Taiwei Mountain, you brought him here to me. Don't say it's for him to learn swordsmanship from me. I can teach him. You can teach him too. The real reason is probably some trouble at Taiwei Mountain. Feng sighed. He had to tell Xiao Ruoyao everything from beginning to end. The more Xiao Ruoyao listened, the angrier she got. Finally, she couldn't help but slam the table. Is Qin Yangzi's life worth less than a dog's? All for the sake of someone like Yi Chen. He actually disregards the greatest contributor of the Taiwei sect. If it were up to me, a person like Yi Chen would be lucky to just lose his cultivation. I'd say we should cut off his limbs, and throw him into the sea of resentful spirits to feed the spirits. Don't be fooled by Xiao Ruoyao's petite and cute appearance. He looks harmless. But he was ruthless back in the day. Before the Cloud Pavilion was established, the Carefree Hall already existed, and the name of Carefree Fairy Xiao Ruoyao was renowned throughout the entire Eastern Zhou. Her most famous achievement was at Dragon Severing Platform, where she single-handedly defeated 17 masters from the Chongyang Sword sect, including the sect's most renowned prodigy, Yang Shaolin. The name of the Carefree Fairy began to spread throughout the world at that moment. Later, Xiao Ruoyao married Lin Fengtian, and gave birth to their daughter, Lin Xiaoran. After that, she focused on self-cultivation, and devoted herself to raising her daughter. Thus, the legend of Xiao Ruoyao gradually faded in the Eastern Zhou. If not for this, Xiao Ruoyao might have become a feared demoness by now. At this moment, Lady Qing's actions once again awakened Xiao Ruoyao's long-dormant killing intent. Young Master Feng, however, calmly said, Aunt Xiao, there's no need to be angry. If it suits us, we'll stay, if not, we'll leave. Since he insists on protecting Yi Chen, then I'll leave the sect. Just leave Yi Chen for Shuer, so that Shuer won't develop inner demons because of him in the future. Xiao Ruoyao looked at Feng, and her eyes showed appreciation. Well said. With your abilities, the world is vast. You can go anywhere, whether it's Xiaoyao Hall or Yunjian Pavilion. We welcome you to join. Feng Xiao smiled and said, thank you, Aunt Xiao, for the invitation. But I have other aspirations. Although it might be difficult, I still want to give it a try. Xiao Ruoyao. Su Jifeng is an ambitious person, and he is quite capable. He has been dedicated to the development of Taiwei sect. Thus, his reputation is not well known. Now he has left Taiwei sect. For Feng Xiao, it's also a heartfelt desire. Xiao Ruoyao nodded with a smile, and said, if that's the case, then I can only wish you success in achieving your aspirations soon. Also, if you need any help, Yunjian Pavilion will give you full support. Thank you very much, Aunt Xiao. By the way, what are your plans next? Xiao Ruoyao asked. After a moment of pondering, Feng Xiao said, I plan to visit the Tower of Three Lives. Upon hearing the words, Tower of Three Lives, Xiao Ruoyao's expression turned serious. He slowly said, the Tower of Three Lives is one of the 10 forbidden areas. It's not a place to be taken lightly. Are you really going? Feng nodded, and said seriously, the Three Lives Pagoda is extraordinary for me, so I must go this time. Xiao Ruoyao remained silent for a while and said, I should stop you from going. You are Ranner's fiancé, but your trip is fraught with danger. I don't want Ranner to be widowed before she even marries. Feng Xiao confidently said, Aunt Xiao, please rest assured. I have a way to enter the Tower of Three Lives. Although I can't guarantee complete safety, as long as we are careful, there should be no problem coming out unscathed. Xiao Ruoyao looked at Feng Xiao, and after a long while, sighed and said, since that's the case, then you may go. I originally wanted Ran to come and see you, but now it seems, it's better to forget it. The name of the 10 forbidden grounds, Ling Xiaoran is well aware of it. With Ling Xiaoran's personality, if he knew Feng Xiao was going to the Three Saints Tower, He would definitely do everything possible to stop Feng Xiao from going. Since that's the case, it might be better not to tell Ling Xiaoran, so that Ling Xiaoran won't worry needlessly. Upon hearing what Xiao Ruoyao said, Feng Xiao understood, and stood up, saying, I will take my leave now. I entrust Shuer to your care, Aunt Xiao, don't worry. Feng Xiao glanced down at Feng Lingxue, who was holding onto his coat, looking reluctant to part. Xiao Dao Shuer, listen to Aunt Xiao here. Don't be willful, got it? Feng Lingxue pursed her lips, and whispered, disciple, understands. Feng Xiao nodded, and saluted Xiao Ruoyao, before turning to leave. After Feng Xiao left, Feng Lingxue still gazed into the distance where Feng Xiao had gone, and didn't look away for a long time. Xiao Ruoyao walked up, and put her arm around Feng Lingxue's shoulder. She smiled and said, don't worry, your master never fights battles he's not sure of winning. Since he's confident he can leave the Three Lives Tower unscathed, then there will inevitably be no problem. Feng Lingxue asked Aunt Xiao with a worried expression, is the Sanqing Tower very dangerous? Xiao Ruoyao thought for a moment and then said, actually, whether it's dangerous or not, nobody knows. It's just a legend, that anyone who enters the Sanqing Tower, few can make it back. Feng Lingxue was shocked. What will happen to master? Xiao Ruoyao laughed, you don't need to worry about your master. He said it's fine, so it's definitely fine. You silly girl, instead of worrying about your master, why not focus on learning swordsmanship from me? When your master returns, show him what you've learned, and give him a big surprise. Meanwhile, Ling Xiaoran, who was practicing swordsmanship in the back mountain of Misty Peak, unconsciously glanced in the direction Feng Xiao had left, muttering, why do I feel like I've missed something? Feng Xiao's departure to Tai Wei sect. It was like an earth-shattering earthquake. Many disciples still hadn't recovered even after 3 days. They felt as if what happened that day was just a dream. For them, the Holy Son, who was like a brother and a father, actually left them just like that, abandoning his junior brothers and sisters, and leaving the sect. Before that day, no matter who it is, if someone says that one day Feng Xiao will leave the sect, no one would believe it, because in their eyes, Feng Xiao has given too much to this sect and everyone in it. To them, he is like the spiritual leader of Tai Wei sect, not just the chief disciple. So, Feng Xiao's actions were unacceptable to many people, but what was even more unacceptable to them was sect leader Qin Jiangxi's attitude. Feng Xiao's departure from the sect naturally provoked Qin Jiangxi's wrath. First, he harshly scolded Feng Xiao in front of all the disciples, then announced that Feng Xiao was expelled from the sect. He even ordered that if any disciple encountered Feng Xiao in the future, they should no longer consider him a member of Tai Wei sect, but should treat him as an enemy, capture him, abolish his cultivation. Regarding Qin Jiangxi's words, all present, except Ling Xuzi who immediately agreed, remained silent. Everyone else said nothing. Facing the silent disciples, Qin Jiangxi's anger grew even stronger. After a heavy snort, he turned back to the inner hall. During the following period, Tai Wei's sect was engulfed in an eerie calm. The disciples continued with their meditation and sword practice, but there was much less communication among them. Even if they talked, they tried to avoid mentioning Feng Xiao, to prevent displeasing the headmaster. But even so, they always intentionally or unintentionally talk about how harmonious the sect was, and how close and loving the brothers and sisters were when Feng Xiao was around. When they encountered difficulties in cultivation, how they got solutions through Feng Xiao. They had long been accustomed to Feng Xiao solving all their problems. Now that this person is gone, they just felt empty inside, and couldn't muster the energy for anything. In stark contrast to the disciples' depression and frustration, were Ling Suzi and Yi Chen. Ling Suzi admired Yi Chen's aura, believing that for the Tai Wei sect to flourish in the future, Yi Chen must take the lead. Thus, he believed that Feng Xiao, the sect's holy son, at most, he was just Yi Chen's whetstone. Now that Feng Xiao is gone, it's indeed a pity, but whetstones are everywhere. Even if it's not Feng Xiao, someone else can take his place, like the second disciple Gao Yi, or the first disciple of the second branch, Chao Guang, and others. Even the third disciple, Han Biyun, is very suitable. As for the sect's holy son, it's just right to leave it for Yi Chen. And Yi Chen, upon hearing this news, did a somersault on the spot to celebrate. In his opinion, the entire Tai Wei sect, only young Master Feng could suppress him. Now that young Master Feng is gone, isn't it only a matter of time before he becomes the holy son of Tai Wei sect? Once he becomes the holy son, all the sect's resources will be at his disposal. Although being confined made him a bit unhappy, getting rid of young Master Feng, he still thinks it's worth it. So these past few days, while being confined, Yi Chen neither faced the wall, nor reflected on his actions. His mind was preoccupied with how to establish his authority among the others once he got out, completely eradicating Feng Xiao's influence, and turning the Taiwei sect into his own domain. At that time, you can do whatever you want. Yi Chen thought beautifully, and planned well. He even drooled in his sleep. Besides that, the most conflicted one might be Master Qin Yangzi. Feng Xiao's contributions to the sect, Qin Yangzi sees them clearly. Also admit that without Feng Xiao's contribution, the Taiwei clan wouldn't be as prosperous as it is now. Feng Xiao leaving the clan, instead of being dissatisfied with him, it's more like a slap in the face, which made him not only angry, but also feel a bit frustrated. That's why he was so enraged, to announce such a decision in front of everyone. But in Qin Jiangzi's mind, actually, Feng Xiao is still the most suitable candidate for the next sect leader. The only problem is Feng Xiao's prestige in the sect is too high. It even overshadows him as the current leader. This is what he can't tolerate. So Qin Jiangzi's feelings are very complicated. He can't even tell if he is more angry or something else. But there is still more regret. However, it has come to this. Thinking about it is no longer useful. The urgent task right now is to free the Taiwei sect from the influence caused by Feng Xiao leaving. If this matter is handed over to Feng Xiao, he has many ways to easily resolve it. But after thinking for a long time, Qin Jiangzi, the only solution that came up was to forbid the sect disciples from discussing Feng Xiao. It's forbidden to discuss Feng Xiao's contributions to the sect. It's forbidden to discuss the unease caused by Feng Xiao's departure from the sect. It's even forbidden to mention Feng Xiao's name. Not long after Qin Yangzi issued this ban, the disciples saw Qin Zhao angrily rush into the master's residence. No one knows what they talked about in the room. In the end, Qin Zhao stormed out indignantly. Afterwards, Qin Yangzi instructed his disciples to clean up the broken items in the room. Du Yuanxi felt very conflicted, but unlike others, he mostly felt guilty towards Feng Xiao. After all, the conflict centered around the disciple he took in from the foot of the mountain. If he hadn't taken in Yi Chen as a disciple back then, the Taiwei sect would still be a harmonious place today, instead of being like now. So he feels that Feng Xiao leaving the sect has half to do with him. Among the three branches, except for Du Yuanxi, his three female disciples have been restless these days. Although there is no estrangement among the sisters, they have fallen into an eerie calm because of this. Whether it's Feng Xiao or Yi Chen, they both seem to have become taboo words. But on the surface, it's calm. Yet inside, it's not calm. In the past few days, all the disciples of Taiwei sect feel agitated while meditating. They simply can't achieve stillness, even if they force themselves to. In the end, due to a restless mind, he almost went berserk. Amid this eerie silence, some people were the first to make changes. The disciples of Sect 2 collectively bid farewell to Qin Zhao, deciding to leave the sect. This event once again caused a huge uproar in Taiwei sect. But what was more surprising was, Qin Zhao calmly accepted it. He even personally saw them off at the mountain gate. After the two disciples left, Qin Yangzi, who had rushed over upon hearing the news, arrived hastily. Seeing Qin Zhao's calm and composed demeanor, Qin Yangzi couldn't help but angrily ask, "Why did you so easily let your disciples leave?" Qin Zhao calmly replied, "If people's hearts are not here, there's no use keeping them. It's better to let them go to a broader world." Qin Yangzi gritted his teeth, "But do you know or not, that those disciples who left were the backbone of the sect? So what?" Qin Zhao smiled faintly. "Wasn't Feng Xiao also the backbone of the sect? Didn't he leave as well?" "That's different." "What's different about it?" "Your disciples. You may not care about my disciples, but I cannot ignore them, even if they want to leave the sect. As their master, I will only wish them to go further." Qin Yangzi stared at Qin Zhao with wide eyes. "You are simply crazy." Qin Zhao laughed heartily, and walked away. After walking several dozen meters away, his voice finally called out from afar, "Senior brother, is it me who is crazy, or is it you?" Qin Yangzi looked at Qin Zhao's back, his eyes blazing, without saying a word. Actually, the departure of the disciples from the second branch, there are somewhat elements of provocation in it. In his opinion, for the Taiwei sect to develop and grow, it's not about who is stronger, but who can better unite people. Undoubtedly, Feng Xiao is that person, even regardless of whether it's the main sect or the second and third branches. Most of the disciples were recruited into the sect by young Master Feng, but now young Master Feng is gone. Many disciples suddenly feel lost and leaderless. Although there are still the sect master and the elders in the sect, everyone actually knows that it was always young Master Feng who managed Taiwei sect. After young Master Feng left, they don't even know what to do anymore. Rather than letting them continue to idle away in the Taiwei sect, it's better to let them leave. Perhaps a broader world awaits them. The collective resignation of the second disciples caused a huge commotion in the entire Taiwei sect. Both inner and outer sect disciples discussed this, feeling anxious. Many even speculated about it. Is Taiwei sect about to disband? But everyone can only discuss this privately. Although some disciples want to follow the example of the second branch disciples, considering their own master's attitude, they have suppressed this idea. As for the outer disciples, since most of them were not recruited by Feng Shao, and usually have little contact with Feng Shao, I don't have much opinion on this matter. I just vaguely feel that there is going to be a change with Emperor Taizong 4. Du Yuanxi of the Three Knowledge and his disciples have remained silent on this. They neither support it, nor oppose it. They act as if it doesn't concern them. As for what they really think, only they know that. When Ling Xuzi learned about this matter, he flew into a rage. He went straight to Qin Yangzi, furiously saying that this incident was definitely orchestrated by Qin Zhao. If it weren't for Qin Zhao's instigation, how could so many people leave the sect at the same time? And they were all disciples of the second branch. Qin Yangzi gave him a cold glance and said, "Do you really need to say that?" Qin Zhao's attitude has already made it clear that he was behind this matter. But Qin Yangzi doesn't understand. Those people are Qin Zhao's disciples. He just let them go. What is the master thinking? But he couldn't say it outright. After all, it's ultimately a conflict between Qin Yangzi and Qin Zhao. If we speak out openly, it will inevitably add fuel to the already unstable situation in the sect. Therefore, when facing Ling Xuzi, Qin Yangzi just calmly said, "Since they want to leave the sect, let them go. After all, there are so many disciples in the sect. They don't make much difference." But Ling Xuzi angrily said, "How can you manage as the sect leader like this? How can a sect disciple leave the sect so easily? What do they think Taiwei sect is? A place they can come and go as they please, come if they want to, leave if they want to." Qin Yangzi couldn't help but roll his eyes. How can you even say that? Have you thought about how long you've been away from the sect, and now you just come back when you feel like it? If it weren't for the fact that you're still somewhat useful, who cares about you? Ling Xuzi sees Qin Yang, and doesn't speak. Furious, he says, "Why don't you quickly bring those disciples back? If we let them go just like that, what if the other disciples follow their example?" Qin Yangzi, impatient, says, "Since they want to leave the sect, it proves their hearts are no longer with the sect. Even if you get it back, what's the use? Did you think about coming back when you left the sect?" Lin Shizi was speechless. Afterwards, the two parted on bad terms. After Lin Shizi left, Qin Yangzi felt restless. So he went to the alchemy pavilion. Throughout the entire Shanyu, the strength of any sect must be evaluated comprehensively. The first aspect to consider is the sect's cultivation techniques. After all, these techniques determine the upper limit of a cultivator's level. A sect with techniques that only allow cultivation up to the golden core stage is certainly less attractive than a sect with techniques that can reach the great purity stage. Below cultivation techniques, the most important abilities are alchemy and forging. In the past, the Taiwei sect, don't even mention alchemy and forging. Gathering materials for alchemy and forging is an incredibly difficult task. Moved by this, Feng Shao, after taking charge of the sect, often traveled near Taiwei sect, specifically searching for rogue cultivators skilled in alchemy and forging. Later, who knows what method Feng Shao used? He actually managed to persuade two people. These two people are Elder Zhu Yu from the alchemy pavilion and Elder Song Lian from the forging house. Because of their addition, the Taiwei sect suddenly became much stronger. Therefore, Qin Yangzi thought that the most urgent task was to stabilize Zhu Yu and Song Lian, to prevent them from leaving the sect. Otherwise, Qin Yangzi wouldn't know where to find two more unaffiliated cultivators skilled in alchemy and forging. As soon as he entered the alchemy pavilion, Qin Yangzi saw Zhu Yu and Song Lian sitting at a table, sitting across a small table, drinking together. Qin Yangzi walks in. He smiles and says to the two of them, "You two elders are in such good spirits." As he speaks, he also sits by the table, but there are no empty cups on the table, so Qin Yangzi can only watch them drink, unable to join in himself. Qin Yangzi was thinking about how to get closer to the two elders, but then Zhu Yu sarcastically said, "Isn't this Qin Yangzi, the headmaster? What wind blew you here?" Zhu Yu's tone was very impolite, but Qin Yangzi didn't dare to turn hostile toward Zhu Yu, so he could only give a dry laugh and say, "You two are the pillars of our Taiwei sect. It's only right for me to come visit you." Zhu Yu asked with a half-smile, "You and I are the mainstays of Taiwei sect. The sect leader must be joking." Qin Yangzi quickly responded, "It's the truth. How could I dare to speak falsely? Since the two of you joined, The strength of Taiwei's sect has soared, thanks to the pills you've refined and the magical artifacts you've forged. Song Lian said lightly. Master, you exaggerate. This is merely something we promised young Feng. It's no big deal. Qin Jiangzi couldn't help but twitch his mouth. Zhu Yu may speak harshly, but at least he knows his limits. This Song Lian, however, is taciturn. Yet, right from the start, he brought up the name that Qin Yangzi didn't want to mention. This made Qin Yangzi quite annoyed, but he couldn't fall out with Song Lian over this. He had to force a smile, and awkwardly change the topic. By the way, now that we have the 6 yang spiritual fire, the 2 elders must find alchemy and forging much easier, right? As soon as he said this, elders Zhu and Song looked at Qin Jiangzi with a strange expression. Qin Jiangzi only then realized that he might have misspoken. He immediately wished he could slap himself twice. Of all the things you could say, why did you have to mention the 6 yang spiritual fire? Zhu Yu chuckled lightly, and said calmly, with the 6 yang spiritual fire, when I refine pills, it is like adding wings to a tiger. This is all thanks to Feng Shao traveling a great distance to find the 6 yang spiritual fire. Originally, Feng Shao intended to bring back the avoiding words, but unfortunately, it was taken by someone. Oh, right. The one who took the avoiding words was the sect master's new 3rd disciple. Every word Zhu Yu said was piercing. Qin Jiangzi felt quite uncomfortable hearing it. He was furious. He wished he could grab the other's collar and shout, "What do you know? Do you know that as the head, I bear immense pressure? Do you know that? As long as Feng Shao is here, my position as head is just a decoration." But these thoughts, he couldn't speak out loud. Qin Jiangzi almost fell ill from holding it in. Song Lian took a sip of wine. He said calmly, Master, my brother has spent his whole life dealing with alchemy, and doesn't know much about talking to people. Please don't take offense. Qin Jiangzi pointed and said, Elder Song, you're too serious. The 3 of them fell into an eerie silence again. Zhu Yu and Song Lian drank their wine, each lost in their own thoughts. Ignoring Qin Yangzi. This made Qin Yangzi feel quite redundant. He wanted to find a topic, to bring them closer together, but after racking his brains, he realized he had no common language with the other 2. This made him feel extremely depressed. After a long while, he had to cup his hands and say, I still have matters to attend to, so I won't disturb you 2 any longer. Zhu Yu smiled and nodded at Qin Yangzi, please go ahead, sect leader. After saying that, she continued drinking with Song Lian, without any intention of seeing him off. Qin Yangzi felt depressed. He had to leave in disgrace, but as he was leaving, his resolve only grew stronger. Indeed, Feng Shao cannot be kept around for long. If it weren't for Feng Shao, he, the head of the Taiwei sect, would not have been so humiliated in front of 2 sect elders. If Feng Shao continues to stay in the Taiwei sect, he still doesn't know how awkward his position will become. Taiwei Shan Wu Jian Pain, a graceful figure in white, dances with a sword under the bright moonlight, his robe fluttering. He seems to step on lotus flowers with every move, light as a swallow, retreating and advancing with the speed of lightning. Her moves reveal a clever nature, yet her posture is graceful and extremely elegant, as if a butterfly, as if smoke and dust, like a spirit under the moon, like a fairy in a painting. When she leaps, it's as if she could soar into the sky, heading straight for the bright moon on the horizon. After a short while, the silhouette of a sword master was about to swing again, when a cold voice said, Junior sister, your mind is disturbed. The graceful figure sheathed her sword, and bowed to the speaker, Senior sister. These 2 were none other than Han Biyun and Lu Qingyuan, disciples of the 3 branches sect. Han Biyun looked at the calm-faced Lu Qingyuan, and sighed, Junior sister, you must have heard about Erji's matter, right? Lu Qingyuan silently nodded. Do you have anything to say? After a moment of silence, Lu Qingyuan shook her head. Han Biyun, however, smiled. Junior sister, everyone in the sect says you have a cold personality, keeping people at a distance. Little do they know that your thoughts are actually the easiest to guess. If I'm not mistaken, you actually want to go down the mountain with Erji to find Brother Feng, right? Even though Feng has left the sect, Han Biyun still habitually calls him Brother Feng. When mentioning him, Lu Qingyuan's face showed a hint of blush. He firmly said that junior sister had no such thoughts. Han Biyun looked at Lu Qingyuan for a while, staring at him until Lu Qingyuan couldn't help but turn his head away. She then sighed and said, Junior sister, oh junior sister, in front of senior sister, why must you be so stubborn? I know that some time ago because of Yi Chen, you had a misunderstanding with senior brother Feng, but brother Feng Guangfeng Jiyue, since he can protect you to advance to the golden core stage, he naturally won't hold those misunderstandings in his heart anymore. Since learning that the person who seized Bifang that day was Yi Chen, Han Biyun no longer considers him his junior brother. In his opinion, since Yi Chen could attack him, it proves that in Yi Chen's heart, he never even considered himself a senior sister. Since that's the case, why should he care about him anymore? So when addressing him, he called him by his name directly. Hearing this, Lu Qingyuan pursed his lips, and then said softly, "Senior sister, I think our third division has really let Brother Feng down." Han Biyun smiled, and said, "When you say this, it means you don't understand Senior Brother Feng at all. Senior Brother Feng has always been clear about gratitude and grudges. He wouldn't blame the third branch for Yi Chen's matter, nor would he disown us junior brothers and sisters because of it." Lu Qingyuan couldn't help but ask, "Senior sister, hasn't Senior Brother Feng already left the sect? Since that's the case, are you saying that since Brother Feng has left the sect, he won't acknowledge us junior brothers and sisters anymore? Then I can only say you are wrong." Han Biyun looked at the bright moon in the sky, and said calmly, "I have been in the mountains for 28 years. I've known Brother Feng for 28 years too. In these 28 years, I have also seen Senior Brother Feng get angry, but never once was it because he was dissatisfied with his juniors. He has always treated us like siblings, always embracing us with his broad heart. So whether it's for him or for us, this bond is unbreakable." Speaking of this, Han Biyun took a deep breath. "It is said that the second group of disciples has already gone to Liang City. If you go now, you can still catch up with them." Lu Qingyuan couldn't help but say, "Senior sister." Han Biyun smiled and said, "I am the senior disciple under Master, so I won't go with you all. As for you, I will report to Master. Just say you've entered the foundation establishment stage. You need to travel down the mountain, broaden your horizons, seek opportunities for further improvement. This way, it'll make sense to the sect leader." Lu Qingyuan hesitated, couldn't help but ask, "But senior sister, I recently angered Brother Feng by covering for Yi Chen, and Brother Feng left the sect, partly because of Yi Chen. I really have no face to face Brother Feng." "Then go apologize to Brother Feng. Apologize in front of Brother Feng. If you keep refusing to take this step, then your path of cultivation might end here," Han Biyun said. "So even if it's for yourself, you must go find him." Ru Qingyuan pondered for a moment, gritted his teeth, and said, "Senior sister is right. If I can't resolve this inner conflict, I won't be able to continue my cultivation." He looked up at Han Biyun, and cupped his hands, saying, "Junior sister, I'm heading off." Han Biyun nodded, "Take care on the road. If you meet Brother Feng, give him my regards." "Sure." Lu Qingyuan didn't hesitate anymore. He drew his long sword, and flew away on it. Han Biyun stands in place, watching Lu Qingyuan's gradually receding figure. Her expression appears somewhat melancholy. After a while, she lets out a self-mocking laugh, muttering, "He's already gone. Why are you still thinking so much?" With that, she turns and leaves. Xiong Qiong's figure exudes a sense of loneliness, just like today's Taiwei Mountain. After nearly a month of sword flying, Feng Xiao finally saw a majestic range of mountains in the distance. Henlong Mountain is located at the border of Zhongzhou and Dongzhou, running north to south, stretching over 6,000 li. It is a famous mountain in Shangyu. Mist shrouds the place, making it look like a fairyland. However, inside it is teeming with monsters, posing dangers at every step. Cultivators who venture in risk being devoured by these beasts. As for ordinary people, this place is strictly forbidden. There is a rumor that Henlong Mountain was formed from the fall of an ancient dragon, but most rumors are incorrect. No one knows if it's true or false. After all, real dragons have not appeared in the world for many years. No one knows if there are still real dragons in this world. Besides, how could dragon lanterns be so large? So, regarding such rumors, most people scoff at them. But although the rumors about Henlong Mountain are false, the danger is very real. However, the greatest danger does not come from the beasts, but from a hidden place within it, the Sanqing Tower. According to ancient legends, the Sanqing Tower is a divine relic left by the celestial realm in the upper domain, controlling the fates and reincarnations of the world. Many people have longed for the Sanqing Tower, searching for its traces. Among them, quite a few people did indeed find the location of the Three Lives Tower. However, almost everyone who entered the Three Lives Tower never came out. The only recorded person who came out unscathed was Princess Shiha, one of the three great princesses of the once thriving Qian Kuan Palace thousands of years ago. Princess Shiha's real name was not Shiha legend. Her real name is no longer known. It is said that Princess Shiha found supreme fortune in the Three Lives Tower, and thus established Qian Kuan Palace. But some say, The reason for the Kunlun Palace's brief appearance is because Princess Shiha entered the Tower of Three Lives, and angered the celestial beings. This is why divine law was imposed. Others say, Princess Shiha is not from this realm, but a being from the higher realm who possessed a cultivator that accidentally entered the tower. This is how she reincarnated into this world. In fact, the Qian Kun Palace was also taken away by this powerful being from the upper realm. As for where the Qian Kun Palace went later, no one knows. However, regarding these rumors, Feng Xiao doesn't really care. His true purpose for coming here is to reshape his own aptitude. The matter of reshaping one's aptitude, to the average person, sounds like a miracle. The innate talent for cultivation is like gender, determined at birth. No one has ever heard of reshaping talent. So in the cultivation world, there's always the belief in reincarnation and predestined fate. It means that when you're born, your cultivation limit is already set. Originally, Feng Xiao also thought it was impossible to reshape one's aptitude, until he cultivated the Qiankuan Compendium to the innate realm, and activated the subsequent chapters. He realized there was such a defying method in this world. However, reshaping one's aptitude must be done in the innate realm. It can't be done early or late. Moreover, reshaping one's aptitude requires the power of the Three Lives Tower to connect past and present lives to achieve. In other words, the so-called reformation of talent is actually merging the talents one had in a previous life into the bloodline of this life. After countless reincarnations, there will always be a few times when luck is better, allowing one to gain extraordinary talent. But having extraordinary talent, but it doesn't mean one can attain enlightenment. The vast majority of exceptionally talented people actually spend their entire lives among ordinary people, and never step onto the path of cultivation until the day they die. Moreover, even if one does attain enlightenment, unless they enter the cycle of reincarnation, it's impossible to have another life. Either they live as long as heaven and earth, never entering the cycle of reincarnation, either dissolving into nothing, turning into ashes. Because of this, the qualities communicated and brought from past lives are almost always never activated. When Feng Xiao came this time, he was actually somewhat uneasy. He wasn't feeling uneasy because of the mystery of the Three Lives Tower, but because he remembered his true origins. He came from another world. He doesn't belong to this realm. Can he still communicate with his past life in the Three Lives Tower? Even if he can truly communicate with his past life, where is his past life? Is it in the world where he originally lived? Still in this world. Even so, he still wants to take this gamble. He vaguely feels that the fundamental reason he could cross into this world might be hidden in the Tower of Three Lives. Even if it's just to solve the mysteries about himself, he must make this trip. After flying over Hunlong Mountain, he activated the celestial sword within him. A faint blue light enveloped his eyes. Then he saw a purple pillar of energy standing between heaven and earth in the distance, reaching the sky, straight into the clouds. The corners of Feng Xiao's mouth lifted into a smile. That must be the Tower of Three Lives. That purple pillar of light looks close, but it's actually far away. Although Feng Xiao could see it from a distance, it still took more than half a day to fly there. From a great distance, it didn't look like much. But upon getting closer, Feng Xiao finally saw the grandeur of the purple pillar of light. The column of air had a diameter of several miles. It was like a giant pillar holding up the sky, grand and vast. The top couldn't be seen with one glance. Feng Xiao even wondered in his heart if the other end of the column had reached the upper realm. But after dispersing the faint blue light from his pupils, the world was still calm and peaceful. I couldn't feel anything unusual at all. Feng Xiao descended. Soon, he was back on the ground. Although he could see the air column, he couldn't enter the Three Saints Tower directly from the sky through it. To enter the Three Saints Tower, the only path was on the ground. Where Feng Xiao landed, only a faint mist could be seen. Faintly, a few half-meter thick pillars could be seen. Apart from that, nothing else was visible. Feng Xiao squinted his eyes slightly. Then he stepped inside. Not long after, Feng Xiao arrived in front of the first pillar. He did not continue to move forward. Instead, he first looked around and surveyed the surroundings. He quickly spotted three nearby pillars, one in front, one to the side, and one at the back. As for the more distant pillars, he couldn't see them. Feng Xiao carefully recalled the path mentioned in the Qiankuan manual, and stepped towards the pillar at the front right position. After walking dozens of meters, Feng Xiao arrived at the pillar in the correct position. At this moment, 6 pillars appeared around him, and their positions were even more complicated. The first step is the Sun position. The second step is Weiji. The third step is abundance. The fourth step is despair. Feng Xiao murmured. Whenever he reached a pillar, He immediately turned to the next step according to the Qian Kun manual. This process could not be sloppy at all. As long as one step was wrong, he would be completely lost in it. Unless you're lucky enough to find the right path again, you'll be trapped here for life. However, while you're here, the surrounding fog is dense. You can only see a few dozen meters ahead. The distance between each pillar is exactly this length. That means, Feng Xiao can only see the pillar in front and the next one. If he takes a wrong step, even if he somehow finds the correct pillar later, who can be sure that step is right? This is why those who get lost in here can never find their way out. Through the Qiankun manual, Feng Xiao learns that there are 108 Qian Yuan pillars around the Sanqing Tower. To get inside, you need to pass through 36 pillars. You can't take a wrong step with these 36 pillars. Otherwise, you'll fall into a labyrinth. Here, the sense of direction is useless. It's as if the space is distorted by some peculiar force. You think you're moving forward, but you might actually be going backward. Only by walking on the correct path and following a specific way can you enter the 3 sacred pagodas. Along the way, Feng occasionally sees scattered white bones on the ground. Most of these bones are human. But occasionally, there are also beast bones. These bones are from those who mistakenly entered the maze, never to return, eventually dying instantly. But this is just a small part. More bones lie quietly in other parts of the maze. They may never see the light of day again. Whenever he encounters bones on the path, Feng Xiao squats down to search carefully. Those who can come here, most of them are quite capable cultivators. Otherwise, they wouldn't be able to find the location of the 3 holy towers. Although they were unlucky, and couldn't find the right path, their strength is undeniable. For Feng Xiao to encounter them, is actually quite a stroke of fortune. The opportunity is right in front of him. Only a fool would turn a blind eye. Therefore, along the way, Feng has scoured countless storage bags and rings left by his predecessors. He's made a fortune. Feng even thinks that even if he can't reshape his aptitude, just relying on these treasures and magical artifacts he's picked up, he won't have to worry for the rest of his life. But while scavenging, Feng Xiao couldn't help but feel sorrowful for these people. Many of them should have had a more brilliant and grand future. But by a twist of fate, they entered the Tower of 3 Lives, dying silently. But fortune comes with risk. They came here to seek opportunities. And dying here was their own choice. No wonder others, unknowingly, Feng Xiao had already reached the 33rd step. However, in front of the 33rd pillar, he saw 2 skeletons lying on the ground, hand in hand. Next to them were 2 long swords, one gold and one silver. Feng Xiao looked at the swords, couldn't help but open his eyes wide, his eyes full of astonishment. Could it be that these 2 swords are the long-lost legendary Golden Crow Sword and Silver Toad Sword? Thousands of years ago, there was a family skilled in forging. This family bore the surname Ling. Their residence was called Lingxiao Manor. Lingxiao Manor was known for sword forging. Among them, the most famous divine swords total 8, collectively known as the 8 Swords of Lingxiao. These 8 swords are the Golden Crow Sword, Silver Toad Sword, Biluo Sword, Yellow Spring Sword, Purple Tea Sword, Qinyang Sword, White Rainbow Sword, and Red Mist Sword. These 8 swords are further divided into the upper 4 swords and the lower 4 swords. Now, the lower 4 swords remain, but the upper 4 swords stop at Biluo and Yellow Spring. The Biluo sword is in the hands of the celestial fairy Xiao Ruoyao, while the Yellow Spring Sword is with the master of Yunjian Pavilion, Lin Fengtian. As for the Golden Crow Sword and the Silver Toad Sword, they have long been missing. There are rumors that years ago, a peerless sword cultivator emerged from Mount Lingxiao, and thus gained control of the Golden Crow Sword. Later, for some unknown reason, the sword cultivator had a falling out with his family. Not only did he leave home, but he also took the Silver Toad Sword. Since then, both the sword and the sword cultivator have disappeared without a trace. Although Feng Xiao has never seen the Golden Crow Sword and the Silver Toad Sword, he knows of their renowned reputations. Moreover, their characteristics are quite distinct. One glows with a golden radiance and has a golden house's eve. The other shines with a silver brilliance and has the cold aura of silver. Thus, Feng Xiao recognized the 2 swords at a glance. Then he looked at the 2 skeletons on the ground, one of which was tall, a petite figure. It was clearly a man and a woman. So the reason for the legendary sword master's falling out with his family now seems to have an answer. Feng Xiao looked at the 2 skeletons, and couldn't help but sigh, asking what is love in this world. That makes life and death intertwine. Unexpectedly, even such a gifted person would be buried here with their lover. After a moment of lamentation, Feng Xiao unceremoniously took the Golden House Sword and the Silver Toad Sword. After all, Lingxiao Manor had long since fallen. And these 2 swords were now ownerless. If he didn't take them, wouldn't that be foolish? But out of a sense of duty, Feng Xiao dug a grave for the 2 of them on the spot, and buried the 2 of them together, erected a tombstone. As for the tombstone, it was simply inscribed with a pair of lovers. After all, Feng Xiao didn't know their names, so he could only write that. After burying the 2, Feng Xiao continued on his journey. After passing 3 more pillars, the view suddenly opened up. The fog that obscured the sky finally disappeared, and what appeared before him was a towering giant tower, 100 feet high. The base of this giant tower had a diameter of several hundred meters, with a total of 12 floors. Each floor was several feet high. At the base of the giant tower, there is a pool several tens of meters wide. There is only a narrow path, 6 to 7 meters wide, leading to the gate of the Tower of 3 Lives. The pool emits a rainbow-like radiance, but upon closer inspection, one can see that the water is crystal clear. This pool is the legendary heart-cleansing pool. Legend says that drinking its water can make one forget the worries of 3 lifetimes. If it is known to be used in medicine, it can also be refined into the legendary amnesia pill, but whether this rumor is true or not is unknown. After all, for thousands of years, it seems only Princess Shiha took water from here, and the formula for the amnesia pill is only in Qiankuan Palace. We've already seen Qianyuan Pillar and Xixin Pool. What about the Shouming platform? Feng looked around, but didn't find any trace of the stone platform. Finally, he set his gaze on the Tower of 3 Lives. Could it be that the fate-guarding platform is inside the Tower of 3 Lives? To be honest, Feng actually didn't want to enter the Tower of 3 Lives. Although the most dangerous maze has been passed, who knows what might be inside the Tower of 3 Lives? Perhaps there's an opportunity, but it could be something even more dangerous than the labyrinth. Any unknown thing inevitably makes people anxious, and Feng Xiao is no exception. After hesitating for a while, Feng Xiao finally made up his mind. He stepped towards the 3 Saints Tower. The road he had walked was already more than half complete. If you stop because of fear, then all the previous preparation will have been in vain. Through a narrow path, Feng Xiao arrived in front of the 3 Lives Tower. He took a deep breath first, then pushed the door open and entered. What he saw was an incredibly vast space. Feng Xiao stared blankly at his surroundings. I was momentarily stunned. This is the inside of the 3 Lives Tower. In front of him was a paradise of scenic mountains, clear waters, and fragrant flowers. Looking far into the distance, one could vaguely see towering mountains. The sky above was also dotted with white clouds. Everything he saw told Feng Xiao, this is not the inside of a building, but another space. This greatly surprised Feng Xiao. He thought no matter how large the inside of the 3 Lives Tower was, it would just be an especially large circular room. He figured the destiny platform wouldn't be hard to find. But this scene in front of him left Feng Xiao confused. He scratched his head. I started to ponder where to go next. Just then, Feng Xiao vaguely saw a transparent figure appear before him. He couldn't help but open his eyes wide. The next moment, he realized it wasn't an illusion, because the figure was becoming more and more distinct. As time passed, he could even clearly see the other person's handsome face and green clothes. Feng Xiao couldn't help but grip the hilt of the golden crow sword. His eyes slightly narrowed, ready for battle at any moment. Before long, the figure became lifelike. It was a middle-aged man, appearing to be in his 30s or 40s, with long hair simply tied with a hairband. He had a somewhat carefree demeanor. The man looked at Feng Xiao, with a smile on his lips, and said calmly, "You finally came." Looking at the man in front of him, Feng Xiao couldn't help but ask in confusion, "You know me?" "Of course," the man smiled. "After all, you are me." Feng Xiao couldn't help but open his mouth wide. That sentence completely baffled him. The middle-aged man smiled and explained that everyone who enters here can only see their own past life. Feng suddenly understood, but he still had some doubts. I should have more than one past life, right? Indeed, but here, it's still my call. The middle-aged man smiled. Although it was just a simple sentence, it was full of dominance. Without waiting for Feng Xiao to continue asking, the middle-aged man continued, "I guess you must be very confused. Why, it seems like I knew you would come here." Feng Xiao subconsciously nodded. "You can't tell me you predicted this long ago. Although in this world there are ways to deduce things, I've never heard of anyone who can predict events from thousands of years into the future." The middle-aged man smiled and said, "You don't really think the Heavenly Flower Imperial Scissors found you by coincidence, do you?" Feng Xiao was stunned on the spot. He actually did think so. In his previous life, Feng Xiao had read many novels of the same genre. But as a transmigrator, after crossing over, he had no system to rely on. So Feng Xiao only acted as a smallpox warning. That is, there was no system compensation. After all, it is almost a consensus that travelers have a cheat. But judging from the middle-aged man's meaning, it doesn't seem that simple. But then Feng Shao remembered something else. The smallpox warning ranked first among the 10 treasures of heaven and earth. It's the foundation of Qiankuan Palace's existence. After the fall of Qiankuan Palace, the 10 treasures of Qiankuan were also lost. No one even knows their names now. Now that Tianhua cocoon has come to me, could it be that my past life is related to Qiankuan Palace? The middle-aged man saw through Feng Shao's thoughts. He smiled faintly and said, "That's right. I am not only your past life, but also Shi-He, one of the 3 princesses of Qiankuan Palace." Feng Shao was stunned. But then he couldn't help but say, "But I traveled through time. Do you know what time travel means?" The middle-aged man nodded. "Of course I know. After all, I was the one who sent you through time." Feng Shao is dazed again. The middle-aged man added more accurately, "I sent you to another world, and then you crossed back on your own." This time, Feng Shao was really puzzled. "I crossed back on my own. Do I have that ability?" The middle-aged man laughed. "Haven't you already crossed back? Do you have this ability? Aren't you clear about it yourself?" Feng Shao said angrily, "What I mean is, why did I travel here by myself? In another world, I'm just an ordinary person. How could an ordinary person travel?" The middle-aged man shook his head and said, "That, I'm not too sure about. But have you ever thought about it? You being able to travel here is already a destined event." Destined. Feng Shao couldn't help but lower his head in thought. To be honest, Feng Shao really didn't like this word, because it made him feel that his fate was already decided, with no possibility of change. As a modern person who received 9 years of compulsory education, under the influence of the predecessors, Feng Shao has always believed that man can conquer nature. At this moment, hearing the middle-aged man mention fate, made Feng Shao feel very uneasy. The middle-aged man, however, said solemnly, "Don't think I'm being alarmist. It is indeed the truth. Otherwise, the palace of heaven and earth would not have suffered divine retribution back then." Feng Shao couldn't help but ask, "What's the deal with the divine punishment?" The middle-aged man sighed, and showed a trace of melancholy on his face. "Speaking of this matter, we must first mention the 2 secret treasures, the heavenly sword of flower and the divine seal of earth." Then, Feng Shao learned some unknown secrets from his past life's mouth. The heavenly sword of flower and the divine seal of earth. Nobody knows. How exactly did the Tao appear? Even Princess Shiha of Qiankuan Palace in Feng Shao's previous life couldn't figure out the origins of these 2 secret treasures. After obtaining them, but according to her speculation, the celestial flower sword and the earth origin seal might have existed since the beginning of the world. The celestial flower sword can reveal the location of all treasures in the world by consuming luck, while the earth origin seal can uncover all secret manuals. The 2 become one. It's almost as if they can know all the secrets in the world. One could even say there are no more secrets in the world. Back then, the Qiankuan Palace relied on these 2 treasures to rise rapidly in a short period of time, becoming the top cultivation sect in this world. Feng Shao couldn't help but marvel at the heaven-defying nature of these 2 treasures. Wouldn't they be feared by the heavens? The middle-aged man nodded. "That's right. In fact, as early as when I obtained the 2 secret treasures, I had already noticed this. Therefore, the heavenly flower imperial scissors and the earth origin divine seal have always been kept by Wang Shu and me, respectively." By the way, Wang Shu is the 2nd princess of the Qiankuan Palace. Then who is the 3rd one? The 3rd princess is named Xuanji. She was the only survivor after the Qiankuan Palace was punished by the heavens. But he used a method of feigning death and rebirth to split his soul into 2. One half was preserved using a secret technique, while the other half underwent reincarnation. After reincarnation, he then fused with the other half of his soul as planned, thus escaping the laws of heaven. Speaking of which, the middle-aged man smiled faintly. Perhaps no one in the world knows that he founded the Tiangang sect after reincarnation. Feng Shao was greatly surprised. The Tiangang sword sect is a super sect in Shanyu Beizhou, with countless disciples, and many masters within the sect. Its influence is also very extensive. The most famous techniques of this sword sect are the Tiangang 36 sword techniques and the Xiaoyao halls. Xiaoyao 36 sword techniques, each with their own strengths. However, although Xiaoyao hall's swordsmanship is renowned, its strength is far inferior to the Tiangang sword sect. Even the Yunjian pavilion is slightly inferior when compared to the Tiangang sword sect. But who would have thought that the founder of the Tiangang sword sect was actually the reincarnated Princess Xuanji? Oh, by the way, the 3 great treasures of the Tiangang sword sect, the Tian Luo astrolabe, the Xuani seal, and the Tian Gang divine weapon are among the 10 treasures of heaven and earth. Feng Shao looked at him suspiciously. You're not asking me to get their 3 great treasures, are you? Those are their sect treasures. Although in fantasy novels, the protagonists often shamelessly take sect treasures without blinking, Feng Shao really doesn't have that thick of a skin. The middle-aged man rolled his eyes at him. I'm just saying. Who told you to marry Feng Shao? It's okay, it's okay. Middle-aged man, 100 points. Alright, enough of that. Let's talk about you first. Now you already have the celestial cocoon in your hands. So, the next thing you need to do is retrieve the Di Yuan divine seal. These 2 secret treasures are naturally connected. Therefore, through the Tian Hua Yu cocoon, you will eventually find the Di Yuan divine seal. But first, you must elevate your realm to the true immortal stage. Otherwise, the moment you obtain the Di Yuan divine seal, heavenly retribution will obliterate your soul. Feng Shao exclaimed. It's so dangerous. And you still want me to find it? Can't I just not go? No, the middle-aged man said seriously. Because this is your mission. Don't talk to me about missions. I don't believe in that. Feng Shao waved his hand impatiently. I have no ambition to conquer the world. Nor do I want to be a supreme ruler looking down on all beings. I just want to create the life I desire in my own way. Hearing this, the middle-aged man smiled and shook his head. Suddenly said, I guess you've recently encountered the so-called child of destiny, haven't you? Feng Shao looked surprised. How did you know? Because when you used the heaven flower sword, your aura had already changed. The middle-aged man said, although we cultivators go against the heavens, there are still 50 heavenly paths. 49 of them are hidden from humans. Under the way of the heavens, there is still a glimmer of hope. But the Tianhua sword and the Diyuan divine scroll are real. They defy the heavens. They are not tolerated by the Tao of heaven. Although you won't be punished by heaven for using the Tianhua sword, your fate will change as a result. After all, those who wield objects that defy the heavens are natural rebels against the heavens. How could the Tao of heaven tolerate you? Feng couldn't help but say, aren't you setting me up? How is this a setup? Although the middle-aged man was still smiling, there was a hint of bitterness in his smile. If the celestial flower brocade is not in your hands, it will end up in someone else's hands. Back then, I carefully analyzed the celestial flower scissors. In the end, it was found to be faintly pointing to the former heavenly Tao. Feng Shao frowned and said, the heavenly Tao is immortal and indestructible. How can there be a term change? The middle-aged man took a deep breath. And Qin Chen, because beyond this world, there is great terror. Speaking of which, a hint of shyness appeared on his face. Why did this heavens will come to be? I don't know either. I just vaguely feel that this heavens will is planning something big. If my guess is correct, it's planning for the upcoming battlefield of the 10,000 races. Feng Shao couldn't help but hold his forehead. This touches on another of his blind spots. So he wisely asked, what is the battlefield of all races? The battlefield of all races is a catastrophe faced by countless worlds together. How often does it appear? I'm not sure. I only know that the battlefield of all races will definitely be online. At that time, if this world has no resistance at all, then sooner or later it will be conquered by other races. Destruction, but why? What is the significance of opening the battlefield of all races? Who knows? The middle-aged man shrugged. How did the previous Heaven's Way respond to the battlefield of all races? I'm not sure, but it seems the current Heaven's Way plans to respond to this catastrophe by nurturing the chosen ones. Feng Shao immediately understood. Very good. This plot coincides with a novel I read in my past life. But then he thought about his own fate. He couldn't help but look shocked. Sure enough, the middle-aged man said indifferently, for someone blessed by fate. What better whetstone than the controller of the heavenly flower? Feng Shao didn't expect that by just coming to reshape his aptitude, he would learn such a deadly piece of information. What's worse is that the one telling him all this is none other than his past life. So the words of his past life can't possibly be false. After all, who would have nothing better to do than to deceive themselves? Jian Feng's expression was somewhat gloomy, but the middle-aged man smiled and said, you needn't take this too seriously. After all, the son of destiny, although troublesome, but it's not enough to threaten you. After all, you possess a heaven-defying treasure. Feng gave him a sideways glance, and quietly said, it's easy for you to say. I can tell. There's probably more than one abandoned child of destiny in this place. Do I have to deal with them one by one? Just thinking about that possibility, Feng Shao felt a bit overwhelmed. He wasn't afraid of the abandoned child. He just thought people like the abandoned child were always troublesome. The worst part is, All the serious consequences of these troubles were borne by others, leaving them with only opportunities. How is that fair? Feng Xiao is essentially a dreamer, with his own aspirations. His ambitions do not include showing off or slapping faces. After all, we're all adults. Who would play such childish tricks? Some people might find it satisfying, but Feng Xiao finds it embarrassing. So Feng Xiao feels a bit disheartened. The middle-aged man comforted him, saying that although you are the best whetstone, for the Son of Destiny, for you, the Son of Destiny is the best harvesting target, you should know that you still have a celestial sword that consumes luck, right? Feng glanced at him and said, do you know how troublesome the Son of Destiny is? These guys are favored by the heavens, causing trouble everywhere. They took all the benefits, and left others to bear the consequences. Let's not talk about anything else. Even just showing off earns them praise from others. Who can stand such anti-intellectual behavior? The middle-aged man smiled faintly, and said how troublesome can the abandoned child be? Back then, Qian Kun Palace harvested the abandoned children. If not 100, then at least 80. Feng Xiao was dumbfounded. The middle-aged man continued, after I took control of the celestial silkworm palace back then, all sorts of abandoned children came to me like there was no charge. One group after another kept coming, wave after wave. They practically treated Qian Kun Palace as a training ground. If it weren't for the deep foundations of Qian Kun Palace, the actions of those children of destiny are too childish. I'm afraid that before the divine punishment descends, Qian Kun Palace will be ruined by these children of destiny. Feng Xiaozi remarked with a sigh, your words are quite trendy. You even know about practicing points. The middle-aged man glared at him, nonsense. I am you. I know what you've experienced. I'm just communicating with you in a language you're familiar with. Feng Xiao waved his hand. Let's not talk about this anymore. Just tell me what you want me to do. After talking for so long, Feng Xiao suddenly realized that this so-called past life appearing here must have a purpose. The Grand Princess of Shiha. How could he be here just to talk nonsense? Sure enough, upon hearing this, the middle-aged man laughed. He said, you really can't be fooled. Then he sternly said, I hope you can break the shackles of fate, and set this world on the right path. Feng Xiao was stunned. What do you mean by that? He asked. I heard the middle-aged man say that the Zifang world has actually been stagnant for thousands of years. Think about it. In your world, what could develop in thousands of years? Feng Xiao shook his head and said every world has its own way of existing. The Zifang world doesn't necessarily have to follow the trajectory of my previous world. It seems so, but it isn't. I have deduced that, actually overturning the current situation, and creating an entirely new world is feasible. And I also saw your thoughts from your experiences. Speaking of which, the middle-aged man showed a sly smile. Before leaving Taiwei sect, you actually wanted to do this, right? You can't stand the strong treating ordinary people as ants, nor can you stand those forces that kill entire families or sects at the drop of a hat. So you want to create a world where everyone is equal, and you even already have your own plan. Am I right? Feng Xiao's mouth twitched. You bastard. You really have no sense of honor. Same here. After all, I am you. The middle-aged man laughed heartily. He patted Feng Xiao's shoulder firmly, and said, actually, I once had the same thoughts as you, but unfortunately, limited by my vision. I couldn't find the right path. But you're different. You have the development trajectory of another world as a reference. Therefore, your idea is completely feasible. Whether this world can be changed, depends on your efforts from now on. Feng sighed, muttering, I suddenly feel like I'm being tricked. Don't say that. Since you have a dream, then you have to do it, regardless of success or failure. As long as you try, your life won't be in vain. The middle-aged man encouraged. As for those chosen by fate, you can completely use them as your stepping stones. Harvest their fortune. Use their opportunities to fulfill your dreams. Their opportunities will only make themselves stronger. But after you obtain them, you can benefit the whole world. In that case, why are you hesitating? Feng Xiao took a deep breath, and said, fine. I roughly understand what you said. Additionally, breaking the restraints of the heavenly Tao should also be considered with the battlefield of the 10,000 races in mind, right? Naturally, the middle-aged man nodded. Originally, the heavenly Tao planned to nurture multiple children of fortune, and then, like Yang Gu, have these children of fortune kill each other. In the end, the true chosen one will be selected, and the ultimate chosen one will represent this world, to participate in the battlefield of 10,000 races. Speaking of this, the middle-aged man suddenly turned and said, but you don't need to worry too much. The opening of the battlefield of 10,000 races will take hundreds of years. You can use this time to quickly build up your own power. Additionally, a reminder, Harvest the abandoned children as much as possible, to delay the birth of the chosen one, because if the chosen one doesn't appear, the battlefield of 10,000 races won't open. Feng nodded knowingly. So the battlefield of 10,000 races is the final trial for the chosen one. After the trial ends, then we can go home and share our sorrows. Although your thinking is a bit strange, I think you should understand the gist of it. Feng Xiao asked. So, you don't have anything else to say? I think you should know why I'm here. Of course, you are here to reshape your aptitude. After all, I reshaped my aptitude here back then. Feng Xiao was instantly overjoyed. That's great. I can only figure out the general idea of the Qianquan manual's content. The specific implementation is not yet fully understood. Since you're here, can you tell me the specific steps, and where the fate platform is? The middle-aged man looked at him with a strange expression. Actually, the steps aren't as complicated as you think. Besides, the life-guarding platform is right under your feet, because only when you're standing on the life-guarding platform will I appear in front of you. Feng Xiao was stunned. The middle-aged man smiled and said, Next, you just need to get some sleep. I can help you remold your aptitude. Feng Xiao Yi Zheng. That's great. One-stop service. Additionally, I can tell you that the aptitude I remold for you will be the most powerful in this world. This aptitude is called the Six Paths Reincarnation Body. With this aptitude, I will no longer be weaker than any of the prodigies. Qingdi City in Eastern Zhou is one of the largest cities in Eastern Zhou, located at the junction of Lishui and Taijiang. It has dense shipping routes and thriving trade. With its unique geographical location, Qingdi City has grown from a small village into one of the premier cities in Eastern Zhou. The lord of Qingdi City, Miao Feng, is also a renowned and powerful cultivator. It is said that his level has reached the Taiqing realm, and he is only a step away from the Tribulation realm. Many powerful cultivators serve under him. With his own formidable cultivation and the foundation of Qingdi City, Miao Feng has firmly secured his position as the lord of Qingdi City, and commands authority in all directions, deterring any who might easily offend him. Any major city has powerful individuals stationed. This has become an implicit consensus throughout Shangyu. This is not out of reverence for the powerful, but a compromise made for survival. In the eyes of powerful cultivators, mortals are merely ants. Their life and death are insignificant. Therefore, powerful cultivators often destroy a city at will. Both the righteous and demonic paths are like this. The righteous path is better. When they wipe out a city, at least they come up with an excuse, so as not to tarnish their own reputation. But the demonic path acts solely on their whims. Many times, they even destroy a city just because its name offends them. Facing powerful cultivators, mortals without cultivation abilities can only resign themselves to fate. After all, they don't have the strength to resist, nor does anyone stand up for them. The only thing they can do is seek a powerful patron for protection, to gain a fleeting sense of security. Because of this, many cities with powerful cultivators become the preferred refuge for mortals. However, settling in these big cities is not so easy. Living in a big city means heavy taxes, especially in a city like Qingdi with a population of 1 million. Almost every household in the city has to give up 2/3 of their annual income as taxes. But despite the heavy taxes, there are basic guarantees in life. No one dies from freezing or starvation, nor is anyone killed at will. Moreover, cultivation and training require a lot of resources and money, and the taxes they provide can satisfy the needs of those who shelter and cultivate them. It's a symbiotic relationship where both sides get what they need. This is the unique social model of this world. In this world, there is no concept of a nation. Instead, cities are the basic structure, forming scattered city alliances. The relationships between these city alliances are based on interests. They usually rely on marriages and resource sharing to connect the cities. But there are no eternal friends, only eternal interests. Therefore, these city alliances are actually quite fragile. Sometimes they even split over minor conflicts of interest. The reason this world hasn't formed nations isn't because no one has thought of it, but because the nature of this world makes the birth of nations extremely difficult. Due to the existence of cultivation, the gap in individual strength is infinitely widened. This has made it impractical to establish an army composed mainly of mortals. After all, a single strike from a tribulation transcending stage cultivator can annihilate a 1,000,000-strong army. As for forming an army of cultivators, that's also quite unrealistic, because cultivation requires the absorption of spiritual energy, and spiritual energy is mostly nurtured in the high mountains and deep valleys. If used to temporarily support a large army, the consumption would be too great. This has led to the military protection of each city, usually consisting of only a small team of cultivators. making it difficult to establish a real army. Small teams of cultivators. The scope of their military protection is limited to the surrounding areas. It's difficult to cover a large area, even with the foundation of the city alliance, and forming a cultivator army. They can only ensure their own defense, and lack the ability to advance, let alone ensuring the safety of a country. The army cannot be established. Thus, a nation is difficult to form, and without the existence of a nation, it leads to ordinary people lacking basic survival guarantees. So the ordinary people of this world, really are like ants, barely surviving in the gaps between various forces. Those who can find a big city as a backing are better off, but those without any backing at all, every day, countless people are slaughtered by monks like livestock. At this point, someone might ask, are there any particularly lucky mortals, who gain great power through cultivation, and protect their own people in return? The reality is, such people exist, but they are very rare. Many ordinary people from humble beginnings, when they first embarked on the path of cultivation, once made grand vows, to protect their clans with their own strength. Among them, indeed, many, obtained extraordinary opportunities, and ultimately achieved great deeds. However, after reaching the pinnacle, most of these people forget their original intention, and like other cultivators, regard mortals as ants, because during their growth, countless realities tell them, that in this world, the strong are respected. As long as you are strong enough, you can act recklessly. As long as you're strong enough, you can look down on everyone. As long as you're strong enough, you can demand anything from anyone. As long as you're strong enough, you can ignore all justice in this world. So their only goal is to become stronger, to gain strength. They even dare to trample on all mortal dignity and life. And mortals, when faced with powerful cultivators, can only act like dogs, because they are not worthy of dignity in front of cultivators. This situation has lasted for thousands or even tens of thousands of years, and it may continue like this. Will never change. Let's turn our attention back to Qingdi City. As the largest city within 1,000 miles, Qingdi City sees tens of thousands of people enter daily. Among them are many practitioners. And today, a team of 15 cultivators has entered this city. These 15 are the second branch disciples who have left Taiwei Mountain and entered Qingyuan. Regarding Lu Qingyuan's joining, the second division disciples were very welcoming despite their surprise. After all, among the disciples of their generation in the entire Taiwei sect, the one with the highest cultivation level was Feng Xiao, followed by Yi Chen and Lu Qingyuan. When Lu Qingyuan surpassed Feng Xiao and broke away, Lu Qingyuan clearly became the leader of this generation of disciples. Having someone like this join them, how could they not be happy? Lu Qingyuan quickly found out that after the second group of disciples left the sect, they also intended to look for Feng Xiao. However, in the vast territory of Eastern Zhou, finding someone is easier said than done. So, after some discussion, they decided to first go to Qingdi City to gather information. After all, as one of the largest cities in the Eastern Zhou, its sources of information are also very extensive. Since they are all cultivators, they always like to extort people entering the city. The gate guards very consciously ignored them. After entering the city, the group first found an inn to settle down temporarily. Then they began discussing where to gather information. Their first option was the Linglong Pavilion in Qingdi City. Qingdi City, being a major city of the Eastern Zhou, attracted several large merchant guilds. Linglong Pavilion was no exception. Moreover, the scale of the Linglong Pavilion here was much larger than in Liang City. Even the shopkeeper was at the transformation realm, a whole realm higher than the shopkeeper in Liang City. A shopkeeper of such a realm, his status at the Yunjian Pavilion would naturally not be low. However, Lu Qingyuan and the others were very disappointed after inquiring, because even Yunjian Pavilion had no news of young Master Feng. But after the Linglong Pavilion's shopkeeper learned that they had come down from Taiwei Mountain, he warmly welcomed them, and he gave them some suggestions. For example, they could issue a missing person notice through Linglong Pavilion, or inquire at other merchant associations. Large trading companies usually have several branches, so, information is one of the goods they sell. As for issuing a missing person notice, it's also one of the ways large trading companies make money. However, after inquiring about the cost of issuing a missing person notice, everyone couldn't help but click their tongues. They could afford the price. But after paying, they're basically out of money, and issuing a missing person notice doesn't guarantee finding someone. With no other options, they had to settle for less. They decided to try their luck at other guilds first. Then, everyone dispersed at the entrance of Linglong Pavilion, heading to various large guilds in the city. And because Lu Qingyuan was the strongest, so he acted alone. Lu Qingyuan headed directly to Tianbao Pavilion in the south of the city. As soon as he entered, he went straight to the point for intelligence consultation. Unfortunately, although the Taiwei sect is quite famous within a few hundred miles around Taiwei Mountain, beyond this range, it has little influence. As for the holy son of the Taiwei sect, Feng Xiao, many have heard of him, but never seen him, so they haven't paid attention to Feng Xiao's whereabouts. Naturally, there's no information on him. Lu Qingyuan is very disappointed with this result, but he doesn't intend to give up, deciding that if all else fails, he'll go directly to the headquarters of the Cloud Pavilion. Presumably, Yunjian Pavilion always pays some attention to young Master Feng's whereabouts, but while he was deep in thought, he didn't notice that in Tianbao Pavilion, a young man in luxurious clothing was watching him. A playful smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. As Lu Qingyuan was about to leave, the young man suddenly stepped forward, and said to Lu Qingyuan with a bright smile, "This young lady, you said you're looking for the holy son of the Grand Marshal, Feng Xiao." Lu Qingyuan asked seriously, "Couldn't help but ask this gentleman, do you perhaps know my senior brother Feng's whereabouts?" That young man somehow took out a folding fan. With a wave of his hand, he opened it, pretending to be charming while fanning himself. He said with a grin, "I'm not that talented. I used to have some acquaintance with the young master of the Wind Clan, and coincidentally, the young master is currently a guest at my residence. May I know who you are, miss?" Lu Qingyuan didn't expect to hear news of the young master here, and couldn't help but be overjoyed. She hurriedly said, "I am the junior sister of the young master's senior brother. I also come from Taiwei Mountain. If you could bring me to see senior brother Feng, I would be extremely grateful." The young man smiled and said, "No problem, no problem. It's a small matter." In her joy, Lu Qingyuan did not notice that in the young man's eyes, there was a hint of a conspiratorial smile. Indeed, such a naive young girl, easiest to deceive. On the way back home, the young man kept trying to chat with Lu Qingyuan, but Lu Qingyuan was not interested in her at all, only wanted to see Feng Xiao as soon as possible, so she didn't respond much to the young man's attempts at conversation. The young man was a bit displeased, but Lu Qingyuan's delicate beauty made it hard for him to get angry. After some probing, the young man discovered that Lu Qingyuan seemed to be only thinking about her senior brother. The young man's eyes lit up, and he came up with a plan. He then said with a smile, "Speaking of which, Brother Feng is truly outstanding. I was fortunate to see Brother Feng in action back in the day. With just one sword swing, his aura was. Several demonic cultivators didn't even react, before their heads rolled off like gurgling balls. At that moment, I was truly impressed. I immediately invited Brother Feng to my mansion. Brother Feng was unpretentious, and gladly accepted. So was I." So when Feng Xiao met the young man he thought of as a soulmate, he mentioned Huzhou offhandedly, and made up a story casually, but his story wasn't without basis. When he saw the long sword hanging at Lu Qingyuan's waist, he guessed that the other person's sect used swords, so he made up such a story. Du Qingyuan didn't notice anything intentional. Instead, he smiled and said, "Indeed, Brother Feng's swordsmanship is outstanding, far beyond what we junior brothers and sisters can achieve. If I could master even 1/10 of Brother Feng's sword skills, I would be very satisfied." The young man's eyes lit up, feeling proud inside. He continued to make up stories. "Brother Feng's swordsmanship is indeed remarkable. I greatly admire it as well. Brother Feng once discussed swordsmanship with me through the night. He straightforwardly said that the most exquisite swordsmanship in this world is first and foremost the 36 Heavenly Gang sword techniques, followed by the 36 free and easy sword techniques." This young man's words are well measured, because any cultivator knows that the Heavenly Gang sword sect and the free and easy hall are the two great sanctuaries for sword cultivation. As expected, since young Master Feng is a sword cultivator, he must hold these two brothers' swordsmanship in high regard. Lu Qingyuan nodded in agreement and said, "Indeed, the Tiangang sword sect and Xiaoyao Hall's sword techniques are both among the most exquisite in the world." The young man then smiled and said, "Brother Feng once told me that if he ever had the chance, he would definitely go to Xiaoyao Hall to seek advice from Fairy Xiaoyao on the 36 sword techniques of Xiaoyao. But I feel that, although the Xiaoyao 36 sword techniques are powerful, they may not necessarily compare to the swordsmanship demonstrated by Brother Feng. Even though Fairy Xiaoyao has been famous for a long time, purely in terms of swordsmanship, she may not necessarily match Brother Feng." The young man believes this statement to be extremely well said. After all, he used Fairy Xiaoyao to highlight Brother Feng. This subtly elevated Brother Feng's image. It could somewhat attract the other's affection, but when the young man said this, he noticed that Lu Qingyuan had actually stopped walking, and was looking at him suspiciously. The young man's heart skipped a beat, realizing that he might have said something wrong, but he remained calm on the surface, and asked with a smile, "Miss, do you think what I said is right?" Lu Qingyuan squinted slightly, a hint of vigilance in his eyes. He placed his hand on the hilt of his sword, and calmly said, "Senior brother Feng's swordsmanship is partly inherited from the Taiwei sect, and partly learned from the Xiaoyao Hall." How could he speak of asking the Xiaoyao Hall for swordsmanship advice? Lu Qingyuan is just unaware of the malice in people's hearts. He's not foolish. After realizing the other party was lying, he already understood their intentions. The young man straightened up, and sighed, saying wistfully that he didn't expect to show a flaw here. Then he revealed a malicious smile at the corner of his mouth. "Speaking of the young lady, I am Chu Xian, heir of the Chu family from Qingdi City. Seeing that the young lady is as beautiful as a fairy, I would like to ask for her hand in marriage. I wonder if the young lady would agree." Lu Qingyuan's gaze was cold. He coldly said, "You are indeed deceiving me." "Ah, this. You can't blame me. Who told you to be so beautiful?" Chu Xian laughed. "Although the story I made up is fake, my admiration for you is real. Won't you consider it?" Lu Qingyuan drew his sword and shouted, "Enough nonsense. If you dare speak rudely again, I'll cut off your tongue." Chu Xian sighed, "You refuse a toast, only to be forced to drink a forfeit. It seems I have no choice but to use some means." As he said this, his tone suddenly turned cold. "Lao Shui, capture him alive." Before Lu Qingyuan could react, he heard a calm male voice say, "Yes, young master." Then Lu Qingyuan suddenly felt a gust of wind behind him. He was startled. Without thinking, he dodged using his agility. Taking a closer look, he saw that the one attacking him was actually a nascent soul stage cultivator. Heh, quick reflexes for a little girl. The opponent snorted coldly, once again closing in and reaching out to grab Lu Qingyuan's shoulder. Lu Qingyuan hurriedly used his swordsmanship to engage in battle, and the opponent is indeed highly skilled. He actually fights barehanded. His two hands almost create afterimages. The speed is almost impossible to catch with the naked eye. Lu Qingyuan also used all his strength. Only then did he barely hold on. But anyone can see that Lu Qingyuan can't hold out for long. Su Xian stood aside, watching Lu Qingyuan, who was showing signs of defeat. A smug smile appeared on his face. Fanning himself, he said with a smile, "Miss, I advise you not to resist. Immediately come back to my residence with me. Rest assured, though I can't make you my main wife, there's no problem with making you a concubine." Just when Chu Xian thought victory was in his grasp, a cold voice suddenly sounded, "Bullying the weak, how shameless." Su Wan instinctively looked in the direction of the voice. The next moment, his eyes lit up. The one who spoke was a girl who seemed to be no more than 16. She was dressed in white. Her face was covered with a white veil. However, the vague outline visible beneath the veil was already extraordinarily beautiful, captivating at first sight. The girl's figure was graceful, her demeanor cool and aloof. Just by standing there, she gave off an aura of otherworldly elegance. Chu Xian quickly cupped his hands towards the young girl, and smiled, "I didn't know, miss." Before he could finish his sentence, he heard the young girl say indifferently, "Qing Yi, please take action." Only then did Chu Xian realize that there was a tall woman standing behind the young girl. That woman, though not as pretty as the young girl, was also quite beautiful. Her cool demeanor was exactly the same as the young girl's. She responded with a "yes," and then leapt forward, striking at the cultivator with her palm. The cultivator quickly raised his hand to block, and their palms collided in the next moment. The monk felt a powerful force coming from the opponent's palm, straight through to his internal organs. He quickly took several steps back, to alleviate the opponent's palm force, but he still felt a dull pain in his chest. He couldn't help but open his mouth, and spat out a mouthful of blood with a "wah" sound. Chu Xian saw this. Shocked and angry, he shouted, "How dare you attack my guards? Do you know who I am?" The woman coldly said, "The Qin Empire is becoming more and more outrageous, snatching women in broad daylight." Su Xian was shocked. "You know who I am?" The woman sneered, "Remember this. The one who attacked you is from the Nine Yin sacred land. If you're looking for revenge, don't seek the wrong person." Upon hearing this, everyone was shocked. There are 3 holy lands in the eastern Zhou. Among them, the Nine Yin Holy Land is the most famous, not for anything else, but because this holy land only accepts women, and every female disciple is a peerless beauty. In the eyes of all cultivators, the Nine Yin Holy Land is the best place to choose a Tao partner. Of course, not every cultivator is qualified to marry a disciple of the Nine Yin Holy Emperor. As for the Chu family where Chu Xian belongs, It is considered a first-class family in Qingdi City. Although it cannot compare to the Miao family, the city's rulers, it is still a prominent family in Qingdi City. But in the face of the 9 holy emperor's disciples, he didn't even have the guts to shout. He didn't even dare to utter harsh words. Terrified, he cupped his hands to the two and said, "I didn't know you two were disciples of the 9 sacred ground. I have been disrespectful. Please forgive me." The woman instinctively looked at the girl, who responded indifferently, "Such a person should be crippled." The woman nodded, and struck Su Xian's abdomen with her palm. A miserable scream was heard. As Chu Xian was sent flying tens of meters away, he then heavily crashed to the ground. Though injured, Chu Xian didn't pay much attention to it, but he was terrified to discover, "My dantian has actually been shattered." A shattered dantian means that cultivation is completely out of reach. He will be completely crippled. Recalling the fierce internal struggles of the Chu family, Chu Xian felt utterly hopeless at this moment. His heart dead. The young girl no longer paid attention to Chu Xian. Instead, he bowed to Lu Qingyuan and greeted him. "Seeing the swordsmanship you displayed, sister, it is clearly from the Taiwei sect." "Sister, are you a disciple of the Taiwei sect?" Although Lu Qingyuan left with the second branch disciples, he did not leave the sect. Therefore, he is still a disciple of the Taiwei sect. Upon hearing this, he also bowed to the girl and said, "Miss, there's no need to be so polite. I am indeed the disciple of Grand Marshal Zhong San." The girl's eyes lit up. She couldn't help but ask, "Is the esteemed Zhong Shengzi, young master Feng Xiaofeng, here?" Lu Qingyuan was stunned. He carefully looked at the girl. Upon mentioning Feng Xiao, he saw her face flush with shyness. The cold and frosty demeanor vanished instantly. Lu Qingyuan couldn't help but speculate in his mind. Could it be that this young girl is also senior brother Feng's savior, and even has a close relationship with senior brother Feng? Thinking of this, Lu Qingyuan felt somewhat uncomfortable. But after all, the other party had helped him. Lu Qingyuan could only force a smile and say that senior brother Feng was not here. The young girl responded with an "oh." Her face showed a look of disappointment. Qingyi coughed lightly, and whispered, "Saintess, when you're outside, please be careful with your words and actions." The young girl retorted, "Qingyi, young Master Feng once saved my life. If it weren't for young Master Feng's help, I would have long perished at the hands of bandits. If not for today, I can save this lady. It must be our destiny." "Qingyi, you don't need to worry so much." Qingyi just sighed, and remained silent. Lu Qingyuan heard this, but his heart was bitter. It turned out that he could be saved. Because of the karma sown by Feng Xiao years ago, he didn't expect to owe senior brother Feng another favor inadvertently. But then he remembered something. He couldn't help but ask the young lady, "I heard just now that the man in green said you are the saintess of the 9 sacred land." The girl smiled and nodded. "You are right. I am Xiao Yunqing, a disciple of the 9 holy land, and the holy maiden. I never expected the head of Canyan sect, one of the top 10 sects, would sell his daughter for glory. Did you ever ask the holy maiden for her opinion, master? Did you ever respect her? Sycophantic, fickle, truly shameful. This Canyan sect is better off without them." In a grand hall, a young man is passionately shouting angrily, with the boldness of youth. An elder in a blue robe angrily rebuked Yi Fan. "You are merely an outer disciple. What right do you have to speak here? How dare you shout in the main hall? Are you tired of living?" Yi Fan laughed loudly. "Just a stranger who came last month, and you are willing to offer the saintess to him, regardless of the saintess's own will. Acting like this, you still have the face to blame me. I, Yi Fan, am unworthy. Today, I will seek justice for the saintess with my humble self." A middle-aged man sitting in the main hall's central position said in a cold tone, "Yi Fan, I acknowledge your talent. I had planned to take you as my true disciple, but unexpectedly, you are so ungrateful. Do you really think I won't act against you?" Yi Fan extended his hand, and a black long knife appeared in it. He shouted, "Sect master, the saintess is your own daughter. How can you give her to a stranger like this? Are you even fit to be a father?" The sect leader was infuriated. Witnessing this scene, a young man sitting to the left of the sect leader couldn't help but yawn. This young man was Feng Xiao. To be honest, Feng Xiao never thought he would encounter such a melodramatic scene. In the novels he read in his past life, there are at least 8 or 10 scenes like this. At that time, he thought, writing this kind of scene once is enough. Writing it repeatedly is just too boring. After all, when writing a novel, you should write something of your own, starting with a cliché. Aren't you afraid readers will get aesthetic fatigue? But later Feng discovered, it seems that readers never get tired of this kind of scene. Instead, they cheer every time they watch it. Well, where there is demand, there is supply. Feng Shao underestimated it. But Feng Shao never expected that he would encounter such a situation one day. Feng Shao couldn't help but sigh in his heart. If only he had known such a melodramatic scenario would occur. I probably shouldn't have come here. But then again, Feng Shao had no choice but to come here. This matter has to be traced back to 7 days ago. In the Samsara Tower, Feng Shao met his illustrious past self, Shihe, one of the 3 princesses of Qian Kuan Palace. Then, from Shihe, he learned some secrets about this world, and also understood the hidden function of Tianhua Yujing. Then Princess Shihe took the initiative to reshape Feng Shao's aptitude. Before Feng Shao could react, everything went black before his eyes, and he fainted. Immediately, he had a long dream. In the dream, he seemed to live a complete life, and at the end of the dream, he vaguely heard a sorrowful voice saying, "Senior brother, this path ultimately leads nowhere." Then he woke up. He carefully recalled the contents of the dream, only to find that although he had experienced many things in the dream, he couldn't remember anything now. Only that mournful voice echoed in his mind. But he couldn't remember the appearance of the person who spoke. He just vaguely felt that person was very kind. After carefully sorting through his thoughts, Feng Shao still couldn't recall the contents of the dream. He could only sigh helplessly. He decided to focus on the present for now. So, he stood up to leave. But then he realized something was wrong. Where is this? Feng Shao quickly called up the Tianhua alert. But he found that even the Tianhua alert could only display a small part of the surrounding area. Outside of this small area is complete darkness. Feng Shao suddenly realized he was in big trouble. The ceiling pre-inspection can often serve as an electronic map, but the prerequisite is to walk through this area first. Simply put, it's like exploring the map in a strategy game. Now it's as if he's been thrown into a new map. He has to explore it again to gain visibility. This is a bit troublesome. Just as Feng Shao was about to fly with his sword to explore the map, he suddenly felt dizzy and lightheaded. He collapsed to the ground. At first, Feng Shao didn't understand what was happening, but after examining his body, he figured it out. The reshaping of his aptitude had almost completely drained his true essence. Therefore, he needed to meditate and cultivate his energy to recover. This kind of thing is simple to say, but at this moment, it's not appropriate to do so. The reason is that he is alone here. No one to guard him. Meditating in the wilderness is easily disturbed by passers-by. If disturbed, in mild cases, one may suffer from qi deviation. In severe cases, one's cultivation could be ruined. But if I don't meditate, my qi cannot be restored. What should I do? After thinking for a while, Feng Shao decided to first check his own body's current condition. This investigation was surprising. Feng Shao was so shocked he almost jumped on the spot. According to Shihe, Feng Shao's current reconstituted aptitude is called the 6 Paths Reincarnation Body. He understands the 6 Paths Reincarnation, but he doesn't understand the 6 Paths Reincarnation Body. This constitution is not recorded anywhere. Not even in legends is this constitution mentioned. So Feng Shao is also completely confused. However, she has said that this physique is a unique and supreme physique. This made Feng Shao a little curious. After some investigation, Feng Shao suddenly understood why Shiha held this physique in such high regard. It turns out that the so-called 6 Paths Reincarnation physique can actually switch between 6 other types of physiques at any time, truly defying the heavens. It belongs to others' physiques. No matter how defiant, there's only one constitution. It ultimately has its limits. But this 6 Paths Reincarnation Body contains 6 other constitutions, plus the 6 Paths Reincarnation Body itself. It's like he has 7 constitutions. 7 constitutions. Just ask yourself, are you scared? Moreover, Feng Shao also discovered that Shihe had thoughtfully chosen another 6 types of physiques for him. These 6 types of physiques include the all-encompassing Hongmeng chaotic body, the 9 Yang Vajra body of utmost Yang, the transforming everything Lin Wu profound body, the self-circulating 5 elements life and death body, the ghost-expelling and evil-dispelling Jinxie spirit body, and the life and death transcending Sheng Qing creation body. Feng Shao couldn't help but feel a mix of emotions. He suddenly realized that he now seemed more like the protagonist than the protagonist himself. With 7 types of physiques at his disposal, this left Feng Shao unsure whether to be happy or worried. He was happy because he could switch physiques at will, which meant he could handle any situation with ease. But he was worried about the various physiques, which meant that cultivating would consume 7 times the energy. This was equivalent to a debuff that reduced his cultivation speed to 1/7. Fortunately, the Qian Kun manual that Feng Shao practiced was suitable for any physique, and the true essence he cultivated wouldn't conflict with any physique. The Qian Kun manual is like a universal charger. And the true energy cultivated is like a battery that fits any phone. In the absence of this battery, you can start any phone immediately by swapping it. This is interesting. After figuring this out, Feng Xiao finally understood why the prerequisite for reshaping one's aptitude is practicing the Qiankuan manual. Feng Xiao's current realm is still at the innate level, but he is only one step away from the golden core stage. It can even be said that if he meditates right now, and channels his true energy for a while, he will naturally advance to the golden core stage. To recover as soon as possible, Feng Xiao has to find a way to meditate and refine his energy first. After searching through his storage bag and storage ring, he was actually lucky enough to find a few formation talismans. These talismans only need a few spirit stones to form a formation on the spot. The duration depends on the number of spirit stones. Feng Xiao selected invisibility, silence, and protection talismans, combining them into a comprehensive formation. Then he found a secluded corner, and set up the formation. Afterward, he sat inside to meditate and practice. He meditated for 5 days and nights. After 5 days, Feng Xiaomu opened his eyes. Letting out a contemptuous howl, the golden core was formed. Just entering the golden core stage, Feng Xiao felt refreshed. In an exceptionally good mood, with 7 kinds of physiques by his side. This made him even want to immediately find someone to test his skills on, to see what his current combat level is. But before he could be happy for long, he collapsed to the ground again. Is Feng Xiao done or not? This time, Feng Xiao didn't fall because of a lack of true energy. Instead, at that moment, a large number of memories suddenly flooded into his mind. At first, Feng Xiao didn't understand what was happening with the flood of memories. But after reviewing those memories, he understood. It turned out all these skills came from Shihe. As an ancient sect, Qiankuan Palace has immense heritage. And as one of its founders, Princess Shihe was also highly knowledgeable. The Qiankuan Codex was derived from the principles of tens of thousands of sect techniques. Therefore, it has the characteristic of encompassing all things. The person who can create such a technique must naturally have extraordinary insight. And all these memories are the knowledge possessed by Shihe. This is life-threatening. Vast knowledge being poured into the mind. Although it saves Feng Xiao's learning time, it also causes excruciating pain in his brain. He lay there holding his head for most of the day, before gradually recovering from the memory washout. The fusion of memories hasn't stopped yet, but fortunately, the impact on his brain is no longer as severe as before. Now he can think again. It's just that his mind is a bit slow. It's like the memory is heavily occupied, leaving only a little for running programs. So from that day on, Feng Xiao felt dizzy, and he couldn't sleep. Because whenever he closed his eyes, all kinds of thoughts would flood in. It was like watching 100 movies at once, both noisy and chaotic. Sleeping was more tiring than not sleeping. In desperation, Feng Xiao could only try his best to stay awake until the memory fusion was complete. He initially planned to stay in place waiting for the memory fusion, but the next day, he unexpectedly encountered a local. It was a woman. Tall and slender, he had a stunning appearance, wearing a light blue robe. He saw Feng Xiao at a glance, was stunned at first, then without hesitation drew his sword, pointed at Feng Xiao and sternly asked, "Who are you? Why are you here?" Feng Xiao also wanted to know why he was here. The woman's words made him ask if there was something special about this place. The woman couldn't help but be stunned. He first carefully examined Feng Xiao. Then, squinting his eyes, he asked, "You don't know this place?" "Yes, I don't. Please, miss, tell me." After a moment of silence, the woman said, "This is the sacred ground of my Canyin sect." Feng Xiao began to ponder. He really hadn't heard of this sect before. However, the Shanyu region is vast. It spans tens of thousands of miles. It's normal for there to be sects he hasn't heard of. But the problem is, this is just an unremarkable hill. How did it become a holy land? Feng Xiao looked puzzled. The woman couldn't help but ask, "Where exactly are you from? Why are you here?" Feng Xiao thought for a moment and replied, "I come from Eastern Zhou." The woman from Eastern Zhou frowned. "Where is Eastern Zhou?" Feng Xiao described it as a land full of snakes. Eastern Zhou is such a vast place. Have you never heard of it? What do you mean? This is myself. Could it be that I've traveled to another world? But soon the woman showed a look of realization. "You must have come from last month, right?" Feng Xiao. Could it be that this is not the upper prison? The woman shook her head. "This is the men's prison in the lower prison. Feng Xiao is doomed. How can we get back now?" When the woman learned that Feng Xiao came from the upper prison, she instead asked excitedly, "I didn't expect you to be a powerful figure from the upper prison. Meeting you is truly the luck of my life." Saying this, the woman bowed to Feng Xiao. Feng Xiao hurriedly returned the bow. Miss, there's no need to be so polite. I just accidentally ended up here. If I've caused any offense, please forgive me. The woman waved her hand and said, You're too kind, sir. This place is originally meant for communication between the upper and lower realms. So it's common for things from the upper realm to occasionally fall here. If not for this place wouldn't have become the sacred ground of my Tsanyin sect. But speaking of which, it's actually the first time I've seen a living person fall here from the captain's position. Feng Xiao's eyes lit up, so I can return to the captain's position through here. But unexpectedly, the woman shook her head. You can't. Feng Xiao was stunned. The woman explained that the passage here seems to be one way. Our Tsanyin sect has been established here for 1,000 years. In all these years, we've never seen a passage appear. So we don't know if there's a way to reach the upper realm from here. We only guess that there might be a passage. Because upper realm items occasionally appear here. Feng couldn't help but sigh. It seems that if we want to go back, we'll need to find another way. While Feng Xiao was lost in thought, the woman gazed at him without blinking, as if she had found a treasure. After a long while, she hesitantly asked, Since you are here, my lord, you must be fated to meet our Tsanyin sect. Would you do us the honor of being our guest? Feng Xiao asked, Would it be too much trouble? No disturbance, no disturbance. The lady quickly shook her head. Young master, as a person of high status, your skills are profound. For Tsanyin sect to have someone like you as a guest, is truly our great fortune. Miss, you are too polite. In that case, I will stay for a while. Thus, Feng Xiao followed the woman to the Tsanyin sect. Before completing the memory integration, many of Feng Xiao's abilities were difficult to utilize. After all, memory was limited. So Feng Xiao decided to settle down at the Tsanyin sect first. Meanwhile, he also inquired about any passage back to Shangyu. After arriving at the Tsanyin sect, Feng Xiao learned some information. The woman's name is Luo Qiushuang. She is the only daughter of Luo Tianhe, the head of Tsanyin sect. Luo Qiushuang, the saintess of Tsanyin sect, is also known for her beauty. She is a renowned beauty in the region. She has countless admirers in Tsanyin sect. But Luo Qiushuang's noble status means that most admirers can only keep their feelings to themselves, and dare not show any sign of them on the surface. Tsanyin sect is one of the top 10 sects in the southern region. In terms of strength, it ranks in the middle to lower range. The establishment of Tsanyin sect dates back to 1,000 years ago. It originated from a technique found at Feng Xiao's location. With this technique from the Celestial Edict, Tsanyin sect rose from a second-rate sect to one of the top 10 sects. This place thus became the sacred ground of Tsanyin sect. Over the past 1,000 years, items from the Celestial Edict occasionally appear here. Sometimes it's a few pills, sometimes it's a spiritual weapon, sometimes it's a few talismans, sometimes it's a secret manual. No one knows why these things fall here. But without a doubt, the items that fall for the prison sect are all top quality. Therefore, this sacred land is truly an opportunity for the Tsanyin sect. After understanding this situation, young Master Feng also understood why Luo Qiushuang was so enthusiastic about him. After all, what's more valuable than a living person? Not to mention that this living person might be carrying many valuable items. The head of the Tsanyin sect, Luo Tianhe, after learning about young Master Feng's background, also warmly welcomed young Master Feng. Young Master Feng has seen the world. His manner of speaking also showed his grace. This made Luo Tianhe deeply intrigued. He couldn't help but start thinking. So that night, Luo Qiushuang knocked on Feng Xiao's door. A man and a woman alone in a room. It's somewhat inappropriate. So Feng Xiao chatted with Luo Qiushuang all night by the stone table in the yard. During the conversation, Feng Xiao also understood Luo Qiushuang's main purpose. Luo Qiushuang has a special constitution. After turning 8, she would feel cold all over her body periodically, in extreme pain. Luo Tianhe sought out famous doctors everywhere, but none of them could determine the cause. The only thing we can be sure of is that Luo Qiushuang's condition is due to her special constitution, but not cultivating the right technique. That's what led to this situation. But the problem is, no one can tell what kind of constitution Luo Qiushuang has, so finding the right technique is naturally out of the question. But at this moment, Feng Xiao appeared. In everyone's perception, the captain's cultivation sect is far superior to Xiayu's. The captain's techniques are also far beyond those of Xiayu's, because Luo Qiushuang believes that Feng Xiao from the captain's sect might have a way to help him solve this problem. Hearing this, Feng Xiao switched his constitution to the Lingwu Tongxian body. Then he carefully observed Luo Qiushuang with the eyes that perceive the transformations of all things. With this look, Feng Xiao indeed discovered the problem. It turned out that Luo Qiushuang's constitution is called the Taiyin Xianbing body, a body of extreme yin. With such an extremely extreme constitution, if the appropriate cultivation method is not practiced, not only will you be unable to utilize the special abilities of your constitution, but it will also endanger your life. This kind of constitution is extremely rare even among captains. No wonder no one knew about it when you were imprisoned. Originally, Feng Xiao wouldn't have been able to help with this. After all, Feng Xiao also didn't know how to cultivate the Taiyin Xianbing body. But after integrating Shihi's memories, but he didn't think that way, because in Shihi's knowledge library, there are as many as 100,000 entries. Among them, there are tens of thousands of techniques. And among these tens of thousands of techniques, there really is a technique suitable for the Taiyin Xianbing body. But Feng Xiao didn't intend to take it out so easily. Instead, he asked, "What if I can help you solve this problem? What can you give me in return?" Luo Qiushuang was stunned. Her face turned pale immediately. She slowly said, "Young Master Feng, I have nothing of value. Only my body remains untouched by anyone." Young Master Feng slapped his forehead, and said helplessly, "I'm not interested in your body. What I mean is, I can help you solve this problem, but on the condition that you become my disciple, and go to Shangyu with me." After Feng Xiao left the Taiwei sect, he started planning his next moves in his mind. His goals are ambitious, but he also needs some helpers. It's very difficult for him to achieve that goal on his own. Luo Qiushuang, however, has good potential. After practicing the right techniques, her strength can quickly grow. She will soon become a great help to him. Young Master Feng considered this point. When he made this request, the Taiyin Mystic Ice body is indeed an excellent slave physique, and Jiaohua can indeed solve the side effects of the Taiyin Xianbing body. But young Master Feng still disdains to use this method. Hearing young Master Feng say this, Luo Qiushuang suddenly realized she had misunderstood. She blushed with embarrassment. She stammered, saying, "About this matter, this little girl still needs to discuss with my father before making a decision." Young Master Feng nodded, "That's only right." Then Feng Xiao wrote a passage in the air, and said these formulas could temporarily alleviate the cold energy in your body. Luo Qiushuang immediately understood that Feng Xiao was demonstrating his sincerity, and also telling Luo Qiushuang that he indeed had a way to solve Luo Qiushuang's physical problem. So Luo Qiushuang solemnly bowed to Feng Xiao. She said, "Thank you, young master." Upon hearing this from his daughter, Luo Tianhe couldn't help but rejoice. In his view, the worst place in the upper prison is far better than the best place in the lower prison. His daughter could follow young Master Feng to the upper prison, and this was an unparalleled opportunity, although it was likely she would never return. But parents who love their children plan for their long-term future. As long as their daughter can have a bright and broad future, then this price is worth it. The next day, Luo Tianhe announced this decision in the main hall. But just as he finished announcing this decision, an outer sect disciple, who was usually unremarkable, suddenly appeared. He loudly scolded the sect leader and elders. Feng Xiao also witnessed this scene, but he didn't think much of it. He's seen plenty of hot-headed youngsters, especially after meeting Yi Chen. He felt that no oddball appearing before him would surprise him anymore. But upon learning that this kid was named Yi Fan, Feng Xiao's expression changed a bit. Could this be another child of fate? Yi Fan might be the most overused protagonist name. In Feng Xiao's impression, he has read at least 13 novels with a protagonist named Yi Fan. Goodness, Yi Chen from the Jade Ritual above, Yi Fan from the Jade Ritual below. I must have angered the Yi family. And this guy's words are quite interesting too. What do you mean by selling your daughter for glory? She just wants her daughter's health issues resolved, and hopes her daughter can have a better future. That's why she decided to let her daughter follow Feng Xiao to Shangyu. Sanyan sect didn't gain any benefit from this. How is that selling your daughter for glory? But Yi Fan doesn't seem to plan on reasoning about this. He is completely immersed in his protagonist aura. He hit the mark with righteous words, full of integrity, assuming a stance to eliminate all injustices in the world. But Feng Xiao knew the nature of this heroic aura. This guy clearly had his eyes on Luo Qiushuang's top-notch talent. He glanced at Yi Fan's hands. Sure enough, he saw a black ring on his left index finger. Obviously, this is a protagonist with a portable Old Master template. And Luo Qiushuang's superior talent was recognized by the Old Master in the ring. So next, isn't someone supposed to show up? Sure enough, after Yi Fan made a passionate speech, a young man in black appeared. He held a long spear in his hand. The gun pointed at Yi Fan. He shouted at Yi Fan, "You're just a mere outer disciple. What right do you have to question the master's decision?" Yi Fan laughed loudly. "Wang Yi, Even you want to grovel before this man from Shangyu with an unknown background? It's truly laughable. Wang Yi was furious. He turned around and bowed to Luo Tianhe, saying, Master, please allow me to teach this arrogant guy a lesson. Luo Xinghe nodded in approval. The prince was overjoyed. Then he turned back around, and gave Yi Fan a cold smile. Yi Fan, there's a road to heaven, yet you refuse to take it. You barged into hell uninvited. Since you're so ungrateful, don't blame me for being ruthless. Yi Fan also snorted coldly and said, Stop talking, come at me. Through the eyes of the Lingwu Tongxian body, Feng Xiao had already noticed that Yi Fan was only at the Tongmai stage, while the prince had already reached the Xiantian stage. There is a vast difference between the two realms. In the cultivation world, there are always 3 hurdles in the foundation establishment stage, and 5 stages in the innate realm. The innate realm consists of 5 stages. You need to cultivate energy. With each energy cultivated, you advance 1 stage. As for the order of cultivating weapons, it varies according to different cultivation methods, generally distinguished by their 5 element attributes. The qi cultivated by the heart that stores spirit belongs to fire, the qi cultivated by the liver that stores soul belongs to wood, the qi cultivated by the spleen that stores intention belongs to earth, the qi cultivated by the lungs that store soul essence belongs to metal, and the qi cultivated by the kidneys that store essence belongs to water. After the weapon is successfully cultivated, it can then breed innate qi, creating yin and yang, and truly embark on the path of cultivation. The meridian opening stage lays the foundation for the innate stage. To train in martial arts, you must first open your meridians. Only after unblocking the 12 main meridians and the 7 to 8 extra channels, can you ensure the smooth flow of martial energy. Therefore, there's a significant gap between the meridian opening and innate stages, making it almost impossible to challenge a higher level. Even young Master Feng himself couldn't surpass the meridian opening stage at that time. I am not confident in challenging the innate realm, but if Yi Fan has an old master helping him cheat, that's a different story. Feng glanced at Luo Qiushuang, who was nearby, and asked in a low voice, Are you familiar with Yi Fan? Luo Qiushuang shook her head and said, I only know that junior brother Yi Fan is an outer disciple. Because his aptitude is too poor, he is often bullied in the outer sect. I once saw some outer sect disciples bullying Yi Fan, because they couldn't stand him, so I scolded them a few times. Other than that, I had no other interactions with junior brother Yi Fan. Feng nodded slightly, deep in thought. Actually, it's not surprising that Yi Fan would have those kinds of thoughts about Luo Qiushuang. After all, this saint is beautiful and kind-hearted. She has stood up for him several times. He must secretly have a crush on her. But the problem is, having a crush is one thing, but it doesn't mean you can make decisions for her. That's not being righteous. That's clearly being presumptuous. However, similar plots. Feng Xiao has seen them before. The protagonist of a feel-good story rises from obscurity, rescued by a kind-hearted and beautiful heroine when bullied. Then the protagonist rises to prominence, misinterpreting the heroine's help as affection, and naturally confesses, leading to mutual affection and a private commitment. Lifelong troublemaker. The two eloped, unknowingly. Feng Xiao had already imagined a 1,000,000-word novel in his mind, and while he was lost in thought, the duel between Yi Fan and the prince had already concluded. This young man can fight across realms, truly terrifying. Such a good lad. Given time, he will be extraordinary. Strange, why can't I discern this lad's level? Is he at the pulse connection stage, or the innate stage? Yi Fan is probably hiding his true power. Truly unexpected. At this moment, in the grand hall, the prince had already fallen to the ground, with blood staining his chest. Yi Fan stood before him holding a long sword, pointing the tip at the prince. The prince, trembling, pointed at Yi Fan and said, You actually defeated me. This is impossible. Absolutely impossible. Yi Fan sneered and said, It's just the Xiantian realm. What's so hard to deal with? I'll teach you a lesson today, so you understand what unstoppable means. Feng Xiao couldn't help but put his hand on his forehead. For some reason, seeing this scene, he felt especially ashamed. Ah, such a plot. How did I even watch this back then? After dealing with Wang Yi, Yi Fan naturally turned his gaze to Feng Xiao. He extended his long sword, pointed at Feng Xiao, and shouted, Feng, do you dare to suppress your realm? Fight me fairly. Everyone couldn't help but turn their gaze towards Feng Xiao, who was lazily sitting in the chair. A slight smile appeared on Feng Xiao's lips. He calmly asked why. Yi Fan was stunned. Why? There's no why. He just couldn't stand Feng Xiao. He wanted to beat Feng Xiao to vent his anger. But this reason is absolutely unspeakable. His eyes darted, And he mocked, "What, don't you dare?" Feng shook his head and said, "Such a poor provocation. Too childish." Yi Fan's face turned somewhat ugly. "Stop talking nonsense. If you don't dare, just say it. I won't laugh at you," Feng lazily said. "I don't dare. The one who truly doesn't dare is probably you. Otherwise, why do you insist that I suppress my level to fight you? If you really dared, there should be no additional conditions in our fight. When you mentioned suppressing my level, you had already lost." Yi Fan's face turned red. He was speechless. Luo Qiushuang suddenly spoke up and reprimanded, "Enough. Yi Fan, how long are you going to keep this up? My matters are none of your business. I don't need you to stand up for me." Upon hearing this, Feng couldn't help but shake his head. That sounded perfectly fine. Luo Qiushuang also expressed her thoughts, but to the confident son of Qiyun, it meant something else entirely, just as Feng Shao had guessed. After hearing Luo Qiushuang's rebuke, Yi Fan was not worried but delighted. He secretly thought that Qiushuang indeed has feelings for him. He said this because he was worried I would get hurt by this guy. That's why he said that. Yi Fan, he treats you like this. How can you not save him from the fire?" So he straightened his expression, and said to Feng Shao, "You only rely on your higher realm. Are you afraid you can't beat me if we're in the same realm? In meeting such a person, I really acted so cowardly." Feng let out a sigh. He waved to stop Luo Qiushuang, who wanted to speak, then stood up and said, "All right. I'll do as you wish. I'll suppress my realm, and fight you." Yi Fan was overjoyed, and unconsciously showed a conspiratorial smile on his face. Feng Shao came down, casually drawing a long sword, and said indifferently, "I will only use this ordinary spiritual weapon, to avoid you saying I am bullying you with the power of my weapon. Now, before the fight begins, think quickly if you have any other conditions to propose, so you won't make excuses if you lose later." As soon as he said that, many people burst into mocking laughter, challenging someone, and asking them to suppress their level. Hearing this, makes people think it's childish and ridiculous. Yi Fan was furious, his face turning red. "Shout louder, Dao Shao. Nonsense, take this." Before the words were finished, Yi Fan had already swung a blade towards Feng Shao. This move by Yi Fan was extraordinary, its power unparalleled. For someone at the Tongmai stage to execute such a strike was indeed impressive, but that was only for ordinary people. Having mastered the 36 swords of Xiaoyao, Feng Shao wouldn't even consider such a blade technique worth his attention. He casually swung his sword, easily deflecting Yi Fan's strike. At the same time, Feng Shao yawned, saying, "Let's finish this quickly. I'm a bit tired." Without the memory fully integrated, he couldn't sleep at all. In the past, staying up for days and nights was no big deal, but the merging memories put a great strain on his mind. This caused young Master Feng to feel unmotivated these past 2 days. When Yi Fan heard this, he thought young Master Feng was looking down on him, and immediately became furious. In his letter, he said, "Master, please lend me a hand." In the next moment, Yi Fan felt a force spreading from the ring to his whole body. His aura suddenly increased. Feng Shao sneered inwardly. Yi Fan suddenly drew his sword. The suspected threefold wave slashed heavily at Feng Shao. This move was powerful. It was definitely beyond the strength of the Tongmai realm. The onlookers all recognized the power of this move. Someone couldn't help but exclaim. Feng Shao took a step back, holding his sword horizontally in front of his chest, and shouted loudly, "Stop!" Yi Fan sneered, "What? Are you admitting defeat?" Feng Shao ignored him, and calmly said, "I never expected such a revered senior master committing such harmful acts in this case. Aren't you afraid of being ridiculed by everyone?" Hearing this, everyone couldn't help but be curious. Who is young Master Feng talking about? Yi Fan, however, was startled. He said somewhat unnaturally, "What do you mean by that?" Young Master Feng still ignored him, but said, "Senior, please show yourself." Yi Fan shouted loudly, "What's there to say, senior? Could it be that you haven't even finished your sentence?" Feng Shao had already taken out a dark, unremarkable object from his storage ring, like a brick, and said coldly, "Senior, if you do not show yourself, then I'll have to use my 7 mystic formation to force the senior to show himself." This time, Feng Shao's words finally had an effect. A wisp of white smoke emerged from Yi Fan's left index finger. Then, under everyone's astonished gaze, it slowly condensed into a figure. The figure cupped his hands towards Feng Shao, and said helplessly, "I didn't expect young master to have such sharp eyes. You actually saw through it. I am impressed." Feng Shao just smiled faintly, without speaking to that figure, but looked at Yi Fan, and sneered, "This is the fair fight you mentioned?" Yi Fan's face turned red from Feng Shao's words. but not out of shame, but out of anger. The onlookers' expressions changed from surprise and admiration to disdain as they watched Yi Fan. It's a kind of arriving at the same destination by different means. In fact, suppressing one's realm to fight is not unheard of in the cultivation world. However, it is usually used for teaching. For example, a master teaching a disciple, or a senior brother instructing a junior brother, and so on. Suppressing one's realm is to allow the one being taught to understand the methods and techniques more thoroughly, rather than giving the other party a chance to defeat oneself. But just now Yi Fan shouted to suppress his cultivation level, for a fair fight. Many people didn't think of this at the moment, until now, when some gradually realized something was wrong. In this kind of provocation, is it appropriate to ask the opponent to suppress their cultivation level? After regaining their intelligence, many people showed a thoughtful look on their faces. The crowd's behavior seemed strange, but Feng Xiao had already noticed some clues. Actually, in this battle, his main purpose was an experiment, to experiment with what methods can more efficiently harvest Qi Yun. Originally, Yi Fan's Qi Yun was purple with a hint of gold. He is slightly better than Yi Chen, and after Feng Xiao broke the opponent's methods, his aura turned light purple. It dropped significantly compared to before. Yan Hua Yu Jian, having absorbed a large amount of aura from Yi Fan, vaguely revealed a sense of joy to Feng Xiao. Yi Fan, under the disdainful gazes of the crowd, stood silently for a while, then angrily said, "My ring is my treasure. Magical artifacts are also part of standing. Is there a problem with me doing this? Blame yourself for not having useful artifacts." Yi Fan thought these words made sense, but Feng Xiao first looked at him mockingly, then he looked at the illusory figure. Shaking his head, he smiled and said, "Senior, it seems this fated person doesn't consider you human at all. That illusory figure is of an old man. His hair is all white. He looks quite like a venerable senior." The old man, because of Yi Fan's words, had a somewhat unpleasant expression. He first glanced at Yi Fan, then cupped his hands towards Feng Xiao, and sighed, "The apprentice is naive and childish." Rude words. "Please forgive me, young master." Feng nodded slightly, looking at the elder thoughtfully. Even though Yi Fan spoke such blasphemous words, the elder still spoke well of his disciple. Feng picked up some clues from this. It seems the elder had his reasons, and had no choice but to rely on Yi Fan. So they would try to protect Yi Fan in their words, not daring to offend him. Additionally, the old man had no choice but to admit defeat to young Master Feng. After all, the brick in young Master Feng's hand was not for show. The 7 Mystic Evil Suppression Seal, together with the Huang Yi Seal and the Xian Ji Seal, are known as the 3 great divine seals of the world. Those in prison have limited knowledge and can't recognize it. But this old man came from the upper prison. He knows what's good. Don't be fooled by the unassuming appearance of this 7 Mystic Array Evil Seal. It's actually a divine artifact specifically used to deal with spirit ghosts. This item was once used to suppress the Sea of Resentful Spirits, one of the 10 forbidden grounds. As a result, the Sea of Resentful Spirits has been unable to invade the surrounding area for 1,000 years. At the moment he saw the 7 Mystic Array Evil Seal, the old man couldn't help but be secretly surprised. He wondered what the young man's background really was. To possess such a divine artifact, could it be an outstanding figure from some sacred land or ancient family? Actually, Feng Xiao obtaining the 7 Mystical Arrays Evil Seal was due to a stroke of luck. Among all the people who fell in the 3-life tower, it just so happened that one of them had the 7 Mystical Arrays Evil Seal. Feng Xiao originally intended to directly subdue the old man. After all, it's the golden finger of the Son of Fortune. By subduing him, he could quickly harvest the fortune. But then Feng Xiao remembered something else. He still hadn't found the passage from the lower prison to the upper prison. Logically, the abandoned son of destiny who appeared in the lower prison would eventually go to the upper prison. And the means to go to the upper prison were likely in the hands of the old man with him. With this thought, Feng Xiao's mind became active. His original plan to suppress immediately turned into a plan to recruit. So he politely cupped his hands towards the old man. "You flatter me, elder. Since you can hide your soul in the ring, you must have reached the tribulation stage before you fell." The old man smiled bitterly, saying that was all in the past. "Now I'm just a lonely wandering soul. I really don't deserve to be called an elder." Feng Xiao shook his head and said, "Why be so humble, elder? Even in the upper prison, reaching the tribulation stage is truly a sign of great power. Though a junior, I've had the fortune to meet a few seniors at the tribulation stage. I deeply understand that those who reach this stage are 1 in a million geniuses." Being praised by young Master Feng like this, even the old man feels a bit elated. He stroked his beard and said, "Young master is noble and gracious, humble and respectful to others, which is truly admirable. The two of them were praising each other for business. But Yi Fan couldn't stand it. He pointed his knife at Feng Shao, loudly questioning, Feng, don't think that by flattering my master will fall for it. Cut it out. Feng Shao heard this, just shook his head, ignored Yi Fan, and said to the elder, Senior, why did you end up here? The elder sighed and said, the reason is not something to be told to outsiders. Feng Shao asked curiously, is there something you can't talk about? The old man gave a wry smile, and didn't reply. After Yi Fan brought the key, Luo Qiushuang, who had been silent, suddenly said coldly, Yi Fan, this great Sanyan Hall is not a place for your nonsense. If you continue to act unreasonably, don't blame me for disregarding our fellow discipleship. Luo Qiushuang's words, what sounds like a reprimand to normal people, is actually a cover for Yi Fan. In Yi Fan's ears, Yi Fan felt a pang in his heart, and thought to himself, Qiushuang, why won't you believe that I can lead you out of suffering? How can mere people from Shangyu compare to me? I, Yi Fan, consider myself inferior to no one. Just wait, you'll soon find out. Who really cares about you the most in this world? But at this moment, with all his cards already exposed by Feng Shao, Yi Fan was at a loss. He glared at Feng Shao angrily, and thought to himself, Master, please take me away from here. The elderly man, who was happily chatting with Feng Shao, couldn't help but shake his head, after hearing Yi Fan's transmission. To be honest, if he had any other choice, he wouldn't want to take someone like Yi Fan as his disciple. Yi Fan's aptitude is ordinary. Even under his guidance, he would only be slightly better than others at the same cultivation level. Otherwise, he wouldn't have added the condition to suppress his level during the provocation. Clearly, his own strength is inadequate. Yet this boy has no self-awareness. He's impulsive and easily angered, always eager to fight, provokes and engages in battles. Whenever he encounters an opponent he can't handle, he asked the elder to help him. The elder also has his pride, and disdains such cheating methods. But the ring was in Yi Fan's hand. The elder had no choice, but to comply with Yi Fan. However, over time, Yi Fan seemed to hold the key to victory. I'm getting more and more dependent on him as my master. At this moment, Feng Shao sincerely said, since you're a captain, you and I are practically from the same hometown. In that case, why go to such lengths when I'm right here? The old man hesitated. But he was clearly tempted. Yi Fan noticed this. He couldn't help but be shocked. He hurriedly shouted, Master, don't believe his lies. This man is sinister and deceitful. How can you believe what he says? The old man frowned. He gave Yi Fan an unhappy look. As the saying goes, appearances reflect the heart. Young Master Feng has always been an upright person. Therefore, he has the demeanor of a gentleman. Not everything he says is necessarily true, but he is more trustworthy than someone like Yi Fan, who likes to cheat. However, in front of so many people, the elder couldn't just scold Yi Fan. He had to tell young Master Feng that his disobedient disciple had offended him. Please forgive me, my lord. Feng rarely saw the elder like this. He knew he had said enough. He smiled and said, stay if you will, leave if you won't. But it's a pity that such a wise person is not recognized. At this point, young Feng then turned to Luo Tianhe and said, Master Luo, I have an unreasonable request. Luo Tianhe quickly said, young master, you're too polite. Please, go ahead. Young Feng continued, although I have no connection with this senior, I still greatly admire this senior. Since Yi Fan is this senior's disciple, please, Master Luo, on behalf of this senior, let Yi Fan go. Feng Shao said it was for the elder's sake, but when he said it, Luo Tianhe could only comply out of respect for Feng Shao. However, Feng Shao didn't bow, which increased everyone's goodwill. Even the elder had to acknowledge this favor. So, many times, the art of speaking is really important. Luo Tianhe nodded as expected. Since young Master Feng has said so, then letting Yi Fan go is no problem. As he spoke, he waved at Yi Fan, and said, Yi Fan, you may go. Don't forget that letting you go this time is out of respect for your master and young Master Feng. Starting today, you are no longer a disciple of the Zhangyan sect, and the Zhangyan sect will no longer welcome you. Yi Fan's face turned extremely ugly, instinctively looking towards Luo Qiushuang, only to see Luo Qiushuang's face like frost. Her gaze turned aside, with an expression unwilling to look at Yi Fan. Yi Fan boldly comforted himself in his heart, thinking that he indeed couldn't bear to see him in such a sorry state. Thinking of this, he hated Feng Shao even more, so he flicked his sleeve, and said, Master, let's go. The old man heard this, and had to clasp his hands towards Feng Shao, bitterly smiled and said, farewell, young Master Feng. Until we meet again. Young Master Feng clasped his hands in salute and replied, "Until we meet again." Then the old man turned into a wisp of white smoke, and returned to Yi Fan's ring. Yi Fan turned around and transformed, and, under the contemptuous gazes of the crowd, walked away with his head held high. Watching Yi Fan's departing figure, Feng Xiao's eyes revealed a hint of a smile. This windfall that came knocking on his door, he couldn't just let it go so easily. That night, Luo Qiushuang approached Feng Xiao again. Upon arriving, Luo Qiushuang greeted Feng Xiao with a grand salute. Feng Xiao hurriedly helped Luo Qiushuang up, and asked curiously why he did this. Luo Qiushuang said with a face full of shame, "Young Master Feng helped me suppress my hidden illness, but it was misunderstood by others, which made me uneasy." Although young Master Feng said he wanted to take Luo Qiushuang as his disciple, and both Luo Qiushuang and her father agreed, since Luo Qiushuang has not yet performed the apprenticeship ceremony, it is still inappropriate to refer to them as master and disciple. Young Master Feng smiled. He said it was unnecessary. "Yi Fan offended me. It may not be out of righteousness. He is more likely coveting your physique." Luo Qiushuang asked in confusion. "Please speak frankly, sir." Feng Xiao explained, "Your Taiyin mystic ice body, although it causes you constant pain from cold invading your body, but for others, it is an invaluable peak. Although this may sound offensive, I must remind you, if a man engages with the Taiyin mystical ice body, he can greatly enhance his cultivation. It can also alleviate the hidden dangers of the Taiyin mystical ice body. Although Yi Fan may not notice your special constitution, but his master, who came from last month, is very likely to see through it." When Hu Qiushuang heard this, her face first turned red, then turned ashen. "Sir, you mean to say, that Yi Fan's performance today, was because he had ulterior motives towards me?" Feng Xiao had no famous sayings. Instead, he said, "Maybe it's just my petty mind, that Yi Fan might really be repaying you for your righteous help. Who knows?" Luo Qiushuang shook her head. "Young master, there's no need to excuse Yi Fan anymore, even when you suppressed your level to fight him. Yi Fan still resorted to underhanded methods. This person truly has a despicable character." Luo Qiushuang's face showed anger, as if she was unwilling to accept it. Feng Xiao thoughtfully reminded, "Although I said to spare Yi Fan, that does not include others." Luo Qiushuang was first stunned, then her face lit up with joy. She quickly bowed and said, "Thank you for the reminder, sir." After finishing speaking, Luo Qiushuang hurriedly left. In the days that followed, Feng Xiao was both integrating memories, and learning about Xia Yu's situation. But Xia Yu was too vast, several times larger than Li Shangyu. Even one of the top 10 sects in the southern region of the Zhangyan sect was unaware of many details. Feng Xiao was somewhat disappointed by this. He promised Feng Lingxue he'd return in a few months, but looking at the situation now, it seems he won't be back for years. If a master breaks his own promise, how can he face his disciples in the future? While Feng Xiao was pondering how to return to the young girl, Yi Fan was going through the most painful period of his life. Ever since he got the old man's golden finger, Yi Fan became highly ambitious. He even looked down on many true geniuses. After all, in his ring, there was an elder who was originally at the tribulation stage, and the tribulation stage, for the entire lower realm, was considered a legendary level. With such a high-level master as his backing, Yi Fan gradually developed a ruthless way of doing things. In combat, he often destroys others' stanchions, crippling their meridians. His ruthlessness, even the demonic sects find it unmatched. The elder residing in the ring, became increasingly dissatisfied with Yi Fan because of this. Before cultivating, one must first cultivate the heart. This is an eternal truth in the entire cultivation world. And the old man, once a powerful cultivator at the tribulation crossing stage, deeply understands this. Bloodthirsty and murderous people usually cannot achieve true success. Instead, they are easily defeated by their own inner demons. And Yi Fan gave the old man the impression of being too narrow-minded. So narrow-minded that even when someone insults him, he feels the need to kill their entire family. You are just looking for trouble. In the world of cultivation, conflicts and attacks are common. Life and death struggles are not rare, but people risk their lives for a reason. But you, Yi Fan, stir up trouble for no reason. Do you really think the world of cultivation is your own backyard? Pick any vegetable you want. Pick any vegetable. I wasn't this carefree even during my tribulation back in the day. The elder feels less like Yi Fan's master, and more like his babysitter. He's exhausted and even more so these days. Since leaving the Zhangyan sect, Yi Fan seems to have completely let himself go, causing trouble everywhere in the small town at the foot of the mountain. In just a few days, he managed to beat up several aristocratic youths, including even the only son of the city lord. he even crippled their dantians. Ruining someone's future is like killing their parents. How can this be tolerated? The city lord's mansion immediately issued a kill order on Yi Fan. So, in the next few days, Yi Fan spent his time constantly on the run. With the help of the old man, Yi Fan fled all the way to a forest hundreds of miles away. He found a cave here. While recuperating, he angrily cursed, 30 years of the river's east, 30 years of the river's west. Don't bully the young and poor. When I become powerful, I will kill all of you guys. The old man is exhausted. He doesn't want to talk. Yi Fan thought he could rest peacefully for a while after escaping here. Unexpectedly, a few hours later, people caught up with him. All the pursuers were disciples of the Tsanyan sect. Yi Fan recognized the leading disciple. It was Luo Qianhe's son, Luo Qiushuang's brother, Luo Qiusheng. After Luo Qiushuang complained to her brother about Yi Fan's actions, Luo Qiusheng's eyes immediately showed a murderous intent. What a bastard. He even dared to provoke my sister. He's simply seeking death. Luo Qiusheng didn't hesitate. He immediately led a large group to search the world for Yi Fan. Upon learning that Yi Fan had fled into the jungle, he immediately led his men and pursued relentlessly. It didn't take long. Before they found Yi Fan in a cave, Luo Qiusheng pointed at Yi Fan and cursed, "You brat. You're just an outer disciple. How dare you covet my sister, and try to take my sister as a concubine. You damned scoundrel. Today, I will make you regret being in this world." With that, Luo Qiusheng called out. He led the group to charge forward. Facing Luo Qiusheng's accusations, Yi Fan was initially confused. Then he was shocked. He couldn't help but shout, "How did you know?" The elder thought, this disciple might be brainless. Luo Qiusheng became even angrier upon hearing this, and immediately launched a combo attack. While slashing and cursing, "You toad, dare to dream of eating swan meat. Today, I'll make sure you understand. Some people are beyond your reach." Luo Qiusheng's level was higher than Yi Fan's, and with Han Fan's support, Yi Fan was immediately overwhelmed by the attack. He dodged while shouting, "You bully the weak with your strength, and the few with the many. What's the point in that? If you have the skill, suppress your power, and fight me fairly." Luo Qiusheng sneered, "Don't be stupid. This is just sparring, to fight you to the death. You actually want me to suppress my realm. After I suppress my realm, I'm afraid the next moment you'll have your disgraceful master help you. Old man, you guys are fighting. Why drag me into this?" But the old man knew he was in the wrong. After all, in a fair fight, you're even resorting to cheating. It's truly disgraceful to say it out loud. The elder used to be a powerful figure during his tribulation. If this gets out, he'd be too ashamed to face anyone. Yi Fan didn't think that far. Seeing the opponent's aggressive approach, he had no choice but to call out, "Master, lend me a hand." After all, the old man has a symbiotic relationship with Yi Fan. He can't just watch Yi Fan get beaten to death. So he had to help. But Yi Fan's level is low, even though he practices ancient techniques. His combat power far exceeds those of the same level, but the gap in levels is hard to overcome. After the elder possessed him, he indeed gained a level of combat power, but that's all. Facing so many enemies, the increase in power only allowed Yi Fan to barely hold his own against them. After fighting for a while, the sword couldn't secure victory. The old man had no choice but to open a teleportation array. In the midst of everything, he took Yi Fan away. However, Yi Fan was still not quiet. Before leaving, he shouted, 30 years east of the river, 30 years west of the river. Don't look down on a young man in poverty. I will be back. If Feng Xiao were here, I'm afraid I can't help but complain that you, the chosen one, are even stealing our villain's lines." After escaping, Yi Fan,
with his wounded and battered body, he found another cave in the wilderness to temporarily settle down. After hastily bandaging his wounds, he couldn't help but start cursing. After cursing for a while, Yi Fan, still puzzled, asked, "Master, how did Luo Qiusheng know about Qiushuang's special constitution?" The old man sighed and said, "It's hard for someone in prison to see, but those who go to prison may not be so sure. That Feng Xiao has an extraordinary demeanor. Obviously, he comes from a prestigious and reputable family. It's reasonable for him to have some insights beyond ordinary people." Yi Fan suddenly realized, so, Feng Xiao was the one who noticed Qiushuang's condition. So, these people were also instigated by Feng Xiao. The old man thought it might not be so, but he ultimately didn't understand Feng Xiao's character. He had to remain silent. Yi Fan felt he had discovered the truth. He couldn't help but curse again. This guy not only competes with me for senior sister Qiushuang, he also incites so many people to hunt me down. HMPH is truly a hypocrite who pretends to be righteous. The old man remained silent. Yi Fan recuperated for a while. "I couldn't help but ask my master again. This isn't a solution. It won't be long before Lu Qiusheng and his people catch up. I must quickly improve my strength. Otherwise, I won't even be able to protect myself. The elder was silent for a while before saying, about 500 or 600 miles east of here, there seems to be a surge of purple energy. A rare treasure is about to appear in the world. Maybe this is your chance. Yifan was overjoyed. He couldn't help but stand up and look towards the east, feeling invigorated. When I get the precious treasures and improve my strength, I must make Feng Xiao pay. 30 years of the River West. Do not belittle the youth. Elder, can we not mention this phrase? On a big tree, Yifan is squatting on a branch, trying to hide as much as possible, and below is a group of disciples wearing Sangyun sect uniforms. The disciples were searching everywhere. After a long while, the Sangyun sect disciples finally gave up searching and continued forward. Yifan finally breathed a sigh of relief. He had been hiding for a month. During this month, the Sangyun sect had been looking for him. The city lord's men are looking for him. Even many rogue cultivators are searching for him. He has no choice but to keep hiding, living like a monkey. Thinking about this, Yifan couldn't help but feel a surge of resentment. He wished he could return to Sangyun sect and slice Feng Xiao into 1,000 pieces. Yes, he thinks that ending up in this situation is all because of Feng Xiao. If Feng Xiao hadn't coveted his Zhou Shuang, he wouldn't have been expelled from the Sangyun sect. If Feng Xiao hadn't manipulated the Sangyun sect disciples, the Tangyun sect wouldn't have been searching for him everywhere. If Feng Xiao hadn't incited the people of the city lord's mansion, the city lord's mansion wouldn't have issued a bounty for his capture. In short, all the responsibility lies with Feng Xiao. Although there's no evidence to prove that Feng Xiao did the last two things, Yifan firmly believes that Feng Xiao's influence is definitely behind this. Yifan took out some dry rations from the storage ring, biting them while muttering angrily, Feng Xiao, just you wait. Wait until I get through this ordeal. I'll make you pay. I will show you what it means to be unstoppable. The old man sighed and said, Yifan, whether or not Feng Xiao ordered people to hunt you down, haven't you considered that you might have a part in this? Yifan asked, puzzled. What part could I have? The old man said, you frequently destroy people's dantians, injuring one's meridians, ruining one's future. If it were you, could you tolerate it? Yifan disdainfully said, they all provoked me first. I was just forced to fight back. A true man born between heaven and earth should repay kindness with kindness. Gratitude must be returned and grudges avenged. Otherwise, my mind won't be at peace. They should also understand the principle that those who insult others must die. The elder sighed. He didn't say anything more. Although Yifan fought with others, there was indeed a reason for their provocation. But when you ruin someone's future, no one cares who started the provocation anymore. They only know that you destroyed their dantian. You took away their ability to cultivate. Do you expect them to reflect on what they did wrong and think they deserved such consequences? In this situation, did they deserve it? In this situation, you still expect him to reason with you? The premise of reasoning is that the other person can remain calm. You destroyed his dantian. Can he still remain calm? The elder used to think that although Yifan was impulsive and quick-tempered, he was at least a straightforward person. One could attribute it to youthful nature. But now, the elder truly believes that Yifan may not understand social norms at all. After swallowing the dry rations, Yifan let out a long sigh of relief. He raised his eyes to look eastward. There were only a few dozen miles left to the dense forest where the old man said a treasure would soon appear. As long as he safely traversed this distance, he could obtain the opportunity hidden in the dense forest, greatly enhancing his strength, and then he could return for revenge. Damn, if it weren't for being chased these days. He should have been here over 20 days ago. It's all Feng Xiao's fault. Thinking of this, Yifan's eyes filled with more hatred. Sitting on a tree branch, Yifan said to the elder, Master, the road ahead might be difficult. Critical moment. I might need your help, Master. The old man grunted and didn't say anything. Yifan didn't mind and continued speaking. The people blocking us are from the Sangyun sect. There should also be people from the city lord's mansion and some loose cultivators. It's fine with Tangyun sect and the loose cultivators. Even if we can't win, we can still run away. The key issue is the people from the city lord's mansion. These people not only have high cultivation levels, but they also act like mad dogs. They're too troublesome. How troublesome? Yifan sighed. These people bully me because I'm alone. They fight without any honor, rushing at me in swarms at any moment. The strong bullying the weak, the many bullying the few. It's utterly shameless. This should be normal, right? After all, you did destroy the dantian of the city lord's heir. I mean, whose side are you on? Yifan was getting impatient. Instinctively, he looked in the direction of the voice. Then he saw Feng Xiao sitting on the other side of the branch, smiling at him. Why is this guy Yifan here? Yifan, without thinking, immediately drew out a black long knife and whispered, Master, Lend me a hand. The old man sighed. I really didn't want to hear that. The old man ignored Yi Fan and emerged from the ring. Chung Feng cupped his hands in salute and said, Young master, what brings you here? Is there something you need? Feng Xiao shrugged and said, I sense that a treasure will soon appear in the dense forest to the east. So I came to take a look. Yi Fan instantly became furious and shouted, that treasure is mine. Feng Xiao shook his head. Heavenly treasures belong to those with fate. I want it. You want it too. Let's see who has more skills over there. Yi Fan said through gritted teeth. You already have everything. Why do you still compete with me for this heavenly treasure? Feng Xiao asked with feigned confusion. Brother Yi, I don't understand what you mean. What do you mean by snatching? Aren't these treasures of heaven and earth ownerless? Isn't it whoever gets them, owns them? Yi Fan was at a loss for words. He wanted to kill Feng Xiao right then and there, but the old man had already told Yi Fan. Even with the old man's possession, Yi Fan still couldn't be a match for Feng Xiao. After all, Feng Xiao's 7 Mystic Formation Evil Seal is no joke. So despite feeling aggrieved, Yi Fan could only endure it. But just enduring it wasn't Yi Fan's style. At least he had to throw out a few harsh words. But as soon as he opened his mouth, Feng Xiao said to the elder, Senior, my previous promise still stands. If you wish to return to Shangyu, or even restore your body, I can find a way to help you. Yi Fan was so angry he almost spat blood. How can someone poach like this in front of me? Isn't there any decency left? The old man hesitated for a moment, then shook his head and said, Thank you for your kindness, young master. But even though my apprentice is incompetent, as his master, I cannot just abandon him. Please forgive me. Feng sighed. In that case, I won't insist. After finishing his words, Feng Xiao leaped up and flew away on his sword. Watching Feng Xiao's departing figure, Yi Fan couldn't help but spit on the ground. The old hypocrite felt that this disciple was getting more and more out of line. Since the old man could see that a rare treasure would emerge in the east, how could Feng Xiao, with his extraordinary talents, not see it too? Besides, he had long guessed that Yi Fan wouldn't miss this opportunity. He would inevitably come to seek treasures and rare herbs. Even if he didn't have this idea, fate would create an opportunity for him to have this idea. Running into Yi Fan on the road was actually a coincidence. Feng Xiao was driving with a weather warning along the way. When passing by Yi Fan, a faint purple aura hidden in the tree canopy caught Feng Xiao's attention. Feng Xiao came down to take a look. Sure enough, he saw Yi Fan. With Feng Xiao's ability, he could easily kill Yi Fan. However, the fused memories told him, killing the son of abandonment was not a good option. While the son of abandonment is alive, various means can be used to control him. However, if the Forsaken One dies, then their fortune will return to the heavenly way, and be bestowed upon another Forsaken One. In other words, it is best to harvest all the fortune before killing the Forsaken One. Otherwise, the unharvested fortune will strengthen other Forsaken Ones, making the ones you encounter later increasingly troublesome. Besides, it's a pity to kill the fortunate ones casually. Nothing to gain from it. Might as well wait and harvest some luck first. As for how to harvest luck, it's actually quite simple. Just seize opportunities and golden fingers. That's why Feng Xiao had that conversation with the elder. But everything in moderation. Now is not the right time. It's unrealistic for the elder to switch sides right now. But he can first use a few words to drive a wedge between the master and disciple. As long as there is discord between the master and disciple, Yi Fan's golden finger won't be as effective. Sure enough, after these few words, Feng Xiao noticed that Yi Fan's luck had dropped from light purple to deep red. Looking at Yi Fan's eyes again, Feng Xiao understood how this luck had disappeared. After casually harvesting a wave of qi, young Master Feng left, leaving Yi Fan some room to maneuver. After young Master Feng left, Yi Fan couldn't help but curse at him. The old man frowned and scolded, Xiao Fan, how many times have I told you before? If you can't remain composed in both honor and disgrace, how can one reach a higher realm? Have you forgotten everything I told you before? Yi Fan glanced at the old man unhappily, but said nothing. Instead, he jumped down directly. He now realized that this master clearly favored Feng Xiao more than him, which made Yi Fan very annoyed. But he didn't dare to say much. After all, the old man was already his only support. Falling out with the old man wouldn't benefit him at all. But making him bow down was also impossible. He decided to prove to his master with his actions who his real support was. Half an hour later, Feng Xiao flew above the dense forest. From afar, he saw a mass of red fortune hidden in the forest. It seems that the great opportunity prepared for Yi Fan by the Thief of Fate is there. Feng Xiao didn't hesitate much. He flew straight towards the location of the red fortune. However, before he could get there, he heard sounds of shouting and killing from afar. Feng Xiao was instantly filled with confusion. What's going on here? Did someone beat him to it? Thinking of this, Feng Xiao hurried over. However, when he saw what was happening in the dense forest, He was unintentionally stunned. He saw in the dense forest. Several men in black were fiercely battling a young girl dressed in blue. Although the girl was fighting many enemies alone, Feng could tell at a glance that those men in black were far inferior to the girl. Even when attacking together as 5 or 6, they were no match for her. However, despite her strength, she seemed to lack combat experience. There were clearly several opportunities to kill the opponent, but he always let them go. After another intense fight, the girl finally managed to kill one of the men in black with great effort, greatly easing her own pressure. However, the girl wiped her forehead, showing a serious expression on her face. The prolonged fight had consumed a lot of her true energy. At this moment, he felt his whole body was weak. He wished he could just lie down right there and sleep soundly, but facing the attack of so many enemies, he had no choice but to force himself to stay alert. Although the remaining men in black had lost a companion, they seemed indifferent. They continued to surround him without hesitation. Suddenly, there was a burst of clanging and fighting. After a short while of fighting, another black-clad man was slain by the young girl. At first, Feng Xiao considered whether to lend a hand, as he had often intervened in injustice with his sword in the past. Otherwise, he wouldn't have connections with Lin Xiaoran, Xiao Yunqing, Feng Linxue, and others. However, seeing that the girl, though struggling, was almost in an unbeatable position, Feng Xiao didn't want to interfere anymore. The fighters in the heat of battle were unaware that someone was watching the fight from afar. It wasn't long before they risked their lives fighting. Just as Feng Xiao had predicted, the young girl struggled but won the fight. She killed all the men in black, but to ensure no one was playing dead, though the girl was utterly exhausted, she still forced herself to walk up to each of the men in black and stabbed them in their vital spots with arrows. Feng Xiao saw this scene and nodded his head. Although the girl lacked combat experience, she was quite cautious by nature. But at this moment, an accident happened. Just as the girl reached the last man in black, he suddenly turned around, throwing out a handful of white powder. The girl was caught off guard and got a face full of it. She couldn't help but cry out, and without hesitation, she struck. The man in black seemed to have exhausted his last bit of strength. Facing the girl's strike, he did not dodge. He was killed instantly by her sword. The girl crouched on the ground, covering her eyes, feeling both angry and anxious. He didn't expect to win the fight, only to lose in the end in such an unexpected way. He felt a burning pain in his eyes, and had no idea what exactly had gotten into them. Medicine powder or quicklime. His only hope now is that his eyes are okay. But then he felt something was wrong. For some reason, he suddenly felt his whole body heat up. Sweat on his forehead trickled down in layers. Then a surge of heat rose from his lower abdomen. In the blink of an eye, it spread all over her body. Then she felt an embarrassing itch in some parts of her body, making her want to scratch. Just as she was about to scratch, she suddenly felt something was wrong. She quickly pulled her hand back. Although there was no one around, her natural modesty as a girl wouldn't allow her to do such an embarrassing thing in the wild. Seeing this from afar, Feng Xiao instantly understood. The powder thrown by the man in black was likely not some ordinary powder. Looking at the deep red aura above the girl's head, Feng Xiao couldn't help but fall into deep thought. He now more or less understood that these girls with red auras were likely arranged by fate to be the heroine for the protagonist. Given the current situation of the heroine, Feng Xiao can pretty much guess what's going to happen next. He looked up in the direction they came from. Sure enough, he saw a faint crimson aura approaching. Based on the speed of that crimson aura, in about the time it takes to burn a stick of incense, it would arrive here, and after a stick of incense. After rescuing the other person, the girl, out of gratitude, became Yi Fan's loyal follower, and helped Yi Fan achieve great success, even at the cost of her family's lives. Feng Xiao couldn't help but marvel at how much effort fate put in just to make Yi Fan rise to power. Even the heroine is rushing to throw herself at him, and the way she does it is quite special. Not only does it please Yi Fan, but also makes others owe Yi Fan a favor. It's truly wonderful. But since Feng Xiao is here, he won't let the development go as fate intends. So Feng Xiao lightly leaped and landed on the ground. The girl heard the noise. Thinking it was another enemy, she quickly turned around and shouted, "Who is it?" Because of the medicinal powder in her eyes, the girl couldn't open them. She could only squint and rely on her ears to observe. He faintly saw that the other was a man in blue clothes, but couldn't make out his features no matter how hard he tried. Feng Xiao shook his head and calmly said, "Miss, it looks like you've been poisoned. You probably need help." The girl, breathing rapidly, said, "I don't need your help. Go away." It's not surprising that the girl reacts this way. After all, she's not in a good state right now. She doesn't know if the person coming is a friend or foe. Out of caution, it's natural not to easily accept help from others, especially with the waves of heat surging through her body, and the embarrassing sensations coming from certain unspeakable parts. He has already vaguely guessed what poison he has been poisoned with, so he must not let any man get close to him. Feng Xiao didn't mind, and simply said, "Miss, the poison you are affected by is quite potent. I suggest you detoxify it as soon as possible. I estimate you have at most the time it takes to burn half an incense stick before this poison robs you of your consciousness." It's hard to say what will happen then. The girl asked tremblingly, "Who are you? Why are you helping me?" Feng Xiao smiled faintly and said, "I'm just an ordinary passerby. As for helping you, I just feel a connection with you. Of course, whether you accept it or not, the choice is yours. If you insist on refusing my help, then I can leave immediately." The girl hesitated for a moment and then gritted her teeth and said, "Since that's the case, I'll leave it to you, sir, if you can help me understand Dongjiang. Dongjiang City by family owes a great debt of courage. The girl is not foolish. She knows given the current situation, she basically has no choice. As for mentioning the Bai family of Dongjiang City, it's just to subtly remind the other party that she has backing, so don't act recklessly." Feng Xiao looked at the girl with great interest. This girl's thoughts aren't very meticulous, but considering her experience, thinking of this much is quite impressive. Feng Xiao said, "I have a detoxification pill. It can cure all poisons. Take it, and you'll be fine." Saying that, Feng Xiao took out a detoxification pill and tossed it to the girl. The girl caught the detoxification pill. A hint of hesitation appeared on his face, but the next moment, a rush of heat surged from his lower abdomen to his head, almost shattering the sanity he was barely holding onto. He knew he had no choice now, so he opened his mouth and swallowed the antidote pill. In fact, Feng Xiao could have waited until the girl was fully poisoned before deepening the antidote, saving the girl. However, Feng Xiao wouldn't stoop to taking advantage of others. After taking the antidote pill, the girl quickly sat down cross-legged and began to channel her energy. The medicine's power gradually eased as the burning heat in her body dissipated. The girl finally confirmed that the person had truly come to help her. Not long after, the heat was completely dispersed. The girl wiped the sweat from her forehead and stood up. She bowed respectfully to Feng Xiao and said, "I am Bai Shuanghua of the Bai family from Dongjiang City. Thank you, young master, for your righteous rescue." Feng Xiao smiled slightly. "There's no need to be polite, Miss Bai. I was just passing by and happened to help you. It was a coincidence. Since you're all right, I will take my leave." With that, Feng Xiao cupped his hands and prepared to leave. Seeing this, Bai Shuanghua quickly shouted, "Young master, wait a moment." Feng Xiao looked puzzled and glanced at himself. Bai Shuanghua blushed and stammered, "I wonder if you could tell me your name? You saved my life, yet I don't know your name. Wouldn't that be rude?" Feng Xiao said, "I am Feng Xiao. As for helping you detoxify, it was just a small effort on my part. You don't need to worry about it." Bai Shuanghua shook her head and said, "It was a small effort for you, but it was a life-saving grace for me. If you don't mind, please come to the Bai family in Dongjiang City as a guest. My Bai family will certainly welcome you with open arms." Bai Shuanghua mentioned the Bai family of Dongjiang City 3 times in a row. It is evident that this family holds considerable power in this area. Feng Xiao pondered for a moment and then said, "I have other important matters to attend to. After I finish my business, I will certainly pay a visit." Bai Shuanghua couldn't help but ask, "What important matters do you have, sir? Perhaps I, a humble woman, can offer some assistance. Do you know of any treasures or rare items that will soon appear in this area? That's why I'm here." Bai Shuanghua shook her head and said, "I do not know either. However, I have ventured into this forest many times. I am quite familiar with this area. If you don't mind my help, I am willing to assist you in finding this treasure." Feng Xiao nodded and said, "In that case, I will trouble you with it." After saying this, Feng Xiao seemed to glance casually in the direction they had come from, with a faint smile on his face. "Yi Fan, some opportunities are handed to you on a silver platter, but if the timing isn't right, you still won't be able to seize them." Yi Fan was completely unaware. Unintentionally, he already lost a harem, missed an opportunity. He just inexplicably felt like he was missing something. But after carefully investigating, he found nothing, so he just assumed it was his illusion. But if Feng Xiao were here, he could see. His aura has changed from deep red to light red. Because when Feng Xiao encountered Bai Shuanghua's poisoning, he not only didn't take advantage of the situation, but also righteously saved her. This made Bai Shuanghua develop quite a bit of goodwill. Along the way, she often took photos of Feng Xiao, seemingly intentionally. But whenever Feng Xiao turned his gaze towards her, he quickly turned his head to the side, as if afraid of being caught. But Feng Xiao didn't pay much attention to the girl's thoughts beside him. He was solely focused on comparing with the Tianhua sword, looking for the place where the genius treasure would appear. As a result, the two of them didn't talk much along the way. Feng Xiao was essentially a straight man, but in his heart, he doesn't have no thoughts about the opposite sex. It's just that his view on marriage is quite conservative. For him, in terms of relationships, one lifetime, one couple is enough. As for having a harem or something, he has no ambition for that, nor any interest. So after being engaged to Lin Xiaoran, he became indifferent to all other women, like a celibate male god. But he didn't know that this attitude made him more attractive to women. After walking for a while, probably unable to stand the silence, Bai Shuanghua finally mustered up the courage. She spoke, "Young Master Feng, I wonder where you are from?" Feng casually replied, "I come from Shangwei." "Miss, you should have heard of Shangwei, right?" Bai Shuanghua exclaimed in surprise. "You are actually from Shangyu? No wonder you are so handsome and elegant, with such extraordinary poise." Speaking of this, he couldn't help but blush. Feng Xiao smiled, and said, "Miss Bai is over the prison. In fact, there isn't much difference between those who go to prison and those who leave. It's just that they are in different places. Those who encounter above are no nobler than those below. Miss, there's no need to be so courteous." After Bai Shuanghua hummed in agreement, he was silent for a moment. Then he mustered up the courage to say again, "A talent like Mr. Sifen must have many female admirers, right?" As soon as he said this, Bai Shuanghua regretted it a little. He couldn't help but secretly blame himself. How could I ask such a question? Feng Xiao glanced at Bai Shuanghua in confusion. After thinking for a moment, he murmured, "There are indeed some close female friends, but we rarely stay in touch. They are extraordinary women, rarely seen in this world, with unparalleled beauty and unmatched elegance. Being able to form friendships with such women is indeed Feng's honor." Ever since he traveled through time and joined the Taiwei sect, young Master Feng has been constantly on the move. In the process of traveling far and wide, young Master Feng inevitably came into contact with many outstanding individuals. Among them were many remarkable women, whose abilities were no less than those of men. For example, his future mother-in-law, Xiao Ruoyao, the head of the Xiaoyao Hall, is one of the women young Master Feng admires the most, and the famous leader of Cold Moon Hall, Lung Lingyu. Young Master Feng has long admired her. It's just a pity they have never met. Of course, young Master Feng's admiration and respect do not involve other feelings. He does not have the habit of adding outstanding women to his harem. Bai Shuanghua misunderstood, and immediately looked a bit disappointed. After a moment of silence, Bai Shuanghua seemed unwilling to give up, and asked again, "I wonder if you, sir, are already married?" Feng Xiao shook his head. Seeing this, Bai Shuanghua felt a surge of joy, but before he could smile, he heard Feng Xiao add, "But I already have a fiancée. In a few years, when she grows up, I should start a family." Speaking of this, Feng Xiao felt a mix of emotions. In his impression, Ling Xiaoran was still the little girl of 8 years old from 7 years ago. Any normal person wouldn't have any thoughts about such a young child. So even though an engagement was formed, Feng Xiao doesn't feel anything for Ling Xiaoran, especially when the marriage contract was made. Ling Xiaoran was just 12 years old. This made Feng Xiao feel a strong sense of incongruity. But then again, Ling Xiaoran should be 15 now, right? I wonder how that little girl is doing now. Judging from Xiao Ruoyao's words, Lin Xiaoran seems to be at Xiaoyao Hall right now. Maybe we should check on that little girl when we get back. Feng Xiao, deep in thought, didn't notice the sadness in Bai Shuanghua's eyes. But fortunately, Bai Shuanghua was quite open-minded. He quickly recovered from his disappointment. He thought that someone like Feng Xiao, coming from Shangyu, was already a great opportunity in itself. If I can get closer to young Master Feng, I might gain a lot of benefits myself. Even the Bai family of Dongjiang City might prosper along with it. Thinking of this, Bai Shuanghua became happy again. Young Master Feng was focused on finding rare treasures along the way, and didn't notice Bai Shuanghua's thoughts at all. But even if he knew, he probably wouldn't care. After all, he's a real tough guy. Not long after, Feng Xiao followed the instructions of the celestial warning, and found the exact location of the treasure. After passing through a dense forest, Feng Xiao suddenly felt a sense of relief. The next moment, he saw a vast, rippling lake. On the lake, several people were engaged in a life-and-death struggle with a giant python. Feng Xiao's tactics. It's all just tricks. Any celestial treasures will inevitably attract spirit beasts to guard them. This scene immediately made Feng Xiao guess the plot development. Nothing more than this group of people fighting to the death with the giant python, resulting in heavy casualties, and the giant python being seriously injured. At this moment, our child of destiny Yi Fan will appear. Directly pick the peach. Maybe even get a powerful giant python as a spirit beast. Damn heavens! Damn heavens, how much do you favor Yi Fan? It's like you can't wait to lay a golden path in front of Yi Fan to pick up. Just as Feng Xiao predicted, the 4 people fighting the giant python on the lake are now in a fierce battle. These 4 discovered the heavenly treasure in the lake a few days ago, but their rich experience immediately made them aware that a spirit beast was guarding it. They calculated the maturity time of the heavenly treasure, and decided to seize it at the moment it ripens. Their plan was to send a few people to distract the python, while the most stealthy and agile person would go and steal the heavenly treasure. After obtaining it, everyone is running away. They planned it well. The only thing they didn't anticipate was the immense power of the giant python. Its reaction speed was far beyond their imagination. The one sent to steal the treasures hadn't even touched them before the python discovered them in time, and then it whipped them away with its tail. Human cunning enraged the giant python, causing several people to want to give up on this heavenly treasure. But the giant python relentlessly pursued them. Helplessly, they had to send someone to take away the person who was knocked away, while the other 2 did their best to deal with the giant python. After a fierce battle, they were all covered in wounds, though the giant python maintained the upper hand. However, the constantly dripping blue blood from its body proves that the giant python is now at its end. It seems that a conclusion of mutual destruction or even both perishing is inevitable. Just when everyone thought they were really going to die here, Feng Xiao made his move. Indeed, this giant python is very strong, but it is far from matching the fire-devouring python. Although both are giant pythons, their strengths are vastly different. Feng Xiao is confident that he can slay the giant python and drive away the heavenly treasures. But seeing the 4 people struggling, Feng Xiao decides to find a way to save them first. So as soon as Feng Xiao arrives, he takes a lotus flower shining with golden light from the center of the lake. Just as Feng Xiao plucks the lotus, the giant python senses it, and lets out a strange cry, then abandoned the 4 people, and charged directly at Feng Xiao. Feng Xiao stood in midair, holding the golden crow sword in his right hand. He swung his long sword quickly, sending a barrage of sword energy towards the giant python. After enduring a wave of sword light attacks, the giant python shrieked in pain. Zhongku spat out a stream of liquid at Feng Xiao. From a distance, Feng Xiao smelled the strong stench of the liquid. The smell almost made him fall from the sky. He realized it wasn't a python, but a venomous snake. Although the giant snake's venom was fast, Feng Xiao was faster at dodging. With just a slight move, the venom flew past his side. The giant snake opened its mouth, still wary of recovering. Feng saw it clearly, immediately swung his sword. A golden sword energy shot like lightning into the snake's mouth. The giant snake let out a miserable scream. Its massive body fell into the lake, struggling in agony. Feng Xiao made a decisive move. A soaring sword energy shot straight at the giant snake's weak spot. There was a faint hiss. The massive snake head was sliced off with one strike. Foul-smelling venom splattered out, turning the originally beautiful lake into something like a stinking ditch. Feng Xiao's mouth twitched. It was such a nice lake, and now it's ruined. What a pity. From Feng Xiao's appearance to slaying the giant snake, the whole process took less than a minute. Everyone only saw a figure suddenly move to pluck the lotus in the center of the lake. Then they saw the figure make a few more moves, easily dealing with the giant snake that had them struggling in battle. Everyone was dumbfounded. It was obvious that the strength of the newcomer was beyond their imagination. Feng Xiaoluo returned to the ground, casually plucked a few lotus seeds from the lotus and threw them to the others, saying, "These seem to enhance intelligence. You should take them quickly." Everyone was stunned again. In the cultivation world, ownerless treasures are highly coveted. The principle has always been that whoever grabs it, owns it. But unexpectedly, after picking the lotus flower, this young man even shared the lotus seeds with them. This gave them an indescribable feeling, and Feng generously distributed the lotus seeds, which was truly beyond their expectations. They didn't realize that actually, let alone a few lotus seeds, even if we give them all the lotus seeds, it doesn't matter. What he cares about the most isn't the lotus seeds, but the lotus flower, because this lotus flower is the legendary 9 Suns Buddha lotus. After getting hold of this lotus flower, young Master Feng realized its name is 9 Suns Buddha lotus. The flower has 9 petals. It produces 9 seeds, and the seeds mature every 10 years. Familiar with treating internal injuries and enhancing cultivation. If you consume the petals, you can gain a trace of Buddhist insight, and form a golden body of Dharma. It also aids in the pure Buddha cultivation of Nirvana, increasing the success rate of Nirvana. But while the lotus seeds can regenerate, the petals cannot. The number of petals determines the number of lotus seeds. Once all the petals are eaten, the lotus seeds are gone for good. So this should be taken back and planted, not arbitrarily consumed. Although Feng Xiao generously offered the lotus seeds to everyone, they felt embarrassed to accept. After a round of polite refusals from both sides, it was finally decided that each of the 4 people would get a lotus seed. The remaining 5 seeds went to Feng Xiao. Feng Xiao couldn't refuse. so he simply accepted them. Perhaps out of old habit, Feng Xiao didn't keep all 5 seeds for himself. Instead, he gave one to Bai Shuanghua, who hadn't done anything. Bai Shuanghua was deeply moved. He became more certain of his previous thoughts. As expected, Feng Xiao himself is a great opportunity. Besides the 9 Lotus Buddha, the giant snake slain on the lake wasn't spared by Feng Xiao either. A spirit beast of this level is a treasure in itself. So Feng Xiao skinned and dismembered it. They packed up everything, meat and skin included. They didn't even leave out the snake's brain. Everyone was completely stunned. In most cultivators' knowledge, after killing a demon or spirit beast, taking the demon core is the end of it. They've never seen anyone take every part of the spirit beast. Actually, this is a habit Feng Xiao developed at the Taiwei sect, having endured many hard times in the past. Even after becoming a bit wealthier later on, Feng Xiao still habitually took as many useful things as possible, trying not to waste anything valuable, even if it was the meat of a monster, taking it back to improve the meals for his master, uncles, and junior brothers and sisters. Afterwards, both sides parted ways amicably, and Feng Xiao prepared to return to Cangyun sect. And not long after they left, our chosen one, Yi Fan, finally arrived late. He stared blankly at the giant snake that had already been cut into 2 on the lake, with a look of disbelief. "Master, what is going on here?" The elder sighed. "Obviously, the rare treasures hidden here have already been taken by someone. So who took the rare treasures? Is it Feng Xiao?" The old man didn't answer, but Yi Fan had already guessed the answer. He gritted his teeth and growled, "Feng Xiao, you have everything. Why do you still fight me for a mere heavenly treasure?" The old man couldn't help but sigh inwardly. "You always say don't bully the young and poor, yet you're always scheming to kill others. It's already good enough that they didn't kill you right away. Isn't it normal for them to rob you of some treasures?" But the elder didn't say this out loud. He knew Yi Fan wouldn't listen. Yi Fan sat down heavily by the lake, his eyes filled with resentment. "Master, what should we do next?" After pondering for a long time, the elder said, "You can go to Dongjiang City." Dongjiang is correct. There is a branch of Youxiang Tower in Dongjiang City. Besides selling elixirs, Youxiang Tower also recruits advanced alchemists. You can try your luck at Youxiang Tower. With my help, it will be easy for you to become an advanced alchemist at Youxiang Tower. After hearing this from the elder, Yi Fan felt a bit better. Although the old man was restrained when facing Feng Xiao, Yi Fan still believed that his master's abilities were unmatched. Even if he could only rely on him, and could only exert a fraction of his power, it should be enough to qualify as a senior alchemist at the Youxiang Pavilion. Thinking of this, Yi Fan regained his spirits. A flame sparked in his eyes. "Feng Xiao, don't think that because you took my opportunity, I'll be down and out. Just wait, what's mine is mine. Sooner or later, you'll have to give it back." After Yi Fan harshly muttered these words to himself, he started heading towards Dongjiang City. However, before he could leave the dense forest, he encountered another group of people. They were the 4 people Feng Xiao saved on the lake earlier. Yi Fan didn't know them. Naturally, there was no need for greetings. They just glanced at each other and went their separate ways. But just as Yi Fan took a few steps, he heard someone over there say that young Master Feng was truly outstanding, and it was clear at a glance that he was extraordinary. Another person responded, "Indeed, to confer such grace upon a young master, I have never seen anyone like this in my life. To be saved by young Master Feng today is truly our luck." As soon as he heard the name young Master Feng, Yi Fan immediately became spirited. In his impression, besides young Master Feng, who else can be called young Master Feng? So these people must have seen young Master Feng. But when they talked about young Master Feng, there was respect and admiration in their words. This made Yi Fan very unhappy. Yi Fan, pretending to be harmless, walked up and asked, "Gentlemen, were you just talking about young Master Feng? His real name is Feng Xiao." The 4 of them exchanged glances and nodded in agreement, saying, "That's right. Do you know young Master Feng?" Yi Fan's face was full of smiles. "More than just know him. We're old acquaintances." Everyone heard this and began to treat Yi Fan with more kindness. Someone came up and slapped Yi Fan's shoulder hard. He shouted loudly, "Little brother, you are truly fortunate to be able to associate with someone like Mr. Feng. What's your name, little brother?" Yi Fan responded with a half-hearted smile, "I'm Yi Fei." As a disciple of Cangyun sect, Yi Fan didn't dare to use his real name recently, so he simply gave himself a fake name. While traveling, the name Cangyun sect is quite useful. Therefore, although Yi Fan says he can do without the Cangyun sect, in reality he still calls himself a disciple of the Cangyun sect wherever he goes. The Cangyun sect is well known. Upon hearing this, everyone can't help but feel a sense of respect. The leader of the 4 cupped his hands and said, "So you are a senior of the Cangyun sect. I have long admired you." What he meant by long admired was not Yi Fan, but rather the Cangyun sect. Although Yi Fan is arrogant, it doesn't mean he is a fool. In fact, he is quite cunning. Within a few words, he got along with everyone, almost to the point of putting his arm around their shoulders. Seeing that the time was right, Yifan casually asked, "By the way, everyone was talking about Mr. Feng just now. You said Mr. Feng saved your lives. What happened?" Everyone started talking at once, and told Yifan everything that had happened. Finally, they said if it weren't for Mr. Feng's righteous rescue, we would have all died at the hands of that beast. And young Master Feng generously shared a few lotus seeds with us. His character is truly admirable. Upon hearing this, Yifan couldn't help but brighten up. "You just said that Feng Xiaofen gave you a few lotus seeds?" One person nodded and replied, "That's right. We've already eaten one of them. We're planning to take the remaining 3 to Dongjiang City to sell. Let's get some snacks." Yifan muttered to himself, "It seems there's always a way out." No one heard him clearly. One of them couldn't help but ask, "What did you say, brother? What did you say?" Yifan looked up, smiled and said, "Thank you all for your generosity. I will go easy on you later." That person was stunned. Before he could figure out what Yifan meant, he saw a blur before his eyes, then felt a sharp pain in his chest. In disbelief, he looked down, and saw a hideous, bone-deep gash on his chest. He only managed to utter one word, before collapsing to the ground, died on the spot. Everyone was stunned by the sudden turn of events, but they were all quite experienced. They immediately picked up their weapons and surrounded Yifan. One of them gritted his teeth and asked, "Why did you suddenly kill someone?" Yifan sneered, "Who told you to carry what I want? Sorry, please hand over the items. Don't even think about making them furious. I'd rather throw it away than give it to scum like you." Yifan gently stroked the black long knife in his hand, and said calmly, "Since that's the case, then you all can just die." Before he finished speaking, Yifan slashed towards the opponent with his knife. Yifan was able to kill someone earlier, mainly because of a sneak attack, and the fact that the opponent was unprepared. Now both sides have torn off the masks. Although Yifan's strike was fierce, it was easily dodged by the opponent. That person took a step back, and shouted, "Join forces and attack. Kill this scum. Avenge Lao-san." Yifan could roughly estimate the opponent's level from their evasive movements. He knew very well that with his own strength alone, it was absolutely impossible to kill the 3 opponents, so he silently called out to his master, "Please lend me your strength." The old man sighed faintly. To be honest, although the cultivation world is a dog-eat-dog society, it's rare to see someone start a fight over a disagreement. Even if many people agree with the survival of the fittest, they still have to maintain appearances. Otherwise, Yifan wouldn't have been able to make it this far. He often criticizes others for bullying the weak, or ganging up on the few. So fundamentally speaking, Yifan himself also understands that there are rules in the cultivation world. It's just that these rules are not openly displayed. But when it comes to himself, he has no intention of following the rules at all. Every time this happens, his reason is always the law of the jungle, survival of the fittest. The path of cultivation means acting without hesitation. This is probably the characteristic of those with great talent. There are always more than one set of standards. Strict for others, lenient for themselves. Yifan suddenly made his move. Even the old man could not foresee this. But at this moment, even if the old man only considered himself, he could only choose to help Yifan. In an instant, Yifan felt his entire body brimming with endless power. A sinister smile appeared on his face. "Farewell to you all on the road to the Yellow Springs." After the incense stick burns out, Yifan, covered in blood, put away his long knife, looking at the 4 corpses sprawled on the ground. He sneered, "You think you can fight me?" Utterly delusional. After saying this, he squatted down and began to search the 4 corpses. After a while, 3 lotus seeds obtained. Looking at the 3 hard-earned lotus seeds in his hand, Yifan couldn't help but sigh, muttered to himself, "After all this effort, I only got this little bit of good stuff. The heavens are truly unfair." But then he felt a surge of energy. Looking up into the distance, Fang muttered to himself, "When I become an alchemist at Yaoxiang Lu, let's see who dares to look down on me." Feng Xiao, at Bai Shuanghua's invitation, decided to visit Dongjiang City. Dongjiang City is the largest city within a 1,000-mile radius, with a large population and thriving trade. It is indeed an excellent place for transactions. Mr. Feng has been in Shuri for over a month now. He has been busy looking for a way back to Shangyu. He hasn't had much time to look around. Coincidentally, he received an invitation from Bai Shuanghua today, so he gladly accepted. Although Dongjiang City is far from being as big as Baidi City, it is still much larger than small cities like Liang in Shangyu. Although Shangyu is full of spiritual energy, when Feng Xiao entered Dongjiang City, he suddenly realized that the lives of the commoners in Xiaoyu were a bit more lively than those in Shangyu. The reason for this might be that the cultivators here are far less powerful than those in Shangyu. Therefore, it is rare to see those cultivators who regard commoners as ants. Feng Xiao first went to the Bai family with Bai Shuanghua. After learning that Bai Shuanghua was righteously rescued by Feng Xiao, the Bai family warmly entertained Feng Xiao, especially after learning that Feng Xiao came from Shangyue. The Bai family immediately started thinking differently. In terms of appearance, Bai Shuanghua is one of the top beauties in Dongjiang City, with countless admirers, but Bai Shuanghua has high standards, and has never favored any young talents. At this moment, seeing Feng Xiao's handsome appearance, and outstanding character, the Bai family started to make plans. They privately proposed the idea of settling accounts to Bai Shuanghua. However, Bai Shuanghua responded with a gloomy expression, saying that although young Master Feng was unmarried, he already had a fiancé. Given young Master Feng's status, his fiancé must also be an outstanding person. My daughter is fortunate to meet someone like Mr. Feng, and receive Mr. Feng's help. It's already a great blessing. As for settling the matter, please, father and mother, don't mention it again. Hearing Bai Shuanghua say this, her parents couldn't help but feel a bit regretful. But on second thought, I asked, although it can't be settled, but if I could become a disciple of the Mad Prince, maybe it would be a good thing. Bai Shuanghua felt a bit tempted upon hearing this, but his expression was hesitant. Wouldn't this be too abrupt? Bai Shuanghua's father laughed and said, whether it's abrupt or not, we can't care about that. If my daughter could have the fortune to go to Shangyu and achieve something, what harm would a little abruptness do? Bai Shuanghua couldn't help but nod. Let's do as father says. So next, Bai Shuanghua's father proposed to Feng Xiao at the banquet the idea of having his daughter become Feng Xiao's disciple. Feng Xiao was taken aback at first. Then he showed a look of amused helplessness on his face. Recently, I've been collecting pictures at an average rate of 1 per month, and all of them are beauties. Although Feng Linshui is still young, she will undoubtedly grow into a beauty in the future. But speaking of which, young Master Feng couldn't help but feel a bit puzzled. A cultivator with excellent aptitude. I've seen quite a few of them, both men and women. They all have one characteristic, which is an exceptionally high aura. High aptitude male cultivators have auras that reach the purple or even golden levels. So the question arises, how many high aptitude male cultivators has Feng Xiao seen? Currently, there are only 2 people, and they're both the sons of destiny, which makes them his natural enemies. As for female cultivators, they all seem to fit a heroine template. They serve as benefits for the sons of destiny. Others collect heroines as part of their harems, but Feng Xiao takes them as disciples. Thinking of this, Feng Xiao felt a sense of absurdity. Seeing Feng Xiao deep in thought, Bai Shuanghua's father thought Feng Xiao didn't want to accept his daughter. He hurriedly said, young Master Feng, if you accept Shuanghua as your disciple, I am willing to offer you 100,000 spirit stones to aid your cultivation. Feng Xiao snapped out of it. He quickly waved his hand and said there's no need for that. I just remembered something else. I got a bit distracted for a moment. Please forgive me. He looked at Bai Shuanghua again. Seeing Bai Shuanghua's expectant expression, Feng Xiao hesitated for a moment, and asked, are you truly willing to take me as your master? I am unlearned and ignorant, and may not have the ability to teach you. Bai Shuanghua hurriedly shook her head. Young Master Feng, you are too modest. For someone of your age to have such cultivation, you must be an extraordinary person. If I could become your disciple, it would be my greatest fortune. Feng Xiao sighed, since that's the case, I will accept you. Speaking of which, although Bai Shuanghua's aptitude isn't top-notch, it is still exceptionally rare. Bai Shuanghua was overjoyed. Thank you, Master. When Bai Shuanghua called out the word Master, Feng Xiao clearly felt the aura of Tianhua Yujian become more abundant, and there seems to be a trend of imminent advancement. Additionally, even my own aura's color has deepened a lot. It seems to be turning towards red. It looks like my previous guess was correct. Forming a deep connection with a woman of aura can enhance one's own aura, but the aura contained by the heavenly sword seems to come from the depletion of the aura's child. Perhaps gathering more women of aura is indeed quite beneficial. However, Feng Xiao does not intend to create a harem, so now it seems that taking on disciples is the best choice. But in the future, if others see that all my disciples are beautiful women, will it cause misunderstandings? Will some people think I'm a playboy? After careful consideration, Feng Xiao thinks it's very likely. So Feng Xiao decided, hurry up and take in a talented male disciple. Even if not for your own reputation, think about the reputation of your disciples. After all, a master who only takes female disciples is inevitably seen as improper. People might think in a negative direction. Next, Bai Shuanghua directly bowed to Feng Shaxing as her master at the Bai family. After drinking the infused tea brought by Bai Shuanghuasheng, the number of Feng Xiao's disciples increased from 2 to 3. At the same time, Yi Fan, who had just arrived in Dongjiang City, inexplicably felt like he was missing something, but he didn't dwell on it. Instead, he shook his head and headed straight for the Yuxiang Pavilion in Dongjiang City. The Yuxiang Pavilion is the largest alchemist organization in the southern region. The lower region is vast. Each area is much larger than those in the upper region, so it's hard to have large organizations covering the entire lower region. However, Yaoxiong Lu, which covers the entire southern region, is already considered a colossal giant in many people's eyes. The elder chose to let Yifan come here to make a name for himself. Mainly because of this reason, it is now time for the triennial alchemist selection competition at Yaoxiong Lu. This might be a coincidence, but it's more likely a deliberate arrangement by the heavens. As an alchemist, it's not enough to just know how to refine pills. One must also skillfully distinguish various medicines and poisons, as well as their properties, attributes, primary and auxiliary effects, and taboos. The content is quite complex and requires decades of study. It's almost impossible to achieve anything. This is quite similar to current traditional Chinese medicine theories. However, people in this world are more inclined towards the alchemy of legends from our world in their pharmacological research. But whether it's alchemy or curing diseases, both require an extremely high level of pharmacological knowledge. This has set a very high bar for alchemists. Yifan started from nothing. Even though he joined the Tangyan sect, he usually doesn't have the opportunity to learn this knowledge. So among the many alchemists preparing for the selection competition, Yifan is a complete novice, but this doesn't prevent him from acting more confident than anyone. You can see him striding arrogantly, swaggering into the medicine fragrance building. He directly requested the master of the medicine fragrance building to participate in the selection competition. After paying the registration fee, Yifan received a number plate with the characters for Vdingsha on it. This means he will be the 10th person to appear in the 4th group. Yifan's overly confident demeanor caused many participants in the selection to resent him. However, since this is Yuxiang Lu's domain, they need to stay on good terms with Yuxiang Lu to survive in the alchemy industry. Therefore, even if they look down on Yifan, most people just stand silently by the side, waiting for the examiner to call their number. But there are always some people who are born to be the chosen ones to show off and humiliate others. A young man who looked even more arrogant than Yifan stepped forward. He glanced at Yifan contemptuously and sneered, "Hey, kid, you're wearing those ragged clothes. Also here to participate in the alchemist selection competition?" Yifan glared at him coldly, asked indifferently, "Is there a problem?" That young man laughed exaggeratedly. "Oh my god, you really are here for the alchemist selection competition, dressed like that? Were you robbed by bandits on the way? If that's really the case, then I, the young master, will be generous. I'll give you a few silver coins. Hurry up and buy yourself some decent clothes. This is the medicinal fragrance pavilion. Not just any beggar can enter here." Yifan has been chased for a month. Even if he had spare clothes in his storage ring, they would have long been worn out by now. And a few hours ago, he had just killed a few people. There were inevitably some places on his clothes that had been cut by ice blades. Saying they were tattered would be a compliment. No wonder he was mocked as a beggar. Yifan was furious. His face was cold as frost. He said coldly, "Thank you for your kindness, but I advise you not to meddle in others' affairs." The young man sighed pretentiously and said, "It's rare for me to do a good deed, and yet I'm despised. Truly shameful." Yifan remained silent. Seeing Yifan not speaking, the young man assumed he was afraid of him, and cheerfully patted Yifan's shoulder, saying, "Little brother, are you really here to participate in the selection competition? Forgive my bluntness, but dressed like that, I'm afraid you'll be kicked out before you even see the chief examiner." Yifan impatiently shook off Qing Lian's hand, and said displeased, "Even if that's the case, what's it to you?" Qing Lian laughed, "Young brother, don't say I look down on you. The selection for the pharmacists at Yuxiang Pavilion isn't something anyone can join. You're still so young. I bet you haven't even finished reading a few pharmacopoeias or medical books. Why not go back and study for a few more years? I reckon, in 20 years, you might just meet the qualifications for the selection." Yifan glanced sideways at him, suddenly said, "You say I'm not qualified to participate in the selection competition? In that case, how about we make a bet?" The young man heard this, and immediately became interested. "What kind of bet?" "Let's bet on the outcome of this selection competition. If my ranking is higher than yours, then give me the jade pendant on your neck." The jade pendant that young man is wearing is not an ordinary item. In the eyes of the old man, he can see at a glance that the jade pendant contains great opportunities. As for what kind of opportunities, the old man is not yet sure. He can only tell Yifan, if given the chance, "You must get this jade pendant." Although the young man wears this jade pendant, he doesn't know its origin. He just feels that wearing it has a calming effect. As for its value, he doesn't think it's very high. So after hearing this, the young man took the pendant off his neck. He smiled and said, "If I lose, this jade pendant will be yours. But if you lose, what will you do?" Yifan said without hesitation, "If I lose, I will kneel before you in public, and call you grandpa 3 times. The young man heard this. His eyes suddenly lit up. This is so interesting. Under normal circumstances, very few people would take pleasure in humiliating a stranger. Although the young man is usually arrogant, he has some upbringing. He wouldn't make things difficult for an ordinary person. But for some reason, when he first saw Yi Fan, he felt an impulse to humiliate him, and the bet Yi Fan proposed was undoubtedly the best way to humiliate him. He nodded without hesitation and said, "Then it's a deal." "It's a deal," Yi Fan said coldly. At this moment, a gong sound came from the Medicine Fragrance Pavilion. Then a loud voice announced that the Medicine Fragrance Pavilion's alchemist selection contest has officially begun. All candidates, please get ready. The outcome of this bet is self-evident. Yi Fan has overcome many obstacles along the way, whether identifying medicinal herbs, or explaining medical principles, or the combination of medicines, to the final on-site alchemy. Yi Fan performed flawlessly throughout, receiving high praise from many examiners, and naturally won first place in this selection competition. The examiners from the medicine chest building congratulated Yi Fan. Many examiners even sincerely expressed that Yi Fan's displayed abilities have far surpassed their own levels, so they believe Yi Fan should go to the Yaroxianglu headquarters to participate in the alchemist competition, and might have the potential to become a rank 6 grand alchemist. As soon as this was said, many people were stunned. The highest level among these examiners is only a rank 5 alchemist, but even at this level, they are more than qualified to be guests of honor for many city lords or large sects. As for rank 6 grand alchemists, what kind of concept is that? It's said that the highest level in the entire Yoxiang Tower is just 3 rank 7 master pharmacists. A bit lower, at rank 6, there are only 9 people in the entire Yoxiang Tower. You could say that if Yi Fan could really become a rank 6 master pharmacist, he would definitely become a highly sought-after figure. Thinking of this, many people began to have ideas. Looking at Yi Fan's attire, it's clear his situation isn't very good. If one can take this opportunity to befriend him, perhaps they can gain many benefits from Yi Fan. Furthermore, some even want to directly recruit Yi Fan as a son-in-law. If the family could have someone like him, they wouldn't need to worry about their family's decline for decades or even centuries. Amid everyone's praise and flattery, Yi Fan felt a bit elated. Although he appeared calm and composed on the surface, his heart was already bubbling with joy. Then he casually mentioned being pursued by a certain city lord, which angered the examiners at Yuxiang Pavilion, who all expressed their outrage, with some even suggesting that the entire family of that city lord must be wiped out to avenge Yi Fan. Watching this scene on stage, Feng Xiao couldn't help but shake his head secretly. It was only recently that Feng Xiao learned about the selection competition held by Yuxiang Pavilion. When Feng Xiao heard this, and thought about the timing, he immediately concluded that this was a heaven-sent opportunity for Yi Fan. To gather good fortune, Feng Xiao hurried over. But unexpectedly, he was still a step too late. He missed the whole process of Yi Fan showing off and slapping faces. He only saw the result of the show-off and face-slapping. As for this result, Feng Xiao wasn't surprised. But to say this was Yi Fan's own level, Feng Xiao couldn't be more unwilling to believe. Someone who cheats, even in a fair fight. Do you think he would honestly rely on his own strength in a competition like this? Of course not. The one truly competing is the old man in the ring. It's ridiculous that Yi Fan acts so arrogantly, as if he really won on his own merit. And then Yi Fan proposed a bet to that young man before the competition. Actually, the young man comes from a scholarly family. Even if he can't reach the old man's level, there should be no problem passing the selection competition. But for some unknown reason, he made frequent mistakes during the competition, so much so that he didn't even get a qualifying spot. This made him feel embarrassed and puzzled. But he didn't think much about it. Just think of it as having bad luck today, and not performing well, which led to this result. Actually, this result was caused by Yi Fan's tactics. However, his methods were quite subtle, so no one noticed. When Yi Fan took the jade pendant from the dusty young man, Feng Xiao clearly saw Yi Fan's aura, which had been slightly reddish, has now returned to a purple level, suppressing the child of fate. We can't relax for even a moment. Just during a meal, this kid has managed to replenish all the lost aura, but the higher he's lifted, the harder he'll fall later. Just as Yaxianglu was about to present Yi Fan with the champion prize for this competition, a voice suddenly shouted, "Wait!" Everyone turned to look, and saw a handsome young man smiling as he said, "I suspect there's a problem with the results of this competition." As soon as he said this, the crowd erupted in an uproar. When Yi Fan saw this person, his face immediately contorted with rage. I wish I could rush forward and cut him into 1,000 pieces. He gritted his teeth and said, "Young Master Feng, why do you insist on ruining my plans?" An examiner from the medicine pavilion said with a displeased expression, "Sir, Yi Fan passed the assessment entirely on his own merits. Are you saying there's something wrong with this result?" Are you accusing our Yao Xionglu of shady practices? Feng Xiao couldn't help but secretly click his tongue. Wow, I've never seen someone take the blame like this. Yifan hasn't even spoken yet, and you're already rushing out to support him. Is this the power of the protagonist's aura? But Feng Xiao's face remained calm as he smiled and said, no need to hurry, sir. I said the result has an issue. The examiner isn't the problem. It's Yifan who has issues during the assessment. Yifan heard this, and felt a jolt in his heart. Thinking this isn't good, under everyone's gaze, Feng Xiao calmly stepped forward, and said indifferently, as far as I know, Yifan has never studied alchemy, nor has he ever studied medicine. How could he identify medicinal herbs, and even refine top-quality third-grade pills? Yifan said calmly, how much do you know about me? I learned it by myself in private. Is that not allowed? As soon as he said this, everyone present showed a thoughtful expression. Self-taught alchemists are not unheard of, but they are all geniuses among geniuses. Judging by Yifan's performance just now, he might also be a genius among geniuses, but such individuals are very rare. One might not appear even in 1,000 years. For one to suddenly emerge at this moment, this instinctively made many people suspicious. Feng Xiao smiled and said, of course, but considering the tactics you used in our fair fight a month ago, I have reason to suspect that you didn't win this match on your own merits. As he spoke, Feng Xiao casually took out a herb. He asked, if you truly have real skills, then why don't you tell me the name of this herb? Yifan showed a look of disdain and said, just this? I thought you could come up with some difficult problem. Isn't this just? Right at this moment, Yifan suddenly got stuck. Everyone was waiting for Yifan to answer Feng Xiao's question. Unexpectedly, Yifan suddenly paused at this moment. This puzzled many people. Someone whispered, isn't this just a heavenly fragrant mint? This question is too simple. Heavenly fragrance mint is a relatively common herb. Of course, it's only common among alchemists. For ordinary cultivators, it's still quite hard to identify. It's understandable that general cultivators can't recognize it. But for an alchemist, if they've read even 1 or 2 herb manuals, he would never fail to recognize it. But just a moment ago, the confident Yifan was now sweating bullets as he looked at the heavenly fragrance mint. He kept calling out to the old man in his mind, but the old man didn't respond at all. Naturally, this was another of Feng Xiao's tricks. Feng Xiao had secretly taken out the 7 mystic arrays evil seal, and spread its aura throughout the entire venue. Although the 7 profound formations evil seal can suppress vengeful spirits, it has almost no effect on ordinary people. Even if it emits an aura, if not deliberately sought, it would be impossible to detect. However, for a remnant soul like the old man, this aura is as deadly as poison gas. He has to hide completely within the ring, cut off all contact with the outside world. Without the old man's help to cheat, Yifan was immediately exposed. Seeing Yifan stammering, unable to name even a common herb after a while, many people showed suspicion in their eyes. Could this guy really have been cheating? Feng Xiao secretly laughed to himself. With a sigh on his face, he said, it seems this question is a bit difficult for Brother Yi. In that case, I will change the question. Saying that, Feng Xiao took out another herb. Many people recognized the herb as soon as they saw it. This herb is even more common than Tianxiang mint. Even those who haven't studied the pharmacopoeia can recognize quite a bit. But when they look at Yifan again, they see even more cold sweat on his face. Besides anxiety, there was also a hint of panic in his expression. Even the examiner from the medicine chest tower who supported Yifan earlier couldn't help but start doubting Yifan's abilities. After a while, seeing that Yifan still couldn't name the herb, Feng Xiao sighed and said, it seems this question is a bit difficult for Brother Yi. Forget it, let's just skip the herb identification and discuss pharmacology instead. Without waiting for Yifan's agreement, Feng Xiao then proposed a pharmacological question. This question is very simple. Almost everyone participating in the selection immediately thought of the answer. But looking at Yifan, he was already sweating heavily. He couldn't say a single word. Feng Xiao's logic was relentless, and he kept asking several more questions. Every question was considered basic. But for these questions, Yifan couldn't answer a single one. At this point, almost everyone had to admit, there was indeed something wrong with Yifan. The examiner from the medicine fragrance house was the first to make things difficult. He coldly asked Yifan, these questions, can't you answer a single question? Yifan's mouth twitched slightly. He forced an explanation, I didn't sleep well last night. I can't remember some things clearly. You know, I've been hunted recently. I can't eat well or sleep well. In this kind of situation, forgetting some things is quite reasonable, isn't it? Feng Xiaoyu said leisurely, why don't Brother Yi refine the pill you just made again? In front of everyone here. You don't have to make it high quality. An inferior one is fine. You don't need to make a 3rd-grade pill. A 1st-grade one will do. Such a simple request. I'm sure Brother Yi can fulfill it. Yifan, however, flung his sleeve and said displeased, either don't practice, or practice to the best, making a first-grade pill. Are you insulting me? Feng Xiao was immediately surprised. That expression seemed to say, how did you know? Yi Fan was so angry that he almost lost his temper on the spot. Before Feng Xiao could speak, an examiner from the medicine chest building coldly said, in that case, please refine a third-grade pill. Any quality will do. Yi Fan shook his head and said, I'm not feeling well today. I've already used up a lot of my true essence just now. I don't have the energy to refine another one. Feng Xiao smiled and shook his head. This guy is still being stubborn. Little did he know that in this situation, whether he was stubborn or not, it wouldn't make any difference. He could even clearly see, as more and more people doubted Yi Fan's ability, Yi Fan's luck is rapidly changing from purple back to red, and the color is getting lighter. There's already a trend towards orange. While Yi Fan is in a panic, not knowing what to do, someone suddenly shouted that the beast tide is attacking the city. Feng Xiao heard this, and his face immediately darkened. A beast tide attacking the city at this time. God, are you not playing fair? A sudden beast tide attacking the city immediately threw the entire city into chaos, and Yi Fan took advantage of the chaos to make a hasty escape without hesitation. With Jin Feng Xiao's intervention, Yi Fan also made a name for himself. It's this fame, probably infamous by now. Forget about being a senior alchemist at Yao Song Lu. It'd be good if they don't hunt you down. In the chaotic crowd, Yi Fan struggled to escape to a secluded corner. After confirming no one was following, Yi Fan sat down on the ground and started cursing out Feng Xiao. I can't believe you're sabotaging me like this. Ruining someone's future is like killing their parents. I will be irreconcilable with you. Just as the words fell, a voice faintly asked, who are you going to be irreconcilable with? Yi Fan was so startled that he jumped up. Looking in the direction of the voice, he saw Feng Xiao at the intersection, looking at him with a half smile. Enemies meeting. Extremely envious. At the moment he saw Feng Xiao, Yi Fan almost lost control and charged at him. Fortunately, he hadn't completely lost his mind. He used all his strength to restrain himself. He gritted his teeth and asked Feng Xiao, why won't you just leave me alone? Feng Xiao sneered and said, Yi Fan, what nonsense are you talking about? Someone like you, even if I let you go, would you let me go? Yi Fan's mouth twitched. As the son of fortune, he has always believed in repaying enmity with vengeance, a principle of not always keeping favors in mind. But if others adopt the same principle, he feels a bit uncomfortable. Before Yi Fan could speak, Feng Xiao coldly asked Yi Fan again, in the dense forest, did you kill someone? Yi Fan was shocked. How did you know? Feng Xiao's eyes narrowed slightly. After arriving in Dongjiang City, Feng Xiao made a simple deduction. The Six Paths reincarnation body can capture a trace of heavenly aura. He has quite a talent for divination. This talent, favored by Providence, is well received by heaven. But considering his role as a villain, Feng Xiao didn't really care. During the deduction process, Feng Xiao discovered that Yi Fan in his fourth life obtained a chance encounter in the dense forest. The opportunity seemed to be related to the numbers 3 and 9. Feng Xiao's first thought was the 3 lotus seeds in the 9 suns Buddha lotus. So Feng Xiao deduced about the 4 people again. He found that all 4 met their end, and the cause of death was linked to Yi Fan. It became clear what happened in the dense forest. Feng Xiao didn't expect that those 4 people still couldn't escape this massacre. However, the source of the massacre shifted from the giant snake to being imprinted on Yi Fan. Thinking of this, Feng Xiao felt a blazing fury rise in his heart. Heaven and earth are heartless, treating all things as straw dogs. But the life of the abandoned son of fate is also a life. Are ordinary people's lives not lives? In order to send Yi Fan an opportunity, this damn heaven is so indifferent to ordinary people's lives. For the first time, Feng Xiao felt a strong hatred towards the heavenly way. But with Feng Xiao's current abilities, saying he would defy heaven is still difficult. Since that's the case, let's first kill a child of fate, as stepping stones on the path of the child of destiny's growth. To vent his anger, Yi Fan saw the murderous intent in Feng Xiao's eyes, and couldn't help but panic. He hurriedly called out in his heart, Master, save me. The old man sighed secretly, and was about to appear, but heard Feng Xiao coldly say, Senior, I advise you not to show up. Today I must kill this callous scum. If you dare to stop me, I'll suppress you too. The elder was greatly surprised. In previous encounters, Feng Xiao gave him a gentle and magnanimous impression, with quite a bit of gentlemanly demeanor. This also made the old man unknowingly think that young Master Feng had a good temper, and was kind-hearted. As long as a few kind words were said, there was nothing that couldn't be negotiated. But he didn't know that young Master Feng's good temper was because he had always been in charge of an entire sect, responsible for managing and providing for hundreds of people. Standing in that position, if you don't have a broad mind, you would have long been infuriated. Even though the vast majority of the sect greatly admire young Master Feng, there will inevitably be a few troublemakers who don't know their place. As a manager, you can't just suppress the troublemakers. Instead, find a way to unblock it. Suppression may bring temporary results, but it won't win people's hearts. However, if there's a need to kill, Feng Xiao will never hesitate. Yifan knew he couldn't escape this ordeal today. He gritted his teeth and drew out a black long knife. He then slashed towards Feng Xiao. Feng Xiao sneered, casually drawing a rather ordinary spiritual sword. He waved it and deflected Yifan's slash, at the same time saying, Yifan, even if heaven favors you, if your heart is not righteous, no matter how much heaven favors you, so what? You must understand the principle that many unjust deeds will lead to self-destruction. Yifan angrily said, stop talking nonsense. The path of cultivation has always been the law of the jungle. Dare you say that since you started cultivating, you have never killed innocents? Feng Xiao raised his head and said, those I killed were all extremely evil people. I have never killed innocent people. I'm saying this to you, and to everyone else, even to the heavens. I would say the same. Feng Xiao's words were righteous. For a moment, Yifan didn't dare to look straight at him. He was immediately ashamed and angry, holding a black long knife. He went all out to attack Feng Xiao. However, Feng Xiao effortlessly neutralized Yifan's offensive. Feng Xiao toyed with Yifan like a cat playing with a mouse. There were clearly many opportunities. Feng Xiao could have killed Yifan directly, but Feng Xiao just didn't kill him. Although Feng Xiao didn't strike to kill, he kept inflicting wound after wound on Yifan. Before long, Yifan's already tattered clothes were shredded even more by the wind, making him look even more like a beggar. This made Yifan extremely angry, but he was helpless. He wished he could shout, if you have the guts, just kill me. Don't play this cat and mouse game. But several times the words were on the tip of his tongue, but he swallowed it back forcefully, because he knew very well that once Feng Xiao really got serious, he would truly have no more chances. Actually, the reason Feng Xiao didn't kill Yifan immediately was because he discovered something very interesting. Feng Xiao found that during the process of beating up Yifan, Yifan's aura was also continuously weakened as he became increasingly battered. Although the weakening wasn't fast, it was a slow but steady process. In just a short while, Yifan's aura had already faded from light red to orange red, and was turning towards orange yellow. Yifan had to be killed, but before killing him, why not harvest more qi? Yifan was furious, but he just couldn't escape. He couldn't help but shout angrily in his heart, Master, think of something. If this continues, we'll both die here. After a moment of silence, the elder responded, Yifan, hold on a bit longer. I'll try to open a portal. Yifan agreed, but secretly he was complaining. It's not him holding on a bit longer. Feng Xiao clearly hasn't had enough fun yet. At this moment, Feng Xiao also noticed the old man seemed to have a new move. A cold smile appeared on his lips. He asked what was wrong. Brother Yi, didn't you always say for 30 years east of the river? 30 years west of the river? Why do you always run away at the slightest provocation? Yifan, enraged and humiliated, shouted, give me 3 years if you have the guts, and I'll make sure to cut you down. Feng Xiao sneered and said, no need to wait 3 years. Let's do it today. Before the words were finished, Feng Xiao launched a swift sword move. A fierce attack burst forth. Facing Feng Xiao's fierce attack, Yifan was momentarily dazzled. He had to fully adopt his stance, but before long, he suddenly felt a chill on his wrist. Then a sharp pain followed. The black knife slipped from his hand. At that moment, the old man shouted in Yifan's mind, run. At the same time, a shimmering silver portal appeared behind Yifan. Yifan ignored the intense pain in his hand. Without a second thought, he stepped into the portal. Feng Xiao shouted angrily, where do you think you're going? He swung his long sword, sending a silver sword light chasing after Yifan. Just as the sword light was about to slash across Yifan's waist, a small black shield suddenly appeared at Yifan's side. With a clang, the small black shield and the silver sword light annihilated each other. Yifan had already stepped completely into the portal. Before Feng Xiao could react, the portal suddenly closed, and Yifan's figure disappeared along with it. Looking at the spot where the portal vanished, Feng Xiao chuckled softly. He looked down at the ground, and saw a right hand tightly gripping a black long knife. There was also a ring on his right index finger. The ring housing the old man was worn on Yifan's left hand, while the one on his right hand was a storage ring. In other words, Feng Xiao's slash not only severed Yifan's right hand, but also took away most of his wealth. Feng Xiao picked up the long knife, and also took the ring. Although we couldn't kill Yifan in this battle, Feng Xiao still gained quite a lot. Yifan, who was severely injured and lost most of his wealth, will undoubtedly be greatly weakened. Fate's next move. I wonder what other tricks the heavens have in store to replenish Yifan's lost fortune. But this child of fortune is destined not to last long. Yi Fan, who barely escaped with his life, had to find a cave in the wilderness to recuperate. But just thinking about what he lost in this battle, Yi Fan couldn't help but be overwhelmed with anger. Coupled with the impact of his injuries, Yi Fan vomited blood continuously. His breath was extremely weak. At this moment, Yi Fan was thinking about how to take revenge. But the old man had other thoughts in his mind. It was clear that Feng Xiao had already decided to kill Yi Fan. This time, he got lucky. They managed to escape this time. But what about next time? Will they be so lucky again next time? And considering Yi Fan's current situation, does he still have a chance to rise? The old man felt pessimistic about this. He was a man from the prison. Since he became a wandering ghost, imprisoned, he kept thinking about returning to prison, to take revenge on those who framed him. But now, reshaping his body is still a distant goal, let alone returning, or seeking revenge. Listening to Yi Fan's grumbling moans, the old man started to make new plans. Maybe it's time to consider Feng Xiao's proposal. After a period of recuperation, Yi Fan finally managed to barely recover, but losing his right hand reduced his combat power. However, this might be a good thing, because Yi Fan started to learn to be modest. It's uncertain whether Yi Fan feels his current strength is lacking, still felt that he should stay hidden. In any case, Yi Fan kept a low profile for a while. He didn't provoke people at every turn, nor did he draw his sword to kill anyone. And now he doesn't even have a sword. Unfortunately, the low-profile days didn't last long. Feng Xiao soon found him again. Young Feng rarely has the intent to kill, even when encountering demonic cultivators. Unless it's a life-and-death grudge. Sometimes a fight is just a fight. There's no need to pursue vengeance over thousands of miles. But this time, young Feng is determined to kill Yi Fan. And Yi Fan, perhaps still favored by fate. He has escaped Feng Xiao's pursuit several times. But as the number of pursuits increased, Yi Fan clearly felt more powerless against Feng Xiao. Each escape became more and more difficult. If not for his many trump cards, these pursuits would have killed him several times over. When Yao Songlu also issued a pursuit order for Yi Fan, his situation became even more dire. Yuxiang Tower, as the largest alchemy organization in the southern region, has a significant influence. As long as there are cultivators, there is an inevitable need for elixirs. With such needs, they will inevitably try to curry favor in certain matters. So when Yuxiang Tower issued a kill order, countless sects and rogue cultivators joined the hunt for Yi Fan. Yuxiang Tower rarely hunt someone down. After all, they are alchemists. It's not about fighting for dominance. It's just that Yi Fan's cheating has greatly damaged Yuxiang Lu's reputation. Some even discuss the feasibility of cheating in Yuxiang Lu's apothecary selection competition. In this situation, if Yuxiang Lu doesn't make a statement, its 1,000-year reputation will be ruined. Although Yuxiang Lu can't tell others how they will prevent cheating in future competitions, but they can let everyone know the consequences of cheating. In other words, since it's impossible to solve the problem at its root, they make the contestants give up on cheating. And issuing a bounty is a very good option. This bounty clearly tells everyone that if anyone dares to cheat in the Yao Songlu competition again, they better be prepared to be hunted down. As soon as the death warrant was issued, it indeed stirred many people's thoughts of cheating. As for the siege of Dongjiang City, it was an intervention by heaven to save the abandoned child of destiny. However, probably due to the hasty intervention, the siege seemed grand in scale. But the actual damage was very limited. The monsters only attacked the city once. They fled in panic, leaving behind thousands of corpses. This left the defenders of Dongjiang City utterly bewildered. Although the beasts have limited intelligence, it doesn't make sense for them to die in vain. It felt as if these beasts were here to deliver benefits. What kind of siege is this? No one could have imagined that this tide actually appeared because of Yi Fan. Yi Fan narrowly escaped death several times during his flight, more or less showing signs of divine intervention. But each time the divine intervened, Yi Fan's luck diminished a bit. If Feng Xiao could see Yi Fan's luck at this moment, he would find that Yi Fan's luck had turned dark green. If it weren't for the last golden finger he had, his luck would have dropped to white or even grey. By that time, he will have completely lost his status as the child of fortune. Yi Fan was unaware of this. He only knew that his luck seemed to be getting worse and worse. After more than a month of fleeing, Yi Fan was finally cornered at the entrance of a secret realm. Seeing Yi Fan's aura that had turned green, Feng Xiao said calmly, "Brother Yi, we meet again. This time, you're not going to run away, are you?" Yi Fan shouted in grief and indignation, "Feng Xiao, why do you keep picking on me again and again? I've already suffered so much. Why won't you let me go?" Feng Xiao retorted, "When you destroyed others' dantian and severed their meridians, have you ever thought about letting them go? That's different." Yi Fan roared, "They humiliated me. They deserve to die." Feng Xiao sneered, Right. It's always someone else's fault. Even if you kill and loot, you have your reasons. You're never wrong." Feng Xiao couldn't be bothered to discuss this issue with Yi Fan anymore. He directly drew a long sword and said, Yi Fan, it's time to practice survival of the fittest again. Make your move. Let's see if you can escape from my grasp this time. Yi Fan roared in anger and turned to run. Before, he might have had the confidence to fight Feng Xiao. But after several encounters, Yi Fan finally understood that Feng Xiao's strength far surpassed his own, with his golden finger being restrained by the opponent. In front of Feng Xiao, he had absolutely no chance at all. So he had no choice but to escape. The entrance to the secret realm was probably the last escape opportunity left to Yi Fan by heaven. But this time, Feng Xiao didn't want to give Yi Fan a chance to escape. So Feng Xiao used his most powerful Fuya sword technique right away. A blade of sword energy slashed horizontally towards Yi Fan. Only a scream was heard. Yi Fan was actually cut in half by this sword energy. Since he was cut at the waist, Yi Fan didn't die immediately. He was writhing in pain on the ground. Pointing at Feng Xiao, he roared hoarsely, Feng Xiao, even as a ghost, I won't let you go. Feng Xiao responded calmly, those people you killed. After writhing on the ground for a while longer, Yi Fan finally died in agony, his eyes wide open, a pair of resentful eyes staring straight at the sky. It was as if lamenting the injustice of the heavens. At the moment Yi Fan died, Feng Xiao saw a faint breath rushing towards the sky. Feng Xiao knew that it was Yi Fan's last remaining spirit. After Yi Fan's death, Feng Xiao bent down and slipped the ring off Yi Fan's left hand. He said calmly, Senior, have you made your decision? After a moment of silence, the elder slowly emerged from the ring. He cupped his hands towards Feng Xiao, his face filled with sorrow. Young Master Feng, the hunter's disciple Yi Fan has died at your hands. I ask that you bury the hunter's disciple without holding any grudges. I would be deeply grateful. Although I am increasingly disappointed in Yi Fan, the elder still regarded Yi Fan as his own disciple. Now that Yi Fan has died so tragically, the elder feels quite distressed. Feng nodded slightly. Death extinguishes all like a lamp. This is a trivial matter. Junior can agree to it for the senior. I just don't know what plans you have next, senior. The old man sighed. He said, Young Master Feng, at this point, what other choice do I have? Feng Xiao smiled slightly. Indeed, none. It was only until this moment the old man realized that Feng Xiao also has a scheming side. After a moment of silence, the old man said, I am Chen Qiu. 300 years ago, I was an elder of the Xianlei sect of the Upper Yuzhong sect. Because I supported the original Holy Sun Sun Sheng to become the sect leader, I was attacked by Wu Ju's faction, the chief disciple of the sect leader. During a conflict between both sides, the Holy Sun's faction suffered a major defeat. Most of his supporters were killed. I was lucky to escape, but my disciples and family were implicated. They were all killed by Wu Ju. As for me, during a chase, I had nowhere to run. I was forced to use a forbidden technique to die together with my pursuers. Feng raised an eyebrow upon hearing this. I didn't expect this elder to be the previous generation elder of the Xianlei sect. The Xianlei sect is a top-tier sect of Shangwei. Although it can't compare to the three great sanctuaries of Eastern Ju, its scale surpasses the Taiwei sect by many times. It's only slightly inferior to the Yunjian Pavilion. As a top-tier sect, the Xianlei sect's foundation is also extraordinary, among which the most famous is the so-called sanctuary of the Xianlei sect, one of the top 10 forbidden places in the world, Thunder Pole Emperor. Legend has it that the founder of the Xianlei sect comprehended innate thunder techniques from the Thunder Pole Emperor, and used this to establish the Xianlei sect. As the name suggests, this sect excels in controlling thunder. When their techniques are in motion, one can faintly hear the sound of wind and thunder. In battle, they can even harness the power of the nine heavens' mystic thunder to severely injure their enemies. However, because the Xianlei sect is located in northern Ju, so Feng Xiao has little connection with the Xianlei sect. But I heard that the Chengang sword sect of Beiju doesn't have a good relationship with the Xianlei sect. As for the reason, we have to trace back to the era of Feng Huang and Lady. Legend has it that Ji Wuya of the Chengang sword sect and Fan Zhongqian of the Xianlei sect were both infatuated with Xuezhan Mo Wei from the Ziqing Holy Land. But in the end, Xuezhan Mo Wei chose Ji Wuya. However, Mo Wei's senior sister Yang Hui interfered and betrothed her to Fan Zhongqian instead. Feng Huang Ji Wuya caused a commotion at the wedding, killing dozens of experts from Xianlei sect and Ziqing Sanctuary, creating great chaos. Mo Wei was accidentally killed by Fan Zhongqian during the chaos. Wuya went mad because of this, and perished together with Fan Zhongqian. The relationship between Chengang sword sect and Xianlei sect also became strained. Years later, Wuya's disciple Su Zhenyan emerged. There was another conflict with the Xianlei sect. The Xianlei sect held a grudge. They brutally attacked Su Zhenyan. This angered the Chengang sword sect. Both sides engaged in open and covert battles for years. This plunged the entire northern Ju into chaos. Later, Su Zhenyan entered the Sanxing Tower to sacrifice herself. She awakened Mo Wei from reincarnation. Mo Wei, bearing the soul of the sea, marched towards the Purple Emperor. He fought with Yang Hui, who wielded the jade blade of the Green Lotus. In this battle, Yang Hui was defeated and killed. Mo Wei then claimed the position of Holy Lord of the Purple Emperor. Later, through Mo Wei's mediation, the Qiangang Sword sect and the Xianlei sect finally reconciled. However, the relationship between the two factions could never return to its former closeness. After this chaotic battle, the Qiangang Sword sect quickly recovered, but the Xianlei sect never regained its peak strength. The gap in strength between the two grew larger and larger. The Xianlei sect gradually fell from a top-tier sect to a second-tier one. But as the saying goes, a starved camel is still bigger than a horse. No matter how much the Xianlei sect declined, its foundation is not something that a second-rate sect like Tai Wei sect can compare with. To be able to serve as an elder of the Xianlei sect, and even participate in the Battle of the Saint Sun, shows the abilities of this elder. Truly, the protagonist's golden finger is extraordinary. Thinking of this, Feng Xiao smiled and asked, I wonder if the senior is willing to switch allegiances. After Lu Qingyuan, the disciple of Tai Wei Mountain, left one after another. Tai Wei Mountain fell into a brief period of calm. However, this calm did not last long. Due to Feng Xiao's departure, the head of the Tai Wei sect, Qing Yangzi, faced widespread doubts. Probably in an attempt to divert attention, Yi Chen, who had been sentenced by Qing Yangzi to a year of meditation, ended his meditative punishment after only a month. Once Yi Chen was released from confinement, he immediately felt like the clouds had parted and the moon had appeared. As he walked along the mountain path, his head was almost held high up to the sky. Time will prove who the future belongs to, and Feng Xiao's departure from the sect is a clear indication. The first thing Yi Chen did after being released was to return to the location of the 3rd Division by Baofeng Lake. However, when he returned to Sanji, he was not greeted warmly by his master and the 3 senior sisters, but was instead met with indifference. The first person he encountered was 2nd senior sister Li Qingying. Li Qingying had a low presence in Sanji. Since joining the sect, she had been focused on cultivation, and hardly ever involved herself in other matters. In Yi Chen's eyes, senior sister Li Qingying is really quite uneasy and anxious. She handles things with a bit of irritation, so Yi Chen has never liked interacting with her. However, since they met, it would be inappropriate not to greet her. Therefore, when Yi Chen saw Li Qingying, he waved his hand. With an enthusiastic look, Senior sister, I'm back. Li Qingying didn't even glance at her reflection in the mirror, and headed towards the training room. Yi Chen watched Li Qingying's departing figure, and couldn't help but fall into deep thought. Could it be that I accidentally gained the ability to become invisible today? Li Qingying's indifference didn't make Yi Chen think too much. After all, this 2nd senior sister always acts as if nothing concerns her. Her every word and action has a bit of an invisible person's feel to it. Anyway, Yi Chen didn't intend to have much interaction with this senior sister. Therefore, he just shrugged and continued on his way. Not long after, Yi Chen arrived at Du Yuanqi's residence. After a month of confinement, as a disciple, it was natural to pay respects to his master at the first opportunity. After Yi Chen knocked on Du Yuanqi's door, he heard Du Yuanqi's familiar voice from inside. Come in. Yi Chen pushed the door open, and with a smile, said to Du Yuanqi, Master, your disciple is back. Du Yuanqi sat in the main seat, his eyes half closed, and after hearing Yi Chen's words, Du Yuanqi's brow furrowed imperceptibly, but he then responded with a faint hum. Yi Chen waited for a while, but didn't hear Du Yuanqi speak further. His expression grew puzzled. Master, this disciple has returned from confinement. Du Yuanqi responded with another hymn, still seeming reluctant to speak. Yi Chen felt puzzled, assuming the master was cultivating, and it was inconvenient to respond much. He said, Master, I've been thinking of you and my senior sisters every day lately. It's just that I couldn't go out, so I couldn't come back to see you and my senior sisters. I ask for your forgiveness. Yi Chen's tone was pitiful, as if he had suffered a great injustice. Du Yuanqi frowned again, and asked Yi Chen in a flat tone, Do you know why you are confined this time? Yi Chen pouted, and said angrily, It's because Feng Xiao's badmouthed me. I only killed a few insignificant people, yet Feng Xiao is relentlessly pursuing me. If not for this, I wouldn't have been confined. Du Yuanqi didn't expect that at this moment, Yi Chen still didn't think he was wrong. His tone inevitably became a bit cold. You think you did nothing wrong at all? Yi Chen thought for a moment. He felt that at most, he was in the wrong for raising his hand against his senior sister. However, ever since he joined the sect, his senior sister had been very caring towards him. Therefore, Yi Chen felt that even though he raised his hand against his senior sister, what he did was very wrong. But with senior sister's magnanimity, I'm sure she wouldn't mind. Thinking of this, Yi Chen confidently said, Disciple's actions were a bit reckless. But you can't blame me entirely, right? Otherwise, Master, you can call senior sister and see what she says. Du Yuanqi was furious. He slapped the table and shouted at Yi Chen. Not only did you attack your fellow disciples, you also killed 2 innocent people, one of whom was a member of Yunjian Pavilion. Yet you think you did nothing wrong, and you still have the nerve to ask me to change the contraceptive. It's the first time Yi Chen saw his master so stern and severe with him. I couldn't help but feel a bit uneasy. He timidly said that attacking the senior sister was indeed something I shouldn't have done, but it wasn't my fault. Linglong Pavilion falsely accused me of theft. How could I accept their insult? That's why I sought justice from Linglong Pavilion. Du Yuan gleefully demanded justice in return. What justice are you seeking? What did Linglong Pavilion slander you about? Linglong Pavilion accused my disciple of stealing a sword. Where is the sword? Where is it now? Yi Chen said without hesitation. It's with my disciple. The matter of Bai Fangyuan has been concluded. So Yi Chen's cheating is useless. It's better to admit it openly. At least it gives a feeling of confidence. Du Yuanqi coldly said, since it's in your hands, it proves that Linglong Pavilion did not falsely accuse you. Yi Chen said unhappily, I helped the people of Linglong Pavilion solve their problem. What's wrong with me taking one of their swords? How can that be considered theft? When you took the sword, did you get permission from Linglong Pavilion? Taking without asking is stealing. Du Yuanqi coldly stared at Yi Chen. I, Du Yuanqi, have failed in teaching my disciples, ending up with a sneaky thief like you. I am truly ashamed of disgracing the ancestral temple of the Taiwei sect. Yi Chen suddenly felt that his master's moral views might be a bit problematic. In Yi Chen's opinion, taking without permission is indeed wrong, but it depends on the situation. He did help the young lady of Linglong Pavilion solve a problem. So what's the big deal about taking a sword from Linglong Pavilion? He deserves it. So Deng Ying accusing him of theft is wrong. Him sneaking into Linglong Pavilion at midnight for revenge is perfectly reasonable. Listening to Yi Chen's well-reasoned argument, Du Yuanqi looked at his young apprentice in astonishment. He really couldn't understand why someone's thinking could be so different from others. Is his brain structure different from others? Ultimately, the master and apprentice parted ways in disagreement. After leaving Du Yuanqi's residence, Yi Chen was still indignant. In his view, it's understandable that others don't understand him, but even his own master doesn't understand him. That's unacceptable. Moreover, you are my master, even if I have some faults. As my master, you should stand by my side. Other masters always protect their disciples. Why do you criticize your own disciple instead? Yi Chen didn't understand, and felt very wronged. He felt his master had betrayed his trust. Feeling wronged, Yi Chen ran to Baofeng Lake, drew his blood-refining sword, and started wildly slashing at the water. He infused true essence into his sword, so each slash unleashed a wave several meters high, and left menacing sword marks on the rugged shoreline. He utterly ruined a once picturesque lake. But Yi Chen grew more excited with each slash, seeing the panicked birds on the water, and the struggling fish he had slashed onto the shore. He felt as if the resentment in his heart was also being released. Just as Yi Chen was enthusiastically chopping, a voice suddenly shouted, "Stop!" Yi Chen looked in the direction of the voice, and saw senior sister Han Bian looking at the ruined Baofeng Lake with a face full of distress. She couldn't help but angrily say, "Yi Chen, what madness are you causing here?" Yi Chen had just been harshly scolded by Du Yuanqi for being extremely stingy. He wanted to find a senior sister to confide in, but before he could speak, the senior sister scolded him harshly. Yi Chen felt very displeased. He said angrily, "I'm just venting here. What's wrong? What's wrong? Look at what you've done to this pot. Do you know there were many herbs planted in it? This is a serious issue. You've ruined all these medicinal herbs." Han Bian shouted furiously. Yi Chen replied impatiently, "It's just some herbs. Our Taiwei sect is large and powerful. We can afford the loss." Han Bian took a deep breath, barely suppressing her rising anger. She said coldly, "Since that's the case, then you should compensate for the lost herbs. It's not much, just a few thousand lingsha." Yi Chen couldn't help but exclaim, "A few thousand lingsha? Senior sister, you must be kidding me." In Yi Chen's view, these herbs were worth at most a few hundred lingsha. To ask for a few thousand right off the bat, really treating him like a big fool. Han Bian looked at me coldly. I wish she was joking. Apart from our regular training, our main task is to oversee the medicinal herbs in this lake. The entire Taiwei sect, from top to bottom, including dozens of true disciples, and hundreds of thousands of sect members, relies on these herbs for the pills they consume each month. Nearly half of these herbs come from Jibafeng Lake. You destroyed all of these herbs. For at least 3 months, the Taiwei sect will have no pills to use. Can you bear this responsibility? Yi Chen turned his head awkwardly. He muttered, "Just for a little pill? Is it necessary?" I can just buy it outside. It's not like I can't afford it. Han Biyun sneered. In that case, why don't we trouble our wealthy Yi to go to Lilang City and purchase the pills back? Oh right. I forgot that you probably can't enter Linglong Pavilion now. How about this, you take out 3,000 snacks first, and let other disciples do the shopping for you. Yi Chen said discontentedly. Why do I have to pay? Does the sect have no money? Han Biyun said angrily. Why do you think you have to pay? Weren't the medicinal herbs ruined by you? Yi Chen shrugged his shoulders, looking like a rascal. I have no money. I'm not the only one using the pills. Why should I pay? The sect should pay if anyone. Yi Chen finally understood. Senior's sister came today just to give him a hard time. Since that's the case, he might as well stop caring about that. So Yi Chen turned and left, leaving Han Biyun standing by the lake, trembling with anger. After leaving Baofeng Lake, Yi Chen felt depressed. He immediately wanted to find Lu Qingyuan, his closest friend, to vent his frustrations. But after walking around the sect, he couldn't find any trace of Lu Qingyuan. Helplessly, Yi Chen had to ask someone, only to find out that Lu Qingyuan had left the sect half a month ago. As for where Lu Qingyuan went, no one knew. This made Yi Chen very depressed. No one in the entire sect was willing to listen to his complaints. Yi Chen could only go chat with some familiar outer disciples. Although Yi Chen is also a direct disciple, he doesn't have a good relationship with the sect leader and the second disciple. But among the outer disciples, Yi Chen is quite popular. He gets along well with some of them. Usually, when Yi Chen travels down the mountain, he always brings them something when he returns. Of course, with Yi Chen's stingy nature, anything valuable would definitely be kept for himself. Even if he couldn't use it, selling it for money would still be good. As for the items given to those outer disciples, they're all things he can't use, and basically can't sell. Following the principle of waste utilization, Yi Chen gave all these things away, and those outer disciples who benefited from Yi Chen naturally regarded Yi Chen as their leader. This greatly satisfied Yi Chen's vanity. A few outer disciples who had a good relationship with Yi Chen, as soon as they heard Yi Chen was released from confinement, they hurriedly brought fine wine. He came over with a roast chicken. He warmly entertained Yi Chen. Yi Chen, who had been neglected by the three, suddenly became happy. He joyfully drank with those outer sect disciples, ate some meat. At the dining table, everyone naturally started talking about the recent events in Taiwei sect. Upon hearing that the second division disciples collectively left the sect, Yi Chen curiously asked, did the second branch disciples all leave? Didn't second uncle master try to stop them? A disciple named Zhong Yu shook his head and said, I don't know what Elder Qin is thinking. Not only did he not stop them, but he personally saw the second branch disciples off the mountain. It said that the reason the second branch disciples left the sect is partly because of Elder Qin's instigation. Yi Chen couldn't help but smile upon hearing this. There's actually such a thing? The second elder actually sent all his disciples out of the sect. What was the second elder thinking? Another outer sect disciple named Li Chao shrugged and said, who knows? But what do the matters of the direct disciples have to do with us outer sect disciples? They left. Perhaps the resources saved can be used for us outer sect disciples. Maybe they'll even pick some of us outer sect disciples. Rushing into the inner gate, an outer disciple named Zhao Quan suddenly chuckled. People looked at him in confusion. Zhong Yu couldn't help but ask, Zhao Quan, why are you laughing? Zhao Quan laughed. You're still thinking about the good things in the inner gate. But why don't you consider how long the two disciples have been gone? But do you see Elder Qin having any intention of taking on a personal disciple? If you ask me, Elder Qin most likely doesn't want to take on any more personal disciples. Everyone thought about it and realized it was true. They couldn't help but feel a bit depressed. For these outer disciples, entering the inner sect and becoming a personal disciple is their greatest hope. So recently, many outer disciples have been eager and ready, waiting for Qin Zhao to select personal disciples from among them. Now their hopes are dashed. They naturally feel unhappy. Yi Chen, however, patted his chest and said, what's there to fear? It's just a mere personal disciple. Don't worry, when I become the Holy Son, everyone will definitely benefit. Being a direct disciple is no big deal. Everyone was overjoyed. They all toasted to Yi Chen. After a round of toasts, Zhong Yu curiously asked, Yi Chen, how did you know you would become the Holy Son? Did Nagato tell you that? Yi Chen smiled triumphantly and said, I'll tell you a secret. In a few days, I will break through to the Golden Core stage. By then, I will be the #1 disciple of the Taiwei sect. As long as the sect leader isn't foolish, I will definitely be chosen as the Holy Son. How could the position of the Holy Son fall to someone else? Li Chao tilted his head and said while thinking, but what are the benefits of becoming the Holy Son? I heard that when Feng Xiao was the Holy Son, he was always busy all the time. He barely had any time to cultivate. This position of the Holy Son doesn't sound like a good job. Yi Chen said disdainfully, can Feng Xiao compare to me? That Feng Xiao is really naive. He's already become the holy son, but he doesn't think about getting more benefits for himself. Instead, he's managing everything all the time. There's nothing in the whole sect that he doesn't worry about. I say Feng Xiao is just asking for trouble. Everyone nodded in agreement. They all felt the same way. Since he's someone who can get involved with Yi Chen, his character is naturally similar to Yi Chen's. Young Master Feng usually manages the sect, both the inner and outer sects. He takes care of everything personally. Young Master Feng finds little difference between managing the inner and outer sects. It's just that the inner sect is managed more strictly, while the outer sect is managed more leniently. Being lenient doesn't mean you can do whatever you want. And those who get involved with Yi Chen are the most negligent in their cultivation among the outer sect disciples. They're also the most troublesome. Even when going down the mountain to buy supplies, they manage to cause trouble. Naturally, Feng Xiao couldn't ignore this. He punished them without mercy. It made them grit their teeth in anger. But due to Feng Xiao's status in the sect, they dare to be angry but not speak up. Now that Feng Xiao is gone, their good days have naturally come. And the fine wine and roast chicken they bring out now were bought with embezzled sect funds. During their trip down the mountain, Ji Delong and Fu Wangshu are already fantasizing about the good days after Yi Chen becomes the saint child. The following days were indeed good days for them, but not necessarily for others. Without Feng Xiao's restraint, Yi Chen behaved like a wild dog off the leash, roaming freely throughout the entire sect. Relying on his higher cultivation level, Yi Chen caused trouble everywhere. In just a few days, he successively went up against 4 direct disciples and 5 outer disciples of the Nagato sect due to verbal conflicts on the sparring stage. Then he ruthlessly attacked on the stage, destroying 6 people's dantians and crippling 3 people's meridians. The sparring stage of the Taiwei sect usually accepts any disciple's challenge. But when Feng Xiao established the sparring stage, he emphasized that the stage is only for those who spar in good faith, all because of hitting the point and stopping, absolutely not allowing dismembering or destroying one's dantian. Over the years, the disciples of Taiwei sect have strictly followed Feng Xiao's rules. But unexpectedly, just after Feng Xiao left, Yi Chen broke the rules. Yi Chen's behavior caused a lot of dissatisfaction. The senior disciples all complained to Qing Yangzi, demanding severe punishment for Yi Chen. However, Qing Yangzi, upon learning of this, had different thoughts. After Feng Xiao left the sect, the disciples of Taiwei sect began to feel dissatisfied with him as the leader. Although the disciples didn't say it out loud, Qing Yangzi could clearly feel it. But as the leader, you can't discipline disciples based on unfounded rumors. So these days, Yi Shi has been contemplating countermeasures. Later, he recalled how Feng Xiao handled related matters. His thoughts began to open up. If he couldn't eliminate the disciples' dissatisfaction with the sect leader, then could he redirect their dissatisfaction elsewhere? With this in mind, Qing Yangzi decided to end Yi Chen's confinement early, and Yi Chen's actions, in a certain sense, can be considered as fulfilling Madam's request. This can be seen from the number of complaints alone. Since the disciples wanted to complain about Yi Chen, they naturally had to rely on Madam as the head. Otherwise, where would they seek justice? So, in an invisible way, Yi Chen's arrogant and domineering behavior indirectly boosted Tai Weizong's morale, and refocused it on Qing Yangzi. Qing Yangzi didn't expect this tactic to actually work. Feeling pleased, he became even more reluctant to give up on Yi Chen. After all, without Yi Chen, where could he find such a perfect target for hatred? Therefore, Qing Yangzi only gave a mild reprimand. Yi Chen casually took over the matter. The disciples, though dissatisfied with this, had no choice but to accept it. After noticing Qing Yangzi's deliberate indulgence, Yi Chen became increasingly arrogant and domineering in the days that followed. He soon became the public enemy among the senior disciples. Even the outer disciples both hated and feared Yi Chen. Only Yi Chen's few cronies, following behind Yi Chen, with an arrogant demeanor, afraid that others wouldn't know they were with Yi Chen. As for the 3 Zidu Yuanqi below, they unanimously chose to ignore Yi Chen. They have understood that now, for Tai Wei sect, Yi Chen has become an inescapable disaster. What's even worse is, behind this disaster, Qing Yangzi and Ling Shuzi are backing him. Unknowingly, another month has passed. In this month, Yi Chen has been living comfortably and contentedly. There was something that frustrated him a bit. No one had provoked him for a long time. He didn't even have a suitable target to show off to and face slap. He could barely tolerate it. As for Yi Chen's few followers, they were basically isolated by the other disciples. Given Yi Chen's protective nature, the other disciples didn't dare to mess with Yi Chen and his lackeys. But one should at least be able to hide, right? So Yi Chen's followers later helplessly discovered that they hadn't met a disciple willing to talk to them for a long time. In such an atmosphere, the entire Taiwei sect maintained a very delicate balance. In this delicate balance, the disciples' dissatisfaction with the sect leader all turned into dissatisfaction with Yi Chen. However, Yi Chen was enjoying himself, and even got a bit carried away. In this atmosphere, Qing Yangzi suddenly made a decision that caused a huge upheaval in the entire Taiwei sect. Qing Yangzi announced that Yi Chen would be the new holy son of Taiwei sect. The reason Qing Yangzi made this decision, the decision mainly had to do with the Yunjian Pavilion. After manager Deng was killed, Yunjian Pavilion sent people to question Taiwei sect. At the beginning, Qing Yangzi wanted to take advantage of the friendly relations between both sides to make a big issue small, but Yunjian Pavilion did not approve of this. Yunjian Pavilion insisted that Taiwei sect hand over the murderer, and gave 2 months' time. 2 months for a powerful sect like Yunjian Pavilion is already a considerable concession to the Taiwei sect. If young Master Feng were here, he would naturally realize that the reason Yunjian Pavilion gave Taiwei sect such a long time to decide was mainly to minimize the impact. After all, Yunjian Pavilion, as a major power of Eastern Ju, his dignity cannot be desecrated. When someone dies, there must be an explanation. If you don't want to hand over the murderer, that's fine too. Then come up with a better solution. In any case, Yunjian Pavilion must be able to save face. If it were Feng Shao, handing over the murderer would be the only choice, because he wouldn't risk the reputation of the entire Taiwei sect to protect a killer who recklessly takes lives. However, Qing Yangzi's instincts were not as sharp as Feng Shao's in this matter. He just thought that the 2-month time given by Yan Jianzhi was out of respect for the 3 years of friendship between them. So Qing Yangzi believed, if they wanted this to pass peacefully, they needed to deepen the friendship between both sides. Thus, Qing Yangzi thought of an alliance by marriage. The marriage alliance would be between Yan Jianzhi and Tai Weizong, and the intended parties were Lin Fengqian's only daughter, Ling Xiaoran, and Tai Weizong's holy son, Feng Shao. Now that Feng Shao has left the sect, he has severed ties with the Taiwei sect. So Qing Yangzi started to ponder how to maintain the marriage alliance between both parties. So he decided to establish a new holy son. With a holy son, the reason can continue to be maintained. He can even go a step further. For instance, bringing Lin Xiaoran into the Taiwei sect sooner. Bring both sides closer together. Then use the hype from this event to cover up manager Deng's murder. In this way, the matter can naturally be downplayed. So this decision was made after careful consideration by Qing Yangzi. And he also believed that his method is the best one. It's just the candidate for the holy son. This made Qing Yangzi quite troubled at first. Actually, as early as when Feng Shao was in charge of Taiwei sect, he began to focus on cultivating some capable disciples. Thanks to Feng Shao's efforts, Taiwei sect indeed saw a surge of outstanding disciples. Although these disciples were excellent, they were not particularly remarkable in terms of talent, at least not compared to Yi Chen. They're far inferior. Many of them haven't even reached the innate realm. Now, all the second branch disciples have left the sect. Among the third branch disciples, Yi Chen is the only male. It's hard to find any outstanding disciples in the main branch. As for the outer sect disciples, they don't even count, even if Qing Yangzi believes the relationship is close. However, I don't think the Yunjian Pavilion would be generous enough to marry their little princess to an outer disciple of the Taiwei sect. So after much consideration, Qing Yangzi reluctantly realized that the only suitable candidate turned out to be Yi Chen. But that being said, although Yi Chen has issues with his character, his talent is indeed top-notch. With Yi Chen's talent, and she is worthy of being the little princess of the Yunjian Pavilion. Therefore, Qing Yangzi ultimately decided to appoint Yi Chen as the new holy son of the Taiwei sect. But he didn't expect that just after announcing this decision, it would immediately provoke a lot of opposition. And the first to oppose it was none other than Du Yuanqi, the head of the third branch and Yi Chen's master. Du Yuanqi believed the position of the holy son is crucial for the cohesion of Taiwei sect disciples. And cohesion isn't just about strength. Yi Chen has offended countless people within the sect. To put it bluntly, if it weren't for Qing Yangzi and Ling Xu's strong support, even Du Yuanqi wouldn't tolerate him. If someone like him were to become the holy son, the unity of the Taiwei sect would completely fall apart. After Du Yuanqi, the next one to object was Qin Zhao, the second seat. Qin Zhao's reason was simple. It was Yi Chen. He didn't deserve the position. After the 2 seats, both inner disciples and outer disciples expressed that Yi Chen was not qualified to be the holy son. Some even privately stated that if Yi Chen ends up taking the position of the saint's son, then they will leave the sect. Of course, when the chief disciple said this, it was mostly out of anger. Outer disciples can leave easily, since their sense of belonging to the sect is weak. It's different for the senior disciples. They use the best resources of the sect. They receive the best teaching, leaving abruptly, even if there are sufficient reasons. It appears to outsiders as an act of betraying one's teacher and ancestors. The departure of the second disciple was with the tacit approval of the second master, even encouragement. But their situation is different. Of course, he couldn't easily make the same choice as the second disciple. The opposition was so strong and overwhelming, but Qing Yangzi ultimately insisted on his decision. While making his decision, he couldn't help but feel intense resentment towards the opponents. They only knew that Yi Chen didn't deserve the position, but they didn't consider that he was doing it for the benefit of the sect. Could it be that the people of Yunjian want to demand justice before they're satisfied? HMPH and a bunch of short-sighted fools. After Qing Yangzi announced the final decision, many people were disappointed with this model. That very night, 13 of the master's disciples simultaneously requested to resign from Qing Yangzi, asking for permission to travel down the mountain. They really can't easily choose to leave the sect, but they can choose not to stay in Taiwei sect. Qing Yangzi was naturally furious about this. He immediately gave the second disciple, Jiao Yi, a harsh scolding. After listening to Qing Yangzi's reprimand in silence, Jiao Tsai suddenly said that this time going down the mountain was to find a spiritual herb to repair the Danqian for the 5th and 7th junior brothers. Since master is unwilling to stand up for the 5th and 7th junior brothers, then it will be up to the disciple to find a way for them. Qing Yangzi was immediately speechless. The 5th and 7th junior brothers mentioned by Jiao Yi were the two disciples whose Danqians were crippled by Yi Chen. After this incident, the senior disciples were indignant. They jointly demanded the master to punish Yi Chen, but Qing Yangzi downplayed the matter. This disheartened many disciples. When Feng Xiao was still around, he had repeatedly taught them to love and help each other. They adhered to Feng Xiao's principles and couldn't ignore the plight of their injured comrades. Now Qing Yangzi is turning a blind eye to this, so they can only try to find a way to help the two repair their Danqian. Repairing the Danqian is impossible for those in the lower realm, but for those in the upper realm, though difficult, it is not entirely impossible. From Jiao Yi's words, Qing Yangzi also sensed the disciples' dissatisfaction. He couldn't help but feel a bit annoyed. He slapped the table angrily. Go, all of you. I want to see if Taiwei Zone can't survive without you. After the disciples silently bowed to Qing Yangzi, they left one after another. Qing Yangzi sulked for a while, then started to feel a bit regretful. I regret being so headstrong just now. 2 disciples have already left the sect. If the head disciple leaves, then there will only be 3 inner disciples left. But out of the 3, only Han Bian can take on major responsibilities. Who else can we rely on? But the words have been said. What's done is done. At this point, he has to come up with another plan. Now, the situation with Taiwei sect isn't good, but compared to when he first took over, it's improved tremendously. So, Qing Yangzi remains fairly optimistic. Since he can't rely on these inner disciples, then we'll just recruit a new batch. After all, Taiwei sect is the most famous sect within hundreds of miles. Is it really that hard to find some talented disciples? But right now, the inner sect is short on people. We'll have to fill the gap with people from the outer sect. So, that afternoon, Qing Yangzi announced that the inner sect disciple selection would be held the next day. The top 10 outer disciples will have the opportunity to be personally taught by the sect leader and be promoted to inner disciples. With this announcement, the outer sect became lively. Originally, the selection of inner disciples was held every 3 years. The last selection was held just last year. This means, if nothing unexpected happens, the next session should take place in 2 years. However, Qing Yangzi's decision means that many disciples won't have to wait these 2 years. The path of cultivation is often measured in thousands of years, but the competition among peers often results in significant differences in just 1 or 2 years. Being able to enter the inner sect 2 years early is a tremendous opportunity for them. I must say, Qing Yangzi's decision has indeed delighted the outer sect disciples, and also won over some people's support. Although it's just the outer sect disciple support, they can also become inner sect disciples. Once he recruits a certain number of inner disciples, he can replace the previous batch of disobedient inner disciples. If the disciples are disobedient, it doesn't matter how many or how strong they are. In the upcoming period, the outer disciples are all gearing up, preparing for the inner sect selection competition. After Qing Yangzi hastily handed the Saint Seal to Yi Chen, he instructed Ling Shuzi to immediately go to Yunjian Pavilion to discuss changing the marriage arrangement. For Yi Chen, Qing Yangzi's decision was undoubtedly a bolt from the blue, leaving him completely bewildered. Who is Ling Xiaoran? Although he is only 15 this year, it is rumored that he has already reached the innate realm, and is just a step away from the Jiedan stage. Not only that, he also studied the 36 wandering sword techniques. In a short time, he will surely become another renowned wandering immortal, with the substantial backing of the Yunjian Pavilion. To be blunt, marrying Lin Xiaoran is like saving yourself 300 years of hard work. Moreover, Yi Chen had heard that Ling Xiaoran inherited her mother's looks. At 15, she blossomed into a graceful beauty. Like a fairy, It is said that in terms of looks, she could even rival Xiao Yunqing, the saintess of the Linean Holy Land. Thinking of this, Yi Chen felt his heart itch with longing. I can't wait to fly to Yunjian Pavilion. In Yi Chen's opinion, Gui Yu's change is already set in stone. After all, Feng Xiao is no longer in the Taiwei sect. Yunjian Pavilion can only choose another candidate from Liani, and in the Taiwei sect, only he, Yi Chen, is qualified to be the son-in-law of Yunjian Pavilion. But, to leave a good impression on Lin Xiaoran, Yi Chen secretly prepared quite a bit. He even practiced his opening lines in front of the mirror for a long time. He was extremely confident that Lin Xiaoran would definitely fall in love with him at first sight, and that Yunjian Pavilion would surely support him strongly. At this moment, Yi Chen even felt that he had reached the pinnacle of his life. When Ling Shuzi took on this task, he asked in confusion why the sect leader didn't personally take Yi Chen to Yunjian Pavilion to change the marriage agreement. If the sect leader went personally, the change would go more smoothly, right? In fact, Qin Yangzi also wanted to go himself. But unfortunately, the internal situation of the Taiwei sect is unstable right now. Every day, someone wants to leave the sect. With him in the sect, it remains steady. Those disciples wouldn't do anything outrageous. But if he goes on a long trip, he doubts whether, by the time he returns, many people would have already left the sect. Although replacing them with loyal disciples is inevitable, achieving that will take time. Before that, he must first stabilize the sect's disciples. However, it's indeed inconvenient to tell Ling Shuzi this. Therefore, Qin Yangzi just said indifferently, "You can just take my letter. It's no different than going with me in person." Seeing this, Ling Shuzi had to say, "All right then. But this trip can't just be the two of us, right? Please ask the headmaster to send some accompanying disciples to strengthen our presence." Qin Yangzi immediately got a headache. He thought for a moment and then said, "Then go to the outer sect and find a few clever and capable disciples to go with you." Ling Shuzi said with displeasure, "Why can't we send some inner sect disciples? What's the cultivation level of the outer sect disciples? You're asking me to take them to the Cloud Pavilion. Are you afraid that the Cloud Pavilion won't look down on our Taiwei sect?" Qin Yangzi shook his head and said, "All the inner sect disciples have gone down the mountain to travel. Now, besides the three main disciples of Taiwei sect, there are only outer sect disciples left." Even Ling Shuzi knows that Taiwei sect has been having a tough time recently, but he didn't expect even the head disciple to leave the mountain. Although the head disciple didn't say he was leaving the sect, judging by the looks of it, he probably won't be back for 3 to 5 years. As for the most outstanding disciple of the Sanji branch, Lu Qingyuan, he left the mountain over a month ago. Now, no one knows where he is. As for Han Bian and Li Qingying, one is Feng Xiao's diehard fan, the other is indifferent to worldly affairs. Even if they were brought out, it would be useless. Helplessly, Ling Shuzi had to say, "All right then, uncle, I'll just pick some people from the outer sect." Ling Shuzi actually looks down on the outer sect disciples. After all, he can't even get into the inner sect. How skilled could he possibly be? When Yi Chen heard about this, he volunteered to go to the outer sect. It didn't take long before he came back with his lackeys. Yi Chen cheerfully said to Ling Shuzi, "Martial uncle, these people are my good brothers from the outer sect. Martial uncle, why don't you take them along?" Lin Shu glanced at the three people in front of him, and couldn't help but frown slightly. These three people, the strongest one is only at the pulse opening stage, and the other two have just started foundation establishment. With this level of strength, they wouldn't stand out in any sect, let alone the renowned Yunjian Pavilion. However, considering Taiwei sect's current situation, Lin Shuzi could only sigh inwardly, and said, "All right, it will be you three." The three of them were overjoyed, and quickly saluted Ling Shuzi, then loudly thanked Yi Chen. "Thank you, senior brother saint." Hearing the words holy son, Yi Chen immediately grinned from ear to ear. The next day, Lin Shuzi and Yi Chen took Zhong Yu, Li Chao, and Zhao Quan to Yunjian Pavilion 1,000 miles away. Yunjian Pavilion is located in Donghua Mountain of the Eastern Zhu. Its predecessor was the renowned demonic sect branch, Qianqing sect. The master of Yunjian Pavilion, Lin Fengqian. His father, Lin Xiaoyun, was once an elder of the Qianqing sect. Later, dissatisfied with the ways of the Qianqing sect, he left. Lin Xiaoyun's actions angered the Qianqing sect. They sent numerous assassins to hunt down Lin Xiaoyun and his wife. With no way out, Lin Xiaoyun and his wife entrusted their infant son, Lin Fengqian, to his uncle, Liang Boying. They themselves died under the pursuit of the Qianqing sect. After growing up, Lin Fengqian learned about his origins and vowed to avenge his parents. During this period, he became acquainted with Leng Ling Yu, the leader of Cold Moon Hall, and Xiao Ruoyao, the leader of Carefree Hall. Later, with the help of these two women, he successfully took his revenge. The disciples of Qianqing sect, under the reorganization by Lin Fengqian and others, were transformed into the Yunjianj. Thus, they turned from dark to light. and became one of the top forces in Eastern Ju. Currently, Yunjiang has 13 sub-halls, collectively known as the 13 Halls of Yunjiang. These 13 halls are led by the Xiaoyao Hall and the Lingyue Hall, with the strongest power and influence. The other 11 halls, except for 3 halls stationed at the Yunjiang Pavilion, 8 halls are stationed in 8 different directions, guarding the center. During Lin Fengtian's control of Yunjiang Pavilion also changed its aggressive nature from the Quanqing era, gradually transformed into a large commercial organization. The business trades involved in Yunjiang Pavilion mainly include spiritual pills, herbs, metals, clothing, etc. A wide variety. Among them, there are extremely rare treasures. When Yunjiang Pavilion brings out these resources that make many cultivators envious for trade, many righteous sects have no reason to wage war against Yunjiang Pavilion. Thus, under the leadership of Lin Fengtian, this achieved a transition from evil to good. Now, the Yunjiang Pavilion is strong and without external enemies. It has become one of the top forces in Eastern Ju. Countless sects are eager to establish close relationships with Yunjiang Pavilion, especially after learning that the pavilion master Lin Fengtian has a daughter of marriageable age. Many sects have brought their best disciples to propose marriage. However, to all these marriage proposals, Lin Fengtian politely declined them all. Many sects, while feeling regretful, are also puzzled about what Yunjiang Pavilion is planning. The marriage alliance between Yunjiang Pavilion and Tai Wei sect has always been known only to both parties, while outsiders were completely unaware. Lin Fengtian's actions naturally have their own considerations. Compared to 30 years ago, the Tai Wei sect has become much stronger, but compared to truly top-tier sects, it is still far inferior. If the marriage alliance between the Yunjiang Pavilion and the Tai Wei sect is made public, it will only bring disaster to the Tai Wei sect. After all, Lin Fengtian has only one daughter. She can only marry one person. If Lin Xiaoran is already betrothed to someone, then as long as that family ceases to exist, can't we discuss this matter again? And for them, Tai Wei sect is really a pushover they can easily crush. It was only at this moment that Yi Chen realized that Tai Wei sect also had a marriage alliance with Yunjiang Pavilion, and the marriage partner was none other than Feng Xiao. This made him feel indignant. What makes Feng Xiao worthy of being engaged to the little princess of Yunjiang Pavilion? Isn't this a waste of a treasure? But fortunately, Feng Xiao is no longer favored by Tai Weizong, and Yunjiang Pavilion's marriage partner will be Yi Chen. Every time he thinks of this, he can't help but laugh out loud. TSK, young Master Feng, some good fortune has come your way. If you're not fortunate enough, it could shorten your life. Since you don't have that fortune, I'll reluctantly accept it on your behalf. Ling Shuzi and others took the only spiritual boat of the Tai Wei sect. It took them about 3 days. Finally arrived at the Yunjiang Pavilion. After getting off the spirit boat, Yi Chen couldn't help but complain, this spirit boat is too bad. So small and slow. It took so long to reach the Yunjiang Pavilion. Can't the sect leader spend some money to get a better one? Zhong Yu and Li Chao from Linju echoed, senior brother Shengzi is right. After we return this time, we must have the sect master change to a higher-end Linju. Otherwise, it would be embarrassing to travel in such a Linju. Zhao Chuanza said, senior brother saint. Look, we've arrived at the Yunjiang Pavilion. You are about to become the son-in-law of Yunjiang. When you marry the little princess of Yunjiang, you'll have everything you want. It's just a Linju, no big deal. What does it matter to Yunjiang? If Yunjiang is sensible, they should send us the best Linju when we return. Yi Chen nodded in agreement. You're right. Coming here. We can't go back empty-handed. The Yunjiang guard responsible for receiving the Tai Wei sect heard this conversation. He couldn't help but frown secretly. However, they didn't say much. They just led them straight to the Yunjiang Pavilion Hall. Yunjiang Pavilion is a large and prosperous family. There are 3 halls alone. In addition, there are 37 different pavilions and side halls with various functions. Carved beams and painted rafters. Shrouded in mist and clouds. Magnificent. From a distance, it looks like a paradise on earth. When he was at the Tai Wei sect, Yi Chen always thought the grand halls and pavilions of the Tai Wei sect were already quite majestic. But after coming here, he realized there are always greater mountains beyond. Not to mention anything else. Just the fact of spanning thousands of meters. The rainbow bridge over the sea of clouds is like a miracle. Walking on it feels like being in the clouds, as if the sky lowers itself. The crane's name, the mystical beast Misty, adds a touch of spirituality to Yunjiang Pavilion. No wonder it is called Yunjiang Pavilion. It truly feels like it's built among the clouds. Seeing the scene before him, Yi Chen felt overwhelmed, almost forgetting where he was. The 3 lackeys beside him were even worse. They looked around like Grandma Liu visiting the Grand View Garden, with a look of utter amazement, as if they'd never seen the world. The only one acting normal was Lin Shuzi, but he couldn't help but secretly marvel in his heart. astonished by the immense wealth of the Yunjian Pavilion. At the same time, he was secretly pleased to be allied with such a powerful force. There is hope for the revival of Wei Zong. It was uncertain whether Yi Chen arrived at a good time or not. Lin Xiaoran had just returned to the Yunjian Pavilion a few days ago, and he brought along a little girl that his mother had just adopted. As for the origin of this little girl, Xiao Ruoyao didn't explicitly say. He only said he would learn the Xiaoyao 36 sword techniques with Lin Xiaoran, but he wouldn't be his disciple. Lin Xiaoran was instantly confused. His mother was going to teach him swordsmanship, but not take him as a disciple. What kind of arrangement is that? But Lin Xiaoran didn't ask much, but from that day on, he started treating this little girl as his sister. Lin Xiaoran, as the only daughter of Lin Fengtian and Xiao Ruoyao, held a very high status in both Yunjian Pavilion and Xiaoyao Hall. But because of this, she had no playmates since childhood. The people around her were respectful, but not intimate. This led to Lin Xiaoran developing a reclusive personality. Probably for this reason, when Lin Xiaoran was 8 years old, unable to bear this lonely life without playmates, he secretly slipped down the mountain by himself. He said he was going to Xiaoyao Hall to find his mother. Lin Xiaoran's running away from home immediately caused a huge uproar in Yunjian Pavilion. Lin Fengtian immediately sent out countless people to search for his daughter around the world. But Lin Xiaoran was like a drop of water merging into the sea, leaving no trace at all. Just having descended the mountain, Lin Xiaoran was filled with curiosity about the outside world. He walked and played along the way, and actually ended up traveling hundreds of miles. But he didn't realize that he had long deviated from the route to Xiaoyao Hall, even more fatally. What happened was that he served nobility, but had no attendants with him. Some passers-by began to have certain thoughts about Lin Xiaoran. Not long after, Lin Xiaoran, in another city dozens of miles away from Lilang City, was robbed of all his possessions. But fortunately, because Lin Xiaoran was too young, not yet showing, so it didn't attract any attention from passers-by. Having lost all his possessions, Lin Xiaoran, from that moment on, experienced the harshness of the world. Out of necessity, Lin Xiaoran had to trade his jewelry for food, but he didn't know how valuable his jewelry was. He used the hairpin that could buy an entire inn to exchange for a few buns, and the bracelet that could buy a whole bottle of top-quality elixirs was used to trade for a full meal. So before long, Lin Xiaoran had no jewelry left to exchange for food. After going hungry for a few days, Lin Xiaoran finally couldn't resist and stole a few buns in Lilang City. But with his small stature and short legs, he was quickly caught by the bun shop owner. I was almost beaten to death by the bun shop owner. It was at that moment Feng Xiao happened to pass by and saved Lin Xiaoran. Lin Xiaoran could never forget that when no one was willing to help him, only that handsome elder brother helped him. When I was the little princess of Yunjian Pavilion, the whole world wants to please me, but when I was just a little beggar, only brother Xiao was kind to me. From that moment on, the image of Feng Xiao was deeply engraved in Lin Xiaoran's heart. Afterward, Feng Xiao not only healed his wounds, but also found someone to give him a hot bath, and invited him to a hearty meal. After experiencing the ups and downs of life for more than 10 days, Lin Xiaoran couldn't help but throw herself into Feng Xiao's arms, and burst into tears. Probably because of the instability over the past 10 days, Lin Xiaoran lacked a sense of security. Even at night, Lin Xiaoran didn't dare to let go of Feng Xiao. With no other choice, Feng had to hold Lin Xiaoran and spend the night with her at the inn. Of course, to Feng, Lin Xiaoran was just an 8-year-old girl. He would never have any inappropriate thoughts about such a young child. However, the next day, when Lin Xiaoran woke up in Feng's arms, she solemnly said to Feng, "Big brother, I slept in the same bed with you. Now I can only marry you." Feng Xiao was dumbfounded. He agreed to Lin Xiaoran's proposal as if coaxing a child. Afterwards, he took Lin Xiaoran to Xiaoyao Hall on Misty Peak from afar. Feng Xiao thought Lin Xiaoran's words were just child's talk. Unexpectedly, 4 years later, people from Yunjian Pavilion came to Taiwei sect, proposed a marriage alliance. Only then did Feng Xiao find out that Lin Xiaoran was the notorious daughter of Lin Fengtian, the master of Yunjian Pavilion. When Taiwei sect received the marriage alliance request from Yunjian Pavilion, they were naturally flattered. However, Feng Xiao had often roamed the mountains over the years, helping countless people. Probably influenced by the martial arts novels he had read in his previous life, Feng Xiao is very enthusiastic about acting chivalrous. At the same time, he disdains publicizing his chivalrous deeds. Therefore, in Taiwei sect, apart from Feng Xiao himself, no one knows about the past between Feng Xiao and Lin Xiaoran. After forming the marriage agreement, Feng Xiao made a special trip to Xiaoyao Hall, where he received guidance from Xiao Ruoyao. He learned the 36 free and unrestrained techniques. Unfortunately, Lin Xiaoran happened to be training in Yunjian Pavilion at that time. So young Master Feng did not see Lin Xiaoran in Xiaoyao Hall. Afterwards, young Master Feng continued to travel around to strengthen Tai Wei sect, unaware that Lin Xiaoran had been secretly watching him take his junior brothers and sisters down the mountain to explore secret realms, watching him help everyone around him who needed help, watching him step by step develop and grow Tai Wei sect, watching him become the holy son of Tai Wei sect. Every time he saw Feng Xiao gain opportunities and receive the love of junior brothers and sisters, Lin Xiaoran was happy for him, happier than when he himself grasped a new insight. Every time he saw Feng Xiao encounter setbacks, encountering difficulties, Lin Xiaoran worries for him, even more than Feng himself. Unknowingly, this big brother has taken an increasingly important place in her heart, and she looks forward to the day she will marry him. Brother Xiao, wait for me. Your Rana is about to grow up. I'm almost ready to marry you. Thinking about this, Lin Xiaoran felt sweetness in her heart. It also gave her more motivation during sword practice. At this moment, Lin Xiaoran was earnestly teaching a little girl in Yun Jianji's martial arts hall. Even though she was only 3 years older than the girl, she already exhibited some qualities of a sword master. Shuer, the 36 sword techniques of our free and easy hall emphasize the intention behind the sword rather than the sword itself. The focus is on cultivating the sword spirit. But before understanding sword intent, one must first master the sword moves. Those who have never practiced swordsmanship cannot comprehend sword intent. Although this absolute cloud sword technique is our entry-level sword technique, it already contains a hint of sword intent. If you can grasp this hint of sword intent, then the subsequent 35 sword techniques can be mastered in one go. The little girl standing in front of him blinked her eyes and said helplessly, "But Sister Xiaoran, this sword is too heavy. I can't lift it." Lin Xiaoran sighed, holding her forehead. "Then just use a wooden sword for now. The wooden sword is too light. Although the sword moves are easy to execute, they are hard to control, easy to release, but hard to retract. Therefore, you must use 3 parts force and 7 parts restraint. When using the wooden sword, don't use too much force. Otherwise, you might hurt yourself." As Lin Xiaoran was speaking, he suddenly saw a young girl in maid attire walking quickly. He then said to the little girl, "You practice the sword by yourself first. If you have any questions, come ask me." The little girl nodded and went to the side to pick up a wooden sword. Practicing diligently, Lin Xiaoran then sheathed her sword and asked the approaching maid Zana, "What's the hurry?" The maid called Zana smiled and said to Lin Xiaoran, "Miss, you've intimidated the men too much." Lin Xiaoran's eyes lit up and quickly asked, "Did their holy son come along?" The maid nodded quickly. "I heard he came too." The young lady heard that Commander Zone came this time for the marriage agreement. Lin Xiaoran's cheeks immediately blushed. She murmured, "Brother Xiao, are you eager to marry me?" "Ah, so happy." Lin Xiaoran immersed herself in joy, covering her face with both hands, looking extremely shy. The maid laughed and said, "Young lady, aren't you going to freshen up quickly and get ready to meet the guests in the main hall?" Lin Xiaoran suddenly came to her senses and nodded repeatedly, "Yes, yes, yes. I must hurry and dress up. Brother Xiao hasn't seen me for so many years. Maybe he's already forgotten what I look like. Hee, I must dress up beautifully later. I'll give Brother Xiao a big surprise." Speaking of which, Lin Xiaoran said to the maid, "Zana, come help me too." Zana covered her mouth and laughed. All right, my dear lady, just relax. I will definitely dress you up like a fairy. But speaking of which, our young lady is so beautiful. Even without dressing up, she can enchant many men." Lin Xiaoran shook her head and said, "I don't care about other men. If I enchant anyone, it's just him." Brother alone was talking. Lin Xiaoran was pulling Shina hurriedly towards the exit, while the little girl practicing swordsmanship alone on the side looked at their backs and scratched her head in confusion. What is Sister Xiaoran doing? And who is Brother Xiao? Could it be Master? In the main hall of the Cloud Pavilion, which is resplendent with gold, sat a solemn-faced middle-aged man. He sat upright in the main seat and smiled at Ling Shuzi and the others who had already taken their seats, saying, "Honored guests are gracing us with their presence. Our Cloud Pavilion has nothing much to offer, but this cloud tea is a specialty of ours. Please do not find it lacking." Ling Shuzi quickly picked up the teacup and smiled, "Master of the pavilion, you are too polite. I've long heard that the Cloud Pavilion shadow tea is the best in the world. Today, I finally get to taste it. I am truly fortunate." The middle-aged man smiled and asked, "By the way, I wonder what brings you all to my Cloud Pavilion today?" This middle-aged man was Lin Fengqian, the master of the Cloud Pavilion. He was addressing the visitors from the Tai Wei sect. Lin Fengqian was both surprised and unsurprised. What wasn't surprising was the influence of Linglong Pavilion in Lilang City on the relationship between Yunjian Pavilion and Tai Wei sect. As long as Tai Wei sect people aren't foolish, they definitely would send someone to explain. What was surprising was, the people Tai Wei sect sent weren't Feng Xiao, but a few people Lin Fengtian had no impression of. This made Lin Fengtian a bit puzzled. What exactly is the purpose of Tai Wei's own people coming to Yunjian Pavilion? As for Feng Xiao, Lin Fengtian still admires him very much, to say nothing else. Just by looking at Feng Xiao, who took only 30 years to develop a sect that was about to be delisted and make it flourish, one can see Feng Xiao's capability. This made Lin Fengtian think of the various difficulties he faced when he first took over Trenching Jiao and established Yunjian Pavilion. He couldn't help but feel a sense of mutual understanding with Feng Xiao. Because of this, when Lin Xiaoran proposed to marry Feng Xiao, Lin Fengtian not only didn't stop her, but fully supported her. As for the later support for the Tai Wei sect, it was just incidental. As for the Tai Wei sect, Lin Fengtian has a general impression. After all, without mentioning other places, just in the Eastern Jew, there are dozens of sects comparable in size to the Tai Wei sect. If it were any other sect with strength equal to the Tai Wei sect, Lin Fengtian would most likely just send an elder to greet them, instead of personally coming forward. But in this way, Ling Shuzi felt a bit elated. He thought, this Yunjian Pavilion is indeed different from other sects in how they treat my Tai Wei sect. It seems that the matter with Linglong Pavilion in Lilang City will also be easy to handle. So Ling Shuzi smiled and said, this old man, this time, is here for the marriage ceremony between Yunjian Pavilion and the saint son of Bizong. Lin Fengtian glanced at Yi Chen, who was sitting calmly beside Ling Shuzi. To be precise, overly calm Yi Chen. Then he looked at the 3 low-level disciples sitting below them. Only then did he slowly speak, although my daughter is already betrothed to your sect's holy son. But she is only 15 years old. Isn't it a bit too early to talk about this now? Ling Shuzi waved his hand and said, it's a good thing. Better early than late, right? I heard that the daughter of the Ling Pavilion master is an extraordinary talent. Although she is very young, she has fully inherited the skills of both the Ling Pavilion master and Master Xiao. Within 10 days, she will surely become a legendary sword immortal. The new holy son of the Bai sect has long admired Miss Lin. If he can marry Miss Lin soon, it can also bring our 2 families closer. Why not do it? A look of confusion flashed in Lin Fengtian's eyes. The new holy son? Feng Xiao has been the holy son for several months, right? Why is he still called the new one? And what does admiration mean? Could it be that this kid doesn't even know who he's going to marry? Thinking of this, Lin Fengtian felt a bit dissatisfied with Feng Xiao and Tai Wei sect. But Lin Fengtian is very well-mannered, and just calmly said in classical language that clearing one's name mainly depends on their intentions. But before that, I would like to discuss with your sect about the murder of Deng Su, the manager of Linglong Pavilion in Lilang City. I wonder, your sect has investigated for so long, but some bad luck, Lin Fengtian said, is considered as giving Tai Wei's own face. The culprit's identity has long been determined. Lin Fengtian just wants an explanation from Tai Wei's own. He isn't afraid of falling out with Tai Wei's own. It's just that his daughter will eventually marry over there. He doesn't want to make it hard for her after marriage. But this doesn't mean that Yunjian Pavilion will act as if nothing happened. Lin Shizi heard this, and looked a bit embarrassed. This BZNG is also very concerned about manager Deng's murder. It's just that there are many suspicious points that need to be investigated slowly. Lin Fengtian frowned, and said, I have already given you 2 months. You still need to investigate slowly. After forming an alliance, does Tai Wei's own think they can stand on equal footing with my Yunjian Pavilion? Lin Fengtian narrowed his eyes, looking at Lin Shuzi and Yi Chen with a hostile expression. As the two felt the pressure from Lin Fengtian's presence, they gradually found it hard to breathe. Just when Lin Shuzi didn't know what to do, a pleasant and playful voice suddenly shouted, Daddy! Instantly, the pressure in the hall dissipated. Lin Shuzi and Yi Chen couldn't help but secretly breathe a sigh of relief when they saw the lovely and cute figure running into the hall. Yi Chen's eyes couldn't help but light up. In order to make the young man in her heart feel amazed at first sight, Ling Xiaoran had carefully dressed up in her boudoir. She was naturally beautiful. After careful grooming, she looked like a celestial being descended to the mortal world. Incredibly beautiful. However, considering the modesty of a girl, Lin Xiaoran covered her face with a veil. But this veil made her look even more enchanting, like a beauty half hidden, arousing endless imagination. When Yi Chen saw Lin Xiaoran for the first time, he couldn't help but be captivated by her. At that moment, a voice in his heart shouted, This woman is mine. Seeing his daughter run into the hall, Lin Fengtian's eyes flashed with affection, but he spoke indifferently, in front of guests. You act so improperly. What a disgrace. Lin Xiaoran giggles, and shakes Lin Fengtian's arm, acting spoiled, saying, Daddy, it's understandable for your daughter to do this, right? Lin Fengtian pats her little head, and sighs, You silly girl. It seems like girls grow up and can't be kept at home. Lin Xiaoran smiles sheepishly, and then turns to look at Yi Chen and the others, but then he couldn't help but frown slightly. It's strange that Brother Xiao didn't come. At this moment, Yi Chen suddenly stepped forward. He saluted Lin Fengtian and said, "I am the new sent son of the Grand Marshal sect." Yi Chen, paying respects to Master Lin. Then he cupped his hands to Lin Xiaoran, and said with a smile, "Greetings, Miss Lin." Lin Xiaoran blinked. He couldn't react for a moment, and subconsciously asked if it was the new holy son. "What about Xiao Feng?" Yi Chen smiled faintly, and said Feng Xiao followed the secret master, and is not tolerated by the sect. He has already been expelled from the sect. Now everyone in our Taiwei sect wants to kill him, and so, the headmaster sent us here. First, to apologize. Second, to renew the marriage contract. We apologize for the marriage contract our two clans made years ago. Who would have thought that Feng Xiao would be so untrustworthy, almost causing the lady to marry the wrong person? Our sect deeply regrets this matter. We apologize for this. Fortunately, heaven has eyes. Now that Feng Xiao is no longer a member of our Taiwei sect, to rebuild the relationship between our two families, we have sent a disciple to alter the marriage agreement. Inside the main hall, a strange silence fell. After a long while, Lin Feng asked calmly, "Change the marriage contract? I wonder who Taiwei sect intends to marry my daughter to?" Yi Chen smiled confidently and said, "I have just joined the sect for 5 years, and have now reached the golden core stage. Although I am not talented, I am now the new holy son of the sect. Therefore, the marriage contract between our two sects will be fulfilled by me." Yi Chen spoke neither humbly nor arrogantly. Lin Shizi couldn't help but silently cheer. He smiled and said that Feng Xiao was of shallow talent, truly unworthy of Miss Lin's great talent. Now that there is a new marriage candidate, he surely won't disgrace Miss Lin. This is truly a happy event. Lin Fengtian said calmly, "You mean to say, you think Feng Xiao isn't good enough for my daughter, so you want to find someone else to marry her? Is that right?" Lin Shizi nodded and said, "Master Lin." Ming Jian Lin Fengtian snorted. He sneered and said, "I didn't know that Taiwei sect had such a plan in mind. Do they really see my daughter as a commodity, to give to whoever they please?" As he continued, Lin Fengtian's voice grew harsher and more forceful. The overwhelming aura of a peak cultivator radiated unrestrainedly. Lin Shuzi and Yi Chen didn't expect Lin Fengtian to turn hostile so quickly. Their expressions changed drastically. Yi Chen exerted all his strength to withstand Lin Fengtian's pressure. He argued that Feng Xiao had been in the sect for 30 years, but was still only at the innate realm. How can such a shallow aptitude be worthy of Miss Lin? Yi Chen, reached the golden core stage in just 5 years. How am I inferior to young Master Feng? Before Lin Fengtian could speak, Lin Xiaoran angrily said, "My brother Feng is a genius. If it weren't for taking care of you burdens, what is the mere golden core stage? Your Taiwei sect doesn't know gratitude. Instead, they expelled my brother from the sect. Utterly shameless." Lin Xiaoran came upon hearing the news, but didn't expect not to see the one he longed for, Feng Xiao. Instead, he heard this infuriating news. What's even more hateful is, Feng Xiao did so much for them, yet today, they turn around and slander Feng Xiao. From the disparity, Lin Xiaoran was naturally furious. Upon hearing this, Lin Shizi was startled, and couldn't help but secretly lament. From Tai Weizong down to Qingyangzi, most people believed that the reason Yunjiang allied with Tai Weizong was because they saw Tai Weizong's potential, but Lin Xiaoran's words clearly told them. Lin Xiaoran wants to marry young Master Feng. Supporting Taiwei sect is just incidental. If young Master Feng were still in Taiwei sect, they would naturally be honored guests at Yunjian Pavilion. But now that young Master Feng has left the sect, what significance do they hold for Yunjian Pavilion? What's worse, they have the audacity to come and request a change in the marriage agreement without any self-awareness. But Lin Shuzi just didn't understand. How could a mere Feng Xiao receive such favor from the Yunjian Pavilion? Yi Chen also didn't expect Lin Xiaoran would fancy Feng Xiao. The raging jealousy in his heart made his eyes red. He shouted, "Your Yunjian Pavilion cancelled the engagement without reason, simply because you looked down on me, Yi Chen. I'll tell you all, it's not you who are calling off the engagement today, but me who is divorcing you, Ling Xiaoran, 30 years west of the river." Never underestimate a young man's resolve. Upon hearing this, Lin Shuzi couldn't help but think this is bad, and quickly shouted, "Yi Chen, what nonsense are you talking about?" Before the words had even left his mouth, Lin Fengtian stood up. The aura he exuded was as overwhelming as Mount Tai pressing down, making several people's legs go weak, causing them to kneel involuntarily. Lin Fengtian extended his hand, and Yi Chen was lifted into the air by him. Watching Yi Chen struggling constantly, Lin Fengtian said coldly, "Kid, do you really think I don't dare to kill you?" Yi Chen couldn't help but show a look of fear. He clearly felt that Lin Fengtian really wanted to kill him. He couldn't help but secretly regret it. Just now, why did he have to be so moody? Just when Yi Chen thought he was done for. Lin Fengqian suddenly swung his arm, throwing him heavily to the ground. Yi Chen saw stars from the impact. Feeling like his organs had shifted, he struggled to get up. But heard Lin Fengqian say coldly, "If I let you die in my Yunjian pavilion, the world would think we don't know how to treat our guests. I'll let you go for now today. When you return, tell Qing Yangzi, that old fool owes my Yunjian pavilion. Someday, I will come to collect it all. Get lost." Yi Chen barely stood up, and walked out of the hall without a word. Lin Shuzi cupped his hands to Lin Fengqian, intending to say something more. Lin Fengqian's eyes flashed with a cold glint. Immediately scared out of his wits, he quickly rolled and crawled out. As for Yi Chen's 3 lackeys, they could only scramble to follow. Seeing his father let Lin Shuzi and the others go, Lin Xiaoran was both confused and dissatisfied. He couldn't help but ask, "Father, why did you let them go? Especially that Yi Chen. You can tell at a glance he's no good." Lin Fengqian shook his head, and said this is Feng Xiao's business. It's not Yan Jian's business. Feng Xiao's business should be handled by himself. If he can't handle it himself, why should I, his father-in-law, handle it? How can I trust him with my daughter? Lin Xiaoran pouted, "We're almost family already. Why keep things so clear-cut?" Lin Fengqian patted Lin Xiaoran's little head, and said earnestly, "Silly child. You still don't understand. Don't be fooled by Feng Xiao's open-hearted demeanor. This boy has lofty ambitions. Naturally, he wouldn't want to leave his own affairs to others. It's still easy for me to take care of these 2 guys for him now. But how do you think Feng Xiao would feel? So all I can do is vent some anger on his behalf." Lin Xiaoran thought about it for a long time but couldn't figure out the logic. But then he suddenly remembered what Xiao Ruoyao had told him. Men are simple, after all. It's complicated if you think about it, but simple at times. Sometimes, you can see right through their thoughts with a glance. But other times, they like to get hung up on inexplicable things. If you encounter this in the future, it's best to let them handle it themselves. Don't get involved, so as not to turn a good deed into a bad one. Thinking of this, Lin Xiaoran had to say, seeming to understand, "I know." Father Lin Fengqian nodded reassuringly. He was about to say something, but heard Lin Xiaoran say, "Father, I want to go down the mountain to find Brother Xiao." Lin Fengqian frowned, "But do you know where he is?" Lin Xiaoran shook her head, but then she said, "But I believe I can definitely find him." Lin Fengqian chuckled, this girl really is just like her mother. So Lin Fengqian smiled and said, "Since that's the case, then go ahead. When you bring her back, your parents will let you 2 get married. My dear wife has been very upset these past few days. First, Elder Zhu Yu from the Alchemy Pavilion came to urge for medicinal herbs. According to Zhu Yu, several types of herbs grown by the sect have not been sent to the Alchemy Pavilion for over a month. During this past month, the Alchemy Pavilion has exhausted its stock of these herbs. The pills made from them are also nearly depleted. After waiting for so long, haven't received the herbs yet. So Zhu Yu decided to come and hasten things." Qing Yangzi felt puzzled upon hearing this. The herbs Zhu Yu mentioned could have long been cultivated by the Taiwei sect. Moreover, the cultivated herbs are quite effective. In theory, there could be problems with the supply of any herb, but these particular herbs shouldn't be an issue. So he immediately summoned the 3 disciples responsible for herb cultivation. Han Bian inquires about the situation. After Han Bian meets the sect leader, she first admits that it has been a long time since they supplied herbs to the Alchemy Pavilion. But when Han Bian mentioned the reason, Qing Yangzi became furious. It turns out that all those herbs were destroyed by Yi Cheng. What made it worse was, the reason he destroyed the herbs was just to vent his anger. This is simply outrageous. At that moment, Zhu Yu was also present. After hearing Han Bian's explanation, he instead became less anxious, and even laughed, saying that the new saint chosen by the sect leader really is a person of character. The thick sarcasm in his words almost made Qing Yangzi slam the table. Finally, he cultivated to the nascent soul stage. He has some impressive breathing techniques. He forcibly suppressed his anger. With a stern face, he asked Han Bian, "Can't these herbs be procured from outside first?" Han Bian shook her head. The amount of herbs Yi Chen destroyed is significant. It would take thousands of spirit stones to make up for the loss. Qing Yangzi irritably waved his hand. Then procure a part of it first. Let's get through the immediate crisis first, Han Bian said, but didn't know where the funds for purchasing medicinal herbs would come from. A cold light flashed in Qing Yangzi's eyes. Take it from the sect's treasury first, and after Yi Chen returns, let him pay out of his own pocket to compensate the sect for the loss. To Qing Yangzi, Yi Chen, the new holy son, was just a target to attract attention, and nothing more. This guy dares to damage the sect's medicinal herbs, so he must compensate. Han Bian took Qing Yangzi's note to only take spirit stones from the sect and left. Zhu Yu didn't stay either. Instead, he returned to the alchemy pavilion. After the two left, Qing Yangzi rubbed his temples, feeling increasingly irritable. This Yi Chen is truly hopeless. When he returns, we must discipline him for a few more months. Yi Chen got up, preparing to walk around the Taiwei sect, to inspect the foundation of the Taiwei sect. But before he could step out, Elder Song Lian from the forging room arrived. Elder Song Lian has always been concise. He goes straight to the point right away. When will you replenish the forging materials needed by the sect master's forge? Qing Yangzi asked in confusion. Isn't there still quite a lot of materials in the warehouse? But Song Lian shook his head and said, those are all just ordinary materials. Casting some lower grade weapons and magical tools is fine, but casting high grade ones is much worse. Qing Yangzi Chen responded. How were the special materials collected in the past? Song Lian said flatly. The special materials from before were all gathered by Feng Xiao, leading people down the mountain, either purchasing or collecting them, collected bit by bit. But even so, these special materials are often in short supply. When young Master Feng was still around, he planned to acquire a mine, then use the materials produced by the mine to trade with other sects or forces. In this way, the sect could have a more stable material circulation channel. Qing Yangzi's eyes lit up, and she quickly said, in that case, let's acquire the mine and trade the materials. Song Lian sighed and said, but all those trading channels were found by Feng Xiao from outside, except for him. No one knows what material trading channels exist, nor do they know who to trade with. Furthermore, the owner of the mine that Feng Xiao plans to acquire once received a favor from Feng Xiao, so they are willing to sell it to Taiwei sect at a relatively low price. If someone else were to negotiate, even if they sold the entire Taiwei sect, they might not be able to buy that mine. Qing Yangzi didn't expect such a complicated relationship inside this. Unable to hold back, he slammed the table and angrily said, this is simply outrageous. Feng Xiao left without a word, but left such a mess for the sect to deal with. After fuming for a while, Qing Yangzi looked up and saw Song Lian staring at him with a strange expression. There seemed to be confusion on his face, and perhaps shock as well. Qing Yangzi was being stared at by Song Lian, and suddenly realized that what he had just said seemed problematic. He couldn't help but blush, but then he asked calmly, I wonder if Elder Song has any other ways to temporarily solve this problem. Song Lian sighed inwardly. When Master Feng was still around, he only focused on forging and crafting. Whatever was needed, he just had to tell Master Feng. And Master Feng had his ways. He always managed to quickly bring back the materials Song Lian needed. But now the forge is out of materials, and this elder has to figure out a way himself. Song Lian, helplessly, we have to send disciples down the mountain to procure supplies, or go to some secret realms. Perhaps we can gather the needed materials. Qing Yangzi's face suddenly looked awkward. Now, there are no one left in the second branch. The third branch only has 2 female disciples. The main branch still has a few people on the mountain, but those few are currently in seclusion training, almost isolated from the world. They don't interact with outsiders at all. They lack the skill to handle things smoothly. Even if they were asked to go down the mountain to gather materials, it would be difficult for them to collect everything. Eventually, Qing Yangzi discovered there are hardly any useful people left on Mount Taiwei now. Feeling frustrated, Qing Yangzi couldn't help but curse Qin Jiao in his heart. If it weren't for this guy letting Aji's disciples escape, he wouldn't have nobody to use. Qing Yangzi thought about it, and finally said, then go to Linglong Pavilion in Lilang City with a few disciples, and buy all the needed materials. Thinking about having to spend more money again, Qing Yangzi felt a pang of pain. Qing Yangzi also came from hard times. At that time, the 3 siblings of the Taiwei sect had less than 100 treats combined. They couldn't even afford a decent bottle of elixirs. Although in recent years, the Taiwei sect has earned quite a bit through various means, Qing Yangzi was reluctant to spend it. Not even a single piece. They were terrified of being poor, but now it's different. First, they spent a few hundred treats on medicinal herbs. I have to spend a few hundred more spirit stones to buy casting materials. That's over 1,000 spirit stones gone. But then Qing Yangzi comforted himself. Fortunately, there's still the wealthy relative from Yangjiang to help. As long as Lin Xiaoran is married in, Lin Fengqian will surely give tens of thousands of spirit stones as dowry. With such a large sum, Taiwei sect can overcome the current crisis. We can also buy the mine that Feng Xiao had his eye on earlier. Thinking of this, Qing Yangzi felt happy again. But not long after sending Song Lian off, someone else ran into the inner hall. Qing Yangzi looked closely. Wasn't it our dear Shishu Link Suzy? Link Suzy shouldn't have returned for at least 2 more days. After all, Tai Weizong's Lingju level is too low, and too slow. It takes 3 days for a round trip to Yunjian Pavilion. But Qing Yangzi thought that perhaps Link Suzy had already settled the matter, and couldn't wait to claim credit, so he flew back on his sword alone. As he thought this, Qing Yangzi was ready to kindly comfort Ling Suzi, but before he could speak, he saw Ling Suzi's panicked expression saying, "Master, something terrible has happened." Qing Yangzi's heart skipped a beat, and he hurriedly asked, "What happened?" Ling Suzi, with a bitter expression, said, "Master, the Yunjian Pavilion has broken off the engagement. She said she didn't want to marry her daughter into our Taiwei sect." Qing Yangzi was shocked. He exclaimed, "How could this be? Could it be that Yi Chen isn't good enough for them?" Ling Suzi didn't know how to explain it. Should he say that the reason Yunjian Pavilion initially agreed to marry their daughter was simply because they favored Feng Xiao, but now Feng Xiao has been expelled from the Taiwei sect by them. What's worse is, regarding this matter, Ling Suzi put in a lot of effort. Actually, Ling Suzi also understands that Yunjian Pavilion's actions can't really be considered breaking the engagement, because from the very beginning they only wanted to marry their daughter to Feng Xiao, and now they still haven't changed their mind. It's just that the Yunjian Pavilion chose him as the son-in-law. He no longer has any relation to Taiwei sect. But Ling Suzi also knows, if he tells the truth, he will be held fully responsible. So after Ling Suzi hesitated for a while, he said, "Ling Pavilion Master." Ling Pavilion Master said we should change the marriage agreement. He transferred his daughter like a commodity. The Cloud Pavilion couldn't accept it. So Qing Yangzi slammed the table, and angrily said, "Didn't you tell them that Yi Chen's aptitude is far better than Feng Xiao's?" Ling Suzi replied helplessly, "I did tell them, but they simply wouldn't believe it." Qing Yangzi felt frustrated and upset. He paced back and forth. After thinking for a long time, he waved his hand in annoyance and said, "If that's the case, then I'll go to Yunjian Pavilion myself. The Yunjian Pavilion is powerful, but Taiwei sect is not easy to bully either." Ling Shuzi's face turned pale instantly, and he quickly said, "No, you mustn't. You are the leader, the head of Taiwei sect. How can you lower yourself to personally visit? What if the Yunjian Pavilion acts unethically and detains you?" Actually, Lin Shizi isn't afraid of Qing Yangzi being detained by Yunjian. He is afraid that once Qing Yangzi learns the truth, he won't forgive his uncle. Although he is Qing Yangzi's uncle master, his cultivation level is not as high as Qing Yangzi's, and if he wants to further improve his cultivation, he must obtain higher-level sect techniques from Qing Yangzi. Although Lin Shuzi often acts superior due to his age, he clearly knows that he is still under the control of this sect master. Qing Yangzi thought for a moment. He also felt it was very inappropriate to rashly go to the Cloud Pavilion, but the marriage contract was torn up just like that. He was very unwilling in his heart. Lin Shizi saw Qing Yangzi turning around several times without coming up with an idea, so he cautiously said, "Master, in my opinion, if the marriage contract is torn up, so be it. Our Taiwei sect is not without foundation. Do we have to lick the Cloud Pavilion's boots?" Qin Yang gave him a glance and sneered, "You know nothing." Qin Yang doesn't care about the marriage contract. What she cares about is Lin Xiaoran's dowry. But this thought remained in her mind. She couldn't say it out loud. Feeling irritated, she waved Lin Shu away, saying, "Go, go, go. Get out of my sight." At this point, he couldn't be bothered to show Lin Shuzi any respect. After driving Lin Shuzi away, Qing Yangzi looked at the sky with a gloomy expression. He secretly vowed in his heart, "I don't believe that Taiwei zone can't survive without you, Feng Xiao. Can it really be that unbearable?" After Yi Chen left Yunjian Pavilion, he didn't return directly to the sect. Instead, he went to Bianyun City, 100 miles from Yunjian Pavilion. Bianyun City was originally a very small city. After Yunjian Pavilion was established, due to trade needs, this city gradually attracted people from all over. This once inconspicuous small city gradually became a renowned trade city in the Eastern Ju. As the number of people coming and going increased, the city kept expanding. It eventually developed into today's large city with a population of 800,000. Yi Chen came to Bianyun City, partly to try his luck here. For someone with the fate of a chosen one, trying one's luck is a common practice. Others can't see the good things, but in his hands, they turn into divine artifacts. Having tasted the benefits, Yi Chen naturally won't miss any opportunity to capitalize. On the other hand, it's because Ling Shuzi has already returned to the sect first, and he can't return for now, because their Lingju was confiscated by the Yunjian Pavilion. It was at that moment, Yi Chen and Ling Shuzi realized that this inconspicuous Lingju was actually given to Feng Xiao by the Yunjian Pavilion, and then handed over to the sect by Feng Xiao. Now that Feng Xiao has left the Taiwei sect, the things given to him by the Yunjian Pavilion naturally have to be taken back. Although the Yunjian Pavilion is wealthy, they don't want to be taken advantage of. After all, even the landlord's family doesn't have excess grain. Without Lin Ju, Yi Chen could still find a way to fly back, but his 3 lackeys would have to walk back. Yi Chen considers himself a loyal person. Of course, he wouldn't abandon his 3 good brothers. So he decided to bring his 3 good brothers to see the world. This moved the 3 of them to tears. I wished I could swear brotherhood with Yi Chen on the spot. Of course, Yi Chen wouldn't agree. I was just being polite. I said I considered you all as brothers. But don't take it seriously. Besides, there's another unspeakable reason. That makes him have to stay in Bianyan City temporarily. Although Lin Fengtian didn't kill him. At that moment, Lin Fengtian's true energy penetrated Yi Chen's bone marrow, shattering all his meridians and blood vessels. Then, with that later fall, Yi Chen's internal organs were severely injured. If he recklessly uses true energy, he might damage his core, so he must find a place to recuperate for a while, before he can use his true essence to fly with the sword. But such things can't be said out loud. Yi Chen brought 3 people to Bianyan City, almost dazzled by the city's prosperity. The largest city they had been to before was a small city like Liang with a population of less than 100,000. A big city with a population close to 1 million was like another world to them. But Yi Chen, as the child of destiny, has an innate ability, which allows him to remain calm no matter where he is, as if he were at home. In many situations, this is a very good quality. It prevents him from being looked down upon due to lack of experience. But sometimes, this kind of quality easily brings trouble. For example, at the Cloud Pavilion, Yi Chen's confident speech didn't bring him the admiration he expected, but a severe beating. Because of this, Yi Chen has deeply resented the Cloud Pavilion, and secretly vowed in his heart, when we become successful in the future, we must destroy Yanjiang. After strolling around the street for a while, Yi Chen and his companions arrived at Linglong Pavilion in Baianyancheng. This Linglong Pavilion is the largest in the entire Eastern Ju. The variety of items sold here is also the richest in the entire Eastern Ju, and the probability of finding a bargain here is also the highest. So for Yasha, this Linglong Pavilion here is practically his feng shui treasure. So for Yi Chen, how could he miss such a great place? Just as Yi Chen and his 3 cronies entered the Linglong Pavilion, 3 other people arrived at Bianyan City. Leading them was a young man who appeared to be in his 20s, and behind him were 2 rather pretty young women. The girl to the left of the man is dressed in a pink robe. She looks around. Softly, she says to the man, "Master, I feel like this place isn't much different from where we were imprisoned." Before the man can respond, the girl to his right, dressed in white, interjects, "How is it no different? I feel like the spiritual energy here is much stronger than in the prison. I originally thought I would need at least another year to break through to the innate realm, but now I feel that the bottleneck seems to be loosening." The man said lightly, "The difference between the upper jade and lower jade is just that the spiritual energy is a bit richer, and there are a few more heavenly treasures. As for the cultural environment, there isn't much difference from the lower jade. You 2 don't have to feel inferior just because you came from prison." The girl in the pink clothes secretly stuck out her tongue. Then she smiled at the girl beside her and said, "Junior sister, make sure you don't act like a country bumpkin coming to the city and embarrass our master." The girl in white rolled her eyes at her. She said irritably, "So what if you joined the sect a few days before me? What's so great about that?" These 3 people are Feng Xiao, who returned to Shangyu, and his 2 disciples he accepted in Xiaoyu, Lu Qiushuang and Bai Shuanghua. After killing Yi Fan that day, Feng Xiao obtained Yi Fan's old master, who is Elder Chen Qiu of Yuan Shen Lei sect. As Feng Xiao expected, Chen Qiu indeed knew the way to Shangyu. Chen Qiu originally planned to train Yi Fan into a powerful warrior in Xiaoyu, then take him to the captain. But now Yi Fan is dead. The hope of returning to the captain now falls on Feng Xiao. Following Chen Qiu's guidance, Feng Xiao, along with Luo Qiushuang and Bai Shuanghua, found the secret passage to Shangyu, and successfully returned to Shangyu. After returning to Shangyu, Feng Xiao summoned the celestial chrysalis. Check their location. He suddenly realized they had arrived near Bianyan City. Feng Xiao had been to Bianyan City before and knew it well. Just 100 miles from Bianyan City is the Yunjian Pavilion. He originally planned to pick up Feng Lingxue first, then visit Lin Fengtian at the Yunjian Pavilion. But since they happened to be near Bianyan City, they might as well visit. So he said to Luo Qiushuang and Bai Shuanghua, "Nearby is the renowned force of the Eastern Ju, the Yunjian Pavilion. I have some connections with the Yunjian Pavilion. I plan to visit the Yunjian Pavilion tomorrow. If you 2 also want to go, then come along. If you don't want to go, then stay in Baianyancheng for a while." Lu Qiushuang and Bai Shuanghua heard this and didn't hesitate. They answered in unison, "I'll go with master." Feng nodded. "In that case, let's find a place to rest first." Walking down the street for a short while, Feng suddenly exclaimed, staring fixedly in one direction. He murmured, "How can we run into this requirement just after returning?" Luo Qiushuang heard it clearly, couldn't help but ask the master, "What did you encounter?" Feng Xiao smiled slightly, and said, "Someone who has some entanglement with me. Speaking of which, if it weren't for him, I would still be toiling at Tai Wei sect." Lu Qiushuang and Bai Shuanghua glanced at each other. For a moment, they didn't quite understand Feng Xiao's meaning. Feng Xiao watched Yi Chen walk into the Linglong Pavilion, and guessed Yi Chen's intentions. He turned to Liang Enyu and said, "Let's go to the Linglong Pavilion first. Maybe we can find some good stuff." After entering the Linglong Pavilion, Feng Xiao found out that an auction was about to start. Feng Xiao sneered inwardly. How convenient. This is clearly arranged by the damn heavens just for Yi Chen. But for young Master Feng, it was just right. Just in time to steal Yi Chen's opportunity. After paying for some snacks, young Master Feng took two women to a private auction room. Not long after young Master Feng entered, a petite girl, with a thin veil covering her face, walked into the Linglong Pavilion. Behind her, also following a woman in red, with stunning looks but a hint of coldness. After entering the Linglong Pavilion, the petite girl said, "Aren't shy. Come to think of it, I don't think I've ever been to Linglong Pavilion." The cold beauty said indifferently, "Not just you. Your mother hasn't visited much either. You two are just the same. You both don't care about the family business at all." The girl laughed, "Aren't shy. This time, it's rare for me to come to Linglong Pavilion. If there's anything you want, just let me know. I'll buy it for you." The cold and beautiful woman rolled her eyes at her. "You should save that money for your own dowry." The young girl grabbed the elegant woman's arm, and said with a smile, "Aunt Di, are you afraid I'll forget about you once I get married? Don't worry. Aunt Di will always be my elder. No matter who I forget, I will never forget you." The elegant woman sighed, muttering, "I really owe your whole family. I used to worry about your mother, and now I have to worry about you, little girl. Maybe in a few years, I'll have to worry about your children too." The girl's face turned red, and she said, "Auntie Yi, what are you talking about? However, I don't want to have children so soon." The cold and elegant woman said angrily, "That's really great. I can relax for a few years. This girl is naturally Lin Xiaoran, the eldest lady of the Yunjiang Pavilion. And this cold and elegant woman is Diu, the head of the Jukyu Hall, one of the 13 halls under Yunjiang Pavilion. Diu was originally the Jukyu envoy of the Chenqing sect. She, along with Lin Fengqian's father Lin Xiaoyun and others, was one of the 4 guardians of the Chenqing sect. And above them are 2 protectors of the faith, Xiao Lan and Yao Jingyuan. Xiao Lan is Xiao Ruoyao's father. After Lin Xiaoyun defected from the Heavenly Star sect, Jia Yu spoke up for Lin Xiaoyun. He was thus blamed. As a result, Jia Yu also left the Heavenly Star sect. Later, Xiao Lan's daughter, Xiao Ruoyao, grew up. She left the Heavenly Star sect, founded the Xiaoyao Hall. Diu was entrusted by Xiao Lan to take care of Xiao Ruoyao in Xiaoyao Hall. Diu is skilled in swordsmanship. His sword moves are fierce and explosive, like a raging fire. He was once called the Vermilion Bird Sword Immortal. He was Xiao Ruoyao's first swordsmanship teacher, and also Xiao Ruoyao's protector. So for Xiao Ruoyao, Jia Yu was like a motherly elder. Later, Lin Fengqian founded the Cloud Pavilion. At Xiao Ruoyao's invitation, Diu established the Vermilion Bird Hall within the Cloud Pavilion, and became one of the 13 Hall Masters. As a senior member of Yunjian Pavilion, Diu is highly respected. Even Lin Fengqian has to give him some face. And Lin Fengqian and Xiao Ruoyao's daughter, Lin Xiaoran, was raised under Diu's watch. In his eyes, Lin Xiaoran is like a miniature version of Xiao Ruoyao. Naturally, he takes special care of Lin Xiaoran. Given Diu's seniority, Lin Xiaoran should call her grandmother. But with a long lifespan, an everlasting youth, Jia Yu still looks like a woman in her 20s. She doesn't want to be called old. Therefore, Lin Xiaoran, like her mother, calls Jia Yu Auntie Jai. Jia Yu is very fond of Lin Xiaoran, but Lin Xiaoran and Feng Xiao's engagement was not approved. In his heart, only a supremely talented genius was worthy of his little princess, but Feng Xiao was merely the chief disciple of a small sect. In terms of status, position, and talent, which of these could match Lin Xiaoran? However, Lin Xiaoran was determined to marry Feng Xiao. Diu was helpless about it, but he secretly vowed in his heart that if Feng Xiao dared to bully Lin Xiaoran, he would definitely be better looking than Feng Xiao. At this moment, Lin Xiaoran pulled Diu quickly towards the auction. While walking, he said to Diu, "Aunt Di, I don't know why, but I have a feeling that we will encounter something unexpected and good at Linglong Pavilion today. Let's hurry in and get a good spot." Diu knocked lightly on Lin Xiaoran's head with a wry smile, and said, "You're the young lady of Yunjian Pavilion. Why would you need to reserve a seat?" Then Diu took out a token, and showed it to the Linglong Pavilion shopkeeper, saying calmly, "Arrange a private room for me." The shopkeeper, upon seeing the token, he quickly bowed to Diu, and handed over the tag for box number 1. Diu took the tag. He said to Ling Xiaoran, "Let's go." The little girl Ling Xiaoran giggled. She pulled Diu into the auction, and entered the box.